For the final time, it is not Brett Kane. Brett is back next week. We are all thrilled. I don't know how you do it, my man. 2 days this week. I'm exhausted, but good to see you, Chris. But we are locked and loaded. It was a hell of a day yesterday, and it was Merry Christmas, first of all. Hope everybody had a fine day.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Are you so you're a sunglasses indoors guy?
It's just for today.
Okay. Is there any particular reason or
I'm adjusting the dimmer switches on my peepers.
Okay. All right.
They'll be off eventually, just not right now.
Okay. All right. Well, we ease it's good to ease on into things here today. And of course, a special salute for those of you who are up the day after Christmas working at 6 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate you. I thank you. And if you got I heard somebody say, well, everybody's got the day off tomorrow. Like, not everybody. So I salute you. I salute the working men and women. No, I don't salute any kids or teenagers. None of them are working. They've been off for like 2 weeks, doing nothing. Nobody needs more rest than children and teenagers and college students, Chris.
No, that's right.
They need so much rest. But it was a spectacular sporting night for the Broncos and the Avs. Listen, I guess I should address the Nuggets. Not the Avs. The Avs are off. The Nuggets, sorry. I guess I should address the Nuggets first, because there's a very good chance you might not have been up last night to watch this thing. First of all, what time did it tip? I mean, what are we talking about here? But sold out Ball Arena. Everybody in a holly jolly mood. But I mean, Ball Arena starts at like 8:50 are brutal. But of course, everybody has the day off. Now, we will certainly dig into the Broncos winning and how they won, and some really, really interesting feedback from, I think, Broncos fans who are unsatisfied, apparently, with this is remarkable. They're unsatisfied with winning in Kansas City and sweeping the Chiefs. Oh, and being the best record in the NFL, leading the AFC West, and having 13 wins. And they're all pissed off.
Yeah, but did you win by 20 last night, though? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Did you win by 30 like everyone wanted?
There's some really, really interesting folks out there whose bar has clearly been raised. Oh, they're never going to do anything in the playoffs. Oh, my God. Oh, this isn't going to work if they're going to have to face blah, 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 blah in the playoffs. Well, what do you think happens in the playoffs? You get to play the Raiders? You get to play the Jets? And also, have you not been paying attention to who the Denver Broncos actually are this year? They win by one score, they don't take the ball away, and they come through in the clutch in the fourth quarter. The funniest Broncos fans this year are people who write them off in the first quarter. You people crack me up. You literally don't pay attention to anything. But we'll get into the specifics of that here just in a heartbeat. Hang on. We will. Let me tell you about the Nuggets winning. Now, there's another group of people who are just not satisfied. I got to admit, man, it does make me laugh. The people who are not satisfied with winning. That blows me away. That our teams are, I guess, so good that the way we win is disappointing. Wow. That is a special level of privilege. So, Minnesota, a really good team. Really good team. Granted, they had to come here for Christmas, so 'tis what it is. I suppose it's a little better to be home for Christmas, as the song goes. The Nuggets did win this one 142-138 in overtime, which, if you're following the math, a couple of years ago when the Nuggets had the late start against the Suns, they won 128-125 in overtime. That was the AG dunk over Shamet. That's the, we shan't forget that one. Well, we won't forget this one. So if you're just waking up, first of all, the Nuggets won. Second of all, your guy, Joker, 56, 16, 15. Are you freaking kidding me? Unreal. Let's see here. 21 shots. The dude had 56 points on 21 shots. I was laughing. He was 22 of 23 from the free throw line. Golly, man. 4 for 6 from 3. And the Nuggets had this big lead. And then they threw it all away. And they still were going to win the game if Anthony Edwards doesn't hit the most absurd shot from the corner, well guarded, and drops it in the bucket with 1.1 left. And then the Joker heaved a three-quarter shot, which, you know what? I'm fine with. That's as good of a shot as anybody, heaving it up there. Doesn't go in. They go to overtime. You're like, oh, my God, I cannot believe this game is going to overtime. What is happening? Blah, blah, blah. In a 5-minute overtime, I am not misspeaking. In a 5-minute overtime, the Denver Nuggets scored 27 points. And the Timberwolves scored 23. How does that happen? The Nuggets trailed by 9 points at one point in the overtime. And they come back to win by 4 at the end of the day. And they actually had that lead and were kind of hanging on, protecting it, free throw fest, that sort of thing. The Nuggets shot 44% from 3. 44%. 27 points in overtime. They scored more points in a 5-minute overtime than they did in the second quarter and the fourth quarter. So if you were there last night, you're probably not listening to us. Let's just keep it real. If you were there, you probably did have the day off, by the way, if you were there last night. But that was one of the most ridiculous games at Ball Arena ever. High-quality opponent. Back-and-forth nature. Big lead. Gave up big lead. Last-second shot to send it into overtime. Big deficit in overtime. Overcoming the deficit in overtime to win the game on Christmas Eve with Joker, the third highest amount of points scored ever on Christmas Day in the history of the NBA. You got Bernard King with 60. You got Wilt Chamberlain 61 with, I think, 57. Might be wrong on that. Something like that. And then the Joker with 56 last night. Absolutely insane. Let's hear David Adelman agreeing with me about it being a classic.
I always say this because I've been a part of the other side of it. They're going to show this game 20 years from now, and I'll crack open a beer and watch it. There's other ones that I flip on NBA TV, and I immediately turn the channel. It's one of those crazy NBA games with two really good teams, top-tier teams. Proud that we found a way, and to your point, just had enough resolve to not say this game's over. You know, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, let's go home. We just stayed with it.
I give them so much credit. I thought the Nuggets were going to lose by 20 on this one. They've got a 7-game road trip that they're getting up for today. 13 days, 7 games, just a beast of a road trip. To me, I looked at this game and the 7-game road trip at the same thing. I looked at it as an 8-game sort of block. And in my head, I'm like, man, if you go 3-5 on this road trip, you're probably doing okay. But the Joker's, he's so special. Any discussion at all about, now he's got 2 50-point games on the season. Any discussion at all? Oh, I got to read you a tweet from Stephen A. about the MVP other than Jokic is you're not paying attention. And I kind of get it. Like, who watched this game on the East Coast? Seriously. I mean, it's all day of NBA stuff. The best game of the day was this one. But I mean, it's wrapping up at 1:35 a.m. East Coast time. Here's Stephen A. Smith. Forgive me. I can't do a good Stephen A. I'll just read it. Forgive me for stating the obvious on Christmas night. But regardless of what happens, I just want to remind everyone that this brother, the Ant-Man, is something special to behold. He said he dropped 40. He was interviewed by Shams. I'll be damned if he hasn't. My favorite player, him and the great Steph Curry. So never mind the guy who threw in 56 points and won the game. No. Let's talk about your favorite guy, Anthony Edwards, who scored 40, which is great. 44 to be specific. Great player. But let's point out that this, when you want to hear about like East Coast bias, in a classic game like last night, for a prominent journalist, rolling my eyes, to give kudos to the guy who didn't score 56 points. Hey, I know this one dude scored 56, 16, 14, and I know his team was without 3 starters. But let me tell you about Anthony Edwards. He said he was going to score 40. That's because Jokic would never brag on himself. Okay, you know what? It's an old story. That sort of thing is just so old. Here's David Adelman on the Joker.
Yeah, he still made the right play all the time, even though it's 56, 16, and 15. There were times when they came back at the end of regulation where, it's funny to me, the Dallas game, he makes the pass to Peyton, and then I hear chatter from my friends that he should have shot it. And then tonight he keeps making the right play. And, it's like guys miss shots also tonight, but we won the game, and his stat line's crazy. But I think because his stat line is crazy is the reason being is he makes the right play all the time. And when you do that, I just think your efficiency stays where it's at because in your mind, you're playing with the right flow. You're just making the right play each time. So just proud of him, the way he played and his whole approach to the game. And I'll just keep saying, like, just don't get tired of this. Like, it's the best player in the world, man. It's just bottom line. And what he does nightly is it's important to the game of basketball. It's good for sports. It's good for his head coach.
It's good for all of us. It's great for all of us. So there you go. There's your update on the Joker and the Nuggets. And way to go, Spurs. They have beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 3 times.
Ethical.
Awesome. They're for real. They're for real. That's not phony right there. So your 3 teams. I mean, obviously Minnesota's for real to a degree. Lakers, yeah. I mean, the West is ridiculous. The West is unbelievable. Who are we afraid of in the East? Wow, Detroit low. Look at that. That's interesting. Detroit, 24-6. Knicks, 21-9. But you know what they're gonna do. You know what the Knicks are really good at.
Hey, man, no Pacers in this playoffs. Let me tell you.
No,
not gonna see them out there.
No, you sure aren't. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Football yesterday. We'll get to it here in a second. Dan Campbell. I guess the good parts of Dan Campbell left when Ben Johnson went to Chicago, huh? Have you ever seen anything more pathetic in your life than the Detroit Lions yesterday? Oh my God,
man!
Oh my Lord!
There's a friend of mine who has, I think, 3 offensive players for the Lions on their fantasy team, and the championship is this weekend.
Yeah, how's he doing,
brother? Oh my God.
How's he feeling today?
Never seen someone more upset.
I mean, the Vikings were desperately trying to give the Lions the game. You know that, though, right? I mean, it was like,
Yeah, man, I saw they had a quarterback, and they just
yeah,
couldn't do anything.
I mean, you're minus. Well, I mean, it was minus. Was it -6 or -5? I mean, they were -5 for a long time. Hold on, let me double check the exact number here. Yeah, -6. Right. I mean, as you lost by 13, 23-10, but it was -5, and it was a game. Like, it was like, hey, Lions are -5 giveaway takeaway. They got the ball with a chance to tie. What? Okay, we'll get into that in your Denver Broncos with a great win, an outstanding win. So I am not, as Alex Singleton said, I'm not going to shizzle on anybody's. Did he say shizzle on a parade? You'd rain on a parade. Anyways, whatever. I'm here to say, way to go, Broncos. Way to go, Bo Nix. Way to go, Sean Payton. I am thrilled by their win yesterday. Thrilled. And for those of you who aren't, and there's a lot of you, I'll explain why, even though I love you for listening this early, you're a bit of a moron. Just a bit. Just glanced off you, the moron-ish. Details coming up. Brett is off for one final day, and he's back on Monday. So Matt Smith has done such an amazing job. So I really have so much respect for how Matt has been great with Vic and Moj. And we all are going to be very excited to have Brett back. And we go here at the old radio station back to back from Raj having a kid and Brett having a kid. And it just goes to show you the talent of our bench here. I mean, I'm really proud to be part of this station. That you can have guys that have kids, and that's wonderful for their families. And, Berto and Matt Smith, and then a bunch of different people here in the 6 a.m. hour, sort of just filling in. I'm probably the worst substitute out of everybody, which is discouraging considering how long I've done this. But I'm thrilled to be here with you this morning for the final time. I have no idea when I'll do another 6 a.m. shift, Chris, ever. I did do this for 20 years. I did do mornings for 20 years.
Wow, holy cow.
22-0. And it was amazing how quickly I got used to not doing mornings. But not complaining, just describing. Not breaking big rocks into little rocks here, as the expression goes. Just talking about sports, having a good time. No big deal. Glad to be here. It does prevent me, I did not go to the Nuggets game last night, but we did have the Mile High post-game show on Altitude TV that I ended up screwing up because I'm an idiot. I was screwing up for other people, which made me feel bad.
Oh, it's all right, man.
Ugh.
Dust yourself off.
I won't even bother. It's fine. And then Altitude After Dark, I did that with Coach Sanford about the Broncos. And there was a smidgen. If I wasn't doing this, you know what? If I wasn't doing this, I would have hauled butt down, even just for the fourth quarter, and I would have been rewarded. But the waking up and doing this is maybe I shouldn't be rolling down to Ball Arena at 11 p.m. when the game's still going on. But I could have. As we found out, I could have done that and made it for the end of the game. So the Nuggets win. Great. Let's talk about the Broncos. Okay? They win 20-13. You just got to be honest with yourself right now. Are you happy that they won, or does it bother you? Now, I'll tell you this. Ain't a lot of people out there who are going to watch before this game the Chiefs against the Titans. I'm going to guess you didn't. I'm going to guess most of the talk show hosts here on this station didn't. I'm pretty sure about that.
Can confirm that, honestly.
Right, just be honest. Have an honest moment here, everybody. Did you sit down and watch every play of the Titans-Chiefs game? I'm going to guess you didn't. And by the way, how many of you, be honest, how many of you had really watched a Jacksonville game start to finish? Okay. Never mind the past month of Jacksonville games. Now, you didn't have to watch a month of Chiefs games because things changed so radically for them with Minshew going out, never mind Mahomes. But had you watched the game against the Titans, you would have seen what Andy Reid and Spagnolo, you would have seen what they were going to do moving forward with Chris Turducken. Oladokin, I gotcha. It's just more fun to say Turducken. Let me just call him Chris Turducken. And my God, I wanted to vomit. How many times did we have to be reminded by Kirk Herbstreit and Al Michaels that Oladukin is friends with Patrick Mahomes? We get it.
Man, I hope so.
They're buddies.
I hope the quarterback room likes each other, honestly. I'd be concerned if they hated each other.
I loved how they were doing play-by-play by osmosis. Well, this guy, he knows Patrick Mahomes. They hang out, so clearly he's probably pretty good because they were trying to shine a turd. But they were probably thrilled that it was a compelling game. And had you watched the Tennessee Chiefs game, that 13-point spread was a sucker's bet. Now, there was a shot that the Broncos could have got there, to the joy of Al Michaels, who's a complete, I'm not going to say degenerate, but I don't know if anybody is more aware of the lines over history as a play-by-play guy than Al Michaels. But they were in a position where a pick six could have got them over the 13.5. That could theoretically have happened. It could have. What we thought was going to happen in this game is that you're going to force Chris Turducken to chase. And once you force a third string, barely hanging on to life, but friends with Mahomes, quarterback, to chase, he would make mistakes. But as long as he wasn't chasing, had you watched the Tennessee-Kansas City game, you would have seen he is going to move around. Not run necessarily, but he's going to move around enough so that he's not taking risky throws down the field. You would have also seen a team that was so depleted defensively, they were just not going to let you beat them down the field. But you could pick up all sorts of short yardage to move the ball wherever you wanted. And the Titans-Chiefs game, 26-9. And that's clearly what this game should have been too. Something along those lines. The only reason Kansas City had a chance to score a touchdown is because they got a turnover. And the truth of the matter is, the Broncos are not a takeaway team. I hate to say it. I wish it wasn't the fact, but they don't take the ball away. The story has been written on that one this season. They are -5 in giveaway takeaway on the year and have 13 wins. That is bonkers. I have no idea how you look that up, but my guess is, if that isn't the biggest discrepancy between giveaway and takeaway and wins in NFL history, I'll be stunned. It probably isn't, who knows, but it's got to be up there. You were -3. You were -2 against Jacksonville. How did that feel? You're -1 against Kansas City, and it kept KC in the game. And the inability for the Broncos early to finish in the red zone, and it didn't feel that bad on their first possession because it went forever. Like, they had 4 drives over 14 plays long. First drive, 14 plays, 8:02. Third drive, not so great. Fourth drive, 16, 8:04. They come out of, they give up a field goal. They only had the ball one time in the third quarter. 14 plays, 9:47. And then to wrap things up, 14 plays, 65 yards, 6:18. That is bonkers. The time of possession was ridiculous. 39-28 for the Broncos, 20-32 for the Chiefs. That's insane. Total yards, 303 for the Broncos, 139 for the Chiefs. Third down by the Broncos, 11 for 18. Are you kidding me? Passing, 175 to 57. The Broncos kicked the Chiefs' butt. They killed them, except on the scoreboard where it was a nip and tuck game and the Chiefs had a chance to tie and theoretically win the game had they scored the touchdown and gone for 2. And why wouldn't they, by the way? They would have. But, it didn't happen, and they got close, and they got to the degree that good thing the Broncos scored a touchdown and not just a field goal. And it's incredible to look at the penalties. The first penalty of the game, and the Chiefs only had 2, but the first penalty of the game was Chris Jones getting him to jump. Now, this play was really, really interesting. Sean was not going to go for it. So for everybody out there, myself included, who was like, kick the field goal, Sean Payton agreed with you. He agreed with you. He was going to kick the field goal. But they've got to play. It's called Harrisburg. Why? I have no idea. There's no real meaning for that. And on Harrisburg, it is a wildcat formation with R.J. Harvey as the quarterback in the gun, bows spread out, so it looks goofy. But in this call, you don't move. No matter what happens, you don't move. So there's nothing to think about if you're the Broncos. They're very close anyways. Taking a 5-yard delay is no big deal. Good play for this situation. Harrisburg on 2. Well, guess who calls Harrisburg? Which, hey man, I've been following the NFL for a long time. To think of somebody besides the quarterback saying, hut, 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 all that stuff, anybody can do it. I don't know if you knew that or not. I guess it doesn't surprise me, but it wasn't like front of my mind that literally anybody can do it. Quinn Miners was doing the hut, hut, hut. Quinn Miners, the guard, not the center, the guard, was barking out the signals. And it was Quinn Miners who got Chris Jones to jump. Quinn saw it immediately, jumped out, then they snapped it, then you get the flag, and then you get a touchdown, a pretty easy touchdown after that. Here is Sean on that.
It's a no-brainer freeze, but it was at a different formation, one we'd never shown. We were going to take the delay game. I don't know why we called it Harrisburg, because it looked like a play we have called Pittsburgh, and no one moves in Harrisburg. I think that's why we just came up with that. And it's a unique one because it involves you're on the road, so it involves a heel, and then Meinertz is barking the cadence out. So he gets hat off to him. He gets Air Jordans for the offensive line. The last time we were able to do that, it was Nate, and so he got 5 pair. Obviously, that changed the complexity of the clock. That was a big play.
That's pretty cool. The entire offensive line gets Air Jordans because they got him to jump on that play. That's pretty cool. That's a nice little fun reward. Here's Chris Jones on the offsides.
I know. Yeah, that could have saved us 4 points. I felt like the guard moved. But yeah, critical situation. I got to be better. I'm going to beat myself up about that one. So close. I know it, man. I know it. We're right there.
Man, I feel that, Chris Jones.
Yeah, man, I feel
Been there,
terrible
pal.
for him. Yeah.
Been there, pal.
I knew it. Oh, God, dagnabbit. I knew it. I knew those damn kids. And if it wasn't for that pesky dog. It's a Scooby-Doo. Okay. Anyways, we'll get to Travis Kelce and all of that here in a second. But, it was huge to get that. By the way, Bo on the a running touchdown. But also, Bo had to scramble around for that touchdown and throw a nice little bullet to R.J. Harvey. That wasn't an easy play. Nothing came easy. And the Chiefs mucked it up. Why? Well, they were playing a soft zone. And in the soft zone, not to go to X's and O's, because it's your boy DMac here. But more or less what they were doing is, if you want to run the ball against us, we're going to let you take the ball 6-7 yards at a pop, especially if you can get past the first level. So if your offensive line can somewhat control our defensive line, we're going to play 2 safeties deep. We are not going to get beat over the top. We're going to give you the middle of the field, and we're going to, we'll contest you at the line of scrimmage. We'll see how you do, but we ain't going to blitz. We're not going to bring pressure. And we'll see how you fare. Now, the most effective thing to do off of that is just run the ball, and you can do that right down the field into the red zone pretty easily. It's not a great defense to win games in the NFL. It's not. It gives up way too many yards, and if you get behind the 8 ball, you got to chase. So it's a hard defense to stay in the NFL. Well, you can stay in it if your team that you're playing is kicking field goals in the red zone, not touchdowns. And that's exactly what happened. And by the way, did you catch what the score was at halftime? Broncos 6, Chiefs 7.
You got to be kidding me.
Just saying. Little 6-7 action there.
I'm going to clip that, It's going right on this soundboard.
It was funny because on TV, too, that's how it looked, because they don't, I don't know. It was just Broncos. They had the Broncos first, maybe alphabetical order, 6, Chiefs 7, 6, 7 at halftime. So because of the defense the Chiefs were playing, listen, it's the way to sort of prevent teams from quickly scoring on you. It forces teams into longer drives. However, it's a terrible defense for stopping your opponent. Your opponent should be able to pile up the first downs, which the Broncos did, by the way, 22-10. But with Chris Turducken as the quarterback, with the season over, with many subs playing defense, Spags and Andy Reid were just like, well, this will give us at least a shot. And it did. It did. And Bo Nix said he was surprised. Sean Payton at halftime was beside himself. He was like, what are we doing? I got to run the ball here more. You see his halftime interview? I got just got to run the ball more. And they got to it to a degree more in the second half, but the Broncos did punt in the second half. They only had 2 punts, but punting is terrible against that defense. You should not punt. You should never punt against that defense. And they punted twice, and that cost them. It should be at least a field goal because it's really not hard to move the ball against that defense up and down the field. Whether or not you can finish in the red zone when the field gets more condensed, I mean, that's kind of a different deal. But against a soft zone defense like that, I mean, it's like, how do you not get to like at least the 25-yard line? And so for the Broncos to fail to do that twice, that's where you could be critical. That's fair to be critical. But for those out there that are just like, oh, we should have won by 40, you were never going to win by 40 or 30 or even 20. No, you needed to pay attention to how the Chiefs were going to handle this game, and nobody did. Nobody did. Even Sean Payton was taken by surprise, which is like, did you watch the Tennessee game? So for me, I was like, yeah, this absolutely makes sense. You didn't score in the red zone touchdowns, so it's going to be close. Oladukin is going to move around a little bit, so he's going to get some first downs. They're not going to score unless you give them the ball. Oh, it's an interception. And by the way, I get it. Yeah, Bo probably shouldn't have put the ball where he did on that interception, but that took a miracle. Give me a break. That was a miracle play for that interception. All right? Bo, 26 of 38, but his air yards were tiny. So there were a lot of very short completions, which are almost identical to a handoff anyways. 32 rushing attempts, 14 for 43 for RJ Harvey, but he did have a receiving touchdown. Bo had a rushing touchdown. You're not going to hang this in the Louvre. It's not going to be like the Nuggets game, an instant classic, not at all. But I don't know if you remember, there was a time where Bill Belichick and the Patriots came in here, and I think it was a depleted Broncos team. It was kind of the same deal. And the Broncos were just like, we just don't let you beat us over the top. And Bill Belichick and Tom Brady were like, okay, fine. And like the Patriots beat the Broncos like 16-6, something like that. And this was what this game was here. When you have a team that's just down on their luck, they got nothing going on, they are going to play so conservative. And like Sean said, we're going to work the clock. They're going to work the clock too. And the result is a, somewhat of a boring football game because it's not action-packed. And unless you can get a takeaway, and the Broncos suck at takeaways. So now everybody's like, well, they're clearly just going to lose in the playoffs. No. Who this team is a team that doesn't take the ball away and wins by very small margins. Period. No matter who they're playing, whether they're playing a really good team or a team that blows like the Chiefs. And that's the truth. All right, Travis Kelce, and we'll hear more from Bo Nix and Sean Payton coming up next. I ended up watching the Taylor Swift documentary on Disney Plus. Dude, she's actually incredible, period. And I think sometimes you look at the poppy songs and all that stuff, and it's easy to sort of dismiss her because a lot of it's just like, ugh, okay, whatever, 12-year-old girls. But if you just dig into who she is and what she is as a songwriter, performer, person, like, I'm blown away. By the way, I'm officially a Swiftie after watching the documentary.
Congratulations.
Yeah. And I can, whatever with Shake It Off and some of them songs, but like the Bon Iver song, Exile, and Taylor Swift, which I was not aware of, unbelievable. Like, some of the things that she's done with other people are incredible, and as a writer and performer, she's amazing. And I bring this up under this context because a lot of things yesterday were about Travis Kelce. Huge part of it was. And it's a huge decision that he has to make. He's getting married in June in Rhode Island to Taylor Swift. And you're not going to find me making like fun of them or whatever. I think it's awesome. I think they're two people in their mid to upper 30s, that sort of thing.
Two crazy kids out there falling in love.
Well, they're not really kids. That's the thing. They're not kids. They're probably a couple people that just didn't know where things were going to go in that department in life. Not to be too serious here, but it was an overriding theme of that game yesterday in that broadcast, like what's going to happen with Travis Kelce. And when I look at, she's just an amazing person, the end. And you can rip me for saying that. And I think my man card was revoked, which is dumb. Because what she brings to this world is, it's unbelievable. And Travis Kelce, it's easy to sort of dislike him because he plays for the Chiefs. But how do you not respect perhaps the greatest tight end of all time? Seriously. I have a lot of respect for Travis Kelce. And whatever he does, we'll see. The Broncos were able to more or less shut him down, although he is their best player. At his age, and it wasn't a lot, was only 5 catches, a couple of them timely, 36 yards. And for a while, he didn't see the ball at all. So there really wasn't anything going on there. And it's not how you'd like to end a surefire first ballot Hall of Fame career. Here is Travis Kelce about what might be his final home game.
No, the only time it ever crossed my mind is I was driving in the other day and I saw how much the Powerball was. And I was like, man, if I could just win that, I wouldn't have to work another day in my life. Honestly, I've been just focused on trying to win football games, man. I'll let that be a decision that I make with my family, friends, the Chiefs organization when the time comes.
Okay. So they're on the broadcast, and Al Michaels is trying to set up Kirk Herbstreit. By the way, that is funny when he's talking about the Powerball.
He just has that switch, man, and it just never turns off.
Listen, if you don't understand the humor of, if I only had the Powerball, he's marrying the Powerball. He doesn't have to work. He's got $100 million whatever podcast deal with his brother. If he wanted to do TV, I think Gronk is mediocre at best. Travis Kelce would be way better than Gronk. He can pick whatever TV station he wants to go to. His life is pretty sweet right now. So whether or not he wants to be with his crowd, his team, without Patrick Mahomes for a minute, we'll see. I don't know. It's up to him. Do whatever you want to do, bro. I don't care. I have a lot of respect for you. It's been fun watching Travis Kelce over the years. The games have been more interesting, even though they've decidedly gone the Chiefs' way, not the Broncos. So I props to him, man. But Al Michaels is trying to set up Kirk Herbstreit to mention something about like the big wedding. And by the way, the TV broadcast, I think they cut to Taylor Swift like twice. There was way more cutaways just to Patrick Mahomes sitting in the box with Gardner Minshew, which is pretty funny. Yeah, I think, and Taylor Swift showed up in the second quarter, which is another it's conveniently late. Probably doesn't want to hang out with Brittany Mahomes. I mean, do you blame her for that? But Al Michaels is trying to set up Kirk Herbstreit to talk about it. He says Kirk Herbstreit goes, well, Travis Kelce's going to have other things in the offseason. And Herbstreit just keeps going into football stuff. It's like, hey, Herbie, you dummy. I'm setting you up to talk about Taylor Swift here for like a second. Al Michaels is looking at Herbstreit like, oh, why can't I have John Madden back? He's dead. But the Nicolas Cage movie looks interesting.
There's a Nick Cage John Madden movie?
How did you miss that being advertised yesterday?
How did I miss that?
They
Because I was seeing a movie, actually.
They had promos of it like 10,000 times. Nicolas Cage and it's actually the lineup of actors in it are really good. Christian Bale is Al Davis. It's kind of a banger cast they have for this movie. Anyways, my point is, we'll see with Travis Kelce, but this is an end of the era for the Chiefs. Now, if they're going to be able to reconstitute, fine, but it's going to take a lot of work. Ain't no guarantees, and you're going to have to do it with a lot of new people. No guarantees on that. So what you saw was a changing of the guard yesterday, which is awesome for Broncos fans. Awesome. It's the first time they've swept the Chiefs since 2012. It's the first time they've beat the Chiefs in Kansas City since 2015. But there's going to be a lot more ass kickings to come from the Broncos over the Chiefs in the coming years. Bo Nix is pretty phenomenal, everybody. Bo Nix, let me get these numbers here. Okay. Bo Nix became the only quarterback in NFL history with 20-plus wins, 7,500-plus passing yards, and 50-plus passing touchdowns in his first 2 seasons. John Elway went 13-3 in his second year. Bo Nix is 13-3 as a starting quarterback for your Denver Broncos in his second year. Don't worry how they've done it. It's been an awesome season. And yeah, it was great to sort of get the stink of the Jacksonville game off your plate, but still, that was a really quick turnaround. And these quick turnaround games on a holiday, not easy, really difficult. I don't care what it is. And they mucked it up. KC did. They did a good job hanging in there. The Broncos did dominate the game. They did, except for on the scoreboard, but they did enough to win, and that's all that matters. So I say, way to go, Broncos. And we got one hell of a game against the Chargers coming up.
Oh, baby. Whew.
And the Chargers take on the Texans. The Patriots play the Jets. Both of those teams will win. So likely you're going to have a huge showdown for number 1 and the AFC West, all coming up at Empower Field a week from Sunday. And we are here to talk about it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before. And so that's all that's important. Man, hard-fought win. I thought Kansas City did a good job, kind of understood real quickly their plan to run that clock and play a lot of coverage. Having known Steve and played against his defense, they just really wanted that clock to run, and they played a lot of soft zone. We began running it maybe more effectively. You always have to remember this. Man, you're playing the heart of a champion. Andy and this team, I don't care who comes out of that locker room. This is a team that basically has been at the top of our league. There's a ton of respect we have for what they've been able to accomplish.
Good morning. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. We certainly did here in the Mile High City. How about a pair of wins for you? A Broncos win, moving to the only team to reach the 13-win club so far in the NFL this year, holding on to their top spot in the AFC, and sweeping the Chiefs for the first time since 2014 with their first win in Kansas City since 2015. Good morning, Vic. Good morning, Moj. How we doing this morning, gentlemen?
What a wonderful Christmas. What a gulp 2 or 3 times in the span of 4 hours Christmas. Last night was crazy. And I know we'll get into that Nuggets finish. The Broncos game, I mean, how else do you describe a game that shouldn't be close, but was close, but still was satisfying, and still got the results you needed? What is that? How do you describe that? Did I describe it? Did I just do that? What is that? And why are you wearing electrician glasses? Moser, are those safety glasses or goggles or something? What are those?
They look like regular old specs to me.
Oh, they do? Oh, sorry. Maybe it's just this angle.
Yeah.
Bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I have a flaw in my eyeballs, so I have to wear glasses. So
Right. Don't you remember him telling you?
Yeah, I'm a total ass. Yeah.
No,
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Merry
For
Christmas,
me with
Bose,
bad
right?
eyes. Yeah, it's cool.
I'm sorry. I did not know that we were going to lab after this.
Man, the first 13 win season since 2013 for the Broncos. And look, we talked about this. Walking into Arrowhead and losing that football game would have been catastrophic to levels that we have not seen. Now, would it have been nice if maybe the offense could have found a way to capitalize and turn 3s into 7s in the first half? Yeah, that would have been nice. But what you saw was a team who was able to replicate the recipe that they used to beat Vegas, a team that was far inferior and one of those that may be tough to get up for. However, you're at the final stretch here, the last 2 games. You win the last 2, and you win the AFC, and the Super Bowl run has to come through Denver. And what they did yesterday was what I thought to be a professional win. You didn't have your best stuff. You're down multiple starters. Injuries are starting to pile up a little bit for you against a team that has nothing to play for other than the spoiler role. And you came up big. You did.
Playing to the level of the competition. I don't know if they came up big.
Did they win?
Yeah, I mean that's.
Are they
coming
one?
up
Are they one
big?
game? Are they one game away from the AFC?
yeah.
But what is your definition of coming up big?
Yeah, I've got. Let me explain where I am. Mitchell, turn me up a tiny bit, please. There was a TV show called The X-Files. Remember that show? Anybody remember The
Sure.
X-Files?
Sure,
Vic,
yeah.
remember The X-Files?
Yeah.
So you had the redhead. What was her name? Whatever the redhead was. Okay. But
Ginger.
Yeah, Marianne and Ginger. Mm-hmm. But there was a guy named Fox Mulder. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
He had a poster on his wall in his office. And what did it say? Had a spaceship. Nobody remembers crap. You guys are all idiots.
I remember the show, The
Why
X-Files.
would we remember? He can't even tell you who the characters are, and you go into these long asides and these ridiculous things that you only know. I mean, and you expect us to know what you know.
Because he had a poster in his office with an alien spaceship on it that said, "I want to believe." I am Fox Mulder when it comes to the Broncos. I want to believe. I do. I want to believe. But I'm listening to DMac talk about Bo Nix, and he's basically slurping all over the place.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, I mean, he's just like slurping his Slurpee. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, dudes, they didn't do jack crap yesterday. They should have smoked that team. That you got Chris, what's his face?
Oladokin.
Yeah, running around and whatever else. They've got as many problems or more problems than you have. And you go and you play with your food for 3.5 quarters. I mean, come on, man.
Let me
No,
defend
don't
Louis
defend.
here.
What?
Here's what the Chiefs did. The game plan. Here's what the Chiefs did. Let me put it in hockey terms for you. When it's 3-on-3 overtime hockey, they basically kept the puck in their zone the entire time.
Yeah, never tried to shoot the puck.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's what they did.
Yeah.
In basketball terms, they played the delay game. They played the four corner. That's what they did. They tried to milk the clock. You heard Sean Payton talk about it. At the same time, my only reaction to that would be if they play a soft zone and then want you to just take little bits and pieces, run the ball better. That would be my reaction.
I just remind both of you.
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before. And so that's all that's important.
He's right.
Are we clear?
He's right.
Are we clear? Have we achieved the goals this season?
Goal 1 is try to go win your division. Goal 2 is try to get the best seed. And then goal 3 is, try to win a world championship. And so we still haven't really accomplished 1, 2, or 3.
Hey, that was from a couple of weeks ago, and it still remains the same. Everything is right out in front of them. And look, I understand. It was not a great game. They did not play their best football. However, this time of year, I mean, did we really expect them to go in and put like 40 on KC?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, but at the same time, you're exaggerating one end of this too much.
Okay.
Sure, nobody expected them to put 40, but nobody expected it to come down to the final play either. I mean, come on.
I mean,
Louis,
did it really come down to the final play, though?
Sure. Yeah. Because if they score, they're going to go for 2. And if they go for 2, your heart is up in your Adam's apple.
Yeah, I just was never that worried about it. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but I trusted their defense. Oh my God, really? So what do you want? The Broncos are 13-3.
I know.
Hold on.
It's so I don't listen. You are 1,000% correct, Matt. 1,000% correct. I don't know what to do with myself on this post-Christmas Friday. I don't know what to do because I can't sit here on this program and lie to the people on television, lie to the people in Radio Land, lie to the people in Twitch feed and wherever the hell else we're going around the globe. All you Romans in Rome watching at the Irish pub somewhere. What's the name of that place? You don't even know. You're Italian. Watching at the Irish pub in Rome, Italy. I can't sit here and lie to you and say, man, that was badass. Because it wasn't badass. You beat a downtrodden, crappy, broken up, third-string quarterback junk team who has nothing to play for. And Vic's right. It came down to the last play of the game. I mean, if they score, then they're going for 2, and you may lose the damn game. But listen, they won the game. They're 13-3. But I can't sit here and pretend that I'm happy or excited or that I believe, because I don't. I want to believe. I'm Fox Mulder.
Just to understand what they are. They are a team that plays to the level of competition, and next week we'll reveal a little bit more. Next week, I hope, by the way, they played a guy whose quarterback was dribbling the football in the backfield on a couple occasions. He literally took the ball out of his hands and started dribbling it before throwing it. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but
it happened once.
This guy, they were playing basketball here.
Jamal Murray was quarterbacking the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday.
But I want you to know this, though, Boj.
What?
I think this is what this team is.
Yeah.
This is what you have to stomach. They're still, everything Louis said is right. They still control their own fate.
He's 1,000% correct.
And next week, I hope, this is me now, you guys may all disagree with me and hope that, you guys probably hope the Chargers get beat by the Texans this week. I don't. I want that game to matter. I want the season finale to matter. I want it to matter that much. That's me.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm trying to ask is you've got the first team in NFL history with 12 come-from-behind wins. I don't know why we're all that surprised. You were both telling me heading into this game that 13.5 was a lot of points. I know we kind of all talked ourselves into by the last segment the fact that, hey, look, they should dominate. And, guys, they should have. They should have won by a more significant margin. But to be honest with you, late in the year, you're without Pat Bryant, big part of your offense. Kansas City's playing their shell the entire time, and you're forcing Bo to have to be patient. And one thing that I think we can all agree on is that, I don't know, over this winning streak that they've put together overall this season, there have been some times when he's gotten some happy feet in the pocket. He gets outside the pocket and tries to make something happen. I mean, look at what they did drives-wise last night. They had 4 drives over 14 plays.
Yeah.
They were really trying to be methodical and intentional. And they were playing not to lose, but they won. And I think against a bad team, you can get away with that.
I agree. I mean, I'm not going to complain about the win. Unlike Moser, I'm not going to go that far. They won the game. There's certain things, if a team's going to play that kind of coverage, if they're going to play 2 high safeties, and they're going to allow you everything underneath, I expect the run game to be better than it was. That's my only expectation. Because if another team does that to you that has any offensive power, you're going to lose that kind of game if you can't run the ball. I thought their inability to establish some competent runs, and you look at the final stats. Oh, well, no, you know better than that. No, everybody knows better. Man, you got to run the ball more effectively.
I agreed, Vic. I hate to sit here on a Friday after they won, after 13-3, after all of this, and complain about anything. I hate it. But let's be honest with yourself. Be intellectually honest.
Okay, so let's talk about it. What do we need to not lie about this morning?
I'm worried about the run game.
I think that's a valid concern.
I'm worried about opposing teams, and I'll know a lot next week. I'm worried about opposing teams sort of mirroring that and saying, okay, clearly you guys are not effective in that area, so we're going to focus on whatever pass game you're going to bring to the table here. Because there were too many instances where holes were there or opportunities were there, and they just couldn't move it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, you played a practice squad quarterback.
Yep.
Who until last week had never taken a snap in the National Football League. You hold him to 66 yards passing, net 57. You hold the Chiefs to 82 yards rushing, junk. And Vic is right. It came down to the last play of the game. Why? And you may say, I don't care how pretty it is. I don't care how aesthetically pleasing.
Special teams were awful.
You're whistling by the graveyard, and Sean Payton is whistling by the graveyard. Mm-hmm. He knows if you play that game against any other playoff team in your conference, you're going to get your asses kicked. And that's the bottom line. You can't average 4.8 yards per pass against a team that's given up on the season. You can't. Which is what you did. Am I wrong about that? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Here's the thing. I had this gal, Crystal, on the old X feed. What do you call it now? X, Twitter, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Still called Twitter.
Mm-hmm. It's your fault.
It will always be.
It's your fault, Moser. You predicted a big win, and now they're tied up in this dogfight. Blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
They should be better. Buffalo would have worked Kansas City like a rib. And you know what? Any other playoff team in the AFC would have gone into Kansas City against Chris Olowokandi and beat his ass. That's all there is to it.
This is Bo Nix last night on having to stay patient against that defensive look.
Honestly, it's the exact opposite of what I thought we were going to get. I thought they were going to pressure us like crazy, but you're right. We got a bunch of too high zone the whole game, and they put a lid on top of it, and they make it tough to find explosive plays, so you just got to inch your way down the field, and I think they were taking things away, so it was just finding completions underneath. And, I mean, as you were playing it, you knew you weren't going to throw for a lot of yards. Just you see how many completions you can hit in a row and get the ball to playmakers in space and get a first down after first down. And patience is the key in a game like that. And really in this league, it's all about patience. And obviously the plays we scored on, they were longer drives, a lot of plays. So we just did what we had to do, but that was a good defense.
Let me offer one little thought here. The Broncos scored touchdowns on 2 of their first 3 drives in the second half. Their last drive was one play. It was done deal. Okay? So in the first half, I agree with you. The offense was really sluggish. It was frustrating. And the fact that you had 2 separate 8+ minute drives end in field goals, which, by the way, the first time since 1999 that the Broncos have had multiple drives in the first half of more than 8 minutes long end in field goals. So you chewed up 16 minutes of game clock right there. And your other drive was an interception. So I'm with you. They needed to execute better offensively. However, they were stringing things together. They just were not very good in the red zone.
Okay, let's apply grades, because I think a lot of times the big solution is just to apply grades to each outfit. What grade would you give the Broncos defense last night?
Against
Yep.
third string
I
practice
don't care
squad
who you're
quarterback.
against. Listen,
I'd say
no,
it was a
I
B.
don't care who you're playing against.
Okay.
What grade you give the
Solid
team
B.
that outgained the other team 303 to 139? That's
Solid
a team
B.
that gained 139 yards of offense. What grade do you give the defense?
Okay, A plus 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 plus.
Louis, what grade do you give the defense?
I'd give him about a B+ last night.
A plus, the best defense I've ever seen in my life.
You're being facetious. I mean,
Yeah,
are we going to have? Are you going to be like Anthony Edwards and be a juvenile all morning, or are you just going? Are you going to be serious?
I'm probably going to be a juvenile.
Well, good. How about you, Vic? What would you grade him?
I'd give him a B+, A-, only because the one element of this defense that's lacking is they don't take the ball away.
Right.
And you got a dude on the other side dribbling in the backfield, and you can't take the ball away once. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give him a B+. Offensively, what do you rate the Broncos?
C minus.
Yeah, probably D+, C-. It just wasn't great. Although they did have three different guys with 40 or more rushing yards last night.
Okay, so we got a B, a D. Did you say D or C?
C minus.
C minus. Okay. What do you rank the special teams?
I don't know, man.
About average.
Yeah, I was going to
I
say.
thought they were terrible.
I was just going to say like a C. Like they're passing. Well, actually, they're better than passing. Okay, they're better than passing. I'd say a C, probably a C.
2 returns to midfield? No, not acceptable if you're going to play that, hey, this team has nothing game. So you just told me, based on the grades, that that's a C performance by the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Well, Brashard Smith played pretty damn well. I mean, I'm going to give him credit on the kick and the punt returns. I mean, he was elusive, so good for him. But all right, fine. I'm giving him a C, just a solid C. Bring the bell curve down.
And maybe that's a function of a Thursday nighter, because the last time we saw the Broncos play on Thursday night, they brought a C performance and still eked out a win.
All I'm saying is I think that's a really good point. You've got a short turnaround to Kansas City. You're banged up. It's December. It's Christmas, for crying out loud. I mean, I'm not all that surprised. Would it have been nicer? Yes. But I think I kind of came into the show thinking to myself, guys, look, again, they're the first team in NFL history with 12 come-from-behind wins in a season. They're the first team in NFL history with 11 one-score wins in a season. They still can clinch the number 1 seed this weekend if things fall their way. They still can clinch the AFC West this weekend if things fall their way. Are there concerns heading to the playoffs? Absolutely. Is this the least confident I've felt about them in a little bit?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, as you sit here, though, on this Friday, Merry Christmas to you. I hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. Vic's got his damn sweater on. What even know what it says. Who is that? It's Tony Soprano? Okay.
Yeah.
I saw your stupid hat last night in the postgame, too. Blue Christmas hat crap.
You watched the postgame?
Yeah, I did.
Wow. Okay.
Dedication.
I didn't even watch it, and I was hosting.
Yeah, I know
was
you
watching
were.
the Nuggets.
The fact of the matter is, though, you sit here, Matt, you can sit in that chair with your goatee and lie to yourself. You do not feel good inside. I know you don't. No, you're trying to drum up love and this and that. And, hey, 13-3.
Are you trying to get people to love you, Louis?
It's the first time since my mom went to the grocery store that they did 13-3. Whatever. You're sitting there right now in that chair, and you're lying to yourself. And you Broncos fans out there, God bless you on this Friday morning if you're working, because the rest of America is apparently hungover or asleep, whatever. You don't lie to yourself and tell me you think that's a good team, because that was a crap excuse for a game. They should have blown those guys out. It should not come down to a final drive of a practice squad quarterback. Period. If you're to be taken seriously, and I don't care about this is the NFL, they have given up on the season. Kelsey's done. He's going to ride off into the sunset. They should have been kicking butt. In fact, you know why I say that? You know why I do this with love? I do it with love. Because I believe they're a better team than this. There should be more out of them than this. They should be kicking butt, and they're squeaking, and they're squeaking, and they're squeaking. That's it.
It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Chime in throughout the course of the morning, Safeway Twitch stream, etc., on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. On the other side, 55 points, 16 rebounds, 15 assists.
56 points.
What did I say, 55? Let me try that again. 56 points, 16 rebounds, 15 assists, and a historical night at Ball Arena that we will all remember for a very long time. We'll discuss next.
I always say this because I've been a part of the other side of it. They're going to show this game 20 years from now, and I'll crack open a beer and watch it. There's other ones that I flip on an NBA TV, and I immediately turn the channel. It's one of those crazy NBA games with two really good teams, top-tier teams. Proud that we found a way, and to your point, just had enough resolve to not say this game's over. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, let's go home. We just stayed with it.
What a game at Ball Arena last night. It's a Bud Light Football Friday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. We'll get back to the Broncos here coming up, but we have to talk about the overtime thriller, another Christmas night wonder at Ball Arena. 142-138, Nuggets over the Wolves. Don't look now. Denver's just 3.5 back of Oklahoma City in the division. Continuing on with the best start in franchise history, Denver scored 27 points, Vic, in the last 3 minutes of overtime after trailing 124-115. Nikola Jokic with an all-time performance and a very important home win over your rival.
On 3 separate occasions of that game, I said, this game is over.
Right?
And it wasn't over. I said it was over when the Nuggets were up 15 with 5 minutes to play. And it wasn't over. I said it was over, to be honest, late when they were up by 3 with just seconds left. I felt it was over, and it wasn't over. I said it was over in overtime when Minnesota came out and scored the first 9 points of overtime, and they led by 9 a couple minutes in. I said, okay, this is over. And it wasn't over. Unreal basketball game in terms of thrill and drama on a Christmas night to cap it all off. The fact that Nuggets won that game, I'm still not sure how. Anthony Edwards and his shot at the end of regulation was remarkable. 2 things can be true. Anthony Edwards is a remarkable player. He's also a juvenile.
This is true. It would be hard to disagree. Nikola Jokic with the first game in NBA history of 55 or more points, 15 or more rebounds, and 15 or more assists in a game. It was, quite frankly, one of the best clutch performances we've seen in a very long time. Those 27 points that I mentioned in the final 3 minutes of overtime, NBA record in the final 3 minutes of overtime period. The 18 points that Nikola Jokic scored in overtime, no one's ever done that before. The most in NBA history in an overtime period.
So, again, Anthony Edwards makes a 3 with less than 3 minutes left to go in overtime, and they're up 124-115, Moser, up by 9. After that 3 that Ant makes, after that 3, he didn't do another damn thing. He made one more shot after that, but I think he missed 4 shots. He also got a tech and he got ejected from the game. So he completely imploded at the end of overtime and then waved goodbye to everybody, yelled at the refs, and again, that walk of shame at Ball Arena. It's not the first time we've seen him do the walk of shame. We've seen that before. What do you make of him and his antics?
I used to really like him. I can already tell we're going to have a Friday. We are going to have a Friday. I don't want to get too bombastic here. I'm already fighting with people. I feel like a Vic Lombardi, fighting with people on the text line, telling them to go pound sand, that kind of thing. I don't know that I have ever in my life seen what I saw last night out of Nikola Jokic from another human being. If that one game on Christmas night, and I hope all those idiots, all those coal in your stocking, non-believing jerks were watching. I doubt they were. They're probably out there getting arrested or, at some strip club or some whatever the heck they do. But that was maybe the single greatest performance I've ever seen in my entire life on a basketball floor. I don't know how they won the game. I can't believe they won the game. All I know is it reiterates in my head that I'm watching maybe the greatest basketball player of all time. And if that didn't sew up the MVP again, and he doesn't care, I care. Okay? I don't care if you care. Goatee. I don't care if you care, Santa's little helper. Hey, Mitchell, go be a statue. I don't care. It's the single greatest game I've ever seen from a dude. He's the greatest player I've ever seen in my life. Mm-hmm. It was friggin' unbelievable. They're down 124-115. And what does he do? Knocks down a 27-footer. I mean,
Sure.
It's
just doesn't stop.
It's unbelievable. And then Hardaway makes a running 25-footer. I mean, what are we doing? It was awesome. So I'm incredibly happy with what I saw.
So if Nikola Jokic is that good, and I'm not denying it,
Vic,
obviously,
he's that good. He's that good.
Stephen A. Smith's final tweet of the night regarding the game was giving all the flowers to Anthony Edwards.
I'm sure it
calling
was.
something special
I'm sure
to
it was.
Who
behold.
cares?
Yeah.
I could give a rip. How about Peyton Watson last night on Nikola Jokic? Similar to the tone that Moser just spoke in.
Bro, it's unbelievable. There's no way that we could take for granted or it should go over people's heads what Jokic did tonight, and every night, honestly. We're watching history on a night-to-night basis. That's why I want to continue to stress to the fans just how important it is to show up here and really enjoy this and really kind of not take this for granted, because this is something that doesn't happen again. We will never see anything like this again.
I mean, he knows. He's right. He knows. We will never see it again. God dang it, I wish I was at that game, Vic. God dang it, I wish I was downtown at Ball Arena. God dang it, did I not go to that game? I said, God dang it.
I know, but just take it easy.
I'm not taking it easy, man. It's a Friday morning. This place is a morgue. I'm happy about the Nuggets win. It was unbelievable. So Ant goes for 44, 6, and what?
And a big L is what he went
44, 6, and 6.
And a cold shower early.
And Joker goes for 56, 16, and 15. And Stephen A. Smith has the gall to say, "And is special." You know what? Screw you.
Right.
That shot was special.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that shot was badass.
That shot was
hell of a shot.
Superhuman.
Dude, watching that game, and I'm like, I crumbled when he made it, by the way. I'm like, no. That's one of the greatest corner threes I've ever seen in my life. And Jamal was there. He didn't foul him, obviously. But Jamal was there. It was, turn around to your right three.
Fade away to get that kind of lift.
It was gorgeous, and I crumbled, and I almost died. Mm-hmm. But you know what? Screw you, Stephen A. I don't even have the. Are we on the air or are we on internet?
I believe both, and television, by the way.
Okay, well, I want to talk to my internet folks, and I want to be foul. Okay. I want to be full-on Kyle Keefe, because now that he's got this podcast, him and Riker and Lyles feel like they can just throw out
They can curse every time they want.
Whatever they want to do. I think it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Greatest basketball performance of all time.
Well, the numbers prove it's the greatest overtime. It's the greatest Christmas Day performance ever.
Yep. It's the third highest point total ever. Bernard King had 60. Wilt had 59.
Whoa. Hold on. Bernard King. Dude, you brought up Bernard King. Yeah. Do you know how badass he was?
Yeah, now do his rebounds and assists. Yeah. Everybody goes straight to the point total.
Well, I
know. I'm not talking about you, Louis. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about most people around the nation. They look at the point total on Christmas. Look at the overall game. Look at the points produced in assists. Look at the rebounds. Dude, he had a triple-double 50-plus on Christmas night. That is silly.
It really started in the first quarter. He assisted or scored 28 of 32 of the first 32 points for Denver. It was one of those nights. It was a great back and forth battle in the first quarter. He had 18, his second highest first quarter scoring total this season, and Ant had 14. And then you knew it was coming, but it was a game of runs, wasn't it, Vic? It was weird, right? It was very strange. Like, with 4:35 left in the first quarter, Minnesota led by 8, 20-12. Then Denver went on a 26-9 run to make it 38-29. It was bizarre. Denver scores the first 6 points of the second quarter. Then Minnesota responds with a 17-0 run in the non-Jokic minutes, which, oh, by the way, are a problem now without Cam Johnson. And that's probably something that we should talk about, because on Wednesday, you jumped on here at 8 a.m. after, you said, screw it. I can't deal with this day off. I've got to get this Cam Johnson news off my chest. And it comes out, Shams Charania. It's a bone bruise. He's set to be out 4 to 6 weeks. David Adelman before the game on dealing without Cam Johnson.
We went a million different ways today, man, talking about the rotation. It's not about who starts, honestly. Tim is a great choice. Also, Tim has been absolutely incredible off the bench. So it's like whoever I start nightly, it's going to be not because of who should start and who shouldn't. It's trying to find the best way to rotate the group that makes the best sense to stay in the game and win the game.
To be honest, after watching last night, I almost prefer to have Hardaway come off the bench because that second unit just could not generate anything. It just couldn't do it. And I don't know what you do or who you start, but I think if you add somebody else and you go deeper off the bench as a starter, I just think Joker and Jamal will make them better no matter what, right? I mean, think about this. The Denver Nuggets have now beaten the T-Wolves 3 times this year. The T-Wolves used to be that team against the Nuggets. Not anymore. They've beaten them 3 times. They're 3-0. And on the third time, they did it with 3 starters tied behind their backs. 3 starters out.
Yep.
Cam Johnson, by the way, you say 4 to 6 weeks. He will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks.
That's what Sham said, yes.
Yeah, reevaluated, which means with these bone bruises, and it's much better result than an ACL or anything like that. Nobody wanted to see an ACL. That would have been horrific. But a bone bruise, those are one of those hit and miss injuries where you just don't know where it stands. I mean, it could still hurt. It could still be an issue in 4 to 6 weeks. Or he could heal quicker. Who knows?
I've heard that name. I've heard that name. I've heard that phrase for a long time, that medical diagnosis bone bruise.
You want me to give
and
you
it
one?
sounds painful. You know what? I'm sure I've had probably plenty of bone bruises in my life. Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, you want to give me one? Walk outside here, jerk face. Let's go. You know, I'm not even in the mood for anybody's yapping this morning.
Oh, I'll give you some yapping.
There's some guy in the text line. Who is it, man?
Finish your thought on Cam Johnson. I wanted to.
I never knew what a bone bruise was. I'm sure I've had plenty in my lifetime. A bone bruise or
you
bone.
Don't jump high enough to have a bone bruise in your knee, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Your whole body's going to be a bone bruise. Shut it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Less severe injury than a fracture where a small blood vessel in the bone's tissue leaked blood, fluid due to trauma causing pain, swelling, sometimes skin discoloration, blah, blah, blah. Healing in weeks to months. That stinks. You ever like bang yourself? You're like, and like for like a month, you're like, ow. And you're like, why won't this heal, right?
Of course.
And I'm a self-admitted slow healer. I self-admitted nowadays I am. But it's a bone bruise. Now, it's pretty painful, man. Yeah. It's worse than you think.
Yeah, but these guys, again, these are professional athletes with a professional training staff. They're going to be putting stuff in there to make it heal fast. And listen, the result is a positive one in terms of injury. It could have been a lot worse. The problem with the Nuggets now is they embark on this 7-game roadie, and this thing is going to be a killer. And they've played very good basketball up until now. I mean, look at their record.
Best start in franchise history.
They're 22-8 despite they've played the last month plus without 2 starters, key defensive players, and they're 22-8. And now they're without 3 starters. I don't know what a good result is, what result you would take, but if you go 500, and I know there are 7 games, if you go 4-3 on this road trip, this is me speaking, that's a hell of a road trip, given the injuries.
Yeah, they're gone forever, man. What's going on at Ball Arena while they're gone? We're home. I know that. Avs have 2 home games. Then we're going on the road.
Circus coming to town, right?
Is it?
Is the circus still a thing?
I don't know, but I just
like
remember,
elephants and clowns
and
crap.
Disney on Ice or the circus or one of those things.
I just remember when I was a kid in Chicago, the Ringling Brothers would always have like 2 weeks.
Right.
You know, the circus.
I got to look this up, man. Hang on a second here. So the Nuggets leave today. They leave. Well, they leave today.
Tomorrow. Yeah, they're going to be gone for 13 days.
They leave today. They're gone for 13 days. So we're going to be gone for. We're going to Carolina, Florida, and Tampa.
Yeah, but not this weekend, baby.
No, this weekend we're home.
Oh, you are? Where are you tomorrow night?
Oh, I'm in Vegas.
Oh,
yeah,
Vegas,
but we're flying
baby.
out. We're flying out tomorrow morning. We're not leaving today. We're not allowed to.
Yeah, but the game's at 8 p.m. There's plenty of time between an afternoon flight.
No, bro.
Moser,
you know what you are? I just found out that Louis a degenerate. I just found
taste.
Dude, he's like, we're gonna land. Team's gonna go to morning skate. I'm gonna slip out the back door and hit the blackjack table and the craps table, and then I'm gonna go play me some Dragon Link and some Buffalo Gold. And
couple of lines.
Then I'll meet you for pregame. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
What this shows me is that as long as you have Joker and Jamal, as long as you have 2 guys, those 2 guys intact on this team, and we've talked about this for years, and Jamal Murray's playing like an all-star last night, 35 points, 9 threes, 10 assists. Those numbers are going to be lost because Joker's numbers were out of this world.
Right.
But Jamal Murray was clutch. Nikola Jokic was interplanetary, out of this world. Everybody else did just enough. Hardaway had 19, just enough. The bench didn't play well, but this much I know. As long as you have Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, and Jamal was playing on a gimpy ankle, by the way, said he turned it early in the game, was not 100%. With those two guys, you have a chance. So I'm going to hand it to those two guys.
I mean, I had a good game, of course, but nothing. I don't know what I'm going to look back and say.
Just good.
Yeah, really good game.
Really good game.
What's that tiny little hand you got? That's
My
weird.
picket hand. I'm going to hand it to those two guys.
You ever see? You know what that reminds me of? You ever see that SNL?
Yes.
What's her face?
Yes.
Kristen Wiig.
Yeah.
So I'm Holly.
Yeah.
I'm Nora. I'm what? She's like, and I'm Bernice. That's that hand right there, dude.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Moser,
You
Lombardi,
like
and
that
Kane
skit,
on
right?
Altitude
Yeah,
Sports
all right,
Radio
good.
92.5. This Broncos team, they're not just surviving games, they're finishing them. 12 comeback wins, 11 one-score victories. Is it luck? Some may call it identity. Not sure. But let's hear from Sean Payton on an important win in Kansas City.
Man, hard-fought win. I thought Kansas City did a good job, kind of understood real quickly their plan to run that clock and play a lot of coverage. Having known Steve and played against his defense, they just really wanted that clock to run, and they played a lot of soft zone. We began running it maybe more effectively. You always have to remember this. Man, you're playing the heart of a champion. Andy and this team, I don't care who comes out of that locker room. This is a team that basically has been at the top of our league. There's a ton of respect we have for what they've been able to accomplish.
The heart of a champion, Vic, but this morning we start the first hour with 2 unsatisfied customers. Do I have that right? Am I surmising that correctly, Vic?
No, I'm totally satisfied over the win. I don't care how you win. I'm a little concerned that level of football will not survive the postseason. That's all. That I have a concern. Very happy with the result. First time you've won an Arrowhead in 10 years. First time you've swept the Chiefs in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
All right? I don't care what brand of Chiefs were on the field. You beat them at their yard. Fine. I'm concerned that quality of game will not survive the postseason. I'm still ahead of you here on this. Forget the game. Give me the quality. If they're playing a too high safety look and they surprised you, well, then you should be able to run the ball right down their throats all night long. They couldn't do it.
But we know their running game has been a concern, Moj. Should that have been an expectation? Because here's it. I know you love me and my numbers. Can I give you one?
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix, R.J. Harvey, and Jaleel McLaughlin all reached 40 rushing yards or more in the game, marking the first time since 2012 the Broncos had 3 players reach the 40-yard mark on the ground in one game.
Impressive.
Well, I'm just saying it wasn't a dominant rushing performance, but they got over 120 yards and did enough to get the job done.
I feel like there's nothing I can say today that's going to satisfy anybody. There's nothing I can say that's going to placate to any human being out there because everybody is only going to hear what they want to hear.
Okay.
The sycophants are going to love it when I say, you know what? 13-3, badass number 1 seed. The haters are going to say, when I say, that game yesterday will get your ass kicked against every other playoff team in the AFC. No, you only hear what you want to hear, and that's the God's honest truth, Vic. You play that game at home against any AFC team,
you'll lose.
You will lose that game.
But see,
but it's got to stop. So either we accept that they are who they are,
yeah,
or we just bury our heads in the sand and say everything is good.
No,
it's going to be fun. Then they better pull it together. Dude, if they're going to make a run, they better get their act together because they're playing with their food.
But Moshe, here's the thing, though. They've showed you 16 times already this season. They play to the level of the competition. So your expectations against weak teams, I don't understand. I'm not upset over how they won. I'm upset that they could not establish the run game. That's the only thing I'm upset about. That's it. I'm only upset about that. Everything else, and special teams wasn't solid. They won the game. They played some dude I've never heard of who was dribbling the football in the backfield as a quarterback.
So he scrambles to his left. I want to make this very clear, man.
And he threw for a first down after doing that.
I want to make this very clear because I don't know that you can really see. Do you wear glasses at all? Do you have contacts or anything?
I need my glasses repaired. I haven't had them in 10 years.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
The day
maybe it's affecting my vision.
The day you get glasses, you're like, there's no way that I need glasses. And Vic, these are just regular eyeglasses, Vic. They're not friggin'.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had chemistry lab this
morning. They're not rec specs.
I thought you had a biology experiment.
But you played a guy who rolled out to his left, literally dropped the football on his own with nobody around him. There wasn't a human in this TV screen. He bounced it off the turf, picked it up, and who was it that got to him and said, "Oh my God, he dropped it. I think I better rush him." He turns and fires downfield for a first down against that defense.
Yeah, it was like one of 2 completed passes with air yards over 10 or more.
Well, you know what he should have been? He should have been in the dirt.
Okay.
This unknown, and I don't want to cast aspersions on the kid because he made a couple of plays. That one red zone play, and it was an incomplete pass, but he runs and he's being pursued and he stops on a dime and does a little hop step, and I'm like, wow, that kid's pretty athletic. And then of course he sailed it to the back of the end zone over everybody's head, and it was an incomplete pass. The kid has no touch. He's got athleticism, but he can't throw the ball. He should have been down.
Well, sometimes, Louis, stats lie to you, and I'll tell you. I'll go through the stats again. If I told you the Denver Broncos completed a game in which they had 4 drives of 14 plays or more, 4.
Yeah.
A game in which they outgained the competition yard-wise, 303 to 139. They more than doubled them in yards. A game in which the Broncos offense goes 11 for 18 on third down conversions, which is superb. If I gave you those numbers, you tell me they won by how many? 25 maybe?
Yeah, they definitely would have won by more than 7. There's no question. Yeah, I'm with you. 100%.
You know what? I'm not going to get.
You're not getting an argument out of me.
In fact, today I had a good Christmas. I love seeing my family. Do you want to know my favorite gift from Christmas?
No, but you're going to tell us.
Both my sister and my wife got me the same gift. So my sister's returning hers and getting me. I said, just keep the bread. Doesn't matter. But I got a video bird feeder.
Oh, did you? Like a Ring camera bird feeder?
Yes. And I friggin' love it.
That seems like something up your alley.
Dude, I am so excited to put. No, there's no birds right now. The birds, well, I know where the birds go. Like, where are all the robins? That guy every spring, that robin that bangs on my window. Where is he right now? He's probably hanging out in Arizona or something. But I'm so excited to set this mother up. Okay? Anyway,
I was waiting for the tie-in. Were you going to tie it back in?
I'm trying to tie it back in. I got a killer bird.
Keep working for it.
So on this Friday, I'm not going to get down.
Yeah.
Like I can't wait to set up my bird feeder. I'm going to wait till the spring.
Okay.
Because I don't want to waste the 30-day free trial.
Sure.
Watching a squirrel eat all my crap. And I'm a happy guy on this Friday. Okay, I got a great bird feeder. I'm not going to get down. But what I saw yesterday doesn't make me feel good, Vic. I want to sit here on this Friday. I want to be in the corner playing tickle fight with myself over Nikola Jokic's performance last night and the Broncos hanging 40 on the Chiefs at a dog butt Chiefs team who quit. And I can't do that today. So I'm going to shut up. You and your little tiny hand, picket hand, I'm just going to shut up because whatever I say is going to make people angry.
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before.
You're right.
And so that's all that's important.
You're right.
Moser,
So do you
how many fingers do I have up right now?
10.
Okay.
Dude, put your hands out with both those picket hands, please. Put your hands out. Like you're saying hi. Like, it's like, hey, good to see you. Do it, please.
What do you
For
mean?
the
Like
camera.
hiding my real hands?
For the camera, yeah. Put them in your sleeves and just do it. No. Put your hands
That's what he was doing.
But I
was doing
can't. But I
earlier.
can't see your arms.
Okay, but you have to understand something, all right? You have to understand. What I'm trying to tell you is I understand you're upset with the way they won the game.
Yes.
But it's been this many years.
Dude,
It's been this many years.
that's so creepy.
This many years since they won in Kansas City.
This
All
was
right?
Sean's. This was Sean's thoughts on that exact topic.
Those are someone else's demons. I heard that all the time in New Orleans. You never won a playoff game. I said, that's not this team. And so you can't fight those other demons.
Somebody else's demons.
You know what? Hang on a second. No, not my hump. Go back. We played a cut from Sean Payton where I think this guy's a fascinating guy. I love this guy. And I'm going to, Louis, when you play it, I'm going to stop you about 5 or 6 seconds in.
You got it?
Please.
Man, hard-fought win. I thought Kansas City did a good job, kind of understood real quickly their plan to run that clock.
Stop. Oh, did you, Sean? Well, congratulations. You're playing a suckhole, third-string practice squad quarterback, and you sniffed it out early. Good for you. That's why you get paid $18 million. Hang 40 on their ass.
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before.
Yeah,
and so that's all that's important.
I'm telling you, he knows it. You know why he's doing that? And I love this guy. God, I hope they win the Super Bowl because I want him to go off and I want him to have the Colognes spread all over America. But he knows, and I know that he knows, and he knows that I know that he knows, if you play that game at home in game one of your postseason, whenever that is, you're getting your ass kicked.
But do you expect him to apologize? I'm curious. What remark do you want? What do you want him to say?
I want him to say, you know what? We realize we got to be way better than that.
That's fine. I'm sure he told his team that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure he told his team that.
But you know what? I want a little intellectual honesty to the crowd, not we sniffed it out right away. Well, no guff, Chet. Yeah. The Chiefs stink. You got a practice squad quarterback. You want to run the ball? Oh, you thought they were going to run the ball, play keep away? Good for you. We all knew that going in.
Goal one is try to go win your division.
Dog,
Goal two is try to get the best.
Yeah, my dog who's as dumb as a stick, Rick, there's nothing behind his eyeballs. Even Rick knew what they were going to do, Kansas City.
Okay. Moser, I think we all understand that the measuring stick will be next game.
Right.
And I think that game, and again, I'll ask all Bronco fans right now. You can conduct an informal poll if you like. What do you want to see the following Sunday at Mile High? I want to see that game matter. I want the Chargers to win at Houston this week. I do. Is that a home game? Are they hosting Houston or at Houston?
I think they're
at Houston.
Yeah, they're on the road. Yeah.
Okay, I want to see, believe it or not, and this may sound sick, but I want that game to carry so much meaning in the finale. Because if it doesn't carry any meaning, and it will for the Chargers regardless, do you know how many things can turn in a hurry? I mean, think about this. If the Chargers win at Houston and then come in here and beat the Broncos, Chargers win the division.
Yeah, I know.
We are live from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. It's a Bud Light Football Friday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
Real quick, I know first hour's done. Get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how they beat. I want that game to matter too, and I don't care how they beat the Chargers. I don't care if it's the ugliest win I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't care. That's a quality football team. I just want to see a win in that game. Now, that may sound a little counterproductive to what I've been saying.
Completely.
Because am I the only one who realizes that the Chiefs are junk?
No, of course not. We all get that, but they still won. They still have 13 wins.
Right.
They're still tops in the league. I think we can breathe just a little bit on the Friday after Christmas.
All right, I'm going to get to the text line during the break.
Yeah.
I'm going
to
tune some folks up, and I'll get back to you on the other side.
You tune them up.
All right.
He's going to take a breather. We'll be back with the second hour and dive plenty more into what was a fantastic Christmas in the Mile High City. Ride with us.
Have you been dreaming about a mountain property? Maybe a rental home, second home, investment property, maybe your dream home. I've got the answer to your problems, and her name is Anastasia Bell. Whether it's in Summit County or all over the Rocky Mountains, Anastasia Bell is the go-to. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Now, the difference is her market expertise and her experience. It's impressive, and that matters when you're dealing with a sale or purchase like that in Summit County or really anywhere else. The snow is starting to fly up there. The base is getting better. Now is the time. You want to ski in, ski out? Anything else up the hill and beyond? She is the one to contact. So here's her telephone number, 970-968-7646. Write that down, 970-968-7646. In fact, call her right now. She will answer. She's got personalized guidance and exceptional service. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell. People making fun of my bird feeder. I don't like that. By the way, Merry Christmas. I hope you had a wonderful holiday, Matt.
I hope you
Vic,
did too.
I hope you and the entire Lombardi group had a wonderful holiday.
Thanks. We had a great holiday.
Mitchell, good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too, man.
Some jerk on the text line. Who is it? Let me find it. You know, everybody knows all my bees died. And dude says, "That's great, Moser. Now you can watch all your birds die too." You know, that's pretty.
Oof.
I don't understand.
Cut you deep.
I don't understand why you have to go there on a Christmas day after morning. Why do you have to go there?
Some mornings you just pick one story. This isn't one of those mornings, though, folks. The Broncos just did something no team in NFL history has ever done, and they did it in Kansas City in December. Nikola Jokic followed that up with a performance the NBA has literally never seen before. This isn't just a good run. This is Denver stacking history on top of history.
Matt, when you sit here, and you're younger than us, but you hear things like that, we've never seen this in the history of the game. What is that? How does that sit with you? I'm curious. I want to know more about you. How does that sit with you?
Do you know history?
I'd like to think that I've got a decent grasp.
You probably
on
know the history of the gummy. You probably know the history of gummies.
Yeah, I do. I do know that. Yeah.
Do you respect world history?
I do. Absolutely.
Right. So when you see a guy play, and virtually every time he hits the court, there's some sort of history made, and the history made last night in so many different ways. The greatest Christmas game ever. The first player ever in NBA history, again, there's that word again, to finish a game with 55-plus points, 15-plus rebounds, and 15-plus assists in a game. So a 55-point triple-double, essentially. First time ever. And he did it on national television on Christmas night. First time ever. And last one. I believe he's the first player ever to get a haircut before his media appearance after the game.
I saw that. I saw that.
What?
I saw the Nuggets girlies on social media going crazy about that one. Yeah. There's a
he
good
came
sect
out
of
to
them.
post game in his press conference with a fresh cut.
It was pretty wild.
You're kidding me.
No. He did.
I didn't.
Well, they're leaving
not see
tomorrow.
that.
They're leaving tomorrow. I wonder if he just couldn't get it cut because his guy was celebrating Christmas with the family. And
Well, dude, let's be honest about it, man. I'm sure he probably has a guy, but he doesn't need a guy. Mitchell blindfolded could cut Nikola Jokic's hair.
I think that's fair.
It's just a and then he's done.
Last night, David Adelman on Nikola Jokic's historic evening.
Yeah, he still made the right play all the time, even though it's 56, 16, and 15. There were times when they came back at the end of regulation where, it's funny to me, the Dallas game, he makes the pass to Peyton, and then I hear chatter from my friends that he should have shot it. And then tonight he keeps making the right play, And, it's like guys miss shots also tonight, but we won the game, and his stat line's crazy. But I think because his stat line is crazy is the reason being is he makes the right play all the time. And when you do that, I just think your efficiency stays where it's at because in your mind, you're playing with the right flow. You're just making the right play each time. So just proud of him, the way he played and his whole approach to the game. And I'll just keep saying, just don't get tired of this. It's the best player in the world, man. It's just bottom line. And what he does nightly is it's important to the game of basketball. It's good for sports. It's good for his head coach.
I'm glad he brought that Dallas finish up because I think the way you won last night, the clutch finish last night, made up for the clutch loss in Dallas, in my book. That's me. The other history made last night that I neglected was his 18 points in overtime, and he did it all in the last 3 minutes of overtime, the most ever in an NBA overtime. Ever.
It's insane. We have, since you're new to the program, Vic and Charles Barkley know each other pretty well. They weren't, he was down in Phoenix and whatnot. We have Barkley on, I don't know what, a couple times a year, Vic, something like that.
Whenever we can.
We're probably due in the new year to have Chuck back on. He's great, by the way. He comes on the show. We can't get him off. He's great. But I'm going to need some Chuck to tell me what he's seeing out of this guy.
Well, can I just be real with you?
Sure.
I don't know if you want to hear from him because at halftime, and I'll say this, I'm a little out on Shaq, Kenny, Ernie, and Chuck. And let me explain why. It's clear that they're not watching the games in the back. They came back out and they're doing the highlights. They're like, oh, wow, look at how wide open Jokic is. Oh, it's like the first time they'd seen the play. And the first thing Charles says at halftime, after Jokic had 23, 8, and 7 in under 19 minutes, as efficient as he was, the first thing that Charles said was, well, he's not Shaq. He's not Hakeem. He's not Wilt. And I said, what? What do you mean he's not? You're right, he's not. Because those guys couldn't do what Nikola's doing.
Oh, I love the passion. Look at Smith.
No, it pissed
Vic,
me off.
Look at Smith getting mad. I love
What do you mean?
this.
He said that in a derogatory way? Like he's not those guys as
100% in a demeaning way, as if like, listen, before even giving him any flowers, he's like, look, I just want to say he's not Hakeem. He's not Shaq.
He's better than
not
Hakeem.
Wilt. That's what I'm sitting there saying. Like, shut up.
He's better
Chuck.
than Shaq. Listen, man. Anybody who compares Shaq to Joker in terms of just skill is you're clueless. You don't understand basketball. It's not even the same sport.
And that's why it was so upsetting, because he followed that up with we're so lucky to witness such greatness. But I don't know why he felt the need to preface it with, oh, he's not these guys. You're right. Those guys couldn't do half of what he's doing. He's the first player in NBA history with 55-plus points, 15-plus rebounds, and 15-plus assists in a game. And, oh, by the way, did it on 88% total shooting percentage. I mean, it's insane.
You know what you're acting like? I love this. Like somebody cut you off in traffic. I love this out of Matt Smith. People are saying that it wasn't demeaning, that Chuck was praising Joker, not dogging him. That's what they're saying.
No. That was not the case. I'm telling you right now.
Well, I got to
that
hear
was
it with
not
my
the
own
case.
ears. If you could find it and play it, I will be the judge.
Okay.
I will be the judge and
I'll see if I
authority
can
on
find it.
what he was saying.
I'm just telling you, it was just like, you know what? I don't understand what.
Because we've had him on the show. Oh, sorry, Matt. Sorry.
Yeah.
We've had him on the show, and he praised
He's
Joker
been nothing
big time.
he's been nothing but praiseworthy when it comes to Joker.
I totally get it, which is why it was a surprise to me that they let off their halftime show after 23, 8, and 7 in under 19 minutes talking about what he's not.
Yeah. Now, a guy like Kendrick Perkins, he might wake up this morning and say Joker still can't guard him or whatever.
Well,
but
somebody just said, well, it was like 40 minutes ago, that Perk said Joker's top 3 of all time. Perk has come around. I don't know that he'll ever get there where we are, but Matt, Perk has come around. At least somewhat, because he single-handedly got Embiid the MVP when it should have been 4 straight for Nikola Jokic. We'll see. I guess we'll see.
Tyler on the text line, no, Matt is 100% right. He said he's not in their league. That's exactly what he said. And you know what? This is where we're going to end up when it's all said and done with the Jokic conversation. I don't mean to cut you off, Vic. But it's going to come down to championships. Mm-hmm. He's going to need at least one other for everybody else to put him in those conversations.
Can I take another step in a different direction here? Because, listen,
Please.
we're going to talk about Joker after wins like this and the numbers he produces all the time. But can I also make this claim? The Nuggets are nowhere close to winning that game if not for Jamal Murray.
Vic, 35, 2, and 10 on 12 of 32. Not
Shot
a
it a
model of
lot.
efficiency, but he did what he needed to do to pick up the slack for everybody else who was out of the line.
And those of you who say, well, he shot at 30, he had to shoot it that many times, dude. They're -3 starters. They didn't have any offense at times. He hit 9 threes. He attempted 18 3-point shots. I want him doing that. I don't know about you guys. I want that. Who else do you want shooting the ball in certain situations? I want Jamal that aggressive, hunting down shots like that. I thought Jamal Murray was spectacular. And the combination of Jamal and Joker continues to impress. What'd you guys think of, and you could think both, I thought Anthony Edwards was a superstar with that shot he made at the end of regulation.
He was.
And then in overtime, I thought Anthony Edwards got really full of himself, and he's a big reason why Minnesota melted down.
He did. Agreed.
Do you guys, can that be true? Because you tell a Minnesota fan, and they'll say, oh.
Dude, that turnaround fadeaway three-pointer at the buzzer
was unreal.
It was
legendary.
Yeah, you know what? And I'm not shocked he made it because I think he's great.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, he rubs me the wrong way sometimes.
What was he doing at the foul line with Joker?
What was that? What was that pitter-patter, hand fight crap. And you know what? And by the way, nobody messes with Nikola Jokic anymore, Matt. And you know why? Because he knocked Morris out of the league. That's why. Nobody jacks with Nikola Jokic anymore because he's never gone backwards in his life. He's only gone forward. So when he turned to Ant, I'm like, get it. Go get. You want to send a message right now? Go get some right this second.
But he tries to knock the ball out of his hands on the inbound, and that resulted in a technical foul. That cost his team. And then he's playing these weird, juvenile, childish acts at the foul line. What do you want to be, Anthony Edwards? Do you want to be that star player who can rise up above everyone and hit a corner three and be the guy? Or do you want to be the dude that melts down, as you did in the second half of that overtime? Melted down and cost your team dearly. What do you want to be? Because as good as he is, and there's no denying his talent, he is a remarkable player, a remarkable young player. He's also a child.
You know, without 3 starters in the lineup, the Nuggets have to replace 42 points a game and 14 rebounds per game. You know how many Jokic and Murray scored above their averages last night? 37. So they almost replaced all 3 starters by themselves per their averages.
But they have to. See, that's the thing. They have to. I mean, where else? Last night was one, and I know he was under the weather. Jonas Valanciunas only scored 2 points. He was questionable for that game with an illness. I didn't think Jonas was going to play. But he played through it. Did not play well. He didn't. Look at what the bench did last night. The bench scored 11 points. The Nuggets scored 142, and 11 came from the bench. Huh? Is all you get?
No, I'm sitting here in awe of what we get to watch on a night-to-night basis. I mean, I'm looking at all these stats on my sheet here. It's just ridiculous. Like, we go back and forth between watching the best team in the NFL, the best start in franchise history for the Nuggets, and the best start in franchise history for the Avs, which is, oh, by the way, the most points any NHL team has had before the holiday break. Like, you know, we're lucky, man. This November and December has just been unbelievable. We've seen so many incredible moments. How about this for Jamal Murray? You talked about how good of a night he was, and they don't win without him. He scored 30-plus in 6 of 11 games in December. Only 3 in October and November combined, okay? Second game this month with 9 or more threes, and the third game this month with 7 or more threes. One word for you, it's actually a combination, Jamal Star.
Smith, you crack me up, man. Hey, before we get to break here, can I give a shout-out to everybody who worked yesterday and today and day before and whatnot? You people make the world go round. I'm happy to be here. You could shoot, honestly, a howitzer through this entire building. We're the only 4 people in our entire building that are actually here breathing and fog in a mirror this morning. Mitchell, great job. Smith, great job. Vic, screw you. You just woke up and rolled out of bed.
Should we do the rest of the show tarps off? Is that what you're thinking?
You know what? I'd be
off,
up.
hands off?
I'd be up for it. Okay. I'm just saying, hey, all you people,
let's get weird
hope you had a great holiday. It's a Friday. Broncos win. I'm not impressed. Nuggets, awesome last night. Because, by the way, Minnesota, Vic, we'll get to this later. Matt, they wanted it. They wanted it bad. And you know what? Nuggets took them down again. Love it.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Little 6-7 action there.
Sean Payton yesterday. By the way,
don't gloss over it though, real quick, Matt. I'm sorry. I apologize for jumping in. California Love.
Okay.
This is one of the greatest songs ever recorded in the history of music.
Yeah.
This is everybody wonders where I get where I get that from.
Mm-hmm.
I get it from Tupac at the end of this song. It's one of the greatest songs ever laid down.
Hey, Vic, have you
I
ever...
don't care.
Have you ever wondered where Moser got his from?
No, I don't care where you got it from.
But you noticed it before? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thanks, Moj.
Sean Payton last night.
No.
0 for 2. Go ahead.
I did like Snoop Dogg's performance at halftime of that Minnesota-Detroit game, though. That was cool.
I'll tell you, I couldn't see it because the American consumer has been bamboozled by streaming. I'm sitting there on my couch watching a grainy Lions, and I can't even remember who they were playing because I couldn't quite make it out through the granular pixels on my screen. Yeah, it was awful. It really was. Like, how is this better than what we used to do than just turning the television on? We're getting screwed.
Listen to me.
Just saying.
Oh, my dude. Dude, you make me. You're Vic. God dang. I don't know how many weeks it's been. 5 or 6 or whatever.
5.
Dude, he's finally come around. Okay. We're not getting into that anymore. Okay. All right, if Kevin Shockey was here, he'd come in here and beat you in the face.
By the way, the only
with
streaming
10 pounds
service,
of meat. But I'm just telling you, I'm loving you, man.
Apparently, complaining about streaming is off limits on this show.
That applies to every streaming service other than Altitude Plus, which is just the best and
Altitude
fantastic.
Plus kicks ass. It's
does.
really good, yeah.
Listen, I'm not defending any of it. All streaming sucks.
Okay.
When you can't find your password and you need to call your wife because she has the passcode, no. It all. Listen, whoever invented it, you suck.
Jared Goff goes deep. Oh my God.
Oh, dude.
It's
okay.
buffering.
It's
buffering again.
Enough of that. But you know, and you're not a boom. Like we'll get called boomers. You're not a boomer, bro. Yeah, you are. You are.
I got that in
go
my
ahead.
heart.
Keep going.
So Sean Payton yesterday with a win in Kansas City, which, by the way, this is the craziest one. Did you realize that's only the 4th win for the Broncos in Kansas City in the month of December in history?
You're kidding. In 60 years?
Only the 4th time they've won in Kansas City in the month of December in Broncos history.
Well, it doesn't surprise. Yeah. Of course, that was a mild game last night compared to most December games at Arrowhead. Most December games, you can't feel your teeth.
Exactly.
You know what? Vic is so right, Matt. I'll go back and say this. I can see why. Because that building and that city, and that's where Mitchell's from, by the way, so he knows all about that. It gets bitterly cold. And we talked about it earlier this week. The rain turns to ice, and then it hits you. And it hurts. Like it's a painful experience to be a human there.
Sorry, I had Mitchell in my ear. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, it's a painful experience in December, typically in Kansas City, at that game, because you get rain that comes down and it freezes, turns to ice, and then it pelts you, and you hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Typically.
Yeah. Well, look, you're not wrong, and I think we all understand that. It was stunning here. By the way, a record high, the hottest Denver has ever been on Christmas yesterday, 71 degrees. Unbelievable.
You know what? And you know me on this show, Moj, I'm not much of a winter guy, snow guy, but this is a bit concerning.
It is.
It felt odd being outside in shorts on Christmas Day.
Yep.
I didn't like it.
I almost, today, I'm wearing shorts right now. I almost wore flip-flops. And I thought, you know what?
That goes too far.
Yeah, I thought, you know what? That's a little disrespectful.
It's one of the reasons I stopped coming into the studio, Louis. I'm not sure you're aware of that. I don't want to see Moser's feet.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, that's just any reasonable human being. So with the win last night, Broncos first to the 13 club, and Sean Payton joined Bill Belichick in some very rare air as the only other head coach in NFL history to have at least 5 different seasons with at least 13 wins. What does it mean to you, Sean?
Man, I've been fortunate to have been on and coached a lot of great players. There's nothing like winning, and all of those teams, when I heard that, I had trouble figuring out, which were the 13-win teams, because we had some other teams that were 12 and 11-win teams. But I've been fortunate to have really good players and real good coaches. Some of them right here that have been a part of all of those wins, part of those wins, obviously Bill's good company. Let's keep it going.
You know, he's done a number here, guys. And I keep seeing all these national football writers go, how the Broncos ever managed to find their way out of the dead cap hit that Russell Wilson bestowed upon them when they jettisoned him is remarkable. He does deserve a lot of credit. Here's Evan Ingram real quick, and I want to hear what you have to say. Here's Evan Ingram last night on Sean Payton and what he's done for that locker room.
I mean, he works his butt off. Just getting to know him, talking to him, seeing how he prepares, the process he goes through, the way he pushes his staff, just the amount of detail that he, brings every single day. It's no coincidence. He really works hard, and he's been a great coach.
Deserves his flowers for putting the Broncos where they are. But when I looked at last night's game and I assessed what the Nuggets were last night, halftime score was 7-6.
What the Broncos were.
Yeah, where the Broncos were. How'd you feel at halftime? 7-6 trailing Kansas City.
6-7 action there.
Angry.
Okay. How did you feel on the opening drive of the second half when they add another triple to the slate and Kansas City's up 10-6?
Angry.
I put this down in the column here. I said, I think the malaise of that Jacksonville's carrying over a little bit, and they just don't. They're not clicking right now. I wrote how to blow a game to a lesser team, have bad special teams performance, and then some mystery calls. The officials at one point, they had flagged the Broncos 5 times, and the Chiefs had 0 penalties until that huge false start that changed everything. But did you guys see the false start on Ben Powers where he moved his thumb?
The false start that was non-existent. The phantom false start, yeah.
How about the offensive pass interference on Evan Ingram where he was simply running a route?
I don't know, dude.
How about the PS2 PI where the ball was overthrown by 20 yards?
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
I don't know who was hotter last night, Vinovich or Scott Foster. Both put in all-time performances.
I thought that was some of the now, some of those calls, you're like, okay, that's 50-50. The Evan Ingram OPI was one of the worst calls I've ever seen in a football game.
You know it's bad when they cut up to the booth and they bring in their rules analyst.
And they have nothing to say.
They're like, what do you think? They're like, that's not pass interference in my book.
The Powers call where they're looking at it trying to say what drew them offsides and they couldn't find anything. What are you watching?
No idea. No idea.
And until then, until that huge call on 4th and 1, and we can get into the details of that, the offsides on Chris Jones, until that call, the Kansas City Chiefs had not been whistled for a single penalty in that game. And did you guys see how that call happened? Quinn Miners, who's a guard, is actually providing the cadence.
This was Sean describing it, and he pulls out a joke in here that I think he expected people in the room to get when he said it, but definitely nobody did. I'll see if you guys pick this up.
It's a no-brainer freeze, but it was at a different formation, one we'd never shown. We were going to take the delay game. I don't know why we called it Harrisburg, because it looked like a play we have called Pittsburgh, and no one moves in Harrisburg. I think that's why we just came up with that. And it's a unique one because it involves you're on the road, so it involves a heel, and then Meinertz is barking the cadence out. So he gets hat off to him. He gets Air Jordans for the offensive line. The last time we were able to do that, it was Nate, and so he got 5 pair. Obviously, that changed the complexity of the clock. That was a big play.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was really smart.
He's handing out Air Jordans for reward. I like that.
Isn't that Santa Sean coming
That's
down the
great.
chimney?
He's handing out Air Jordans.
With
Of course,
some
he's
kicks.
sponsored by Air Jordan brand.
Yeah. Coach Sanford. Was it yesterday? No, day before yesterday, obviously. He's wearing these Green Bay Packers Air Jordans. He must have got them from Jordan Love because he coached him in college, obviously. But they were sweet, man. They looked really good. I'm not a shoe guy like that, but I'm like, I would like those. So if you're handing out Air Jordans, Coach, great job. The Harrisburg joke.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been to Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Okay, I've been to Pittsburgh many, many, many times. It must be something about Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where, just nobody moves. Ha, 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 ha. It's cute. It's a cute joke. I'm down for it. It's okay. It's all good.
Well, I didn't understand the joke. I don't care about the joke. I do care about what they did on that play, and to have the Cadence barked out by Quinn Miners and then having him jump as soon as he saw Chris Jones jump, and the fact that was the Chiefs' first and only penalty of the night.
Back-to-back weeks that the Broncos' opponent has not been assessed a penalty in the first half. Happened against the Jags, too. By the way, you got to listen to Chris Jones talking about jumping off sides.
I know. Yeah, that could have saved us 4 points. I felt like the guard moved. But yeah, critical situation. I got to be better. I'm going to beat myself up about that one. So close. I know it, man. I know it. We're right there.
That almost sounds...
I love that. That's pretty cool.
Doesn't that almost sound like, though, he got the call from the front office? Hey, Chris, if it comes down to a 4th down, you got to jump. We are trying to get the lesser draft pick.
He's like,
So let's say he doesn't jump.
Right.
Let's say that he doesn't jump.
Right.
And they get the field goal. You saw Kansas City on the next drive. I mean, it's a tie game.
It would have been
field goal range. On
it
the
would
last
have been
drive.
for sure.
That was the game right there.
Yeah. Well, I thought one of the bigger parts of last night is something that we've been calling for, and specifically that I've been calling for since I've been sitting in with you guys. Bo using his legs, man. There was 1 3rd down that he misses Cortland, but he had the first down, and I think he kicked himself on that. And Sean,
totally agree.
And Sean talked about it after the game, like, hey, I even had to go up to Bo and let him know, hey, you got to run. This is what Sean had to say on Bo using his legs.
There were 2 plays where he's finding a throw off schedule, and I said, you got running room here. You guys saw it. You got running room, and I thought he came up with some really big plays. In that soft zone, even though it's zone, there were some 8-yard scampers that were really important. Obviously, you're adjusting. It's not a halftime adjustment. It's just this is what we're seeing, and you're knowing exactly why you're seeing it. Run the clock, make them run, run the clock, shorten the game, and all of it makes sense. That's why they're good coaches and had a lot of success.
You're referring to the 3rd and 8 in the second quarter where Sutton is running a pattern across the middle of the field, and Bo throws a little wide, too wide for Sutton, and they had to punt. And if you look at the replay and as you're watching it live, you're like, oh, my God, Bo's got 15 yards in front of him. Go, just run it. And after that play, he was a lot more aggressive after that play. He did use his legs a lot more, and they needed him. And guess what? The Broncos' run game is nothing to write home about. They're going to need Bo to use his legs moving forward. They're going to need it in the finale, and they're going to need it in the postseason.
You know what you sound like? You sound like October 22nd.
What are you talking about?
I'm so friggin' tired of saying that they're going to need Bo to use his legs. I've said it 1,000 times myself. Well, then do it, homie. We get on this program every single week. The kid has speed. He's got jive. He's got elusivity. He's got legs that work really well. Why not use his legs more? He ran for over 40 yards. Good. He could run for 100 if he wants to.
Yeah.
We say it every damn week. You know what? He's going to have to use his legs. If they're going to give it to him, he's got to take it.
Allow me to interject something here. And this is my new theme when it comes to Bo Nix running. Bo, listen to me. You and I have a lot in common. I just found out today that we have something in common that I was not aware of. I, too, am afraid of big dogs. And I found that out through Kirk Herbstreit's video pregame that I retweeted. You guys got to take a look at it. I was not aware that Bo was also afraid of dogs. What? Bo, when you run the ball, pretend a dog is on your heels, and you will run more effectively. Trust me. So before the game...
Wait, Bo Nix is afraid of dogs?
Yes, there's a video out there.
I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, what? It's hilarious. And listen, at some point in his life,
he must have happened. Yeah, he must have gotten bit as a kid.
I got bit when I was 12 years old, and it affected me for the rest of my life. And let me tell you something. And listen, dog lovers, we have 2 dogs here at our house. We do. Not a day goes by where I'm like, okay, is this thing gonna snap at me or what? I'm watching Kirk Herbstreit with that dog on the field, and two things come to mind. Two things. Why does Herbstreit carry that dog everywhere, and why is he allowed to carry a dog on the field and no one else is?
Emotional support animal. I don't really understand it, but it's a bit. And the dog is adorable and cute. And who doesn't like golden retrievers?
It's a golden
and
retriever.
Screw you if you don't.
It's the happy.
Yeah.
The other one died, right? He had to put it down.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I have, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So if I get a golden retriever, I can take it everywhere I want. I can take it to the set. I can take
probably
if it's as trained as Kirk's dogs.
Okay, I just want to make sure everything's fair here.
I'm being honest with you, dude. Golden retrievers won't offend a human on the planet.
They're the best.
So you can probably take it, to the operating room. Yeah, probably.
I have a lot of friends with golden retrievers. They're the best dogs in the world. I totally agree with you.
You know what your problem is? I'm going to tell you what in fact, I'm going to let everybody in on Vic Lombardi. Matt, do you care?
I do.
You have two dogs.
Yeah.
The little one is a good dog. The big one that barks at me is an a-hole.
What does that have to do with Bo Nix is afraid of dogs? He and I have something in common. And it's okay. I'm going to speak on behalf of all the people like us who can never say anything bad about dogs. Otherwise, we'll get all you freaks out there jumping down our throats.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's see this.
It's okay to be afraid of dogs. It's okay. And I love that Bo finally stood up to you people.
It's just shameful. Just shameful. The day after Christmas even. It's a golden retriever.
You know, I'm at a Home Depot.
It'll kiss you to death.
I'm at a Home Depot. I want to go get a freaking Bolt. And I got to go through 8 dogs to get to my shelf?
Oh, God. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah,
we could have been playing on this for 5 weeks.
But let me explain. His little dog, the little white one.
It runs the house, clearly.
Very, very sweet.
I know I'm not alone. I speak for a lot of people out there.
It's the other one. It's Roxy. So what's it, Coco? What's the little one's name?
None of your business.
Okay, it's Coco. I think it's Coco or whatever.
Yeah.
Roxy is the
This is crazy.
Other little dog. It's bigger and she's mean.
Hey,
Like,
for all of
she
you
does
who
not
say,
like me. She barks at me.
You have nothing to be afraid of.
I just got a
agree.
video
I
from my
agree.
friend. What is that of?
I
Awesome
agree.
golden retriever.
Awesome golden
You
retriever.
have nothing to be afraid of. All right. Take a look at that video of Bo and look at his eyes. Look at the terror in his eyes.
I don't want my quarterback afraid of dogs.
Give
I'm
the
sorry.
dog
Take a look at
tennis
this.
ball,
Hey,
Bo.
something happened. Something happened, like it's done to a lot of us, where you are scarred for life.
Let me say this, man. I don't know how he is with a beer. I'm sure he's probably great. I don't know him.
Bo with the beer.
But if my quarterback can't shotgun a beer and is afraid of dogs, I don't want him. He's out.
God, it couldn't said it any better, except for right now. Keep winning, Bo. We love you. Absolutely. By the way, if you felt something watching that game last night at Ball Arena, you weren't alone. That was one of those nights you remember. We'll get to the Nuggets next because Texter, you were wrong about Charles Barkley. I'm telling you, he was dumping all over Jokic.
Was.
I found the audio, Vic. And we're tearing Chuck up.
I mean, what if Charles Barkley showed up on the court with a dog?
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'd love him more. Time. You know, it's almost 2026 as well. I'm going to say 2 words, erectile dysfunction, guys. Is it ruining things for you? Man, if you're over 50, maybe it's happened to you. Maybe it's something you have to deal with. Well, get yourself fixed. I mean, look, man, we're almost at 2026. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. If ED is a problem in your life, stop waiting. Get something done about it. It's just a medical condition. If you had a bad ankle, you had a tummy, whatever the case may be, you'd get it fixed. So do that if you've got ED. Don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Treatment success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade. Successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult, $99. You got the Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, your appointment's free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be happy. And your life is going to be better. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Follow along on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started now at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors.
Let me try to find it.
Okay.
Chuck comes on this program a lot.
Yeah, Charles Barkley.
A couple times a year. He's a great dude. He likes my wife, by the way. Not that way. I mean, I don't know, but hang on a sec. I'll show you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is this a prerequisite to what I'm about to play?
You have to, Mose, when you say stuff out loud, you have to, think about what you say.
Mm-hmm. And are you going to show me a picture of Chuck and your wife?
Yes.
Is that what you're going to do? Okay.
I'm looking for it. We'll see. I don't know where
you
it's
look
at.
for it. And in the meantime, Texter, we were talking a little bit earlier, and we were talking about how Charles Barkley last night put his foot in his mouth and disrespected one of the greats.
Mm-hmm.
And here came the text. Matt, you're wrong. He was complimenting Jokic. Matt, oh, no. I knew what I heard. Yeah. Oh, there she is with Charles. Big smiles on both of their faces.
Yeah.
They look great together.
Mm-hmm.
Vic, this was Charles Barkley last night. You tell me if this is pumping Jokic's tires.
Person, I love watching him just play basketball. And I'm just going to enjoy it because he's not Wilt. He's not Kareem. He's not Shaq. He's not Akeem. I might be missing somebody.
But what do you mean by that when he's not them?
These are the greatest big men to ever play the game.
Why isn't he in that category?
Well, because those guys, they just...
Yeah. Why is he not in that category?
Well, let him finish.
All right, go ahead, Mitchell. Play.
We got a million great, I shouldn't say a million, we got a lot of great players. Everybody's not Michael, Kobe, LeBron. But Patrick Ewing, Karl Malone, Paul Pierce, there are a bunch of great players.
Stop it.
I'm not sure what the logic is there. I mean, certainly no one is the same. Everybody's different. He's a better offensive player by far than Shaq. He's a better all-round player than Hakeem, in my opinion, offensively. Hakeem was a great player defensively.
Great player defensively.
The only person on that list that I could sit here and tell you, Wilt Chamberlain was the most dominant center ever. Ever. Dominant. But he also played against 5'8" Italian guys like me.
So, Cousy?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we can go on and on about this.
All right, so Texter, am I wrong? Just tell me, was I wrong? Was Charles Barkley complimenting him or not?
I don't know, dude. I think he got sort of stuck.
He bagged on him a little bit. He bagged on him.
He went down a road that he knows, because he's not going to tell Shaq on set, hey, this guy's better than you. But we all know, listen, Shaquille O'Neal is a great player, a dominant player. But I'll ask you guys, man. I mean, offensively, what could Shaq do besides dunk?
Nothing.
I just was laughing at Texter. No, he's complimenting him. Yeah. And this goes back to what I said to you, Vic, earlier. He needs another one for the national conversation to put him in those discussions, which is completely ridiculous, truthfully, based upon what he's done already. However, we do have ring culture. So you know what? I get it, and I'm okay with it, because he should have to win another one. There's a lot of guys on that list that have done a lot. And the one thing Shaq did is he won a couple of those things. Did he not, Vic?
Yes, he did. And I'll give Charles more grace. I think he made those comments. It was 2 a.m. East Coast time by the time they were on the air. I mean, What time was it?
I mean, it doesn't matter what time of day it is. It could be 5 a.m. East Coast time. I'm not going to say he's not one of the best big men.
You're overthinking this one, man.
Okay.
It's not that big a deal.
All right, not that big a deal.
It's not.
It may not be that big of a deal, but I want to get him on and ask him. I want him to clarify.
Yeah, I'm sure he's up and running right now.
I'm not saying right now. I'm just saying, look, man. There'll be plenty of time as we get closer to the postseason to get him on. But what I saw, I don't give a crap what Barkley says. And by the way, Barkley's one of my favorite players of all time. I don't give a crap what anybody says.
He just
Hall of
talked in circles
Famers
there.
in the game. I don't care. What I saw last night is one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life.
Well, he made history in like 5 different categories.
So that's, everybody else can get bent.
Where does it rank, though? Because Jokic has had a lot of incredible games. And the one thing I found myself saying afterwards was like, okay, that's a 50-point triple-double. By the way, he's also had a 60-point triple-double against Minnesota.
Do you remember who he had that against?
It was Minnesota.
Exactly right. And you remember how that game ended? Remember Russell Westbrook fouling?
Oh, that was
at the very end, missing a layup and then fouling at the very end.
That sucked.
That was one of the couple games that cost him seeding, right?
So he saves his best for Minnesota. It's so funny to me that they trot out Rudy Gobert as if this is some sort of Jokic stopper. And just take a look at what Nikola Jokic has done against Rudy Gobert in his career. Do you like fried chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what he's done to Rudy Gobert in his career?
Yeah.
He's
turned him into escargot.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what uniform Gobert wears. And it was much more set. Well, you know what? I take that back. I was going to say it's much more satisfying when Rudy's wearing Utah. It's
the beauty of last night's game,
just as satisfying burning him in a T-Pubs jersey, too.
The beauty of last night's game is if you don't have the counter to Joker, and the counter was Anthony Edwards doing his part, the game isn't as meaningful. It's not as big. We're not talking about, like, let's say the Nuggets won by 15.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have needed Joker's numbers. They wouldn't have needed some of the stuff, but they needed every last bit of it because Anthony Edwards hits a fall-away rising three, which was amazing, and then he went child in overtime and fell apart. If I'm a Minnesota fan, And I'm hearing a lot of people, oh, tell Joker to stop flopping. Hey, there's no doubt about it. He flops like everybody in the NBA. We all acknowledge that, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's as much flopping or as it is embellishing. He definitely embellishes
you call
a
it whatever
lot.
you want.
Yeah.
You can define whatever you want. Everybody does it.
Marcus Smart flops, like completely falling to the floor.
Sure. But if you're a Minnesota fan and you're true to yourself, you can also say this. Anthony Edwards has to stop acting like a child in critical moments. And he was a child in critical moments last night, and it cost his team dearly.
Yeah. Again, the one thing I was thinking about as far as the rivalry goes between these two teams, and I don't know what you guys think, if Ant had a running mate that was also legit, like, it's impressive that Minnesota's been able to do what they've been able to do. It would be interesting. That's all.
Screw them. I don't care.
I don't care
Screw
either.
'em. You know what? Where'd my Christmas spirit go? I had it
Christmas
yesterday.
is over. Christmas is over.
Yeah, you know what? Christmas is officially over.
It's Boxing Day.
Yeah, today's the 26th. It's Boxing Day. And by the way, it's not boxing like you're going to fight somebody. It means you pack up your crap, man.
Yeah.
I got a video bird feeder that I'm thrilled about. And today's the 26th. Yeah, there's no patty cake playtime, touchy-feely stuff.
Moj,
What?
I have 3 adult children.
Yeah.
They're all in their 20s.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I sat here yesterday morning as the dad who, even 20 years ago, when they're still young kids, and my only role on Christmas Day is to sit there with that large hefty bag, nodding my head and saying, "Oh, you're welcome. We got you that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that again? Another one? Do you know how many gifts were unwrapped? And I don't even get me started. I don't have a role in Christmas but to clean up the stuff. That's my only role.
I'm a dip hole. I'm going to admit it right now. Everybody on the Twitch feed who's called me a dip hole, I'll be a dip hole today. You know what? Here's the thing. I can get on people's bacon, Matt, the day after Christmas because Christmas is over. It's done. Now it's serious time. I'm a dip hole. I got my wife. She opens one of her little gifts there that I got her.
Mm-hmm.
And
What'd you get her?
Hang on. She starts laughing. And she says, she's laughing. And she's like in front of the whole family laughing and laughing and laughing. And I'm like, what? She's like, you've gotten me the same necklace 3 times.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Wow.
It's not the exact same one, but it looks kind of the same. I mean, and she's just laughing like, you're an idiot. I like it. I think it's it's not anything gaudy or fancy. It's just a beautiful little necklace. But apparently she's got like 3 of them that look the same. So I can imagine you with a hefty bag, right? Black bag carrying dad, stuffing stuff in there, take it to the garage, get it out of there, get the dog out of the way.
It's my only role.
Yeah.
That's all I do. And I'm happy to do it. My best gift, and I want to thank my kids for this, my wife and kids.
Yeah.
I got a mini hoop with mini basketballs, the kind that
did?
keeps score when you shoot. It's all I wanted. It's all I got. I got that and the mini hands.
And by the way, I love those mini hands. I got to get me some of those. I saw your picture yesterday too. Before we get to the top here, it's a Friday. I'm angry a little bit. Christmas is done.
My picture?
Yeah, you sent out a picture, like a collage thing of you and Adelio, and you're wearing like really weird clothes, horrible clothes.
Oh,
from when you were a kid.
Yeah.
But before that, you're talking about the year you got a mini hoop, a Nerf hoop, and it was a big deal. Same with me.
Mm-hmm.
But you're wearing this basketball uniform with a big number on the front. What the hell was that?
I don't know. I didn't choose the numbers back then. I think
No. But a big number on the front. Like what are we doing?
That's the way they did it, Holy Family, back in the day.
Well, those Catholics must have been weird, man, because it did not look right. Anyway, that's my Christmas spirit.
I filled it up, though.
I'm sure you did. You look dorky.
The Broncos are 13 wins deep, coming off a Christmas Day win in Kansas City and sitting 1 weekend away from the number 1 seed in the AFC. But Moj is not happy. Moj is not pleased. Moj is, in fact, pissed at the way the Broncos played yesterday, and he'll explain to you why next.
Merry Christmas, everybody. I know it's Christmas, but you've got to get to Silterhar Motors this weekend. Right now at Silterhar, 0% financing for 60 months on all new Ford models, all of them. And get this, Silterhar has hundreds of certified pre-owns as well to choose from. After Christmas, get the Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. In fact, shop online right now if you want to. Save big on the year-end sale. STHmotors.com. That's STHmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Joining us now on a Bud Light Football Friday via the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. It is our good buddy, Chad Brown. Good morning, Chad. Merry Christmas. How was your holiday?
Good morning, fellas. Merry Christmas back to you as well. Christmas was great, and we got treated to another Bronco improbable feeling, slightly underperforming, but got the job done victory.
All right. Time out. I love my life, and I've loved my life. There are times when I want to be Chad Brown, though. Today's one of those days. Look at him. Look at the cactus behind him. It's probably going to be like 80. He's going to hit the ball or whatever he's going to do. Go for a walk with the dog and the family and whatnot. You're one of. I'm going to compliment you first, and then we're going to go at it. You're one of the nicest, smartest, baddest asses I've ever met in my entire life. Period. End of story. But if you come on this program today and tell me and lie to my face that you're satisfied with what you saw yesterday out of the Denver Broncos, I can't even do it.
Okay, well, we'll see how this lands on you, Mark. I'm trying to shift my perspective on the Broncos from the standard that I expect them to reach week in and week out in my mind, because the record says they are a great team. But what I see says, well, you're not going to be able to beat a good team in the playoff if you play down to the level of the Chiefs with a third-string quarterback. You're not going to go on a deep playoff run if you only beat the Raiders by one score twice this year, as awful as the Raiders are. But, so this is where the but comes in, Mark. I think Sean Payton is not trying to do things to our standards. He's trying to find a way to win each game, and rather than it's got to somehow win a beauty contest and it's got to somehow be 35 points plus on offense and defense needs to hold them to 10 points or under. It's just, how do we win a game? How do we win a game? And so I played for a coach in Bill Belichick who played that style. Every week was different. There was no set standard. The only standard was finding a way to win. So I'm trying to view the Broncos through that lens, Moj, rather than this arbitrary standard that they need to do this on offense and do this on defense to meet the standard in my mind. And so if I look at it through that lens, it becomes more impressive and it becomes more sustainable. So I'm not sure if this is me, I don't know, invoking some Christmas spirit and applying it to the Broncos, or if this is just legitimately how this team operates and how Sean Payton is operating. I guess we'll find out. And this is going to be another game for the Chargers going up against the Texans. We saw the Broncos barely beat the Texans and barely beat the Texans with a backup quarterback. What if the Chargers put up 35 points and beat the Texans by 17 or 21? Well, then I'm going to look at this through a slightly different lens of, okay, here's a like opponent, and the Chargers managed to blow them out, and you guys barely squeaked by. That would create a little bit more doubt in this scenario that I'm painting this morning.
That's brilliant. I completely agree.
You done, Moshe?
I'm done. He's 1,000% correct.
Okay.
I've got an internal struggle. I'm sure Chad does as well. Yeah. I think if you're a Broncos fan this morning, you should have a bit of an internal struggle because I think they're really good. Maybe I think they're better than I don't know. Vic, I don't know what I don't know.
Just to give you my own analogy here, paint for whatever you want. I think it's like when you have only so much in your canteen and you're passing it around and everybody's thirsty. You don't want to drink too much. Just take a little sip, Moshe. That's what the Broncos did last night. Just a little sip to get them by. And then save that big drink for when you need it. Because in the next game against the Chargers, you're going to need to take a gulp, not a sip.
But what if you're in the middle of the desert and there is no more water? That's what I'm afraid of.
Worry about it when you get there.
Okay.
Right now, just take a sip and survive. Chad, sip in advance.
I think both you guys are right. I think there's an unknown about this football team. And so, as you guys know, I've traveled all around the country and done games every weekend, mostly college, but some NFL. And of course, everywhere I go, folks know that I live in Denver, and they ask me questions about the Broncos. So it's the national perception fits with Moshe's question of having doubts and being concerned about what we're seeing from a beauty contest and adding that up into somehow a deep playoff run and how that doesn't match up. And locally in town, people are like, Vic, yeah, I know it doesn't look beautiful every single week, but we find a way to win. And why would you look down your nose at a team that every single week finds a different way to win? 33 points in the fourth quarter against the Giants? Great. One-score games against the Chiefs and the Raiders? Great. You found a way to play your most complete game against Jacksonville? Great. I'm not Jacksonville. I'm sorry, Green Bay? Great. So there's all that goes into it as well. So they're a I don't know, confusing, if that's fair to say, football team right now, because traditional football experience says you can't commit that many penalties and go on a deep playoff run. You can't have that poor of a tackling in the secondary in a couple of games and go on a deep playoff run. Your offense can't underperform for 3 quarters and finally put it together in the fourth quarter and go on a deep playoff run. So there's just this dichotomy on this football team that's difficult for me to wrap my traditional football experience around and say, this is completely sustainable, all these one score and close wins.
I love that you just said that, Chad, because I was thinking about that yesterday, in that if the Broncos don't beat the Chargers and they don't get the number 1 seed, and let's just say, Buffalo wins this weekend, and for some reason, like I said, the Broncos lose to LA, that could set up a situation where Denver's a 6 seed going to LA on the road. Do the Broncos have to have home field advantage to win a Super Bowl this year?
No, I don't think so. Then this is the argument that lines up with Vic, that they are a team of I won't say destiny, but they are a team of confidence and self-belief. And they are a team that has figured out so many different ways to win. And there's a skill and there's an art to winning close games. And there's a football understanding of that. And if you're not good enough just to blow people off the field week in and week out, because clearly the Broncos don't do that week in and week out. If they were that good, they would do it. But they're good enough to find a way to walk away with a W. So part of me says home, away, get the bye, not the bye, it's not going to matter. But heck, I did my Broncos post-game live last night, and people who are tuning in to a Broncos post-game live on Christmas night are telling me the Broncos are a fraud, that they're a pretender, that they're going to be one and done in the playoffs. So there's such a varied opinion about this football team, because trying to match up what our eyes tell us and what our heart wants to happen, I think is a difficult reconciliation for almost everybody. Even the folks on Vic's side who say, well, it's the perfect scenario because they do just enough to get the victory. You would have to recognize within this season, how many lucky games have there been? How many improbable wins have there been? And can you do that for 4 weeks in a row in the playoffs? I guess we're fixing to find out, in the words of Gary Kubiak.
Chad, I am a little worried about the Broncos' run game because they're playing that too high safety look the Chiefs were, and they couldn't really generate consistent yardage there. I thought R.J. Harvey played well, both in the passing game and in the running game, but what improvements do you need to see? Luke Wattenberg suddenly being on IR, losing him for the rest of the season, that doesn't help the cause, but why is it not clicking in the run game?
I just don't think this offensive line, that's their particular skill set. We know Quinn Miners can be a bulldozer, but across the line, they're a more skilled pass blocking unit than they are a run blocking unit. And, even Sean Payton said he needs to dive into the run game more when he came out of the locker room at halftime, talking about from a play calling perspective. So if Bo Nix is going to end up being your leading rusher, I know he technically wasn't because he took a knee and lost a yard there or two at the end in those kneel downs. But if Bo Nix is going to be your leading rusher, again, football traditional wisdom says that ain't going to be good enough. You're not going to win playoff games if your quarterback's the leading rusher, and that's the most important or dynamic part of your run game.
Chad,
how
you're
do you
right.
marry that up with a deep playoff run?
Maybe I should just say, you know what? This year is just one of those crazy years. And don't even worry about it, Moj. Don't fret about it, whatever. Just go with whatever they do, man. I don't know, because you're so right. I mean, it feels like, golly, this team's going to get worked against a good team. I said this morning they get beat by any AFC playoff team if they play that game against them. Maybe I'm wrong, man. Maybe that's who they are. They're squeakers, like your dog with the chew toy. Maybe they're just squeakers, man, and they're going to squeak their way to a Super Bowl championship, and I'm going to have to accept that and deal with it and not freak. Now,
last year, the Chiefs won an amazing string of one-score games. and they got all the way to the Super Bowl, and then a true football reckoning happened. Finally, the football gods and our experienced football eyes told us, oh, the Chiefs can't win a Super Bowl doing that, and they couldn't. They made it all the way to the Super Bowl, but they couldn't win the Super Bowl. So I'm not sure what the Broncos' outcome is going to be. I am not a betting man, and I wouldn't feel comfortable betting on this football team because I know what the record says. I know how they get it done every week, but my eyes keep telling me that ain't sustainable. I've been around this game since I was 6 years old. I've been playing tackle football since I was 9. My first year in the NFL was 1993. I've done something NFL related every year since then. And so there's a lot of football wisdom and experience in football these eyes have seen. And then my eyes keep telling me every week, that ain't going to be good enough. But somehow it is.
Hey, last question for me. Do you think that Travis Kelce played his last game? I mean, my mind tells me that this is it. That's what my brain tells me. What do you think?
Look at that hand.
Well, first, I've got to look at that little mini hand you got up there. It took me a second.
Dude, I know.
Like the forced perspective thing that people do in movies to make something seem smaller or bigger. I was quite
It's not the only forced
disturbed
perspective
by the size of your hand there.
Yeah.
Go back to me. So after year 13, year in New England, my Patriots lose to the Broncos in Denver. That's the Champ Bailey interception game against the Patriots.
Yep.
I give my hugs in that parking lot. I tell everybody I'm done. I cry in the locker as I'm putting my pads into my bag. I'm done. This is my last football game ever. Well, shit. Oops, excuse me. Bill Belichick calls me. Yeah, give me a little bleep there, Springer. Bill Belichick calls me in June and tells me he wants me to play. Well, when Bill Belichick calls you and tells you he wants to play, you play one more year. Well, okay, so then year after year 14, I do the same thing. I retire. I give my hugs after the last game. I sell all the extra cars that are my out-of-town cars. I sell the house in New England. I am done. Got consolidate everything into a storage unit in Denver. Well, Bill Belichick calls me in July and tells me he wants me to play. So I play year 15. So is Travis Kelce going to do that? Because, yes, I was done. I had retired. I had stopped working out. I had done all those things. But when Bill Belichick calls, you say yes. If Andy Reid calls Travis Kelce, is Travis Kelce going to turn Andy Reid down? We saw what Travis Kelce was able to do last night. Get separation from young DBs, move the chains with a third-string quarterback, be the most important player offensively on the field for the Kansas City Chiefs in a division game against the Broncos, as good as the Broncos defense is. I say probably not. And even if he tells Andy Reid he's done, Andy Reid's just going to buy time and wait for the moment when Travis is going to miss it, when that traditional football clock in your head starts ticking and says, I got to start getting ready for training camp, and that football Jones starts itching in your body like it did for me. Bill Belichick took advantage of that, and I'd imagine Andy Reid's probably going to try to do the same.
No offense, but carrying luggage, it gets overrated. You know what I mean? And no offense, but he's probably going to be doing a lot of luggage carrying in the future. That being said,
For Tay-Tay?
Yes.
Yeah. So did Bill call you and say, Chad, hey Chad, it's Bill. I'd like you to come back. We need a guy who can be simply overwhelmed by an offensive player. Simply overpowered.
Overpowered was it? Yes. I made the mistake of simply overwhelmed. The official referee called it simply overpowered.
That's
yes.
funny. Hey, listen, man, I love having you on. You help me think better about this. I can't sit here today and lie to the audience and say that I feel great because I don't. You know, that's all I'm saying.
And I'm with you, Moj. They're a difficult team to wrap your mind around because, again, if you look at them through blue and orange glasses, yeah, they're undefeatable. They find ways every week. They get it done. They're this, they're that. If you look at it through a traditional lens of football excellence, I don't see enough of that to say deep playoff run. So how do you marry those two up together? We'll see it in the playoffs. We'll see, are they good enough against good teams? Because, again, doing the Broncos post-game live last night, They can only do this against bad teams. They're not going to be able to do it against good teams in the playoffs. Every football cliche we've heard about one-score games is said about this football team, yet they continue to find ways to get the W.
Merry Christmas, Chad.
Merry Christmas, fellas.
Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, buddy. Have a good rest of your 2025. We'll see you in the new year.
You will. See ya.
All right, Chad. That is Chad Brown joining us this morning on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. On the other side, let's hot stove it just a little bit. And also, the Nuggets have a Cam Johnson problem. How do they solve it? We'll throw some things at the wall and see what sticks next. Welcome back to it. Happy Friday. It is a Bud Light Football Friday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Thanks so much for being here with us. The official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos, Bud Light. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Tons to get into. What a performance last night from Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, who rally back after they gave up a bit of a lead to make NBA history in overtime last night. The Nuggets rolled into Kansas City and for the first time since 2015 left with a
Broncos.
win. What did I say? The Nuggets? The Broncos rolled into Kansas City and left for the first time since 2015 with a win. But there were some other news and notes from this weekend.
Real quick, though, on your Freudian slip.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets would have hung 30 on the Chiefs yesterday, okay? That's why I'm pissed off. Excuse my language.
I mean,
Merry
I had
Christmas,
a good game,
everybody.
Of course,
yeah, this
I
was
had
Nikola.
a good game, of course, but nothing. I don't know what I'm gonna look back and say.
Just good.
Yeah, really good game.
God bless us, everyone.
Before we hit all these little fun things I have, we mentioned ranking this game. Vic, where does this rank as a Joker game for you?
They all meld into one. I don't know where else to put these. I don't know what to do with them because the last time they played Minnesota at home and it went to overtime, he produced a 60-point triple-double. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right,
60?
right.
So this is now a 56 points, 16 and 15. This is just another chapter in the life and times of Nikola Jokic. Honest to God, I would have to sit down and take a look at some of his best games to give you a full assessment. What is this? I don't know where it ranks. I don't know. It's just another one.
Safely, we could put it top 10, right?
Of course.
They typically don't win these kind of games. When he has a game like this, I mean, he may go off, but the Nuggets don't win.
Well,
When he has one of these crazy scoring games, I mean, I get disappointed. More than 40 a game.
Hey, but you just said it. When he has one of the crazy scoring games.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a crazy scoring game last night. It was the first 55-plus, 15-plus, 15-plus game in NBA history. That's what it was. It was the fifth highest scoring triple-double ever. I mean, he got everybody else involved. That was the impressive part, too. This was David Adelman on that topic last night.
Yeah, it's got to be up there. I guess I've been here for so long. I mean, it's top 5. And I always put them in different categories because playoffs are different. And, a performance in a game 6 or something when someone's game plan for you that many times is always really impressive. But in a regular season game against a team that basically is a playoff opponent that we play, it feels like 25 times a year, this is up there. It's an historic night. And the efficiency, 15 of 21, 4 for 6, 22 of 23, to go along with a 3-to-1 assist ratio and a triple-double is, yeah.
All right, so Cam Johnson will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks, according to Shams Charania. Christian Brown is out, I don't know, conservatively, let's just call it 2 more weeks, Vic. Is that safe?
I don't know, man. Every time I think it's close, I just don't know. Originally, the evaluation time was what it is. I mean, he's reevaluated at the first of the year. If they can get Christian Brown back at some point during this road trip, great. If they can get AG back at some point in January, great. I'm done predicting because I don't know.
So do they need to make a move? Do they need to bring in some help to help them get through this stretch?
Well, how do you make a move? I need somebody to explain to me how you make a move.
Okay, let's just talk about what they have. Let's just talk about what they have. They have no tradable first-round picks. And presumably there's nobody of such great value on Denver's bench that you would really be willing to part way with, that you wouldn't have to attach an asset to get somebody to take. We're on the same page there, correct?
Yeah.
Correct, Vic?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what you do, though. I don't know how you do it.
I have some ideas.
Oh, well, good.
I have some ideas.
Good luck.
You have 2 second-round picks you could play with, and you have Deron Holmes.
Yes.
Okay? So would you say those are their assets?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even seen Deron Holmes in a game of meaning.
Sure.
We haven't even seen him. So how much of an asset is he if he's not playing when you have all these injuries to your front court? Did you see the Nuggets lineup last night at times? They look tiny compared to Minnesota.
Yep.
And so there's a guy at 6'10" that's sitting on your court that's not even playing.
Who are you talking about?
Deron Holmes.
Okay. So
how much of an asset is he? I guess it'd be a mystery asset, right?
Well, last time we brought this up, you told me he had some value. No? Do you feel differently now?
Well, of course he has value, but I'm saying how much value?
Sure.
That's in the eye of the beholder. It's in the eye of the team that wants him.
Okay. All right, so who knows? So that's what you have. There's also an alternative option. On January 5th, the Nuggets can sign guys to 10-day contracts. Okay? And because they have so many players injured, if you get a hardship exception, you can sign guys to 10-day deals without it counting against your salary cap. So you can do that if you wanted to. Now, you probably have at least 5 games, and then on the 5th, they play the second of a back-to-back, so probably 6 games you got to make it through before you get any sort of reinforcements.
Yeah, anybody you'd sign to a 10-day is a non-factor in my eyes anyway, to be honest with you. Let me lay it out how I feel. And it's that I don't even really give a rat's rip. As long as these guys ain't missing the season the rest of the year, I'm good. But you're 22-8. Get me to the postseason, Vic, because you're really hamstrung. There's not a lot you can do right now. But if everybody comes back healthy and happy and everything else, let's go. I think you're locked.
But you know what, though? Matt has a point. And here's human nature says, see, I disagree with you on this because human nature is going to catch up. Oh, they should have won that game. Yeah, but you're missing 3 starters. Yeah, but they should have won that game. You know, you start thinking greedy. And what it does, when you're down 3 starters and you need more out of Jamal and Joker, and they got much more last night, you're going to wear them down.
Yeah.
So at what cost? This is a high cost you're paying right now.
Correct.
These dudes are playing enormous minutes, and they're producing at an all-time high, even more than they ever have. At some point, you're going to hit the wall.
Agreed, Vic, but I'm not even worried about that right now. As long as those guys come. Okay, well, I'm not.
I am.
I'm not.
I'm worried about it.
Yeah.
It's not even January yet, and these guys, I'm worried.
Okay, well, worry your pretty little head off then. There's nothing you can do about it. You have to accept where you are and who you are and what you're dealing with and muddle through the best you possibly can. And then when time comes and these guys are, quote, healthy, it's time to lay wood.
You also have 2 trade exceptions you could use if you wanted to. There's a $6.9 million trade exception and a $5.4. Now, using either would exceed the
You're
first
in the
April.
salary cap now.
That's exactly right.
You're in the tax.
That's
You're in the
exactly
apron.
right. That's exactly right. Now, Julian Strawther is also available.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says Strawther and Najee aren't assets. No, Zeke Najee making $8 million a year is not an asset. You would have to beg somebody to take him. Julian Strawther, on the other hand, though, maybe. But again, you're probably not making any sort of move that's going to move the needle. What you're going to do is probably add some reinforcements.
You also have to be lucky. I mean, the Denver Nuggets did something I thought was impossible. They moved off of Dario Saric and got an upgrade.
Right.
And I'm still wondering why in the hell Sacramento would do that. And come to find out, Sacramento thought that they were going to lose Jonas regardless.
For nothing,
so
yeah.
Every team has reasons, right? Every team has a reason to make a move. You got to find those reasons. The next month is going to be a difficult month to navigate for the Nuggets with these injuries. The Cam Johnson one, at first when I heard it was a bone bruise, I was like, oh, great, they got off. Man, what? But the more I read about it, the more I hear about it, it could be long, man. It could be a long time before he's 100%. It could be 2 months. He's going to be reevaluated. And that's, again, key words, reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. That's not cured. That's not ready. That's reevaluated. I don't think Cam Johnson plays another game till after the All-Star break.
Probably not. And at this point, why would you rush him back if it's a situation like that? Someone on the text line, CB and AG should both be back very soon. That solves a lot of problems. Health, not trades. According to who?
Well, I think CB's closer than AG. But even CB's got the ankle issue, okay? So you figure they're going to give him due time to get that ankle right. He's an athletic player. You need it right. When AG returns, I'm not going to lie to you. I hold my breath every time he makes a move, right? Do you guys?
No, what? No. I mean, yeah, but I don't want to be that guy.
What guy?
The guy's
What guy
like,
are you?
he's going to get hurt again. Because he now is starting to rack up these injuries, man. He's starting to rack some stuff up. But that being said, when he comes back, I'm going to assume he's healthy. I'm not going to be scared. I'm just going with it. That's it.
We'll see. We'll see, man.
And you know what, Vic? That makes me a better person than you.
We shall see. I mean, I guess it does. Let's hot stove it. Go ahead. All right. I don't know if you guys caught this one this weekend, but did you see what happened with this young man by the name of James Najee?
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Yeah.
This is about to open Pandora's box in the world of college athletics. So James Najee, he was a 2023 NBA draft pick, has enrolled at Baylor, and is immediately eligible to play for the Baylor Bears this season. The NBA draft pick is returning to school, and the loophole is simple. He never signed an NBA contract. However, it's not just that easy, because what this does is open the legal precedent for guys who have already played in the NBA to then come back to college if they have not exhausted their eligibility.
Like Ben Simmons, who now opened up a fishing derby school or some sort?
I am telling you right now, I can't tell you exactly everything I know, but I'm telling you that there are former NBA players who may or may not still be in the league who are considering this heavily. And this summer, this is all going to get addressed in court, but because there's already legal precedent, I don't think they're going to do anything about it. I don't think they have a leg to stand on. I think they're going to have to do this. And here's the craziest part. It's already happened. At Kansas State, their women's basketball program, Nazja Claessens, okay, this girl. Anyway, just understand. She's from Belgium. She was drafted with the 30th overall pick in the 2024 WNBA draft. She went back to school because, of course, WNBA rosters are very limited, and she is now currently the second leading scorer at Kansas State after being the 30th pick in the 2024 WNBA draft.
It doesn't surprise me. There's a lot of players who can't hang in the NBA, and they go play in parts unknown. They go play in Europe. If you're one of those players, you don't want to live in, I don't know, Pakistan.
Yeah.
You'd rather play and live in Boulder and play for CU and make a $500,000 playing in Boulder than whatever you make in Pakistan. This is an option now.
Dude, I had one word response to you yesterday. What was it? Wow. Because this opens up so many I could never have envisioned that this could happen. I am blown away by this because how much eligibility does Udonis Haslem have left? Because that guy's like 43. I mean, after 20 years in the NBA, 22 years in the NBA, if he's got a year left, can he go back to college and play?
Hey, LeBron has all his eligibility left.
So does Nikola Jokic, by the way.
If you're Michigan, are you going, hey, LeBrizzle, come here, man. We'll give you $10 million per.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Dude.
I'm telling you.
I don't even know what to do with myself.
Wait for this summer in college basketball. Just wait for this summer. All right, moving on.
Oh, by the way, I'll say this. LeBron stunk last night.
I'm glad you...
Lakers got smoked by the Rockets last night.
I'm glad you brought up LeBron and the Lakers.
He stunk.
This was J.J. Redick after the game.
It's a matter of making the choice. And too often we have guys that don't want to make that choice. And it's pretty consistent who those guys are. And so Saturday's practice, I told the guys, it's going to be uncomfortable. The meeting is going to be uncomfortable. I'm not doing another 53 games like this.
Not doing another 53 games like this. Hey, Vic, there's one move the Lakers need to make, and it's obvious, but they're not going to do it, are they?
What choice is he referring to, by the way?
And who is he referring to? The choice to compete, the choice to show up. That's the choice.
Yeah.
But the Lakers are a bit of a mess here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're stuck between two generations.
Watching LeBron do his, his talcum powder thing yesterday.
Is it Gold Bond now?
I don't know what it is, but he was not very good. When he was on the floor last night, they were a minus 33.
Ooh, here's Luka after the game as well.
I don't know what had to change, but definitely something needs to change. I think we've blown out the last 3 games. It definitely looks like terrible. But we got to figure out. That's the thing we have. That's what we just got to talk about it. Everybody got to talk about it. I know Jesus says it's going to be uncomfortable, so as it should be.
Okay. Lakers move LeBron before the year's over?
I don't know if he's willing to do that, and it's going to be up to him.
No, he won't.
We sure?
Yeah, positive.
He's happy?
Well, I don't know if he's happy. His whole life now is not even basketball. It's movies, and it's production companies, and it's all that sort of thing. I would be shocked.
You would have to hand an NBA championship opportunity on a platter for him to move.
We'll see. We'll see, because the Lakers aren't going anywhere. And they know that if they want to win a title, they're going to have to make some trades. But guess what? There are 3 elite teams. It's San Antonio, OKC, and Denver in the West.
Yeah.
Agree or disagree?
I love the fact that San Antonio's now beaten OKC 3 times in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, who was it that was whining about, well, they got a big guy. There's a big problem in the middle.
Jalen Williams.
Yeah, he was Jalen Williams. Well, no guff, Chet. Oh, I'm sorry, a little adversity. You got a 7-footer yourself who's as skinny as a...
You have 2 of them.
Yeah. Don't cry for me, Argentina. You know what? I don't want to hear your crap.
Do we think it could be a good thing if OKC is preoccupied with trying to beat San Antonio?
Sure, of course.
Fine, yeah, great.
Of course. You're not taking on all the... I love the fact that San Antonio's in the mix. And San Antonio grew up in a hurry, guys. In a hurry. They went from, they're intriguing to, that's a championship contender.
They've got some dudes there. Obviously,
and it's not just Wemby. Everybody's so, Wemby. Their guards, their ability to get in the lane and move, their guards are the reason why they're this good right now. Remember, they beat the Nuggets without Wemby.
Yeah. De'Aaron Fox going there, maybe that... they've got some dudes doing some stuff, man. They're more scary than I give them credit for, but I've come to the realization. Merry Christmas, everybody, by the way. I don't like anybody anymore. I don't like Wemby. I don't like Jalen. I don't like Chet. Chet's face bothers me to death. I don't like to see him on television. I don't like these guys.
Remember, whether you're at home or on the go, we're always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app.
Rudolph can get bent.
Powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. On the other side, we'll wrap the show with Lay It Down. We got to wrap the show with Lay It Down. Just a little. Just a little?
Dude, I really, really do feel like laying some stuff down.
All right, so let's do that.
I've got a hankering.
Let's do that.
Right.
Let's do that. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Christmas time. It's almost 2026 as well. I'm going to say 2 words, erectile dysfunction, guys. Is it ruining things for you? Man, if you're over 50, maybe it's happened to you. Maybe it's something you have to deal with. Well, get yourself fixed. I mean, look, man, we're almost at 2026. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. If ED is a problem in your life, stop waiting. Get something done about it. It's just a medical condition. If you had a bad ankle, you had a tummy, whatever the case may be, you'd get it fixed. So do that if you've got ED. Don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Treatment success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade. Successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult, $99. You got the Colorado Licensed Medical Provider, TPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, your appointment's free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be happy. And your life is going to be better. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All righty. It is time to figure out which Broncos are in the groove as Denver now to 13 wins, the first in the 13-win club, and the Broncos, the first team in NFL history with 12 come-from-behind wins, tie the record for most one-score wins with 11. We'll start with you, Vic. Who you got grooving right now?
Well, I think groove-wise, even though he didn't have the greatest production, I thought R.J. Harvey handled himself well. He tried to run it up the middle, nowhere to run. He caught some passes, was productive there. He came up big when you needed him most. I think R.J. Harvey, to ask the best out of him, he's giving you his best. If that's not good enough, it's not his fault, but he's giving you his best. I like R.J.
Moj?
Don't even look at me. I got nothing.
You don't have a single Bronco in the groove? Not one?
No. You know what? You sacked a practice squad guy one time.
I got one then. I'll take one.
Please do it. You can have. I tell you what. You can have all my groove, Matt. I give you every groove that I own. Take it.
I'll let Sean Payton tell you who mine is.
Tell you what was pretty impressive. Alex came in today and played really well and got a game ball. It was a tough trip home last year. It's a little life lesson, for someone like him to come back in a starting role. That was pretty cool.
Alex Forsyth in the groove after a really rough game last year in Kansas City.
Yeah,
I think we all know what I'm talking about.
He got thrown in the mix.
And Luke Wattenberg heads to IR, the starting center. And here we go with Alex Forsyth now for probably the next month.
Sounds good. He's my guy.
All right, that is and you just don't have anybody? How about the Water Boy? Was he in the groove? Did he have a good pour this weekend?
Who's that?
I don't know, one of the equipment guys?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe one of those guys did. You know what? I'm just
start here, go anywhere.
I have this coffee in my hand.
Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com.
Cool. I got the Brett Kane bunny mug, all that crap. I just got a bad taste in my mouth after that game. It's just a bad taste. I can't fake it, and I won't fake it. So you know what I'm going to do instead? Chris, Mitchell, let's lay it down. All right, I got 4 today. Is there a Lucky Louie pick today?
There is a Lucky Louie pick today.
All right, first of all, I don't really feel good about this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay. I think the Green Bay Packers are going to wax Baltimore.
Wax them?
Wax them. They're only a 2.5-point favorite. I think the Pack is... Look, I just think they're going to smoke them.
Baltimore's a mess, man.
Yeah,
Lamar might be done there.
Yeah, they're
changing to the guard in Baltimore.
I mean, it's 2.5 at Lambeau. That's at least I got them at 2.5. I think it's gone to like 4.5, but I got them at 2.5 when it opened. Just take the damn Packers. Go to see Janice at the window, wherever it is you go, and lay it down. Thanks, Chris. All right, this is going to make Matt unhappy. Do you realize the San Francisco 49ers, Vic, that's a pretty damn good football team. Did you know that, Vic?
The 49ers keep proving us all wrong, despite the injuries.
This is a heads-up game against the Bears. They're at home. They're only laying 3. And in the last 5 weeks, they've scored 41, 20, 26, 37, and 48. You realize that, right? And Brock Purdy... back from injury, I mean, he looks like a friggin' Pro Bowler.
He looks like Montana.
Yes. Look, they're laying 3, so basically I'm going to call it a heads-up game. Just, heads up, right? Forget the spread anyway. The Niners will beat the Bears this weekend.
I don't think you're wrong. I got to be real with you. That one might be too big of a bite for Chicago right now.
Too big of an ask.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, too big of an ask. So take your bread. Yeah, the Niners, Kyle Shanahan, I'm not going to doubt him whatsoever. Just lay it down. Thank you.
How good is the NFC West, by the way?
That's ridiculous.
The only reason I'm picking this game is because of the name of the bowl. Bad Boy Mowers Bowl. Pinstripe Bowl. Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl at Yankee Stadium. They're in the Bronx.
Yeah.
It's Penn State and Clemson. Clemson, actually, you know what? You realize they've won 4 in a row to close out the year?
Never paid attention.
Oh, I know you didn't because you're a dill hole. But they've actually been playing some pretty good football. Penn State is 6-6. Franklin got fired. They already got the new coach in, but he's not doing jack squat. Nobody cares. But here's the crappy part about this. With opt-outs and with injuries, Clemson is missing 7 starters on offense and 7 starters on defense. What are we even doing this for anymore?
I said that before, and you guys...
Why are we even doing this anymore?
Hey, Notre Dame opted out, and the world went bonkers. Why is this suddenly a big deal?
I don't know. I don't even know what a bad boy mower is. It's probably some, badass lawnmower. I don't know what it is.
Thanks for joining my side of the street. Bowl games are dead. They're done.
Either way, Clemson -2.5.
Very nice.
Okay.
Very nice.
Lay it down! Thank you. And I'm going to ride this sucker until I die. I don't think that BYU is very happy being in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I think BYU, realizing that Texas Tech worked them over hard twice, I mean, maybe they'll get fired up. Their quarterback's back from injury. He got hurt, by the way, in the Big 12 title game. But Georgia Tech, Haynes King is my guy. 72% completion percentage, 2,700 yards through the air, 950 on the ground, and 15 touchdowns this year. The true dual threat quarterback. It's at Camping World Stadium in Orlando. It's the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and I like Pop-Tarts a lot. I eat Pop-Tarts, once every couple of weeks on this show. So I'm going to take Georgia Tech. I'm going to take the 5. And
because you eat Pop-Tarts, you're taking Georgia Tech?
Yeah, mother trucker. Lay it down! Thanks, Bear. What do you got?
I don't understand how people bet on bowl games. It's like betting on preseason football.
Well, it's like
not with a 10-foot pole.
It's just dumb.
It's like Springer betting the first round of Wimbledon. He's an idiot.
Dumb.
Yeah.
Although the Hawaii Bowl on Christmas Eve was awesome. What a win by the Rainbow Warriors. I told you, Alejado, he's a dog. Anyway, my lay it down this week. There's a couple I got. I actually got a couple. Can I lay? I'll lay a Lucky Louie and a bonus pick. My Lucky Louie is Steelers -3 in Cleveland. It's over for the Browns, and I don't know what's going to happen with Shedeur, but it doesn't feel good. And the Steelers are only a 3-point favorite, and they need a win to clinch the division and a playoff berth. Give me the Steelers. Lay it down.
Yeah.
And then and the bonus pick for you is Patriots -2 touchdowns on the road at the Jets. The Jets are miserable.
They are.
The Patriots need to win one more game to win the division to stay ahead of the Bills. They'll do enough to beat them by 2 touchdowns, whereas the Broncos could not do enough to beat Kansas City handily. It'll be the Pats in a big win. Lay it down.
Lay it down. All right, if you'll kill Chris, go ahead and kill that rat real quick. Thank you. And give me some love music. I need some love in my heart. I need some love. Because I look at Vic's face today. So when you find some love music, just Chris Mitchell, just put it on up. I look at Vic's face, and I think to myself, why in the world do I come here every single day to look at that face? Now, I do it for the
face.
Cut him off. Shut him off. No, not the music. Just shut Vic off for a second. I do it for the people, Matt, because I'm a giver.
You are a giver.
I do it for the listeners and the viewers, everybody else who, however you find this program, I do it for you. And I have to put up with that face. Now, my face, I'm sure if you looked at it, and a lot of people are going to say this I'm sure in the text line and on the Twitch feed and YouTube and everything else, my face ain't exactly pretty either. So the fact that you've come in here for week after week after week, filling in for Brett Kane and his 87 kids, and looked at our faces every day and put up with us, I want to say thank you to Matt Smith. Today is his last day with us. Brett will be back on Monday. But this is not an easy program to come in and be a part of because we're idiots.
It's a swamp in
There's a lot of blankery going on. What did I tell you the first week? I said there's a lot of blankery, right? What did I say?
Yeah.
This is a survival mode. Mitchell, the fact that Mitchell's a statue probably helps him. He has no emotions whatsoever.
Right.
But you have emotions, and you have a heart, and you have a brain, and I thank you for all you've done for us.
Seriously, Matt Lewis Smith, your ability to shepherd us through all this and get us to that manger is very well done, and it will not be forgotten.
I appreciate that.
Did you just compare him to Jesus Christ?
He did.
Did you 3 wise men? What did you just do?
He did.
Okay, hang on a second. More love music, please, because I got more love for Matt.
Okay. Are we sure?
You came out of the bullpen big time. Out of somewhere up north, and you had to drive your butt off every morning.
Yeah.
I turned you on to a good song, though. Did you listen to Pebbles?
Oh, I loved it.
Okay, good. But you came down here and you put up with us for week after week after week after week. And for that, I'm thankful. I'm thankful that you came into our lives.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you. Thank you guys for welcoming me to your little chaos nest here. Yeah. It's been fun to get in here, root around, get a little dirty. But it's been a good time.
Seriously, because we hadn't worked together before this run of what have you been here? 8 months? How long has Kane been?
It's been like a year and a half, I think.
5 weeks. 5 weeks.
Jesus,
Lord. Did you think it would? I mean, when you were told you'd be working with us, is this what it was stacked up to be in your mind, or?
Yeah. I mean, I've worked with some characters in the past, but you two are definitely unique, and I've enjoyed it.
Characters?
Yeah. I mean, would you not consider yourself a character?
Mose, he called you a character.
Yeah, he is too.
Mose, you're just a bit actor. You're a character.
You're the king of chicken, and Mose is the king of, yelling at whatever pisses him off every morning at 7 a.m.
Listen,
and
to
I
Lance.
love it.
Lance says, Matt deserves a blanking medal for putting up with your crap, Moser. Yeah, you know what, Lance? By the way, what's your name? Lance Cockdale? Hey, Cockdale. I understand that. I'm acknowledging that. I'm owning that. You're right.
Matt or Louis.
Yes,
Louis,
sir.
Hope to work with you again in the future. Seriously. So thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you for doing your part because you kept us together.
Yeah, same to you guys. This is, again, as Moj said, this is my last day at altitude. Brett, thankfully.
I mean, for the time being. I mean,
Brett thankfully comes back on Monday.
Unless he has another kid.
Unless he has another kid. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I hope you have a wonderful holiday and a happy new year. Thanks for being patient with us, and we'll talk to you.
Well, be honest. And I really appreciate you putting up with us. Did you have fun?
Of course.
Are you sure?
Of course.
You can go back over with what's-his-face.
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before. And so that's all that's important.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you, everybody.
I love you, buddy. Thanks. Good job.
Moser,
Great
Lombardi,
job.
and Kane will be back on Monday.
That was perfect, man. Great job.
Peyton Watson has it on the high left side. He gets down the lane. Dark right-handed tomahawk! Oh, man! Meanwhile, now you got Harvey lined up in the backfield, and now you got...
They got him to jump.
Denver saying Kansas City jump first. Here comes the call from Vinovich. The answer is...
Offside.
Wow.
Defense number 95. Half distance to goal. Will to the first down.
Minnesota has to have a three-pointer. McDaniels looks in. Throws it off over to Edwards for three. Got it! 1.1 seconds left for Denver. 4th and 8. 20 seconds. Hunt comes back into the backfield. Rush 4. Odedokin throws to the end zone. Too high and incomplete. 90 seconds to go in overtime. Murray throws top of the key over to Jokic. Jokic puts it on the floor, gets to the dotted line. Floater. Got it! We're tied up at 126. Jokic has 44. Technical foul! Anthony Edwards! See you later, alligator! You have been ejected. Inbound goes to Bruce Brown to Peyton Watson, and there's the horn. And the Minnesota Timberwolves can take that L on the way out. Nikola Jokic, a 56-point triple-double. Jamal Murray, a 35-point double-double. Denver needs overtime and used basically 8 guys to beat Minnesota. Final tonight from Denver, 142 to 138.
Double winneroo yesterday in the Mile High City. Well, one was in Kansas City, the other late night on the hardwood with the Nuggets taking a win 142-138 over the Timberwolves in overtime. They gave this thing away late. They were trailing in overtime by 7 in the middle of that overtime period. You heard Kaz on the call, Anthony Edwards, who went off last night, caused his team the game. And Nikola Jokic, the 7th best game in NBA history, according to GameScore, drops another triple-double, a stunning 56 points on 15 of 21 from the field. The Broncos find a way to get a win 20-13, and while a win's a win, Coach, that one didn't feel so great for Denver.
Well, yeah, Raj, and I know we were texting yesterday on our show thread, and I'm excited to hear your recap of everything because you didn't seem too fired up yesterday as the game was going on.
No, it was atrocious.
What I saw, Raj, was this. I saw another repeat performance of another Raiders or Jets game where Sean Payton and the offense saw an outlandish defensive alignment that they didn't game plan for. And it was against the defense and a team in the Kansas City Chiefs that just didn't want to get beat by what we predicted on I guess it would have been Wednesday, which was a 44-3 game. And instead what you got was you got the Denver Broncos playing just well enough offensively and just well enough to be able to score points at the very end of the game. And you're 13-3, Raj. You swept the Kansas City Chiefs. You won at Arrowhead. You beat Andy Reid and Travis Kelce twice in a year. You can't hang your head too much about it, but I do need to see something next Sunday, and I want that game to be meaningful.
I mean, I can certainly be upset with how that game went. You played an XFL team yesterday. I know Chris Jones was still there, and George Karlaftis is still playing, and Travis Kelce was still there. You played the C-level version of the Chiefs yet again, and while last year you dominated them 38-0 in all facets of the game, it was sketchy the whole time. And you heard one of those calls, which was, it was the neutral zone infraction. I don't think you win that game in regulation if Chris Jones doesn't jump, and then Quinn Miners, that was the second time that he could have gotten Chris Jones on a neutral zone infraction. He missed one earlier in the game. If Miners doesn't touch him and run through the line of scrimmage, I'm not convinced they score a touchdown because I don't think they snap the ball on 4th and 2. I think they kick a field goal and they go, I dare you, Chris Oladokun, to come down the field and lead a charge. And you know what he did? He was in field goal range. He didn't need 3. He needed 7. That game goes to overtime. And against an XFL team, which is what the Chiefs were last night, it ain't good enough.
It ain't good enough, Raj. I agree. And the area of the football team to me that was wildly underperforming against the team that they should have been better than was the special teams unit. Inexcusable to give up that kind of field position on multiple opportunities in the return game. Absolutely a deplorable performance from the special teams unit. And the way that the Denver Broncos are comprised this year, they can't play bad on special teams, Raj. They're not good enough on offense to create explosive plays and flip the field. You have got to play good special teams. You took a penalty on a touchback on a punt return on a hold against Chris Abrams' drain. That puts the ball at the 10-yard line. Now you got to go 90 in order to score a touchdown, and then you end up giving 2 explosive returns in the punt return game and kickoff return game. Inexcusable.
Completely inexcusable on the special team side. And unfortunately, what I do believe it continues to uncover is that while this team, again, I'm not going to spit at 13 wins this year. I'm not going to spit at, well, by the time Sunday comes along, you might already be the AFC West champions if the Chargers can't win their game this weekend against Houston. That is a huge accomplishment this year, considering you're still dealing with the Russell Wilson dead cap money. I get it. I understand that you should be happy and excited for double-digit wins and a possibility at a 1 seed. But what it uncovered yet again was unless you are B or better, B plus or better in all 3 facets of the game, it's always going to be a nail-biter. Now, what have we said all season long? You have to learn how to win in tight situations. And what did Bo do yet again? Tight situation.
Not worried about that, Raj.
Never.
Want to kind of want to know if the Broncos can actually win a game that isn't so dang uncomfortable. Like, do they have the ability to do that? And I don't know. It's not playoff football, so I guess you've prepared yourself admirably for what's to come. 11-2 in 1-score games. What is this? All but 2 of the games the Broncos have played in, they were trailing at some point in the game this season. That's unbelievable. That's the first time in the NFL regular season history that a team has done that. To have that many games, I believe it's 12 of their games where they trailed in, and you're already here at 13 wins. That is absolutely wild.
I guess the reason why it doesn't feel great is because I wasn't expecting them to trail at any point going into that game. Maybe if you didn't have the ball first, you walk down and Kansas City has a field goal to go up 3-0. I expected that to be the only time that you were trailing in that game on Christmas Day, man. It wasn't inspiring to me, considering how many players were out for the Chiefs, considering how many players were healthy for Denver. Cortland Sutton and Bo Nix didn't necessarily have the greatest connection. Now, the best passing play of the game was a Nick Sutton throw down the left side where he fit it in between the corner and the safety coming over from the hash mark. Best throw of the game for either quarterback, and it was to Cortland Sutton.
Raj, that exact snap that you're talking about, if you ever hear me refer to a hole shot, that was the chef's kiss hole shot against cover 2. And you had the corner playing a trail technique, more of a flat defender, and then the safety playing hard over the top. That's to complete balls down the field. You've got to hit that hole shot area against what the Chiefs were employing from a coverage standpoint, which is a lot of split safety, 2 high, cover 2 zone looks. And I thought Bo did okay with it. I thought there should have been more opportunities to complete the ball dead smack in the middle of the field. You saw a couple of the little Jordan Humphrey in critical situations.
Adam Troutman.
That's where you should have gotten more of your chunk plays. And the thing that I thought that was, I wouldn't say it's inexcusable, but was disappointing, was now we've seen Sean Payton see multiple defenses change their entire defensive identity to play against the Broncos, and Sean Payton not adjust quickly enough. And that's happened now multiple times.
We'll get back into the Broncos and their win over the Kansas City Chiefs coming up on the other side of the break. We'll go through our big play replay as we do every single week, and thankfully it is, again, not an inspiring win, but a win nonetheless, and that's all that matters right now is the win column, finding a way to get the 1 seed. It did leave me feeling a little bit disheartened that you didn't wallop the Chiefs last night, but just find a way to win games. That's what they do this year. And last night with the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, Denver found a way to win that game despite choking away a massive lead. in the fourth quarter. Anthony Edwards was phenomenal. Nikola Jokic even better with his pairing alongside Jamal Murray, who takes 18 triples in the game. He goes 50% from beyond the arc. And again, as great as Anthony Edwards is, 44 points, 14 of 25 from the field, gets to the free throw line 13 times, he still acts like a child in the biggest moments. Anthony Edwards cost the Timberwolves that game. You can't tell me that if he's on the court, somehow he doesn't find a way to make a big three or an and one, especially after what he did in the corner from regulation.
Yeah, this was one of the better basketball games of the NBA season. I was so impressed in so many different ways from Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray, he's an all-star, Raj. This is the year that you are going to see Jamal Murray become an all-star for this team. And I think that the three injuries that the Nuggets are dealing with, and really what Jamal Murray's been able to do since the month of December began, he's showing that he really is the Robin that Batman has to have and has been able to have. Frankly, for the Nuggets to stay afloat amongst three really, really good role-playing starters, it's truly remarkable. Last night was a lot of fun. That was about as much fun as I've had watching a basketball game in the month of December, probably in my lifetime.
Jamal has 6 30-point games, including 52 to start off the month of December. Well, second game of December, he did have 10 points on the first and that 10-point loss to Dallas to start off the month. But he's got games of 52, 34, 35, 32, 31, and 35 last night to go alongside a 56-point triple-double from Nikola Jokic. Again, the 7th best individual game in NBA history, according to Basketball Reference's game score statistic. Joker only trails these names: Karl Malone, Donovan Mitchell 2 years ago, Joel Embiid in 2024, Kobe Bryant back in 2006, Luka Doncic in 2024 with Dallas, and then Michael Jordan in 1990 with the Bulls. It was an all-time effort from Joker.
Yeah, just when you think that Joker, it's the same thing time and time again. We just keep learning that Joker does more and more and more and more, and it really is remarkable to see what he's been able to accomplish.
We'll take a quick timeout on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll go through our Broncos big play replay. What are the plays, the calls that mattered in the Broncos' 7-point victory at Arrowhead? They improved to 13-3 this season, still very much on the inside track for the 1 seed in the AFC. It's a Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You're listening to the Morning Sprint. Alex Ronemi alongside KJ Granderson behind the glass. And not from the trunk of his car, but from the front seat of his car, it is Mike Sanford. He's getting ready for the Snoop Dogg Bowl in just a couple of days. He's at DIA waiting for his flight, but we do this every single Monday following a Broncos win or a loss, and thankfully, even though it was ugly, well, it's another W, 13 of them on the season. I told you it was ugly, and it didn't start off so great for Bo Nix.
Been a long day already.
Tell me about it. 3rd down and 12. Chased all the way back, running for his life, throws, and it is broken up, and it is Christian Fulton. Comes away on a pass intended for Lil Jordan Humphrey.
It was Bolton who ends up having the interception there. Bo Nix pass deep on the left side for Lil Jordan Humphrey, gets tipped, caught, intercepted after the Broncos were they were starting to drive there. 14 plays, 56 yards, 8 minutes and 2 seconds was that last drive that they came off of, but they end up having 3 first downs on their ensuing drive, and unfortunately, on 3rd and 12, tries to fit one in a window, and it gets tipped.
Yeah, and that was the first time where you could see that Bo Nix was surprised by the change in structure that Steve Spagnuolo was going to employ on this particular Thursday night on Christmas night. That was a lot more cover 2. I think Bo Nix was anticipating heavy pressure looks. And Raj, did you hear the crazy stat from Kirk Herbstreit into the 4th quarter? You're like, I think you were midway through the 4th quarter. Steve Spagnuolo, known blitzer, had only pressured 5 times, had only called 5 blitzes. Bo Nix was just simply caught off guard. I didn't like the decision. A lot of people thought it was a bit of a fluky interception. I thought it was a bad decision. And my dad and I watched the game together with a combined 68 years or so of coaching experience. We saw the ball leave Bo Nix's hand. We saw the structure and we go, that ain't it. And it certainly wasn't it.
Bo is picked off on 3rd and 12. Kansas City starts to come down. Chris Oladokun, a 5-yard touchdown pass, puts Kansas City on top 7-3.
So now 3rd down and goal. They go empty for the moment. Now they bring Smith into the backfield. Oladokun looking, has time, throws, and can he get to the goal line? He can, and in. Rashard Smith. The salute from Patrick Mahomes. In they go, and the Kansas City Chiefs have the lead.
Kansas City takes over the ball on the Denver 35-yard line. They get 3 third downs, including that 3rd and goal there. Busted coverage not only there, but Pat Surtain ended up having one on a crossing route from Travis Kelce on 3rd down. Man, it was tough, and again, for them to be trailing 7-3 that early in the game, I started panicking a bit.
We all should have. If you're being honest with yourself, if you're a Broncos fan for your entire lifetime, or frankly, if you've been a Broncos fan just for a short period of time, you see Chris Oladokun, the story that you don't want to gain any traction whatsoever on a national. You watch that first touchdown pass and you're saying, is this really going to happen today? Is this how my Christmas is going to finish up here in Denver, Colorado, with the witches watching and smirking with his little his sparkly weird necklace that he had up in the press box? Is this how we're going to lose? We're going to lose the AFC West on this crap with Chris Oladokun? It felt like it at that point.
Oladokun helped out by a couple of missed tackles on that 5-yard passing touchdown. 7-3 is the score for Kansas City as we're into the 2nd quarter. Now, not a lot of blitzes from Steve Spagnuolo's Kansas City defense. Bo Nix, however, when he had the ability, stepping up in the pocket, he started using his legs in this game.
3rd down and 6. Nix is 10 of 16 for only 62 yards. 5.5 to go in the half. Blitz. Nix running, picks up the 1st down and a few more yards. Karlaftis finally makes the tackle with 5.5 to go, 1st down.
3rd and 6, 14 yards, gets the ball out of Denver, deep in their own zone, up to the 42. Now they will continue to move the ball down the field. They end up having 3 straight incompletions to Sutton and have to settle for a field goal, but they do get 3 points, and it's mainly because Bo decided to use his legs. It was 14 yards. It could have been 30 if he doesn't get tripped up.
I'd say the only piece of the puzzle that I took away from last night's game against the Chiefs, the C team, the G League version of the Kansas City Chiefs, was that Bo Nix has to use his legs with more frequency for the Broncos to get accomplished what all of us want to see the Broncos accomplish, and that's make a deep playoff run. Frankly, Bo Nix is not dynamic enough as a pure passer. We're not talking Aaron Rodgers in his prime. We're not talking Matt Stafford right now at 38 years old. We're talking about a quarterback yesterday that averaged just about 3 yards per attempt. You've got to be able to use your legs to neutralize defenses, and that was a positive sign to see that Bo, who has been very reticent to leaning into that part of his natural God-given abilities, he finally did it. And if he didn't do that, Raj, I don't know if you win this game.
Jaleel McLaughlin, a couple of plays later, a 15-yard gain on 3rd and 2nd coming out of the 2-minute warning. Now 3 straight incomplete passes to Courtland Sutton. One of them way too hot of a pass that Sutton can't catch. The other one out of the corner of the end zone, and then finally finds him on 3rd down and 10 from the Kansas City 11. High pass. Sutton does get his hands on it, Coach, but 2 guys converging on the same time. Does number 14 have to reel in that touchdown? Or potentially rather touchdown reception? Yeah,
10 targets, only 4 catches for Courtland Sutton. I like the fact that there was a desire to get the ball into Courtland Sutton's hands. Courtland Sutton just wasn't great. He had a couple decent plays. He just wasn't the player on last night's game. He wasn't the player that the Broncos need him to be, especially coming up Sunday, which I think is going to be for all the marbles type of game against the Chargers.
Denver settles for a 30-yard Will Lutz field goal. 7-6 is the score as we head into the third quarter. The 2 biggest plays in this football game. It's insane that the 2 biggest plays in this football game were a a kick return, and a pass interference call. And it's on Pat Surtain.
What a night for them after 4 years on the practice squad here in Kansas City. He's going to go for it all here. A flag is thrown. Will they get the interference call? You've got Xavier Worthy. You've got Pat Surtain.
And Surtain just lost where he was. That's a rare mistake by Pat Surtain.
Spot foul. Automatic first down.
I hated this call.
Bad call.
I hated it. I hated everything about it, Raj. You know what I hated about it? Xavier Worthy didn't even appear to be in a position to be attempting to go for the football. He saw the ball.
He gave up.
Completely. He gave up. And they threw the flag as if he was assaulted and gave up. He gave up because of the location of the Chris Oladokun pass. That's why he gave up.
I understand, I guess, seeing Sutton push Xavier Worthy, and maybe it's because they're on the boundary. Like, if this route happens in the middle of the field, like on the hash mark, Coach, and you get that little bump and it's still overthrown by 10 to 15 yards, which Oladokun did overthrow Worthy by 10 to 15 yards there. If it happens in the middle of the field, rather than pushing the player from green grass out onto white painted grass, is that something that maybe referees are like, well, he pushed him out of the field of play, I have to throw the flag?
Maybe.
I'm just like, from a visual standpoint.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is that typically when you have these types of PIs, the receiver himself is straining through the contact to make an attempt on the football. Xavier Worthy, the second-year player with a lot of speed and not a lot of oomph, he just looked like he's like, I am gloved right now by the greatest corner on planet Earth. Therefore, I am done. My repetition is over. So it was a bailout call, it was a bad call, and the NFL just continues to have some weird weeks from an officiating standpoint, week after week. I think it's a weird year. Have you heard about this? It's a union kind of contract year for the refs. There's some strange stuff going on.
Again, odd. 27 yards is the longest play of the game if you take out special teams. And it ends up not being a play. It's a flag. 27 yards gets Kansas City to the Denver 21. They have to deal with a Harrison Butker 53-yard field goal. Honestly, for the kickers to not miss any kicks in a relatively blustery and swirly Arrowhead, good on him. They take the lead 10-6. We talked about this in segment 1. The best throw of the game. Bo Nix finds the hole.
It's first down and 20 now. Nix fires, and a catch by Sutton. along the sideline.
Well, Al, that deserved a little bit more fanfare to it. It was a phenomenal throw on 1st and 20.
Did Al not love the Broncos yesterday?
Al doesn't have his fastball this year, man. He's the greatest to ever do it. He's struggling.
Might be it. Might be time to take Al out to pasture.
Well,
Lee Corso needed to get there. Well, I'm saying broadcasting pasture, right? Yeah, I mean, I just feel like we're kind of in an old Yeller time period, just like we were with Lee Corso here on College Game Day. It was time. It was time.
Walk me through the throw, Coach.
Just seeing underneath coverage from the corner, playing trail technique, because he's really a flat player. Safety's over the top. I love you got to throw a driven throw, and when I say driven throw, firm with an arc is what we like to say. It's a firm enough throw, has enough juice and velocity on it that you're going to beat the safety that's over the top. If you had hung up too much air there, the safety can get there and either obliterate your receiver or they can pick it off. And if it's actually driven too much, and like a quick hitch or a quick hitting throw, then the corner picks it off. I thought it was a perfect layering of a throw from Bo Nix. And outside of the game, what ended up being the game-winning touchdown, which we'll get to here in a minute, I thought that this was the best play of Bo Nix's day.
Denver continues to roll. They flip the field from the Denver 47 to the Kansas City 30. They do overcome a bad spot on 3rd and 5. They end up going for it on 4th and 1. They get that first down, and then Bo Nix, we heard him use his feet early on. He'll use his feet once again and score on this one.
14th play of the drive. 50th play run by the Broncos tonight. Chiefs have run 26. Nix gonna run it, and he's gonna run it into the end zone. Touchdown. Went right through Hicks at the end of the run.
Bo Nix, 9 yards. Quarterback keeper designed for number 10.
Yeah, I love the red zone design touchdown. It felt like the Christmas gift that I was looking for all day. Certainly didn't get too many myself this year. Haven't been a great dad or a husband or just a broadcaster.
He hasn't been a good
really
boy.
None of the above. He's been a bad boy. But I got this from Sean Payton, and I've been begging him. I put it on my Christmas wish list for Sean Payton, and he delivered just in time with a quarterback empty. So it was an empty alignment. And we got a gap scheme. It was kind of an influence trap scheme. And I think I saw, if I'm not mistaken, I saw backup center, who's now your starting center, possibly for a playoff run, Raj, Alex Forsyth, get a nice kick out block and ultimately lead his former Oregon Duck quarterback Bo Nix into the end zone.
Forsyth gets the game ball this year for Denver in their 20-13 win, their 13th victory of the season, still the inside track to the 1 seed in the AFC and to win that AFC West title. Again, could happen as early as Sunday if the Chargers fall to Houston. They would take the lead there. Kansas City has a 47-yard field goal from Harrison Butker to tie this one up in the 4th. But I thought there were a couple of really good throws. We've already heard the Cortland Sutton one. We're going to get the throw that ends up winning the game, but you don't get there without a 17-yard reception on 3rd and 10 from who else? Well, Lil Jordan Humphrey, that guy.
3rd and 10. Extra man comes. Nix fires wide open, making the grab. First down inside the 30-yard line. Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Soft areas underneath the zone, especially when they're playing cover 2, Coach. They didn't take advantage of it much, but when they needed to, it was Humphrey, it was Adam Troutman, and he finds his big-bodied receiver in the middle. Again, I guess if you're the Kansas City defense, you worry about Sutton, you worry about Mims or Franklin, and you forget about big number 17.
Is Lil Jordan Humphrey what we all kind of hoped that Sean Payton would be using Evan Ingram for? This late season renaissance for a player that didn't even start on your roster, and now you're using him essentially as the joker, an undersized tight end or an oversized wide receiver, or who knows what he might be. He's outperforming Evan Ingram.
It leads to a big-time play. Well, yeah, we'll get to the Bo Nix pass to R.J. Harvey. It starts with the big uglies in front. Quinn Miners, he gets Chris Jones to jump offside.
Meanwhile, now you got Harvey lined up in the backfield, and now you got
him to jump.
Denver saying Kansas City jump first. Here comes the call from Vinovich. After consultation, the answer is
offside.
Wow.
Defense number 95. Half distance to goal. Wilson, first down.
This is the 14th play of this drive. Nix is rolling. Nix will throw, and it's caught for the touchdown by R.J. Harvey. Takes them 14 plays to go from their own 35 after a touchback, 65 yards for the score.
14 plays, 13 minutes, 15 seconds in that fourth quarter had elapsed after a 6-minute and 18-yard total drive for the Broncos. They take the lead 20-13. And most importantly there, after Miners gets Chris Jones to jump and then runs into the end zone, also like an all-time celebration for an offensive lineman, thought it was great from the belly. What Denver doesn't do, they don't score immediately, right? There's 2 plays that they have to run. Andy Reid is forced to use 2 of his 3 timeouts there before they punch it into R.J. Harvey.
Yeah, I was almost to the point there, like, hey, do you want to get one more of his timeouts off?
Take a knee.
Just go for it on just go for it on fourth down. It was perfect. You got the clock exhausted and or the resources of timeouts exhausted. I loved Bo Nix directing traffic. And for a rookie running back that is obviously a very good receiver, but I'd say the advanced level of him uncovering himself at the back line of the end zone, what R.J. Harvey did right there is something that you would see out of more of a Christian McCaffrey type player that's been around this league for a really long time. Football IQ wise, both Bo Nix and R.J. Harvey being on the exact same page at the right time for the Broncos. That was a highlight play in a game that really lacked highlights.
That's our Broncos big play replay for the 13th time this year. It comes after a Broncos victory, 20-13. No, they don't cover the 13.5 in that game, but you know what? After watching it again this morning, you guys saw my text messages, KJ and Coach. I was pissed. Maybe it was because I had a couple of nogs in me at that point. On my rewatch this morning, I was less pissed off than I was last night. So the Holly Jolly has come back into my life. KJ Granderson, Coach Mike Sanford, I'm Raj. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude 92.5.
Jamal Murray has the basketball here for Denver. He goes to the left-hand side, gets a high pick from Jokic. They switch the pick and roll. Gets another pick from Jokic, shoots a three. Yeah! Denver's up by 3 in overtime.
56 from Nikola Jokic, 35 from Jamal Murray. He goes 9 of 18 from beyond the arc. The Nuggets put up 142 points. Yes, they had the added benefit of overtime in that victory against Minnesota. It was, well, a blown lead and then a come-from-behind victory for the Nuggets. We obviously know that they're playing incredibly hurt as you see Cam Johnson go out with the injury. Now, the last time that you and I talked, Coach, we were waiting on pins and needles, like what's going to happen with that MRI. It looks as though it's just going to be 4 to 6 weeks, and then you'll reevaluate what's going on with Cam Johnson's right knee, but no structural damage, so we can all breathe a collective sigh of relief.
Well, and I thank all of our fine listeners and UKJ and Raj for allowing me to partake in the bit that I was doing there, where I was the expert on all things orthopedics, and I knew exactly what was or wasn't going to happen with Cam Johnson's prognosis in his knee. And boy, was I wrong. And I did it on purpose because I wanted to throw all the negative juju out there into the universe, just like Raj sometimes does. We won't call it what it is. It's some type of curse. I tried to do that with Cam Johnson, and when I found out that it was just a bone bruise, and it's a significant bone bruise. But when I found that information out, I was A, shocked, and B, overwhelmed with just complete relief, because that's a major bullet that you dodged as a team that needs to have a Cam Johnson in this roster.
Joker, 56, 16, and 5. It's the first triple-double in NBA history with at least 55 points, 15 assists, and 15 boards. Again, I told you the game score is the 7th highest in NBA history, but again, it is the best Christmas Day performance in the history of the NBA. He was unconscious. He was, as typically the Joker is, efficient as all hell from the field. Now, he only takes 6 threes. He hits 4 of them. He finds a way to go to the stripe 23 times. He misses 1 of them. It felt like every single time down the stretch when he was at the line, you knew it was going to go in, and you needed every single one of those free throws to fend off before he fouled himself out of the game for a tech, to fend off Anthony Edwards and his 44 points there. I saw this on Twitter. In 2 games over the last 2 years, and he's played Rudy Gobert far more than that, Joker's dropped 60 against Rudy, and now a 56-point triple-double. And that's all happened within the course of a calendar year.
Yeah. I'm not so sure that Rudy Gobert wants to play against Nikola Jokic anytime soon.
Who does?
I mean, this is the former defensive player of the perennial defensive player of the year for a big, if I'm not mistaken, Raj. I have some pivot. I'm watching the game and I'm scrolling through the stats and seeing, like, I'm just, in my own mind, just kind of doing the typical Nikola Jokic, man. We've seen it again. We're seeing it all the time. I had this thought when I saw that he was 22 of 23 from the charity stripe, a guy that is just shy of 6 feet tall, just shy of 290 pounds. He's the best big in the history of the game. He's the best one of the best 3-point shooting bigs in the history of the game. To be really good at like 3 of these things is remarkable. I thought about this. How does Nikola Jokic have time to get so good at all of these things? How can he perfect his craft as a free throw shooter and be as good as he is as a big in terms of his post moves and the Euro step? It doesn't quite add up. I know it's just simply because he's Nikola Jokic, because he's the greatest player ever. But like the coach in me saying, to become the greatest player ever, not all that stuff just happened when you were born. You have to work on these things. How is he so good at all these things, Raj?
I couldn't tell you how he does it. Again, he's a unicorn. He is, when you talk, we use the term generational player too much nowadays, and I think I fall victim to that as well. He is the true definition of generational talent. You only get to see that once every, 30 years, once every 40 years in any given sport. he's just better than everyone, man. And I guess like the only thing you can look at is go, well, he's not that great defensively. He's not porous. He's not terrible. He's not, 4-time defensive player of the year, Rudy Gobert, but also the 4-time defensive player of the year, Rudy Gobert, has given up over the course of just 2 games in a calendar year with Joker playing against him nearly 120 points in 2 games.
For a player as intelligent as he is in Rudy Gobert, gosh, sometimes I wonder when you defend Nikola Jokic, are you defending against somebody that you're starting to try to think about what he's going to do in terms of like, I'm going to attempt to stop the pass that he's going to make to the person you didn't see him making the pass to, as opposed to a guy like Rudy Gobert just saying, you know what, I'm just going to do my best to just try to neutralize Nikola Jokic, the scorer.
Well, yeah, you have to worry about how he orchestrates everyone else. Like the coolest play that he had was back to the basket, around like the left side wing at the 3-point line. And he has Peyton Watson next to him, tells him to clear out of the paint so that Hardaway can come off of a screen. He makes that little pass, and then Hardaway elevates for a dunk. Like, you have to worry about him making sure that Hardaway and Watson are in the right spot, and then if he takes one quick look over his shoulder, he's completely going to change the play that you're set up to defend now. That's what you have to worry about. And if you step off and you worry about the other guys that are cutting, he's good enough to go 4 of 6 from 3. And he's okay with taking a super deep 2 because he's efficient. He can hit those things. He's the most unguardable player in the league right now. And you had to have him and Jamal combined for 91 last night to win that. You're just too injured. They had 142 points, Coach, last night. And just 11 of them came from bench players. 11. That's it. And 142 points scored in the game. I do worry that over the course of their next few games, especially with this long road trip coming up, they are gone from Saturday through Wednesday, January 7th. So that is, I think it's a 7-game road trip for them. I worry how that's going to affect them is the fact that you don't have a lot of depth scoring. You certainly don't have the bench right now because, well, you have 3 starters that are injured. Like, unless Zeke Naji steps up big time, or if Jonas Valanciunas kicks whatever stomach bug that he's got ailing him right now, I worry that you're going to run into a lot of these games, and if you don't get 80 combined from Joker and Jamal, you're going to see some of these games lost.
Yeah, we'll say a positive trend, and the word that we use a lot right now, talking about Denver Broncos, of course, is respond. I like the response from Peyton Watson, and I know Peyton Watson's not going to necessarily be, the perfect starter that you want, or the guy that's going to come and fill up the basket on a night in, night out basis, but it does bode well for the Nuggets going forward. When you do get, say, Christian Brown back, you have a deeper bench. It's a good developmental time for Peyton Watson, so he's going to have to continue to step up. That's what I see him as a player. It's going to be really critical we'll call it the 3-week stretch until we know that. I think Christian Brown will be back, and then I think AG will be back in about 4 or 5 weeks. My guess, my feel.
Joker breaks Stephen Curry's overtime record that was held at 17 points in the extra frame. So again, just continues to do things that no one else in the history of the game has done. It's a Bud Light Football Friday today. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos, who just got their 13th win. Remember to enjoy Bud Light responsibly. We have so much football coming your way this weekend on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and our sister station AM 950. It starts tonight with the First Responder Bowl at 6 p.m. Saturday, we've got the Texans and the Chargers at 2, followed by the Avs and the Golden Knights at 7:30. On AM 950, you'll get the Nuggets and the Magic at 4:30 p.m. Their first of a 7-game road trip that extends from December 27th all the way through January the 7th. And then on Sunday, the Patriots and the Jets at 10:30 in the morning on 92.5, followed up by the Rams and the Falcons at 5:30 p.m. And then on AM 950, you'll get a big game in the AFC. Well, at least for the AFC playoff picture, the Eagles travel to the Bills. You can listen to that at 2 p.m., either worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app or on our sister station, AM 950. Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. I'm Raj. You guys listen to the Morning Sprint on Altitude. It's a Bud Light Football Friday rolling into hour 2 of the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, who is getting ready to hop on a flight and call on radio as the color announcer. Was it the Snoop Dogg Bowl?
Snoop Dogg Bowl, second year running. I'm going to be better this year on 2 fronts. I'm going to find a way to dap it up with my old Long Beach, California homie, Snoop Dogg. Like I didn't last year. I chickened out. I didn't want to be that guy that was glazing a superstar after he got done with a massive Christmas Day halftime show, which, by the way,
you mean
crushed.
like Michaels and Herb Street were just glazing all over Travis Kelce last night? It was the Travis Kelce eulogy show.
Yeah, and he's probably going to play next year. He shouldn't because he looked slow as all get out. How slow does he look?
He does look slow, man, but still somehow finds a way to get open. Now, 3 years ago, that little crosser at the end of the game where he brings Pat Surtain from the right side of the formation all the way across. It's a bad throw. It's a little bit overthrown. I think 2 or 3 years ago, not only does he get the call, but he probably gets his hand on the football and maybe even makes that catch because he's a step slow right now. He was able to get open against Surtain there. He was able to get open for an 11 or a 14, it was either 11 or 14 yards on Jahdae Barron. If you flip it to the other side, left to right, to the right sideline, he's still able to get that enough separation. Now, if Chris Oladokun is throwing in the ball, it doesn't really matter. But if Mahomes is back there, I wonder if he makes a difference and Denver's in a closer game than we thought.
Yeah. Do you put any stock into the fact that Taylor Swift looked like she wasn't seeing the final game of her fiance's career? She was late. She was late to the game. She showed up in the second quarter, Raj. Are we going to see more Travis Kelce? What's your gut tell you right now?
My gut says yes.
I think
my gut says he doesn't want to play his final games in the NFL with Chris Oladokun throwing in the ball. My gut says he plays one more year just to be with Pat, and even if it's a bad team and they lose, 5 of their first 6, and then Mahomes comes back and they're fighting to get in the playoffs, but they still don't make it, I'm convinced he wants to go out with his homies rather than with a bunch of guys who are like, we don't want to play football right now.
Do you think Kelsey's going to do the Phillip Rivers or the Flacco, old man, staying at home, just kind of waiting for the perfect time? And if the Chiefs end up getting on a bit of a heater once Mahomes comes back, say it's week 5 to week 8 of the regular season, and all of a sudden they're in the middle of a playoff push, I guess you'd say, then all of a sudden he gets the phone call. That could happen,
do the Roger Clemens thing at the end of his career. I'm not going to come to spring training. Call me at the All-Star break. Possibility, but Kansas City has to look like they are pushing and ready to get back to another Super Bowl. I guess I'll ask you the kind of the same question, but colored a little differently. Let's say Kansas City loses 6 of 8 to start the year. Mahomes comes back, but they know they're not making the playoffs. Travis is the conversations around Travis are the same ones that we had around Gronk. Oh, he could still play. If Evan Ingram isn't taking the next step next year, would you entertain the idea of Travis Kelce in orange and blue?
No.
Is he not better than anything you have on the roster right now?
From a dynamic playmaking ability.
That's how I know I ask you a good question, is when you give me that little grinny laugh.
Dynamic playmaking ability, acceleration, speed, breaking tackles. He's really not different than Adam Troutman today. But, and I know you're going to say that's insane, that's a bad take. He is still so good at understanding breaking down leverage, creating separation, and getting to the point where he can move sticks or potentially give you a good target in the red zone. Man, as a selfish offensive mind, I want there to be a Tyler Warren or a Brock Bowers or a Sam Laporta that has some juice at the tight end position. You're not going to get that, and you don't have it right now. Gosh, Evan Ingram's been disappointing, man. He has been so disappointing. I don't even know what his place in this football team is really at this point.
He's got the Troy Franklin nearly dropsies right now. I saw that yesterday. His 2 biggest catches of the game were big time bobbles, right?
Yeah.
Now he made a
double catch. I always, why catch it twice when you can catch it once, man? What are you doing?
PPR, coach. You got to win fantasy leagues this week.
Golly, I don't know what we're doing.
Okay, if I would be remiss not to mention this. The Bo Nix scramble, his touchdown, 9 yards, third quarter, puts Denver up by 3. Designed run. It should have been delay of game. It was a late snap.
Raj.
Twice.
There were 2 of them.
Yep.
And they were just as blatant as the one from how many were there? At least 2 in the Jaguars game. One was egregious in the Jags game that favored the Jags. Does the NFL have this new built-in system? Instead of having red lights around the entire stadium like you're advocating for, do they just make it up next game? Like, hey, we got you with 2 of the delay of games that didn't go your way. We'll get your back next week. Don't worry. We got you on that one.
I was sitting there, I was like,
man.
I've pounded the table for the last 3 shows being like, we need an NBA shot clock style red light system in every NFL stadium, or we need to put shot collars on these referees that when it hits 0 and you get shocked, you run in like there's an unabated blitzer going at Patrick Mahomes. You kill the play. Mm-hmm. And then when it happened last night for Bo Nix, I was like, do I be the homer guy and not talk about it? Or do I actually have to own up? It was delay a game twice.
Speaking of NFL officiating problems, and one of these Twitter X aggregator NFL accounts showed the clip of Quinn Miners drawing Chris Jones offsides, and they said something, it was like sarcastically written. The referees called this an offsides on the Chiefs, and it was like ... And so I quote tweeted it and said, because it was offsides. That's it, period. I've had like 975, like, I thought you were a coach. The saddest part about this is that you're a coach. That was one of the most crystal clear teach tape offside situations that I've ever seen in the history of football.
Defensive player jumps into neutral zone, you run into the stands.
It's all you have to do is if they cross the plane in a jumping manner,
smack him in the face.
Or just run. Or as long as you don't even, people think you have to make contact. You don't even have to make contact. I know you're watching it right behind. They're also saying there might have been a phantom little Ben Powers. I think it was Ben Powers in there.
No, Ben Powers got called for a false start where the only thing moving was his left thumb.
That's right.
That was it. He didn't twitch a single muscle. He was moving his left thumb like this. He gets called for a false start, and everyone's going, who? When? Where? That's what you're thinking about with Ben Powers.
Yeah. It just to me, this is textbook. It was wild, man. Apparently, Quinn Miners calls the cadence on this. How would this work out if you were going to actually snap the football with Quinn Miners using, because you could potentially, Quinn Miners can't see Adam Prentice in motion. You could have a disaster class. And I know this was called Harrison or Harrisburg, or it was not Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's the play that they run. How would the defense not have known that Quinn Miners, his cadence can't be real?
Here's Peyton on Harrisburg.
It's a no-brainer freeze, but it was at a different formation, one we'd never shown. We were going to take the delay game. I don't know why we called it Harrisburg, because it looked like a play we have called Pittsburgh, and no one moves in Harrisburg. I think that's why we just came up with that. And it's a unique one because it involves you're on the road, so it involves a heel, and then Minertz is barking the cadence out. So he gets hat off to him. He gets Air Jordans for the offensive line. The last time we were able to do that, it was Nate, and so he got 5 pair. Obviously, that changed the complexity of the clock. That was a big play.
How awesome is that? The offensive lineman, because Quinn Miners draws Chris Jones offside and then runs through the line, all the linemen get Air Jordans next week.
Pretty dang cool.
What a flex from Sean Payton.
How do you like my new Vans right here? Not
Those
bad,
are dope. Those are very. I like the light
crispy,
blue.
Huh?
You have a way swaggier shoe game than I do. I'm rocking like the Roger Federer on cloud K-Swiss looking things. I've got a very dad shoe vibe.
Speaking of Christmas gifts, just a quick side note here. I had zero involvement in the selection, shopping, wrapping of any gift for anybody. I think I had an idea of one thing that I gave my wife. I think that showed up. as my youngest son, 9-year-old son, was unwrapping his gifts, I learned something about him. He's destined to be a diva. Two different articles of clothing that he unwrapped. A George Pickens sweatshirt. Air Pickens. He got a George Pickens sweatshirt. I have no idea how he became a George Pickens fan. And then the second thing he unwraps, an A.J. Brown jersey, Eagles jersey.
What are you raising in that household?
Well, I was actually kind of proud of him, man. I'm like, he might have a little dog in him.
What is wrong with you?
This is the opposite of the Bobot. He's not the Bobot.
If Georgia comes calling, I don't care. If he's wide receiver 1 from Sirianni, I don't care. You know who's living a great life after that? Coach Mike Sanford.
Yes, it'd be great. I don't know if the genetics will acquit him to play for Kirby Smart. I think Kirby Smart will look at him and say, yeah, Dad, his college career went great.
No, twitched up 6'6" and 220 pounds isn't in his future.
Could be.
It could be. We'll see. We don't want to kill a kid right now.
Got a 6'4" dad, right? Got a 6'4" dad that kind of got a scholarship in college.
Other big plays that we haven't talked about from this game. We went over the big play replay. The one that we have to look at is the 44-yard punt return that flips the field. In a playoff game, that costs you your season. And I don't know when it's going to stop because it's been leaky for seemingly 5 weeks now coming out of the bye.
That was a weird performance from the special teams unit because I was really, really negative about Darren Rizzi and the overall special teams performance early on in the season. I'd say through about week 10. Would you agree, Raj, that up until yesterday's game, it felt like the special teams were trending in a good direction? Did you feel like that?
Sure.
Like, did you notice him before yesterday in the last, we'll say, since the defense has kind of taken a little bit of a negative turn, the special teams, I feel like's been a positive uptick.
Well, yeah,
Agreed?
because you're using more of your attention on something that should be elite and has been leaky over the last 4 weeks, which is the defensive unit. Sure. I can agree with that.
The one that got me, just the coach in me, when there is a touchback on a punt and you have the punt return unit out there and you see an egregious holding / block in the back on Chris Abrams' drain on a play that's just simply going to be going out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. And now all of a sudden, instead of 1st and 10 from the 20, you're inheriting the ball on the 10-yard line. Completely unacceptable.
Well, how often as that blocker are you tracking the football? Can you?
It wasn't even that. He was so concerned with his job as the hold-up player, the assaulter of the gunner. So the gunner position is who runs down essentially as the wide receiver alignment on punt team, and he was the hold-up player on the gunner, and he just did not want to lose the rep to the point where he just grabbed cloth. He tackled the guy from behind. That was unacceptable. And then 2 of the returns that got out, the one big one that you're talking to about, it didn't even look like there was much effort. It looked like an effort issue. It looked like there was a technique breakdown. Leverage was all messed up. I'm sitting there like, this team's like, if you let one of these go back, you could lose this game to the Chiefs and potentially completely lose home field advantage. Like, that's how important those snaps are. And that's where that was the part of this game. I wasn't as mad at Bo Nix in the offense, and I wasn't nearly as mad at the defense as I was the special teams. That's the part that when you say you left that game saying, ugh, that was gross. For me, it was the special teams unit. I give them an F.
What do you give
straight up F?
What do you give the pass rush going against essentially all third stringers on that offensive line, and a guy who shouldn't have ever really started a game in the NFL in his life in Chris Oladukin? Nick Bonito, yet again, no pressures, no quarterback hits. Where is he?
Do you even feel like he's on the field?
No, I don't.
That's one of my questions right now is,
like, I see Jonah Ellis more often. I notice Jonah Ellis more often.
Great. He's playing good football. Jonah Ellis is he almost looks like the Nick Bonito of the first 10 games of the season right now. I don't know if Nick Bonito's hurt. I don't know if Nick Bonito's kind of in his head. You know what? Okay, here's
not
what I see
affecting
from
games,
Nick.
that's for sure.
Here's what I see with Nick Bonito. He had the unbelievable ascent at the beginning of the season that had him on track to potentially break the sack record. Remember, we're talking those things? We're talking about, and of course, it ended up not being him. It ended up being Myles Garrett that ended up having those conversations. Nick Bonito looks like a player in his post-game press conferences or his post-game, locker room availability. He looks like a player that is absolutely frustrated with how much chip help, double team help that he is commanding. And he's almost to the point of like, what am I even doing out here? And he looks disinterested, not in the game of football. He looks like I'm giving up because I command so much attention. I want him to have a little of that Max Crosby in him. Like, I'm going to affect the game even if I'm getting double teamed. I'm going to affect it in the run game on the backside,
well,
whatever it may be.
There's your difference in price point, right? Look at the guys who are chipped and double teamed all over the field. Parsons, Hutchinson, Watt, Garrett, Crosby, Bosa, like those types of guys. There's a reason why you're not in the $40 million conversation. There's a reason why you're a $26.5 million edge rusher.
And Raj, you remember the number one statistical reason that we brought up as to why Nick Bonito wasn't in that same category?
Defensive snap count.
Yes. And defensive snap count, all of those other players are in the 80 to 90 percentile range in terms of how many snaps they take for their defenses. Nick Bonito is not affecting the game in ways other than the pass rush in these last 5 weeks. And you know what? He's got to look in the mirror and become that player because I think he's capable of doing it because he is so dang athletic. Get over the frustration. Look at players that have been double teamed their entire career and find out that there are ways that you can impact the outcome of football games by other ways than just pass rushing.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. That's Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. It's the Morning Sprint.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and the sports action over the next 6 days is ballistic with all the things that are happening in college football, the college football playoffs, NFL action, gearing up for the playoffs. There's no better place to bet on football, on basketball, and on hockey than Circa Sports Colorado, featuring high app limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service. Circa Sports was made by sports bettors for the sports better. It doesn't matter if you're looking to bet on football futures, points on the court, or puck line on the ice. Bet where the pros bet with Circa Sports. Go ahead and download the Circa Sports Colorado app today or visit circasports.com. And as always, you got to be 21 years or older. If you're struggling with a gambling problem, make sure you call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is a Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, coming off a 20-13 victory for the Broncos. It wasn't all pretty, but, well, a win's a win, and the 1 seed is still very much in their grasp. Coach, before we get to KJ's NFL notes like we do every day here at 11:20, the rumors coming out of On3 Sports, Brett McMurphy, Pete Nakos, Michigan expected to hire 21-year Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham, just 3 losing seasons in 21 years with the Utes. If that is, in fact, the case, your reaction to that news?
Well, my reaction is perfectly summed up by Tony Gerdeman on the X that says Kyle Whittingham to Michigan is like when the 8th grade math teacher gets fired for improprieties and the principal has to come in and teach the final 9 weeks because they can't get anybody else to do it. But he also likes math. That's about how I feel about it, because this is not a long-term solution for the University of Michigan. Kyle Whittingham was essentially nudged. We won't say pushed out. He was nudged out because Morgan Scalley, the defensive coordinator, was getting to his point as, next man up or head coach in waiting. That it was Kyle Whittingham. Was he ever going to retire? I think he got a little pressure to get nudged out. This does not feel like a 3, 4, or 5 year solution. It feels like maybe a 1 or 2 year just Band-Aid for Michigan.
KJ, from the college game to the pro game, your NFL notes.
The Kansas City Chiefs, they did everything they could to win last night, and that included playing a high to soft zone to keep Bo Nix from going over the top. Sean Payton discussed how Bo overcame that, and it started with the phrase that coach has coined, using his bow legs.
I'll tell you what he did. And I think he made a comment. There were 2 plays where he's finding a throw off schedule. And I said, man, I said, you got running room here. You guys saw it. You got running room. And I thought he came up with some really big plays. In that soft zone, even though it's zone, there was some 8-yard scampers that were really important. And I think, obviously, you're adjusting. It's not a halftime adjustment. It's just, this is what we're seeing, and you're knowing exactly why you're seeing it. Run the clock, make them run, run the clock, shorten the game, and all of it makes sense. That's why they're good coaches and had a lot of success. And then try to make a play in the kicking game. They had a good return.
Bo Nix, the 5th most rushing attempts of any quarterback in the league this year, 12th in yards at 307. In terms of attempts, he trails Justin Herbert with 77, Drake May with 95, Jalen Hurts with 102, and obviously Josh Allen leading the way with 105 carries this year. So again, 5th most totes, 12th most yards.
Is that interesting to you that all 5 of those are most certainly playoff quarterbacks?
Yeah.
It's an interesting stat line, right? You'd think that, I guess, like more conventional football knowledge would say, if a quarterback's quote unquote running for his life, the team's probably not that good. It's become such an important part of situational football, or as Sean Payton would call it, SIDJ, situational football. It's important for a guy like Bo Nix to feel like he, on 3rd downs, and I would say even more so in the red zone, to make these 7 points instead of 3-point trips, is you got to use those bow legs. I love bow-legged Bo. Use it all.
To continue your top 10 for rushing attempts per quarterback, Jackson Dart, number 6. Okay. Trevor Lawrence, number 7.
He's in.
Justin Fields with just 9 games, 71 attempts on the ground, which is 4 shy of what Bo has through 16. Caleb Williams at number 9, tied with 71, and Justin Fields. Then number 10 through 14 games was Patrick Mahomes before he was injured. Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels coming in at 11 and 12 with 63 and 58 attempts respectively.
So am I right in saying 7 of the 10 in terms of rush attempts are all they're playoff quarterbacks? Is that right?
Allen, Hurts, May, Herbert, Nix, Lawrence, Williams. 7.
7 out of 10.
7 out of your first 10, yes.
It's an important piece of the puzzle for Bo Nix and the Broncos to achieve what they are capable of achieving, even if people are down on the Broncos, and the eye test isn't passing, and they're going to continue to just get away with barely beating bad teams. I'm at the point, Raj, where I really don't care, but there are certain things that need to be addressed, and one of them is that Bo Nix needs to see the opportunities to run the football and called passes, and then Sean Payton's got to continue to up the volume of designed quarterback runs, especially when you cross the 20-yard line going into score.
KJ, what's next?
Would it be weird to win a division, sit on the couch on Saturday? Or
No, it'd be relaxing. It'd be nice.
All eyes for Broncos country turns to the Texans versus Chargers this weekend. Bo Nix could care less about should he or should he not be rooting for the Texans, because he knows at the end of the day, everything they want still goes through LA in week 18, regardless of that outcome of this game this weekend.
Well, I think, at the end of the day, none of it really matters because we have to play the final game and we have to, take care of it. And, they're going to be a good football team. Now, some other team could help us along the way, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to us versus them, and we're excited to have them at home. It's going to be, a really good environment. It's going to be a great atmosphere, and honestly, it's playoff time. It's playoff atmosphere. So, I know it's going to be tough. I haven't beaten them, and so, it's going to be a good 9 days of preparation, and then on the 10th day, it's all you got for 4 quarters or however long it takes, and so we're excited about it, and it'd be good to have rest also, so it'll be a good long weekend for us.
The hope is that if they win the AFC West sitting on the couch this weekend and find a way to the 1 seed after the Chargers game, that chalk plays out in terms of seeding, right? Because then you would get, in that divisional matchup, you'd likely get Pittsburgh, and that is exactly who you want to see. Now, in terms of who is favored to win those first games, the Steelers will not be favored over the Chargers or the Bills or the Texans, wherever these teams can slot in. You don't want to play LA, Buffalo, or Houston in your first round matchup. You want Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you definitely want to see Aaron Rodgers. You want to see the guy that is going to struggle with mobility against the pass rush, that while it hasn't been as electrifying as it was 5 weeks ago, you would love to see a quarterback that's going to struggle with seeing this pass rush. But I want to hear from you, Bronco country member. If you could take a loss from the Ravens, or excuse me, a loss from the Patriots and a loss from the Chargers this weekend, would you take it?
Of course.
Or do you want to see the Denver Broncos put together a defining regular season victory over a team that Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and you just talked about it, have yet to beat in their time together against Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert? Do you want to see that in week 18?
I mean, I know your answer. Your answer has been you have to check off a box that was at the top of your list, and that is beat Harbaugh. You haven't done so. You need to do so. Now, would you wait until the playoffs? Would you be okay with checking that box off in a championship game or a divisional round? I would be okay with that too.
Yeah.
You know me, and it is, I get ripped by half the people on the text line. I want the easiest path to a championship. I think that's the reason why you play regular season games, is to set yourself up for the path of least resistance so that you are at your healthiest, you are most energized when it matters the most. If you win the AFC West and the 1 seed this weekend, I'm not playing anybody in week 18, and I'm okay with, losing a meaningless game to the Chargers. I would be okay with it.
So 303-504-0925, just a quick little poll here. You're going to text Raj Soft, because that's the path that you would want. So it's going to say RAJ space SOFT. Or you could say Sanford Steel. Sanford Steel. I want the Twisted Steel.
It sounds like an adult film name. Watch out there, Coach. You're gonna win this.
Boy.
You're gonna win this in a landslide. It will be 90% of people saying Raj Soft. And I understand it. I get it. I am soft as Charmin Ultra Strong. I get it. KJ?
But gosh, Bronco fan, right? Bronco fan, probably tortured decade since 2015. Probably just wants to be like, let's take our home playoff games. Let's get the 1 seed. Let's get a bye, and let's elongate this season as much as we humanly possibly can.
KJ, what's next?
Would it be weird to win a division, sit on the couch on Saturday? Or
No, it'd be relaxing. It'd be nice.
If Thursday night's game was,
I'm already getting killed, by the way, on this. It is rolling in like a ticker.
Well, actually, it's moving in your favor as we keep going. Let's.
Also, hold on, Mike rigged this. He didn't give a response that makes him look bad. Either people want Mike's idea. Hold on, so I gotta understand. If you guys are texting in Raj Soft, are you siding with me?
They want your
or
path.
Are you calling me a wuss?
No, they want the Raj Soft path.
Okay,
they
so
want
I
the path of least. You're killing me right now.
All right, I get
You're
it.
destroying me.
I understand
Now, the great thing is that it's saying Raj Soft about 150 times on our text thread, which I love. So it is tongue in cheek to say the least.
KJ,
if Thursday night was Travis Kelce's last game at Arrowhead, I mean, it wasn't the worst game that he could have ended on at Arrowhead. I understand he only had 5 catches for 36 yards, but we got to look at the quarterback that was throwing him the ball. He still looked useful at the bare minimum. So Travis Kelce is expected to announce soon after the season whether he is retiring or not. Here is Travis Kelce kind of adding a little humor to that.
No, the only time it ever crossed my mind is I was driving in the other day and I saw how much the Powerball was. And I was like, man, if I could just win that. I wouldn't have to work another day in my life. Honestly, I've been just focused on trying to win football games, man. I'll let that be a decision that I make with my family, friends, the Chiefs organization when the time comes.
You don't have to work another day in your life. You've already made millions and millions and millions of dollars, and you are marrying a billionaire.
He's marrying a Powerball.
You are marrying the Powerball. You don't have to buy a ticket. You're dating the ticket.
Travis, stop trying to be one of us. You are not one of us. Not even kind of.
You want to hear how dumb I am? How hard the Powerball tax hit me on Christmas? I bought like $40 worth of tickets and didn't realize I was late to the party. And I bought it for a jackpot that is now not $1.7 billion. It's a $20 million one. I know I'm not going to win it. I also wasn't going to win the first one.
Though.
I sure would, Coach. KJ, give me another.
would it be weird to win a division, sit on the couch on Saturday? Or
No, it'd be relaxing. It'd be nice.
Well, as a lot of people predicted because of the slide they were on, the Detroit Lions are officially eliminated from the playoffs after a 23-10 loss versus the Minnesota Vikings on Christmas Day. They have lost 4 of their last 5, which now all but guarantees Green Bay will at least get a wild card berth. Dan Campbell, after the game, says, quote, "I'm going to be looking at a lot. I'm going to be looking at a lot of things because I do not like being home for the playoffs. And I know our guys don't either. And there again, whenever you lose, it takes a village. Everybody's involved, including myself. So I'm going to look at myself first," end quote. Can Dan Campbell's seat, could his seat be heating up in Detroit after seeing their window for a championship gig just a little bit smaller after Christmas Day?
Coach tried to tell me it's almost like Ben Johnson mattered out there in Detroit, and my pick for the NFC to make the Super Bowl for 2 years in a row lets me down.
Yeah, the NFL Coach of the Year by a landslide is going to be Ben Johnson. Dan Campbell, with his offensive coordinating brain trust of John Morton and David Shaw that were at the Broncos a year ago, ended up being the unmitigated disaster that I predicted it would be. Not because those guys aren't good football coaches. I know both of them. I worked for David Shaw for 5 years. I know him well. He's a good football coach. But you never want to replace the guy. You know what you want to do, Raj? You want to replace the guy that replaced the guy. So whoever's next got a shot to be successful in Detroit.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. He's about to get on a flight and be on the color call for radio for the Snoop Dogg Bowl. Coach, we appreciate your time. Get out of here. Make sure you make your flight. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We'll continue it on the other side. DMac's in studio hanging out with me for the next 15 minutes to get you guys ready for PhD. A wild weekend of programming. Starts tonight with the First Responder Bowl at 6 p.m. on Altitude 92.5. Tomorrow, we've got Texas and Chargers at 2 p.m. Avs and Golden Knights with a pregame starting at 7:30. the Nuggets and Magic, part of a double dipperoo on our sister station, AM 950. That starts a 7-game road trip for the Nuggets. And then Sunday football action on Denver's home for Westwood 1. Altitude 92.5 has the Pats and the Jets at 10:30, the Rams and the Falcons at 5:30, and the Eagles and the Bills coming up at 2 p.m. as well. It's football on a Friday. Altitude 92.5. Wrapping things up on the morning sprint. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Coach Mike Sanford is about to get in the air and head off and hang out with his homie Snoop Dogg at the Snoop Dogg Bowl. So I've got DMac hanging out with us, man. Merry Christmas. How was your day? Finally took some time off. Did you go to the Nuggets game last night?
No, because I was the final fill-in shift for the Kaner.
Okay, you had the early morning, so you've already been in here before. This is why it smells so funky.
That's exactly why. So no, I've enjoyed and hated filling in for Kaner all at the same time. Like the getting up, like is for the birds. Like forget it. But it's fun to get in here and hang out and do everything. So
talk to yourself for an hour.
Yeah, it's been cool. And so yeah, but it's weird. You go home and then you rest for a couple, and then it's like you haven't been here at all. So it's a very odd. You didn't even know. So you didn't even know.
I was not. I admit.
You weren't up for 6 to 7.
No, I was not. I was sleeping.
You were up for the appetizer.
I sure wasn't.
So no, Kaner's back next week, which is cool.
Hey, he's making me look bad. He's coming back a week early.
He's got you by a week.
I came back after 6 weeks, and I was like, all right, I feel good about this.
Yeah.
And especially when I heard Kaner was staying out 6 weeks, I went, hey, we're the same.
Hey.
We're the same.
Hey. No.
But no, he's going to make me look bad. He'll be back on Monday, coming back a week earlier.
Yeah, so it's been fun to do, and I'm happy that Brett's coming back all at the same time.
Nice that we got a historic night from Nikola Jokic. First 55, 15, and 15 triple-double in NBA history.
It's why I didn't go to the game last night, because just burning that candle at both ends is a little rocky. But I did stay up for the game because how can you turn that off?
Can't.
It was unreal, and I think those who were there, that was history right there. Like you are going Bernard King, 60 on Christmas. I didn't know Wilt Chamberlain in 61 had 50 plus, and now Jokic is 56. Like that is, we'll always remember the AG dunk over Shamet in a double overtime game on Christmas, not double overtime game, and now we got the 56 for overtime. The numbers in this game are so weird. Like 18 points from Jokic in overtime, a record.
A new record.
27 points in a 5-minute overtime by the team. They outscored themselves in a 5-minute overtime more points than they scored in the second and fourth quarter. They were down 9 points in the overtime and came back and won.
They were up 15 at one point in the fourth quarter.
And gave it away.
And this game could have been
It's crazy.
It could have been the most memorable performance in a loss in Nuggets history. Ant hits the corner three. A circus shot at the end of regulation.
Well guarded, well defensed, just
draped by Jamal Murray.
What are you supposed to do?
You can't. You look at him and you go, that's a wonderful basketball player making an unbelievable shot.
Right.
Then you go down early. Joker continues to go to the line, hit his shots. You hit back-to-back threes after getting 2 straight stops. And then Anthony Edwards, out of nowhere, starts acting like a 12-year-old and loses Minnesota the game.
See ya.
Get out of here.
Hasta la vista.
Can't swipe a ball on the end line. He's messing with him at the free throw line.
Try not to slug a security person with a chair on your way out.
Yeah, don't do that. Turns out,
again,
they don't like that.
No.
But we got that to treat us after my rewatch this morning after the Broncos and Chiefs, I felt better. Last night, and again, maybe because I had a couple of nogs in me at the time when I was watching it.
There you go, son.
I left that 20-13 win livid.
Yeah, because you predicted them to win 55-3.
Well, that was tongue-in-cheek. I was giving an homage to Berto. Berto, every single game that I was gone, said that the Broncos were going to put up double nickels.
Fine. What'd you think? Be honest. What'd you think it was going to be?
30-3.
Why?
Because they were playing an XFL team.
Give me a deeper reason, though.
I expected them to bounce back after getting their teeth kicked in, at home against the Jags.
All right,
I thought they were going to have turnover after turnover after turnover after sack against a guy who should have never started an NFL game in his life.
All right,
and yet again, Nick Bonito doesn't show up.
All right, fine. I'm going to walk you off the ledge. What indicates to you that the Broncos are a good takeaway team?
They're not this year.
They're not,
but against top-tier talent.
All right. What you expected a lot of sacks. What did you think that Andy Reid was going to do with the quarterback like he had? Do you really think he was going to put him back in the pocket and let him sit there and think about things to the degree he could get sacked? Did you really think he was going to have his quarterback push the ball down the field?
I did not expect Oladokin to be that nimble and to go read 1, read 2, okay, holy crap, I'm out.
I did. And the reason I
expected, how's this? I gave more credence to the fact that they were playing a guy who should have never been on an NFL field, right?
Yeah.
I gave more credence to that than Hall of Fame coach is going to maneuver his way around this.
All right, but it's not like Oladokin was a rookie, though.
No, he's been in the system for 3 seasons.
So it's a guy that has been around, does know the system, that they're very aware of, and as they mentioned 10,000 times on TV, goes out to dinner with Patrick Mahomes. And probably by default, Taylor Swift. Probably knows Taylor. Lucky him.
Good for him.
Hope he gets an invite. He probably is going to get an invite to the wedding.
Yeah, he's been around for 3 years. He's been on those Super Bowl.
He's got 2 rings.
Yeah, there you go.
So the point,
you get to be at the wedding.
The point is they're going to know what to do and what not to do in certain situations. How many times was he sacked? Once?
Once.
One sack.
One sack.
But again, if you, and I know it's not a deep viewing, but if you had watched the Tennessee-Kansas City game, Raj,
when I did not.
Well, nobody did. You shouldn't feel bad about that.
I did not. Because I wasn't planning on going back and watching
No. I know you didn't, because nobody here did. Because when I tried to talk about this entire week, my prediction was 23-10, bro. I mean, I almost nailed it on the head. But I just knew they were going to muck things up. Now, you can't win in the NFL playing like the Chiefs did.
Of course.
Teams are just going to eat you alive with the run. They're going to finish better in the red zone, and you're eventually going to have to chase. But if you don't have to chase, you can just sort of hang in there as long as humanly possible.
And have a muck-out game.
And that's what they did. You can't win this way in the NFL. If you play this way regularly in the NFL, you may, if you're lucky, win 4 games a year. But you give yourself a shot if certain things go your way.
And things did go their way. They had a 44-yard punt return. Nix had, again, tried to fit a ball into an area that he shouldn't have, but a weird Plinko-y interception.
Took a miracle for that interception to happen.
Right.
I got you. Not a great spot, but it was a deflection and a catch, and he's barely in bounds.
Right.
They're lucky to get that interception.
Well, they had things bounce their own way. Like Oladukin had... I can never say his name right.
I just say Turducken.
Turducken. I like that even better.
Yeah.
He had a play in which he gained almost 20 yards after fumbling the ball by himself.
Yeah.
Things did
go
go Kansas City's way.
You get lucky sometimes. Also, they only had 1 penalty. Well, they had 2 at the end of the game. But the first penalty was on Chris Jones on the Harrisburg play.
Yep.
I married a girl from Harrisburg. Nobody wants to move. I got Sean. I understand it. Nobody wants to get the hell out of there, which makes no sense. Everybody in Harrisburg should want to move. Horrible place. But that being said, I've spent a stunning amount of time in Harrisburg.
Just bury your wife's family
Got
while
married
you're at
in
it.
Camp Hill near the Purina plant at Peace Church, right down the road from Mechanicsburg, her
I'm
hometown.
sure that smelled great.
My knowledge of central Pennsylvania is...
Too much.
Staggering.
Too much.
Yes.
How's Westchester?
I don't know Westchester. Westchester, Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Not much going on there, buddy.
All right, I'll take your word.
There sure isn't.
That being said, what a clever play. They got Chris Jones to jump. They got the touchdown. I think it was just a field goal. See, this is where I thought if the Broncos are going to take away the ball and cover the spread, by the way, it's going to be right here. But, Oladukin, Turducken,
They did just enough.
They just, and it was here's what was disappointing to me. You punted twice. You shouldn't have had to punt at all against this team.
Yep.
You should have been able to just bury the run and at least, Raj, get to the 30-yard line at the worst, which would have, given you like a, 45, 50-yard field goal. And that 2 times they didn't do that. They turned it over. They were -1 in giveaway takeaway. They gave up the punt, but they pounded the Chiefs in every other measurable metric. They destroyed the Chiefs yesterday.
They just didn't put up points.
Did you feel better when you went back and you sort of realized, we actually kind of kicked the Chiefs' ass?
When I went and rewatched this morning, as I think everyone should do, go and rewatch that game if you were upset about it. I left being happier, but still a little bit disappointed that I didn't see more explosive plays either from the offense or certainly from the defense. Now, again, I understand Andy Reid scheming that around. We're getting the ball out of this dude's hands. He's not going to kill us today. I understand that. The other thing is, I'm looking at Jesse's and Joe's, and not only do you have a third-string quarterback in, 4 out of the 5 offensive linemen are either backups or third stringers.
Yeah, so what are we going to do?
And I go, the best pass rush in football can't get after that guy? You can't get past someone who didn't even make the team off the jump.
Yeah, but how many times, I don't know the number, but I'd be curious to go back. Oladukin, how many times did he hang on the ball for more than 3 seconds?
It can't be much. But
right?
he did run around a little bit. He was extending plays with his legs.
But he
was
always
stepping up in the pocket after you were
Yes.
trying to contain on your ends.
Because that's the one thing he could do. That is, had you watched that Tennessee
I
game?
did not watch the
I
Titans
know you
game.
did.
You could have paid me to watch the Titans game.
Had you watched, you would have seen he wasn't a running.
26-3.
It was 29-6. And by the way, that game yesterday was much more like the Tennessee game. That game yesterday should have been 30-6.
Yes.
It
That's
should have
kind
been
of what I expected to be. Again, it was tongue-in-cheek, the 55-3.
The numbers would have told you from the numbers. They tripled them in total yards. The
time of possession was
time
insanity.
of possession, 19 minutes. A time of possession. Look at first downs. Look at third down conversion by the Broncos. I mean, it was unbelievable. And look at four different drives of more than 14 plays. And out of that, but you didn't get any turnovers, Raj. You were -1 and you were -2 against Jacksonville. And for everybody that wants to say, well, if you play like this, you're going to get killed in the playoffs. I mean, okay, fine. But guess what? The playoffs aren't on a short week on the road on Christmas in Kansas City.
Sure.
They ain't that.
Yeah, but they are at home on rest against likely Trevor Lawrence.
I hope so.
Justin Herbert.
I hope so. Fine. You always,
Josh Allen.
This is another weird thing about the
best
playoffs.
defense in the world in Houston.
You always play good teams in the playoffs.
Likely. Not always. You think Pittsburgh's a good football team?
They got a $50 million quarterback.
Oh, don't do that to me. He's 90.
I don't care. That's what he gets paid. Now,
The Pittsburgh Steelers are not a good football team.
I'm not afraid of Pittsburgh. If the Broncos have to go to Pittsburgh, which could happen.
Could happen. Likely won't.
I hope not.
What you want to happen is the Broncos get the 1 seed.
Yeah.
And chalk plays out, not necessarily from spread, but seed chalk plays
out. And you
out.
get Pittsburgh here.
You get Pittsburgh in a divisional round.
And
that's an AFC Championship appearance, baby.
Now we'll see how the Patriots do against the Jags. And I hope it's the Jags that win because I hate Liam Cohen. Disingenuous.
Why do you hate Liam Cohen
Because
so
he's
much?
a disingenuous, phony, punchable face POS.
Bulletin board material
yeah,
guy.
The guys, I mean, listen, taking things, you can do whatever you want as a coach, and you got a bunch of dumb players that believe anything you say, then fine. And but there's something about him personally taking something out of context for your benefit that just rubs me the wrong way.
It was a positive comment that Sean Payton was making.
Oh, it was,
he was
totally taken out of context.
He took the small market. It was like, a lot of you don't watch them, but they're really freaking good.
Yes, that's what he was saying. And instead, all these, friggin' yokels from Jacksonville, they pop their head out of the little badger hole. Hey, we're Jacksonville. Yeah, you are a small, dinky little market, by the way. If we really want to go through it. Sean wasn't, but I can. You can't. We're petty. We're talk show hosts. We got all day to do this.
We talk about markets all the time.
We talk about how lousy
That's
your
our
town,
livelihood.
how crappy your town is till the end of days.
Harrisburg, Jacksonville,
Buffalo, Kansas. You can't even keep your stupid team.
All right. Well, we pop tops on Fridays on the show, and that means
that
what do
sounds
we what popping our beer tops to? What are we watching? What are you looking forward to?
I'm watching the Chargers and the Texans.
All right, baby.
And on the side eye, I got a little shooter for the Patriots and the Jets. But yeah, Chargers Texans is huge. And yes, Soft Raj, let's go Texans. Seriously. Well, why do we want things to be more difficult? What do you get extra? I'm listening to Vic this morning. There's not extra credit here. Pop and top. Let's go Texans. Texasize it.
That's DMac. Don't miss him for the next 3 hours. PhD is coming up next for DMac, Coach Sanford, KJ Granderson. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys know what we do on Fridays. Glorilla, take us out.
laser show. Woo! Hey, you know what?
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before. And so that's all that's important.
That's like me making children with my wife. It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing. It still works. You don't have to like how it looks, or you close your eyes, or just, take yourself somewhere else. That's fine. It's still going to work.
Gets the job done, at least for half the party.
It got it done twice. I was 2 for 2. Then we blew that bridge, and, the aesthetics looked worse. But, hey, what's going on? How about that? What a night.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, fun night, man. Merry Christmas to everybody. Hope everybody had a good holiday. I'm tired. Did you have a full day of activities?
No, we were super chill.
Yeah?
It was very chill. It was having the adult children and no grandchildren with most of your relatives 2,000 miles away.
Yeah, I was bouncing from party to party for about 2 days there.
You're in a way different world.
Yeah, but it was good. It was good, and watched the Broncos game from a party.
Did you?
So sat on the couch, and which was beautiful because that meant I got to have a reasonable excuse to more or less excuse myself from the party. Hey, I do this for a living. I got to watch the Broncos game.
It's work.
I'm sorry that, the rest of the party's going on over in the other room, but I got to watch the Broncos game. It's time to work. It's time to go to work.
That scintillating game just didn't draw rapt attention from everybody at said party?
There were about 4 of us on the couch watching the game and about 30 people somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose just from an objective standpoint, that game might have been a bit of a snoozer.
The game was a snoozer. I do think the Broncos offense probably deserved to score a lot more points than they did. They did a lot of good things. Broncos offense did a lot of good things. That's true. What's also true is if Patrick Mahomes plays that game, you might lose by 14 to 20 points. But Patrick Mahomes did not play the game, and you're able to grind out another victory, and you're one game closer to get the number 1.
All right, let's take it from some X's and O's here on a Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. And your feedback would be greatly appreciated today on the Shot Mazda text line, on YouTube, on Twitch. You can find us anywhere. So getting your reaction would be cool. Even if you want to give us a holler, we can take a phone call or two. Tyler?
Maybe Santa was watching. Santa, if you want to call in, that'd be great.
Sure. Too high zone, or what Sean Payton called soft zone. Bo called it a too high zone. Sean Payton called it a soft zone. X and O's us. What does that mean?
Cover 2. I mean, you're running to cover 2. You got 2 highs, so you got 2 safeties that are responsible for half of the field. And there's a lot of variations you can run out of it. Just because you've got 2 high does not mean it's always going to be cover 2. For sure, in the NFL, it does not. That's part of the difficulties. They disguise it very, very well. But they're giving you soft spots in the zone. Bo does not typically play particularly well against zone coverage. He's far better when he gets man-to-man. But he did a nice job, man. I mean, you want to talk about a game plan that works until you get down to the lower red zone. They did it. I mean, it is really hard to string together 13, 14 play drives. They had 3 of them things.
4
of them things. Yeah, they had 4 of them things, and that's really, really impressive. Now, obviously, the red zone deficiencies, that was a problem, and I think that's worthy of discussion. That feels like that's been a problem all year long. But that was a coach that knew what the game plan was going to be, and he designed a game plan that led towards a quick football game.
Yeah, lightning fast, really quick. So in a 2 high zone, soft zone, what should you be able to do relatively easy against that defense?
Well, I mean, listen, every defense is going to give you different, like you can hit the seam if you want to go down the middle, if you want to push the ball down the middle of the field, if you get a true cover 2, but you're going to get cover 4, you're going to get different looks out of it. So just by defining it as too high, that's not really a thing. When the ball is snapped and it shows too high, that doesn't mean it's going to be a cover 2. So it's hard to answer that question without knowing specifically what coverage you're going to get on any given occasion. But the important part is being able to identify what the coverage is going to be, and then you have to know where every zone coverage is going to have soft spots. Every single one of them is going to have, whether it's going to be the flat, whether it's going to be the seam, whether it's going to be they've all got deficiencies. So Bo's got to be able to identify that pre-snap.
At the halftime interview, Sean Payne was beating himself up. He was like, I got to run the ball better. I got to run the ball more.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay. Why should that work against that kind of defense?
Well, if you got too high, it means you're definitely not loading up an extra safety in the box.
Okay, start there.
So you can start with that. But I don't think it's so much. I don't think he's so much referring to the specific defense that he's getting. I think he's more talking about the situation of the football game that he needs to be committed to running the football.
It seemed like against this type of defense where they just weren't going to give up anything deep. That seemed to be they didn't want to give up big plays, deep plays. They just weren't going to give it. It does seem that you should be able to pretty effectively move the ball, I don't know, at least to the 30, 25-yard line, something like that, until the field gets tight, and then you sort of go from there. And for the Broncos, in my mind, Tyler, to punt twice was a big failure. And, of course, giving up a big return is also a failure, and being -1 is another failure. So
going into halftime with 6 points is a failure. That's a failure. The majority of the game offensively, it was a weird mix of utter success with utter failure. I mean, there's no way to define it other than when you double the possession time in the first half and the second half, and you're walking into halftime and you're trailing by a point. That's a failure.
It was funny, man. It was 4 possessions.
What was the possession time at halftime? Do you know that?
I do have that. It's so funny, and I took the picture for a wacky reason. Mainly because of the score. Because the score on the TV at halftime was, 6-7.
I thought you yelled at somebody the other day that you have to say the 7 first. You yelled at a texter the other day, so if you're going to yell at the texter, you have to do it the right way.
I'm just saying on the screen, the way they did it. It's
6-7. Cool.
Time of possession.
Did you send that to your 3-year-old grandson? Do you have a grandson I don't know about?
I just did like this on the internet.
Okay.
I did a GIF of myself.
Happy for you.
The time of possession was 19-17 for the Broncos, 10-43 for the Chiefs.
Yeah, nuts.
Broncos were 0 for 2 in the red zone. The Chiefs, on their one opportunity, did poke it in there. Total yards, 151-79. First downs, 10-5. Offensive plays, 36-21. I mean, it was either doubled or working towards doubling, if not tripling some of the stats. But the Broncos only had possession of the ball in the first half 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
And they did score on 2 of those possessions.
Kind of. I mean, they settled for field goals on 2 of those possessions.
Yeah.
I barely count that as a score.
So the interception was brutal. And then punting. That was horrible. You can't do that against this Chiefs. You at least got to get a field goal there. You got to get a field goal at least on all 4 of your possessions, which is at least 12 points. But you gave up that pick, which was like, come on, man. I mean, that was a great play / lucky. And maybe the ball wasn't in the greatest position, but still, Tyler, a deflected ball like that being picked, there's a pretty significant amount of luck going in that department.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the only time that the Chiefs scored a touchdown or really sniffed it. The fact that they were able to throw it in the end zone at the end of the game, was actually somewhat of a miracle itself. And that pass was nowhere close to being completed. In fact, Oladukin wasn't even trying to throw the ball down the field. He really wasn't. In fact, the one that he dribbled to himself and picked up was one of his longer completions.
How about that guy? I mean, he wasn't spectacular by any means, but he definitely had some Patrick Mahomes moments.
He played in that game exactly how he played in the Tennessee game that they lost 29-6. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. He wasn't a running guy, but he could run around. He wasn't going to take big chances because he knew turning the ball over was going to be the worst, and he was just slippery enough to stay away from sacks.
Well, he'd only thrown the ball like 10 times coming into like the third quarter.
Correct. So that same, and you heard Sean talk about it, the Chiefs were just trying to run the clock, Tyler. They were playing, however you want to say it in other sports. They were trying to run the clock out the best they could and just try to get lucky. Horrible way to try to win in the NFL. You ain't going to win in the NFL like that. But on a particular game, if everything else goes right for you, it did give them their best chance to win. It did.
Yeah, so I mean, here's the deal: you're 13-3, and that feels pretty legit. Like you feel like a legit 13-3 football team. I like that. I think the record feels about right. Yet statistically, you continue to have these ball games that you're like, oh boy, like I don't know about that. I don't know how that's going to look in the playoffs. And it really just emphasizes every single time I see the Broncos play, it just emphasizes how important it is that you finish out this season. Now, in theory, you could lock up the AFC West this weekend, but you got to finish this out. You got to get that number one seed because when you got a team that can struggle statistically, that can struggle in weird areas, 13-3 is legit, but it's different when you're playing at home with the number one seed. So they got to finish strong.
Did you hear Moser at all this morning?
No.
Oh my God. I love him. I do love our guy.
I slept in this morning. I didn't get home till like midnight, and
there you go.
9 a.m., dude. I couldn't tell you last time I slept till 9.
Party time. Good. Moj is like a lot of people, and we can address it and get into it, who are just freaking out. I mean, literally freaking out. And I do wonder, like, have you watched this team, Moj? Have you seen how the Broncos have done what they've done this year? So we can dig into that and the playoff possibilities. Plus, we'll hear from Bo Nix and Sean Payton, and we'll get to the Nuggets game, which was that on at the party as well?
Yeah.
After the Broncos game?
Yeah, the last few minutes of the fourth.
It was ridiculous. It was unbelievable. Historic for those that were there. An amazing night. So at the end of the day, you swept the Chiefs this year. You beat Anthony Edwards. It's lucky he wasn't swinging a chair at a security guard when he got kicked out. Our boy Joker goes for 56, 16, and 15.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's okay. It's PHC here on 92.5.
at the end of the day, none of it really matters because we have to play the final game and we have to, take care of it. And, they're going to be a good football team. Now, some other team could help us along the way, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to us versus them, and we're excited to have them at home. It's going to be, a really good environment.
It's your guy, Bo Nix. Tyler, Bo Nix has done some impressive things, my friend. And Eric Delisle, I'll give you credit there at goodoldbroncos.com, points out that Bo Nix, hold on a second. It's the first sweep of the Chiefs since 2014. I thought it was even earlier than that. First win in KC since 2015. 2014, the sweep. Bo Nix, how about this? The only quarterback in NFL history, Tyler, with 20-plus wins, 7,500-plus passing yards, 50-plus passing touchdowns in his first 2 seasons. He's it.
Nice. Yeah. He's done a lot of cool stuff. The bad news, though, DMac, is that I decided this weekend he's no longer capable of being a franchise quarterback for the Broncos because...
Yeah, why?
Because Bo Nix is afraid of a golden retriever.
He doesn't like dogs.
No. It's not that he doesn't like dogs. He's afraid of a golden retriever.
Okay.
Bo Nix,
he's not into big
dogs,
franchise
quarterback, is afraid of a golden retriever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry? What? How is that even possible to be afraid of a golden retriever? How is that possible?
That's something, isn't it?
Like it's actually weird. That is actually weird. And yes, I'm being facetious before anybody gets on me about him not being a franchise quarterback. It actually is really, really freaking bizarre. That is bizarre behavior.
He told Herb Street he's not into big dogs because of something when he was a kid, and he's just not into it.
What is going on here?
I don't know.
How is it even possible to be afraid of a golden retriever?
He ain't a big dog guy.
No. You can't call a golden big dog. That's not a big dog. A Mastiff is a big dog. A Great Dane is a big dog. A Great Pyrenees is a big dog.
It's all. Oh, it's Samson. Your dog would.
My dog's not a big dog. My dog's not. I've had big dogs. That's not a big dog.
Okay. I think you're defining a big dog and Bo is defining a big dog as 2 different things.
Dude.
The dude's not into dogs. Or at least I'll go with it. He's not into golden retrievers.
The dude's afraid of dogs.
He's afraid of dogs.
The dude's afraid of dogs.
The dude's afraid of dogs.
What? Is he 2? Is he 4? I mean, maybe 6? Is he 6 years old?
Like, I'm not
How is this possible to go through your lifetime and be afraid of a golden retriever?
I don't know. Like, I'm not a dog guy, but I'm not, like, afraid of dogs. Like, I can appreciate a good dog. If, Peter, the golden lab for Herb Street was right up, I'd be like, what's going on, doggy? I'd be, like, into it. Bo was, like, afraid.
Oh, he was
like afraid.
He was doing his best to play it cool, and he's laughing. He's distracted himself by throwing the football up in there. He couldn't get away from that dog fast enough.
Couldn't get away from him. And how about a year ago, which I didn't know, the dog Peter jumped up on Bo. What a nightmare! So Bo wasn't going to have anything to do with that. So he was really flipped out that the dog jumped up on him. So Herb Street goes, I'll make good with Peter and Bo and let him bring him over and whatever. Herb Street did not realize Bo is so, like, anti-dog.
How can you not be afraid of a fourth quarter, but you're afraid of a golden retriever?
Isn't that something?
Unbelievable, Bo.
I got to admit, I haven't really met many people who are, like, afraid of golden retrievers. I mean, you could be afraid of I don't know, man. There's breeds out there that are a little scary, I suppose.
Yeah, like, I can understand if somebody was afraid of my Mastiffs. I can understand that. I mean, those are giant giant dogs that look a little bit scary, I guess.
Yeah, but you're right. A golden retriever?
I mean, you get stuffed animals of these dogs. They're literal, real-life stuffed animals. My dog, I've got an Old English sheepdog. He is a breathing stuffed animal. That's what he is. That's what a golden retriever is, a breathing stuffed animal.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird. So, hey, man, good for Bo.
Good for Bo? No.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, somebody get Bo some trauma therapy or something.
Look at he pets it a little bit, and then bam.
Let me back up.
Yeah. How many pets was that? Like a 2? And then he backs up, and then Herb Street's like,
pet the dog, dude.
What are you afraid of here?
Like, come pet my dog.
He says, no, I just think I was I got attacked by a dog and I didn't know any better. So from that point on, me and my family, we didn't have dogs.
Yeah.
So
Did you get bit by a dog, Bo? What was attack? What does attack mean? Did you get attacked by cuddles? Was that what it was?
I tell you,
because that's what a golden retriever is going to do. It's a good point on the text line. Death by cuddles.
we when I was a little kid, 3rd grade, I was out in a field and our neighbors at this apartment complex we were living in had Doberman pinschers. And those Dobermans got out. And you want to talk about terrified, being a little, teeny little kid in 3rd grade. And all of a sudden, 3 Dobermans run at you. But that happened to me, and I'm still not afraid of dogs. Like, I'm kind of rolling with you here. Like, what was the attack? What exactly happened to Bo?
Right. Yeah. Well, I want to know about the vicious attack.
All right. Well,
it actually is it's really freaking weird.
It's different.
That is weird.
It's different. Now, I understand if you're just not like a dog person, because there's I don't like dogs. I don't like cats. I don't, All right, fine. But that's not it. It's he's afraid.
He's got a complex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good thing he doesn't have a complex about fourth quarters.
No, he does not. He's not scared in that situation. And he's not scared eventually to run.
After I missed Cortland over the middle, I felt the lane to run, and after that I extended a little bit more. In a game like that, sometimes you have it, and it goes back to that balance, and it's hitting it when it's open. But I felt the lanes to go, and I think that played a good role in it. Just a few runs here and there, keep them honest, but also move the chains forward. It kept us in manageable situations, moving forward, didn't cause incompletions.
Sean talked about too. Hey, a couple times he had to say to Bo, "Hey, Bo,
take it,
go."
Yeah, take it. You got good feet. He ran a lot. What was it, 9 times? Something like that. He ran the ball 9 or 10 times. And, when the game's all said and done, that's a very healthy amount of times to take off with your feet as a quarterback.
9 for 42. You don't have to be a running quarterback. He has the 5th most attempts, by the way, rushing attempts in the league this year.
I believe it.
So that's about right. That sounds like a good Bo Nix comfortable number. Probably could go up maybe just a little bit. Not much, but, you're good there. RJ Harvey, 12 carries, 43 yards.
Yeah, Jaleel McLaughlin got half as many carries and got the same amount of yards.
Yeah, 7 for 40.
Jaleel's been looking pretty good, man.
I know.
He looked good last week, too.
Bidet, no carries.
Good. That's the way it should be.
Court, a couple drops in there.
We got to get Jaleel more touches.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Man, we really missed Dobbins, though, huh? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Holy cow.
Honestly, it's hard for me to say when we've got a coach that is afraid to run the football. I like RJ. I'm not down on RJ Harvey. I think he can be a productive player for the Broncos, but he's not an every down running back. He's not. I'm not sure if he ever will be.
Here's Sean about Bo running.
There were 2 plays where he's finding a throw off schedule. And I said, you got running room here. You guys saw it. You got running room. And I thought he came up with some really big plays. In that soft zone, even though it's zone, there were some 8-yard scampers that were really important. Obviously, you're adjusting. It's not a halftime adjustment. It's just this is what we're seeing. And you're knowing exactly why you're seeing it. Run the clock. Make them run. Run the clock. Shorten the game. And all of it makes sense. That's why they're good coaches and had a lot of success.
Yeah, so he's talking about 2 things there. Bo running and also what Kansas City was trying to do too. Shorten the clock. And the game went fast. Sean said he was like, whoa. I
couldn't believe how fast that game went.
It was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was kind of predictable too. Listen, I think a lot of this was predictable, all right? It could have been a blowout by a much higher standard had the Broncos converted in the red zone better. They were 2 for 4, so they had 2 other opportunities, so there's 8 points, theoretically, right? That's 8. If they don't throw the interception, Kansas City doesn't score a touchdown. So, and if they don't punt twice, they get 2 more punts. This game, Tyler, easily could have been like 30-6.
Well, like I said, I really do think that the offense did a lot of really good things. And when you do as many good things as they did, when you've got drives that you sustain for 12, 13, 14 plays, you deserve is a weird word, but you probably deserve to score a lot more points than the Broncos did. So I'm not entirely down on the Broncos' offensive performance. I think they did a lot of good things. But that being said, you do have to finish. And when you walk into halftime, trail into the Chiefs.
6-7.
6-7. 6-7. You did something wrong offensively. So whatever you did right, at the end of the day, you did it wrong because you settled for field goals.
But Kansas City was probably thrilled for that result because they're looking at this game like, and by the way, the Broncos only had 6 possessions against the Raiders in the last Raiders game. So we did talk about this on Wednesday, how the Broncos likely were going to sort of copy their same sort of game plan against the Raiders that they did. And they did. I mean, the Raiders weren't going to get beat over the top. Neither were Kansas City. Jacksonville was way more willing to take those chances because they got Trevor Lawrence. And, you know, they got the really good receivers. And they got, like, Parker Washington that nobody even knows that kind of went off. Kansas City has none of that except for Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
And there's only so much you can
Travis
do.
Travis Kelce okay?
What do you mean?
Is he okay? I mean, did you see those sideline shots of him? I mean, he is staring off into the ether. That dude was in Never Land during that game.
Here is after the game.
No, the only time it ever crossed my mind is I was driving in the other day and I saw how much the Powerball was. And I was like, man, if I could just win that, I wouldn't have to work another day in my life. Honestly, I've been just focused on trying to win football games, man. I let that be a decision that I make with my family, friends, the Chiefs organization when the time comes.
I'm sorry, where are the tissues?
Travis Kelce needs money.
He's marrying the Powerball.
Travis Kelce hasn't made enough money to not work another day in his life. And then you add in the fact that he married a billionaire, or is marrying a billionaire.
I think his facetious nature is a bit of a tip-off where things are going to go with good old Travis Kelce here.
That dude was... I've never seen a guy less into a football game.
Taylor's up. Taylor didn't even show up till the second quarter.
It honestly was kind of weird. Like if it was his last game, even though their last game at Arrowhead, even if they're out of the playoffs, you would think that would still be like a moment. You would think like I would still be into this thing.
I don't know, man. The guy's been to 5 Super Bowls, 3 in a row, got 3 rings. He's got Tay-Tay on his mind, who didn't show up until the second quarter. That's how important the game was to her. I watched the entire documentary of Taylor Swift. I've seen the whole thing.
That's special.
It's crying. She's really good.
Really happy for you.
I sat down and I learned Exile by Bon Iver and Taylor Swift over the weekend. Just figured it out. Little YouTube help, but like seriously, I was moved by Taylor.
Okay.
Listen, I don't really care what Travis Kelce does, but I do have a lot of respect. Okay, thank you. I do have a lot of respect for the dude. I mean, he's one of the greatest tight ends of all time. Unless you think he's some sort of phony or disingenuous or get some other beefs with Travis Kelce.
No, I don't have beef with Travis Kelce. I just thought it was crazy, the Neverland stare that he had every time he was on the bench.
Well, what do you think? It's probably it, right? They got one more to suffer through.
I mean, there probably was a lot going through his head, quite frankly. Like, man, this isn't how I saw my last game going down. Do I want this to be my last game? I don't think it's a guarantee that he's done.
You know what? Maybe he was thinking, man, I don't have to live in Kansas City anymore. This is going to be awesome. Although I thought he built a big house out there recently.
Well, he bought a new one after he was dating Taylor because they needed better security.
But I mean, you know, what are houses to Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce? I mean, you're going to have a house here, a house there. You're going to live in the world, right? Like, who cares? Honey, we're going to stay somewhere for 2 weeks. Let's buy a house.
Might as well.
Sure.
Probably a good investment.
Be more comfortable. Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to figure out in his mind is the grind in the offseason and everything else you got to go through. You know what? I could smell the whole, like, I'm in semi-retirement. We'll see what Mahomes does coming back. And I'm just going to sort of, you know, bide my time a little bit. Like a Gronk retirement. I could see that. It's probably not a bad idea. Gronk retire. Sort of retire. Like, kind of quit.
I wonder why nobody ever just flat out says that. You know, like everybody.
I'm going to give it a year.
They walk away and they're
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, I'm retired." Nobody ever says, "Yeah, I'm going to sit out half the season."
Yeah.
Why not just say it? Like, "Yeah, I'm going to sit out half the season. I'll see you guys in week 10."
God, I'm forgetting his name, but the Avs had a player. Oh gosh, Dan, help me out. The guy from Minnesota, the American. He did that. And he was with the Islanders before. Gosh darn it. Cute little whippersnapper. You remember his name?
Well, on the team right now?
No. A couple years ago. He did that. He just sat out till January. He kind of semi-retired, and then was like, the whole plan, though, was for him to join the Avs in January.
Zach Parise.
Zach Parise. Right. That's exactly what Zach Parise did. And they knew, the Avs knew, there were a couple teams that knew. He just didn't make a big deal of it.
Yeah.
But it's going to be big. Like, he's going to have to do the whole, announce it and press conference, and he'd have to go through all that crap. I don't think anybody's banging down Zach Parise's door about it. By the way,
I'd just say, I'm gonna sit. I'm not officially retired, but I'm gonna sit out for a while, and I'm thinking about it. If things look good, I might come back.
that would be a funny thing to say. Like, I'm on the team, but I'm just not going to do some stuff.
No, I mean, I wouldn't even say I'm on the team.
What would you say?
I'm sitting out for the next, calendar year.
Yeah, but there's got to be like salary cap contract. I mean, there's got to be things like that going on.
So you can put him on reserve, left the team.
Okay. So you just put him on reserve for whatever kooky reason, whatever.
I mean, there's literally a category
non-injury.
called reserved, left the team. Where you,
oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Where you hold on to the player's rights.
Well, that's perfect then. Do that. And it doesn't count against your cap or the roster? Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
God, I haven't heard of too many guys doing that one. Okay, I want to get with you, though, about the Harrisburg play. Pretty interesting. And we need some time to talk about that. The injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. I felt like everybody was in pretty good shape that played. Have we, Dan, Tyler, do we hear anybody that's banged up too bad? I think they got through it in a pretty decent fashion. Boy, Jonah Ellis is playing good, huh?
Just want you to know that there are at least 5 other people on the text line that are very compassionate to Bo with his dog fear.
Oh, really? Is that right?
They're very mad at me. They're calling me an a-hole.
Really?
They're saying I'm not compassionate, that I need to have some empathy for his dog fear.
Oh, okay.
I don't feel bad, nor do I have empathy for a fear of a golden retriever.
Oh, wow. We're having some anti-dog people here.
You ever been scored by a woman? Do you hate them all? Maybe. But are you still, every now and then? You ever thought about petting the dog?
Dog people are the worst. They are delusional and don't see dogs as animals they are. They aren't furry children. I'll kick Herb's dog in front of him if he doesn't control it.
No, that's a bad person.
Wow.
Today,
that person needs to go to jail.
I do not apologize.
Damn.
Go to jail.
Tyler is so out of line.
No, I'm not.
I know kids who are traumatized by dogs. They can't deal with dogs as adults. Show some compassion. Lay off Bo. Holy cow. All right. Okay.
I mean,
how about this one? There's another one.
And then they cite it off with childhood trauma is challenging to deal with. Yeah, I got it. I mean, I'm not talking about parental abuse here, like I'm talking about a dog. I'm talking about a golden retriever.
I got run over by 2 Goldens on the sidewalk as a 9-year-old. Wasn't a fun time. Not really cool with dogs.
Well, what'd you do to get run over?
Man.
I mean, were you riding your bike through a couple golden retrievers?
Wow. I color me shocked at the anti-dog or the, well, maybe this is just where Bo is, by the way. Maybe this is where Bo is. Bo is such a golden child these days that they favor Bo, the golden child, over golden retrievers.
All these people on the text line need to grow up. All of them.
Well,
grow up. It's
thank
a golden
God,
retriever.
Thank God you're here to straighten them out. There's a lady suing the IRS to make her dog a dependent.
Ooh. That would be a good rule. I'd get a lot of dogs.
That is definitely a bad person. You shouldn't claim to kick anybody's dog. No, I agree on that. All right, I want to get to you about the Harrisburg play an offensive lineman calling out the signals. That's kind of fun, right? Never mind what we have with Nikola Jokic, which was amazing. And we'll get into the groove with our favorite player from the game yesterday, where, don't forget, Mark Moser and others, the Broncos are 13-3. Your Denver Broncos are 13-3. It's been a hell of a year. Unbelievable year. And hopefully the best is yet to come. It's Altitude 92.5.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
All right, hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, holiday season. Hey, here we go. How you doing? You all right? Maybe you got some vows for 2026. You want to be a little bit better. You want to be a little bit more active, perhaps. Sex drive. Get that going back again. You listen, this all could just be low T. Guys in their mid to early 30s lose 2 to 3% every year. Just sort of winds down, goes away. What the hell happened? But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. Listen, start here. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz. It's just a couple of questions. Yes or no. It takes 2 minutes. And then if you do have low T, they'll draw your blood and have a result within 30 minutes. You'll get a medical consult, a T and a PSA test with a Colorado licensed medical provider. And you go from there. If you do go with testosterone treatment, the cost of that appointment is absolutely nothing. With 5 locations up and down I-25, there's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. So figure it out. Give them a holler, 720-440-7900. Visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, it's time to get in the groove. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and groovetoyota.com. Tyler, who was in the groove from the Broncos for you?
I don't think there were a ton of major standouts in this game, actually. A lot of efficient football, but I like Jaleel McLaughlin, man. I like what he's been doing when he's been given opportunities over the last couple games. He only had 7 touches, but he got 40 yards. RJ Harvey had 14 touches for 43 yards. Jaleel McLaughlin's a guy that I would like to see the Broncos give the ball to more often. I think he's starting to earn the trust of his coach. He was a healthy scratch for the far majority of the football season. And when Dobbins went down and we started to have some injuries start piling up, he started getting an opportunity. I like Jaleel McLaughlin. He was in the groove.
I'm going to give my in the groove to Jonah Ellis, who just was
not bad.
Pretty scrappy yesterday. Got a half sack as well as DeAndre Tillman. It's the only sack the Broncos had. 2 tackles, 1 solo, had a couple of quarterback hits, had a tackle for a loss. Pretty solid game from Jonah Ellis. Meanwhile, Nick Bonito, 1 tackle, 1 pass defended, and that's a wrap. Anything going on with Nick Bonito these days, Tyler?
Nothing that I'm really panicked about. I think if you watch the games closely, he's more productive than the stat line is showing. Last week, he said that he played like booty. And when I went back and I watched the film, I didn't think he played that bad. I mean, he's not showed up on the stat line the way he has. He's got a couple games without a sack now, but I'm not worried about Nick.
12.5 sacks on the season, so, really good, but a long way from what we thought was going to be a record-setting season. So he cooled down on that. The Broncos need 8 sacks against the Chargers to tie the Bears from back in the day for total sacks. Got 1.
Yeah.
So they were 9 going into the game. So that they have cooled down. They've massively cooled down in that department too.
Pass rush is still good though. I'm not worried about the pass rush at all. They're still getting home. They're still causing havoc, and they're still creating pressures.
I mean, how many times did Chris Turducken even
the
hold
whole game? I mean, the whole game he was under duress.
Right, and he clearly, the messaging to him was clearly scramble around, get rid of the ball quick, whatever you're going to do, and we'll be okay to punt and just move on with our lives. That clearly was their plan. And that's what they did. They didn't try to press the ball down the field, except for the very end, right? And that's how they approached the game. And as long as everything went their way, it would keep them in the game. And that's what happened. But if you looked at the numbers of the game, Tyler, I mean, this was, oh my God. I mean, where do you even want to start here? First downs, 22-10. Third down, how about the Broncos going 11 for 18 on third down? 4 of 11 for the Chiefs. Total yards, almost triple. 303 to 139, and more than triple passing yards, 175 to 57. And it just kind of keeps going like that. It was an ass kicking.
No, it wasn't. What are you talking about? What?
Time of possession, 39-28.
It was an ass kicking?
Yes.
You want to take that back?
No.
What?
No, they kicked their ass.
What?
In every measure that should have led to a big, huge point differential, they dominated.
I understand what you're saying, and I guess I've said something similar multiple times throughout the game, and that they probably deserve to score a lot more points. I think the Broncos offense did a lot of good things, but the game is what the game is. That game was not an ass kicking. Matter of fact, if Patrick Mahomes plays in that game, you probably lose by 17.
All right, well, there's a lot of ifs and nuts and buts, and but I'm just talking about the game itself, not if this happened or if that happened. Going into this game,
it's a little bit optimistic to ignore to ignore the problems that happened when you got towards the goal line.
Not ignoring them. They were 2 for 4 in the red zone. They did score 2 touchdowns in the red zone too. They only had the ball 8 times. This was not a heavy possession game. The things that killed them, a couple things killed them. Punting twice sucked. Against that type of defense, you got to be scoring at least a field goal. Big return sucked. Interception sucked. All those things just went against you. But in general, the Broncos dominated this game. If you don't want to call it an ass kicking, okay, fine. But the Broncos did dominate this game in every meaningful statistical category except for giveaway takeaway. Except for that.
And the scoreboard.
And the scoreboard, yeah. Sure. Sure.
Isn't that what defines an ass kicking?
You know, it's funny. Al Michaels was just trying to set up Kirk Herbstreit to say something funny about Taylor Swift, and Herbstreit wouldn't take the bait on it. And Michaels was like, yeah, but he does have something else going on. Michaels also, is anybody more into gambling than Al Michaels, who does games?
Al Michaels plays by his own rules now.
How many times did he say, well, this isn't what people expected, which you understand is code for it's a 13.5 spread and 36.5 over under.
Yeah, he usually doesn't even hide it anymore.
All right, let me give you the Harrisburg thing, and let me tell you what, ask what you think. So it's 4th down and inches. And Sean Payton was like, we were never going to kick the field goal. Or we were never going to go for it. We were always going to kick the field goal.
By the way, the entire NFL should know by now. When the Denver Broncos get in short yardage situations, or when they get in a situation where they're trying to draw you off sides, they change their cadence. It goes to an entirely different cadence, and they always go on hut 3. They go hut 1, hut 2, hut 3. It's a radically different cadence. It's their short yardage cadence. And if the NFL hasn't picked up on this by now, like, you guys are a bunch of dummies.
Well, on this one, let me have Sean explain it. Here's Sean.
It's a no-brainer freeze, but it was at a different formation, one we'd never shown. We were going to take the delay game. I don't know why we called it Harrisburg, because it looked like a play we have called Pittsburgh, and no one moves in Harrisburg. I think that's why we just came up with that. And it's a unique one because it involves you're on the road, so it involves a heel, and then Meinertz is barking the cadence out. So he gets hat off to him. He gets Air Jordans for the offensive line. The last time we were able to do that, it was Nate, and so he got 5 pair. Obviously, that changed the complexity of the clock. That was a big play.
All right, a bunch of things going on there. First of all, he called them Meinertz. Second of all, a guard calling out the cadence. Were you familiar with that at all, ever?
I think what he was saying there, I don't think he meant he was calling the cadence.
No, he was. He talked about it. It was literally Quinn Meinertz.
So Bo wasn't saying the cadence at all.
Bo was spread out. It was RJ.
You're right. They were in the Wildcat.
RJ, it was literally all Quinn Meinertz calling.
Yeah, okay, I'm tracking.
Calling it out.
I'm tracking. I'm with you. Yep. No, I've never seen that before. I mean, when you go into Wildcat, usually just the running back starts calling out the cadence. That's cool, man. I mean, that's different for sure. I've never seen that done. I mean, when you get into that no-brainer situation, you call it a no-brainer in the huddle. Boys, no-brainer, nobody move. Don't you freaking move. If you move, you are an idiot. There is no football play here. It is a no-brainer. There's nothing to think about. You're just going up there and, you change formations and you change your cadences, and so good. I mean, there's some creativity in that I guess I've never seen before. I've never seen the guard calling the cadence.
Miners talked to Scotty Gange and said, yeah, there's a little bit of a coordination with Alex Forsythe and his head bob and me calling out the signals and like the point. Like you can point, which is a little bit different. Usually you see the tap, but there's pointing. So it's
you do one of two things. You either tap the center's hip or you flash your hand out in front of the center's face.
Yes. So that's what Meinertz did. He flashed it out, but he's saying, said, hut, like that. And Forsythe is moving his head at whatever the right time is. And Chris Jones was pretty funny afterwards.
I know. Yeah, that could have saved us 4 points. I felt like the guard moved. But yeah, critical situation. I got to be better. I'm going to beat myself up about that one. So close. I know it, man. I know it. We're right there.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like somebody who's lying. That sounds like somebody who actually, did the Chiefs really want to win that game, Tyler? Or did they want to just, be close enough so they, could be respectful?
Well, organization versus players is two different questions.
Yeah.
Like players want to play good football.
Yeah, Chris Jones sounds like he's hiding a management right there just a little bit. Oh, man. Oh, gee whiz. Gosh darn it. I should have been better.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I guess tip of the cap to Sean for a little bit of creativity there. I've never seen the guard calling it, and I could absolutely see why that would mess with the defensive line. because they're like, yeah, that's unusual to them too.
Right.
So they're probably not thinking it's a typical no-brainer situation. You always try to think of ways that you can be creative with those no-brainers, whether it's shifts, whether it's center starting the quarterback starting in shotgun,
Right.
coming up underneath center halfway through the cadence. You try to be creative, but I have not seen that one. So tip of the cap to them. The refs, I don't know if you remembered us having this conversation a while back, but the Ben Powers false start, it was not a false start.
No. Oh my God.
Somebody caught it. I don't know if Ben was doing this or not, but that was a technique that I actually utilized. That somebody caught it. One of our texters found some film through the Super Bowl run, and they sent in a clip of a hard count where I flashed my hands.
Yeah, yes,
and
awesome.
and I get the defensive lineman to jump off sides, right?
Right.
So I know that I can't do anything, but the one thing that's never going to get called is just little slight hand movement, right? Like, hey, I'm messing with my hands, you know?
Right.
But when you go to wide 80, so I flash my hands right then. Just move my fingers out from a fist into a straight hand, right? And it didn't work a ton, but probably 3 or 4 times over the course of my career, I got somebody to jump off sides with it.
Yeah.
And Ben Powers was kind of doing something similar there, but it was with his thumb. And he was just moving his thumb. Definitely is not an or a false start. Definitely is not illegal. I have no idea if Ben Powers was doing that intentionally or not, like I did. But if he was doing it intentionally, I would give him credit because you got the dude to jump off sides, and it should have been off sides, not a false start.
Yeah, good call. And maybe we can get into the OPI on Evan Engram as well. Like, huh?
Yeah.
What?
Stupid. Refs are so bad this year.
And now we'll talk about what's next for the Broncos with this win and a hell of a win for the Nuggets last night. Plenty to get into right here on PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor during the holiday season and give yourself a nice little present of getting your hair back by calling my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. Guys, they also guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't delay. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
We'll get to that amazing Nuggets game here in a second. And there's something going on that if we looked at it, we would have figured it out pretty easily. And now we're kind of getting hit in the head by it. Again, details here in about 5-6 minutes. Okay, listening to the morning show. Listen to the boys. I'm listening to Vic, Tyler, and he's he wants full gas. He wants the Chargers to beat the Texans. He wants the Patriots to beat the Jets. He wants the Broncos to earn it. He wants all that. Because you realize the Broncos have done enough right now. If things go their way, they can win the AFC West and the number one overall seed without lifting a finger this weekend on their couch.
Wait, who'd you say the Patriots play?
The Jets.
The Jets.
Yeah. Listen, it's a stretch, but if the Jets beat the Patriots and the Texans beat the Chargers, your Denver Broncos will have won the AFC West and will have the number one seed guaranteed, no matter what happens against the Chargers. Would you like that to happen?
Well, it's not. I mean, it's kind of a silly. It's definitely not going to happen. The Jets are not going to beat the Patriots. Texans can beat the Chargers. So you can win the AFC West this weekend, and that's cool.
But Vic wants. I understand the improbability of it, but Vic literally wants the hardest path possible for the Broncos.
I mean, I don't think it's like insane logic because I don't think this team is the type of team that wants to have a letdown game. I think they got to keep their foot on the gas, you know? So I actually don't mind it at all. I don't mind what Vic's saying because this team is not like, you're not good enough to have an emotional letdown game. You're not good enough to have a week where you're resting starters or something like that. I guess I kind of feel the same way because I think that would be the best thing for this team. The best thing for the team moving into the playoffs would be having a really important game that you just won. I think I'm with them.
Okay. Let me make this argument. If things did go your way, then you could rest a significant amount of people.
That's my point, and I don't think that's good for this team.
But the goal is to get a bye week.
Right.
And then theoretically, even if things go chalk, say the 4 seed beats the 5 seed, you're not going to have to worry about that game for 3 weeks, kind of no matter what. So what's the difference between waiting 2 weeks for it and waiting 3 weeks for it? I mean, why is that a negative? Are you really
I'm sorry. I don't get the logic. Waiting 2 weeks versus 3 weeks. What do you mean?
All right, so if you get a bye, you got 2 weeks off before a game, right? If you get a bye, if you're the number one
so
seed.
you're just saying 3 weeks because you're throwing it's just a lot of time off. I mean,
but is there anything special
if you don't have to play in week 17, I don't think that's a good thing for this team. This team is a grinded out team. This team is a win by 3 points, win by 7 points team. They're not a juggernaut football team. So I think they need to stay in that mindset as long as they possibly can.
Okay, well, all right, fine. You're with Vic then. I'm on the other side. I think there's nothing better for you than just getting rest, and then you can take your chances.
I mean, you get the 1 seed, you're going to get plenty of rest.
Well, can you get too much rest?
Maybe.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, the Chiefs didn't play anybody in their final game. They went to the Super Bowl.
We ate the Chiefs, buddy.
No, but
this team ate the Chiefs.
All right, but my point is, once you get that number 1 seed, you just got to win one more game to get the AFC Championship game. I mean, you're right there.
Yeah, I know. And I'm thinking about what's the best thing for the team to be playing their best football. And I believe the best thing for this team to be playing their best football is to be staying in that grind mindset.
Well, you agree with Vic on that one. So we'll see. And likely it's going to happen because, again, the Patriots are probably going to beat the Jets. I mean, that would be a miracle for the Jets to beat them at this point.
Yeah.
And then the Patriots have the Dolphins, and, it won't matter at that point. You got to win. You're not going to slide through anything. And frankly, if the Chargers beat the Texans, well, now you're playing for the AFC West and the number 1 seed. Like, you could still end up, the Broncos could still end up, Tyler, the 5th seed in the playoffs.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to be mad if you're resting starters in week 17. It's not like I'm going to be ticked off about it, but I would have a slight concern about the mental edge for the team. I think this team is, they're not like juggernauts feel good about resting guys. Teams that survive by the skin of their teeth, those teams, They like to stay in it.
Well, 303-504-0925. I'd be curious what everybody thinks about that. I'm for the easiest path possible. So, hey, if they wrap up the AFC West and the number 1 seed by sitting on their couch, awesome, as far as I'm concerned. That being said, last night's Nuggets game. Did you catch what Jokic was wearing to the game?
No.
Okay. It was a sweater vest. Now, if you can picture a sweater vest, the blue sweater vest with buttons, and the white T-shirt on the V-neck sweater vest. Boy, it's a sweater vest, right, Dan? I think that's what you call it. On the V-neck, it says Taco Bell on his chest,
He's
right,
repping the quesarito.
And on the T-shirt underneath, it says, I won't try it. I still won't try it. Here it is. He's got the Taco Bell logo, and you can see the white T-shirt underneath. I still won't try it. And afterwards, he was asked about that after the game last night.
Yeah, it's a little beef that I have at Taco Bell. I'm joking. Pleasure to call this, guys.
Joker's cracking himself up with the pun.
What I meant to say was it's $1 million I made for wearing that T-shirt.
When we saw 20,000 T-shirts at Ball Arena, it should have occurred to us that Jokic would be okay with that, right? That the Nuggets weren't just going to allow Taco Bell to troll Joker if Joker wasn't in on the joke, correct?
Yeah, that shirt doesn't feel like a paid sponsorship right there.
Of course it does. Do you think Joker is going to make this up on his own and just say, let me have some fun?
I still won't try it.
So here we go. So I got to ask, how many of us got suckered by this whole thing? How many people really thought this was, like a thing? This is all just it's a extended, I believe, and it's an extended marketing plan with Taco Bell, the Nuggets, and Jokic.
Yeah.
Right? Are we all on the same page
Pretty
now?
obviously.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
All right. So now now it's okay. All right. So is it still funny, or are we kind of stretching our our imagination here a little bit? Pretty clever though.
I love it.
We're all talking about it. It was pretty cool and good for Yoke.
You ever had a quesarito, Dan?
Oh yeah.
Really? How is it?
They are very good. I mean, it's melted cheese inside of burrito. Can't really mess that up.
It's just putting queso on a burrito.
Yeah, I mean, it's just melted cheese wrapped around in another tortilla and beef and all the goods.
Okay.
Do you like Jokic's little joke? I've got a beef with Taco Bell. I've got a little beef with Taco Bell.
Yeah, it's a little beef that I have at Taco Bell. I'm joking.
Yeah, that was a Taco Bell PR person that wrote that out for him. I'm sure.
Ha ha ha. Joker. 56, 16, and 15.
Stupid.
The Nuggets last night, Dan.
And here comes Jamal Murray. Nuggets have yet to hit a bucket in the extra period. Jokic will try a three. That one's good. Denver finally on the board. Nuggets are down by 6, 124-118. Edwards has it across the timeline on Peyton Watson. Watson tried to poke it away, didn't get the ball. Edwards has it at the point, takes another three. That one rims out. Rebound Gobert. Puts it back up, misses that. Wanted a foul call, didn't get the whistle. Loose ball Murray. Hardaway three. Shotter's good. One possession game. 90 seconds to go in overtime. Murray throws top of the key over to Jokic. Jokic puts it on the floor, gets to the dotted line. Floater. Got it! We're tied up at 126. Jokic has 44. Jamal Murray has the basketball here for Denver. He goes to the left-hand side, gets a high pick from Jokic. They switch the pick and roll. Gets another pick from Jokic, shoots a three. Yeah! Denver's up by 3 in overtime.
What a game. I mean, it was an insane game. Jokic, 56, 16, 15.
I mean, I had a good game, of course, but nothing. I don't know what I'm gonna look back and say.
Just good.
Yeah, really good game.
Are you kidding me?
You know, what a pleasure that was on Christmas Eve, by the way, to have the Broncos and then to have the Nuggets. I wasn't like following the Nuggets until the fourth quarter there, as I went back to my Christmas party, and I come back over to the TV and I'm seeing that it's getting interesting. And then, I watched the final 3.5 seconds. They need a 3-pointer, and Ant hits an unbelievable shot. Like, good for you, dude.
Yep.
And then it was fun to see the meltdown in overtime. I mean, that was fun to see Anthony Edwards just crash out.
There were so many crazy moments. First of all, the Nuggets had a slim lead at halftime. All right, well, that's pretty good. I seriously thought they were going to lose this game by 20. You're down 3 starters.
It's really remarkable that what they're doing without 3 starters. It's remarkable.
And I'm just like, you're going to get worked here. And I'm thinking of the Nuggets game last night and the 7 games they have on the road, kind of like an 8-game block. And in my head, I'm like, Tyler, if they can go 3-5, and survive this somehow, I'm all right with it. So you got to lead at halftime. Then you lead by like 16, 19, I think. I mean, some kind of ridiculous number. And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. Largest lead, 16. Here come the Timberwolves, right? Stupid Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards. And they keep pecking away. When
they went for the easy 2 with 7 seconds on the clock, I thought, game over. Perfect. They went for 2.
And Joker was just unconscious, especially from the free throw line. He did miss 1, but he was 22 of 23 from the free throw line. Edwards hits that ridiculous shot, and here we go. And then they get down by 9, right? They lost. They're losing this game. They shot 44% from 3, Tyler. How about these numbers in overtime? This is staggering. Nikola Jokic, 18 points. Dan, am I right on this? The most points ever scored by an NBA player in overtime. 18 in 5 minutes.
Ever? Wow.
Check my math on that, Dan, but I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. Check me out on that. They scored 27 points in overtime, Tyler. They outscored in overtime what they did 25 points in the second quarter and 23 points in the fourth quarter. 56 is what Jokic ended up with. And he got Stephen A. Smith praising Anthony Edwards because Edwards said I could score 40 tonight, and he did. And he was great. I'm not ragging on him, but you want to 44 actually. You want to talk about East Coast bias? Stephen A. Smith is blathering on about how great Ant is. Never mind the guy in the same game who scored 56.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Stephen A. Gotcha. Glad you're coming down hard on things. Tell me you didn't watch overtime without telling me you didn't watch overtime.
Listen, got to give a lot of credit to David Adelman and to the front office for assembling a roster that has been able to weather an insane storm. I mean, you should not be able to do what you're doing right now without 3 starters. It's really as simple as that. Now, when you got Nikola Jokic putting up a historic night, that's going to help. That's going to help a lot.
No doubt.
But they've been able to weather this storm far better than I could have ever asked for.
Dan, what do you got?
All right, so the most points scored by a single player in an overtime period in NBA history was achieved last night by Nikola Jokic.
Wow.
At 18, he broke Steph Curry's record of 17 points in overtime in a 2016 playoff game. Also, guys, the Nuggets scored a record 27 points in overtime. That is a record as well. They won the overtime period 27-14.
Amazing. Amazing. Final score 142-138. Jamal Murray, who had a great game too, by the way. He was great. He wasn't like Jokic, but it's still great.
I don't think we talk about how clutch Jokic is enough. I may make some big shots throughout my career, but we go to him consistently to get there. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Jokic for just always being that guy.
Peyton Watson on Jokic.
Bro, it's unbelievable. There's no way that we could take for granted or it should go over people's heads what Jokic did tonight, and every night, honestly. We're watching history on a night-to-night basis. That's why I want to continue to stress
to the fans just how important it is to show up here and really enjoy this and really kind of not take this for granted, because this is something that doesn't happen again. You know, we will never see anything like this again.
And last one, Adelman.
Yeah, it's got to be up there. I guess, I mean, I've been here for so long. I mean, it's top 5. And I always put them in different categories because playoffs are different. And, you know, a performance in a game 6 or something when someone's game planned for you that many times is always really impressive. But in a regular season game against a team that basically is a playoff opponent that we play, it feels like 25 times a year. This is up there. It's an historic night. And the efficiency, 15 of 21, 4 for 6, 22 of 23, to go along with a 3-to-1 assist ratio and a triple-double is, yeah.
You're starting to see a little separation, too. How about the Thunder losing 3 games now?
There you go.
To the Spurs. Go Spurs.
Yeah, it felt like at some point they got to come down to planet Earth.
Yeah, found their kryptonite a little bit in San Antonio with Wemby.
You know what was amazing about that overtime? They didn't start out particularly great in overtime.
The Nuggets?
Yeah,
they were down by 9.
Yeah. I mean, they
9-0 run.
They couldn't make a freaking bucket to start out the overtime.
9-0 run by the Timberwolves to start overtime.
Yeah.
Whatever. We don't care. We're going to bomb away from 3. We got Joker. We got the Joker. I'm just I'm impressed. I'm blown away. I cannot believe they won that game. If you were there last night, it was a late one, man. Holy cow. I think that bad boy wrapped up around 11:40, maybe, something like that. How many people on the East Coast do you think were hanging around at 1:40 in the morning just to watch that one? But it's an all-timer. It is an absolute all-timer for the Nuggets, who find themselves now, well, Tyler, I thought Oklahoma City was going to run away with it. You know, I'm like, okay. Nuggets are 3.5 back. Spurs are 2.5 back. Little separation between those guys and the Lakers, Timberwolves, and Rockets, by the way. Just a little separation. A little comfortable. So looks like right now, Oklahoma almost halfway through the see how they handle this road trip. And Cam Johnson, as it turns out, will be out for, well, they're going to find out 4 to 6 weeks, and then they kind of go from there. So I told you,
when everybody heard bone bruise, they're like, oh, phew, like that's not going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
Nah, bone bruise on a knee, that could be terrible.
I mean, maybe he's good by March, 100%. I think that would be lucky if that was the case. And hopefully we get AG back and Christian back within the next couple of weeks. I hope CB's back a little bit quicker on this road trip, maybe. But, hey, man, props to the Nuggets for one hell of a win and for the fans for being there. And it was. You have 2 late-night Christmas games that will be remembered in Nuggets lore forever. The AG overtime Suns Shamit Jam, and now the 56er from Yoke over Anthony Edwards, who, by the way, got kicked out of the game with technicals, and then he was screaming at the officials that they were all a bunch of hoes.
1, 2, 3. All y'all.
It's an awesome, hey, what a rivalry, man, with Minnesota and Anthony Edwards. You know what? I'm happy for it. I can't stand them. I mean, they make me sick. I want to beat them so bad, and Rudy Gobert and the whole thing, but Chris Finch but it's fun. You love rivalries like this. Get you hyped.
Well, that's the beauty of this year, because now I'm feeling the same way about the Rockets.
So great job by the Nuggets. Awesome. If you were there and you're just waking up now, I don't blame you. It was a hell of a night. We have action for you tomorrow at Ball Arena. Oh, not at Ball Arena. My bad. Tomorrow they're in Vegas. My bad. They're back at it, I believe, on Monday. The Avs are. And now the Nuggets, Tyler. We won't see Scott, guys, for 2 weeks.
Thank God.
How you guys feeling about that? Dan? No Scott in your life for 2 weeks. You good?
I miss him already.
I bet. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, I got another funny Jokic thing, by the way. Thank you on the text line. You guys are great on the text line. This is true. I don't know if you guys caught this. Did you notice that Joker got a haircut after the game before the press conference? He did.
That's convenient. You got the barber waiting for you after the game.
Is that unbelievable? So, I listen. I did not go to the game last night because Brett Kane is returning, Tyler, on Monday. And there's been a bunch of people, including myself, who've done some fill-in stuff. So I've filled in from 6 to 7. So on the days that I fill in, I'm not going to the Abs or Nuggets at night. It's been a handful of times. That's that. So I wasn't going to certainly go to last night. But there were other muggles that were there, Tyler. Plenty waiting for Joker. The muggles had to wait for him to get a haircut before he came out and did the media.
Hey, that's all right, man. I mean, you put up historic nights. We'll wait.
It's like hysterical.
You want to get a beard trim while you're at it? Go for it, pal.
I have never, ever seen or heard anything like that. It's the game's over. Let me get a quick trim here, and then I'll be out to talk to you guys.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like in NBA locker rooms. Most NFL locker rooms have got a literal barber shop that is sitting in the locker room, not necessarily at the stadium, but usually at the practice facility. Never seen a dude get a haircut after a game before he goes to a press conference, but you know, they like to make these things convenient for these boys.
I think that is an absolute riot. I think it's great. Oh, damn, my phone's a little wonky. I was trying to get, what did you want to throw at us?
So somebody tweeted this out, another cool thing that happened last night. So Nikola Jokic, guys, has a 20-point triple-double, a 30-point triple-double, a 50-point triple-double, and a 60-point triple-double, all against Minnesota.
We got to get that 40-pointer.
Wow. Yeah, that's
all
funny.
Against the Timberwolves.
That's funny. We don't have a 40-pointer in there. Pretty crazy. Okay. Oh, a great game. Jokic is getting haircuts. He's making jokes about Taco Bell doing a marketing campaign. They're beating really, really competitive teams. Arguably their biggest rival.
Mm-hmm.
Without 3 starters.
Yeoman's work.
It's just unbelievable. It's crazy.
I always say this because I've been a part of the other side of it. They're going to show this game 20 years from now, and I'll crack open a beer and watch it. There's other ones that I flip on NBA TV, and I immediately turn the channel. It's one of those crazy NBA games with 2 really good teams, top-tier teams. Proud that we found a way, and to your point, just had enough resolve to not say this game's over. You know, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, let's go home. We just stayed with it.
Meanwhile, you guys catching the meltdown that is the Lakers?
It's a matter of making the choice. And too often we have guys that don't want to make that choice. And it's pretty consistent who those guys are. And so Saturday's practice, I told the guys, it's going to be uncomfortable. The meeting is going to be uncomfortable. I'm not doing another 53 games like this.
You're not? What are you going to do? Are you going to quit?
Yeah, or what?
By the way, did you see Dylan Brooks? That guy, he's kind of funny.
I like him.
Did you see him get a high five from LeBron after the free throw?
Yes.
LeBron shoots his free throw, and he's not really looking at who he's giving high fives to, and he just steps up, give his normal high fives. Dylan Brooks just sticks his hand in there.
Yeah,
that was great.
Did you catch? I don't know if you saw it. Anthony Edwards tried to mess with Jokic going the line, like putting his hand like up where he was, and Jokic was wasn't as friendly as what you're talking about. Yeah, the Lakers lose to the Rockets 119-96. I mean, they're super competitive. They're right there. But they weren't competitive in this particular game. It's fun watching them meltdown. I love it. All right, back to the Broncos. What do you think has to legitimately improve in order for the Broncos to make a decent run during the playoffs, have a good showing?
I mean, I think the Broncos could make a good showing without anything changing, and quite frankly, I don't feel like anything is going to change. So this is the team that you got. It's the offense that you got. It's the quarterback you got. You got the running backs that you got. You're not. There's nobody out there that is going to come save the day in a position of need. So the question to me is not necessarily what needs to improve, but can you win a Super Bowl with the team as it looks today? And I do think you get that number 1 seed. You can. It feels, I've been saying it for weeks now, but it feels really freaking important that you get that number 1 seed, because I don't think this team looks great going on the road in the playoffs. That doesn't feel super optimistic to me.
Are you more in the camp of, oh my God, hey, it was a short week, they won, who cares about style points? Or are you more of the Mark Moser, I'm freaking out, man, because my team's just not doing what they need to do against these lesser teams?
Well, I'm not freaking out. I do think that you could make a fair argument to just toss out Thursday night games.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Throw them away. You can make that argument.
Yeah.
I don't think Sean is particularly good on Thursday night games. I'd love to know what his overall record is. Maybe it's a whole lot better than what I would expect, but from my experience with him as a Denver Broncos coach, we seem to struggle in those games week in and week out every single time we get it. I also know the reality, and the reality is you're going to be sweating out every single game. You're going to be sweating it out from here on out. You're going to be sweating it out against the Chargers to get the number 1 seed, and then you're going to be sweating it out in the second round of the playoffs. You'll be sweating it out in the AFC Championship game. That's not going to change. So panic is not the right word, but I do know the reality of this football team, and be ready to have some heart attacks along the way.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We love you, Bud Light. Thanks for being with us. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. On the Champ Mazda text line, 1 price, 1 hour, 1 person. It's in that order. I've never been more embarrassed about a great record in my life. From the 0295. I remember last year, and Coach Sanford reminded, I was saying this, I was like, this Kansas City Chiefs team is the worst 15-1 team of all time. Because that's how it felt. Like they were just barely, and they were horrible as they got to the Super Bowl. I do have a sinking suspicion the Broncos could be going down that path. Because, Tyler, I thought the year for the Broncos was not going to be this year. I thought it was going to be next year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're way ahead of schedule from where they should be, in my opinion. My expectations going into next year was kind of exactly what's going on now. But I think next year, Tyler, they're in a similar situation record-wise, and I'd like to bet almost anything that they're going to be winning games by much easier margins next year than this year. So that does give me pause going into the playoffs because I think they're massively overachieving as it is. Nobody would be picking the Broncos to go to the Super Bowl. A lot of people didn't have the Broncos making the playoffs again. Very few people, including yours truly, had them going to the AFC Championship game. I had them being a wild card team, winning a wild card game, and then being eliminated. Mm-hmm. That's where I had them. And that was pretty optimistic. So what are your expectations now, today? Be honest.
No, my expectation is that you should be competing for a Super Bowl. I mean, that's my expectation. They change, right? So I'm with you. When the season began, you know, if you want to take the organic growth approach and you're like, okay, we made the playoffs last year. We got smoked by the Bills. This year, let's win a game and let's just keep that organic growth going. That was a bit of a pipe dream, yet a reasonable expectation all at the same time. It felt like it was going to be challenging. But here you are. Season is what it is. You're 13-3, and you've got as clear of a path to a Super Bowl as you could ever ask for with one game to play.
I'm going to stick to my original prediction before the season started, that the Broncos will make it past the first round. Now, that's either with a bye.
Oh, my God. If they make it past the first round of the bye and they lose that game, though, that would be the most disappointing thing in the world. If you lose the first game after a bye, oh, you blew it, man. You blew it.
That's kind of where my head is right now.
Well, you blew it if that's the case.
I'll be fine with it. But
Talk about wasting a number one seed. You'd be fine with that? Come on, man.
No, I would be because I think they're a year ahead of where they should be.
No, you can't. You can't get a 1 seed and lose your first game.
It wouldn't surprise me. And I wouldn't be disappointed by it.
God, I would. I'd be highly disappointed. I mean, it's like AFC Championship is the bare minimum to have a successful season now because expectations changed.
I'm seeing who it would be right now. So if they were in the playoffs right now, if it started today, okay, you'd be number one, Patriots. So we'd have, if it was started today, you'd have, let's just have some fun here. Patriots, Texans. Who do you got in New England? Patriots, Texans.
Patriots.
Okay. I'm going to take the Pats in that too. Okay, so they are 2. They stay 2. Jacksonville against the Bills. Woo! In Jacksonville.
Take the Bills.
Okay. You take the Bills. So the Bills would be, that'd be an upset. So they would drop down. They'd be the 4. Oh, maybe. We'll see where we go here. Pittsburgh against the Chargers. In Pittsburgh.
Feels like the Chargers should win that relatively easily, but I think I'm going to take Pittsburgh as well.
Pittsburgh. Okay. Well, then they'd be the 3 because your lower seeded team would be the Bills. So now it's the Broncos against the Bills.
Yeah, that sucks. Nobody wants Josh Allen in the playoffs.
Are you really going to be disappointed if the Broncos lose to the Bills?
Hell yeah.
Oh, I don't know, man.
Hell yes.
That's
DMac, if the Broncos are in this position next year, it'd be a freaking miracle. Like getting a number 1 seed is a miracle. It's a gift from God. It's manna that fell out of heaven.
Well, I think they are going to be in this position next year. I think they're going to win the AFC West next year.
Look, they could, but it is so hard, man.
Oh, I got you, but I think the Broncos, this is where they start a run.
The NFL is not linear. They could, but I'm just telling you, people always expect the NFL to be linear, and it's not. That's why you can't blow it when you got it.
Man.
I'm not telling you they're incapable of it, but I'm telling you, you've got it right now.
Here's what you really want, though. You do want Jacksonville to beat the Bills if that was the case. And you'd want the Steelers to beat the Chargers. And then you'd be facing the Steelers at home. Now, you ain't losing that game. No way you're losing that game. And then you're playing the winner of the Patriots and the Jags.
Mm-hmm.
And and now it's the AFC Championship game. Yeah, facing the Bills, that's not easy. That would not be easy.
Yeah, but you know what? The Bills are not Superman. They're not.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I don't like. They're not like of years past. This is the easiest path that Josh Allen has ever had because there's no Patrick Mahomes, there's no Joe Burrow, and there's no Lamar Jackson.
Right.
But they are far from a Superman team.
They need some serious help to win the AFC East, but it's not crazy. I mean, I don't know. The Jets or the Dolphins, are they going to beat the Patriots? And who do the Bills have? The Bills, I think they're cruising to the finish line on this one, too. The Bills finish up with...
I keep forgetting there's a weekend of football in front of us.
I know.
Doesn't it feel like the weekend was just played?
We just did it yesterday. Philadelphia, which is that's going to be a tough battle on Sunday. And then they've got the Jets to wrap up the season. So we'll see. Tough game for the Bills. They're hosting Philadelphia. Man, I love it, though. This is what it's all about.
Dude, I would be sick to my stomach if they lost their first game in the playoffs. Sick to
Even
my
if it was
stomach.
to the Bills and Josh Allen?
Hell yes.
Oh, I don't know, man.
I'm not afraid of the Bills. I'm not afraid of Josh Allen. You're a better team right now.
You think they're going to the Super Bowl?
If they get the number 1 seed, they've got a very good opportunity. I don't know what's going to happen in the AFC Championship. I don't know if they can beat the Jags.
Let me rephrase. Because I already said I wouldn't even be disappointed if they got the first round, they lost to the Bills. It wouldn't bum me out. You'd be disappointed, clearly. Would you be disappointed if they had the number 1 seed and they didn't make it to the Super Bowl?
I mean, if you lose in the AFC Championship, that's a great season. So
you're cool as long as they get there.
Disappointed, sure, I'd still be disappointed, but I mean, I wouldn't be mad.
But you'd be mad if they lost that first game as the number 1 seed.
Because you wasted it.
All right, hey, that's a good question. 303-504-0925. I'm curious how people feel about that because I sense a lot of trepidation with how the Broncos are getting to where they are right now from the Mark Mosers of the world. And it is mind-blowing to have these kind of vibes about a 13-3 team. A 13-3 team. Hey, no dumb questions coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays are meant to be joyful, but if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy can be kind of rough. This ED is putting a strain on your relationship. This is the year to turn things around and show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship. Remembering the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom could be painful. How many guys out there just have a mediocre sex life, if any? Listen, it's time to get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get your life back. They've got success rates well over 90%, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed, restored relationship. The initial visit's only $99. Get the consults, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. With an expert staff like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Put this in your phone. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
If you missed it earlier, Dan has an awesome montage of everything that happened. It's definitely worth tuning into. So that's right at the top of the hour. Dan, killer job, as always with that. It's just awesome to hear the highlights and of two very, very memorable games. No dumb questions. I'm going to modify just a pinch here, Tyler, only because we're having a lot of comments on what we were just bringing up. And one person out there said, Tyler is right about it being linear. It's not linear. Look what happened to the Lions. Did you see any of that game against Minnesota yesterday?
Yeah. I mean, it's a great example. Vikings out of the playoffs.
Stunning how the Vikings...
I'm sorry, I meant to say Lions. I'm sorry.
The Vikings were out too, but it's stunning how at -5 in giveaway takeaway, the Lions unbelievably had the ball with the ability to tie the game.
Yeah.
And then the 6th one sort of put them over the edge and, whatever. But
Lions have had crazy games in 2 weeks, back-to-back weeks. I mean, look, they lost a hell of a coordinator. Now, I don't see the Broncos losing anybody.
I lost 2 coordinators, but you're talking about Ben Johnson.
There's one that really mattered.
Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
The Bears.
They lost a hell of a coordinator, a hell of a play caller, Ben Johnson. The good news with the Broncos, I don't see them losing anybody. You're not going to lose anybody on the offensive side for sure. And maybe Vance Joseph gets a head job, but I think that the momentum on Vance has come and gone. The last few weeks has probably dampened that conversation big time. So you probably get everybody back, which helps with the linear conversation. But it's a great example. Look, man, somebody else points out it's been 10 years since we got the number 1 seed. You can't blow it. That's a fact. So we got it this year. We, of all teams, we of all fan bases, should understand how to respect it when you get it.
That's true. The Broncos had a number 1 seed, beating the Patriots in the AFC Championship game to win the Super Bowl 50. That's what you did. Super Bowl 48?
They had to have been the one, right?
Golly, man. Dan, maybe you can help me out. I'm blanking on it a little bit. Help me out here, man. What was the path?
What year was that? That was
2013.
2013.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Listen, they definitely had home field. I just don't know if they were the number 1. They definitely won the AFC West, for sure.
Broncos were 1.
They were the 1 seed in 2013 as well?
Yep.
Okay. Who were their teams they played? It was the Patriots again, wasn't it? In the AFC Championship game?
So the teams that they were playing, I honestly don't remember who they played, but it was the Colts versus Ravens. That was the game in front of them. Did they play the Ravens?
I do not remember their first game. I believe
it was the Chargers. Wait, hold on.
Am I looking at a different bracket? 2013 NFL playoff bracket says Broncos were number 1 seed, and they would have played the winner of the Colts versus the Ravens.
I have no recollection of that whatsoever. I guess it might have been I don't know. I really don't know. I barely remember those games. I remember Super Bowl 50 way better. And even Super Bowl 50, it's kind of like I just sort of remember the game against the Patriots. I don't know, man. It's funny in those 2 years.
Dan, I'm seeing another one that it was the Chargers.
It was the Chargers we beat? Okay. Sure. Super Bowl 48, that season was... The Broncos were such a juggernaut offensively. The thought of not going to the Super Bowl that year was kind of ridiculous.
I know.
It didn't even seem like everybody else was just like, whatever. I mean, the Broncos were just destroying teams that year.
And of course, that's not what this year feels like. Of course, you could see a world in which the Broncos don't make the Super Bowl. Duh.
Yes. But I see what you're saying. As the number 1 seed, it's such a huge advantage that it feels like you'd be letting yourself down if that didn't happen. Now, the Broncos have won Super Bowls coming from the wild card spot, too. I mean, we got 3 of them, so we got a small sample size, but it's happened both ways.
I know you're a heathen, so I don't even know if you do a tree. Do you do a tree?
We do not.
You don't do a Christmas tree?
We do not.
What? Even as a heathen, you don't do a Christmas tree?
We do not.
That's so sad.
It's not sad.
Do you put up anything? Do you put up no decorations?
No, you want to get we do
you
our
don't
own
put
thing.
up like a Santa or what?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Like some garland?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No.
Not a single candy cane.
Hold on. That's actually this is like almost as weird as not petting a golden retriever.
It's not our holiday. That's a deeper, much deeper conversation to have probably at a different time. But it's just not what we do.
Oh, you protesting it?
I'm not protesting. It's just a lengthy conversation about,
right.
blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares.
Well, I mean, my no dumb question is when do you take the tree down? I mean, I know people that take the tree down the last night.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, well, okay, let me back
the
up.
second it's over, like you open up presents, and before that day is over, people got that tree on the side on the curb getting ready to be picked up.
Despite the things we do not do now, doesn't mean we didn't used to do things, growing up. We always were, as a family.
You're a bigger heathen than I thought.
As a family growing up, the Christmas tree stood up.
Stocking?
Oh, well, we used to, yeah. Yeah, I've done all. See, you're getting me down a weird path here. But just let's talk about when I was a kid.
Well, now I want to do a little therapy. Now I want to figure out why you don't even do a stocking.
Oh, how about we talk about what we used to do with Christmas with my family back in the day?
All right.
It'd be easier to have the conversation that way because we did it for years. And I loved it with my mom and dad and brother and family and the whole thing. The tree would stay up through New Year's.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do. But my philosophy on it might be a little bit lazy in nature.
Who takes this tree down today?
Oh, I know people.
Why?
For sure. Took it down yesterday.
Took it down during Christmas?
Yeah, like open up presents before the family comes over, tree down.
Fake tree or real tree?
Real tree.
You would take a real tree down on the day itself.
Yeah, I mean,
I've never heard of that.
This is not me. This is not me. Now, my personal philosophy is to make it to New Year's as well, because if I'm going to go through the effort, which I do for the record, if I'm going to go through the effort every single year, putting up the tree, putting up the ornaments, putting up the lights outside, doing the whole deal, I decorate the house, put up the garland, I got Santas all over the place.
Yeah, leave it up.
If I'm going through that effort, I'm going to experience it as long as I possibly can.
I don't think the question is like when to take it down, because it's very traditional to say leave it up through New Year's. I think the bigger question is, like, at what point is it too long? Like, at what point is it
After New Year's is too long.
January 2nd is too long?
I think New Year's is pushing it. But they also say in Colorado, the actual tradition that it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Do you know when you're supposed to take your outside lights down?
I do not.
There's an actual Colorado tradition associated with it.
Tell me.
The stock show.
Oh, that makes, like, when the stock show starts?
Yeah.
That actually makes a ton of sense. So when the stock show starts, have your stuff down.
Yeah.
We're moving on to the new year.
Yeah.
The stock show's here.
When is the stock show?
It's like a second week of January. And it goes for like 3 weeks, I believe.
Yeah, it goes
Something
for a
like
while.
That. Yeah.
Yeah. That's too late.
I'll give you one that you might not know. Do you guys know when Serbian Christmas is?
I know it's in like middle January.
It's in January.
Like January 15th?
It's January 7th. And I looked that up on purpose because everybody was, talking to Jokic about like Christmas. Now he does celebrate Christmas. He does. But he does the Serbian holiday, not what we do here in the US and most countries. So he does celebrate Christmas, but it's on January 7th.
Different day.
Yeah, so Christmas to him here is like, dude, it really was like Thursday to the Joker. His family's filtering into town, by the way. I saw Mama Jokic the other day. She doesn't live here full time, but she traditionally comes in for like this time of year.
Dan, as a fully single dude, do you put up a tree in your house?
I don't.
You don't.
It's just me.
Do you put up any decoration?
I don't.
What?
It's just me. And I celebrate Christmas.
You guys hate life.
No, I celebrate Christmas, but like I'm at my family's around Christmas, and they have all the decorations up. Like if I had a little kid, I'd put up stuff.
Like buy yourself a couple Santas or something that you can put on a shelf.
You gotta understand, when we had the kids, it was totally different. We did all the stuff with the kids. The kids aren't home.
No.
If I still had the kids, we'd be doing this, that, the other thing, which we did. But it's just me and Kim and the cats.
You guys can't enjoy a little holiday spirit?
I don't know, man. It's
I
just
love holiday spirit, but it's just me.
You know what's so funny? The older I get, the younger I get.
And I apologize on the stock show really quick. It's actually, people are pointed out, they're right. It's after the stock show ends.
Oh, well, that's like late January.
Yeah.
That's time to be done. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair.
But go on with your reasoning.
No, I'm just saying, it's like once the kids move out.
Okay.
And it's just the two of you in there with the cats. I'm like Dan all of a sudden.
I mean, buy a small little tree that you put in the corner that's like 3 feet tall. It's already got the lights on it.
I guarantee you my thinking and Dan's thinking is the same exact thing.
No.
It's this. No, me and Dan are the same exact thing.
I get Dan because he's got.
Dan's going to think the same thing I am. It's like, what
Just
a pain.
say it, Tyler. I'm a loser.
Your life is sad.
Dude,
we all know you wanted to say it.
What's sadder? Not putting up the tree because you live on your own.
Uh-huh.
Or putting it up by yourself just for you and you're
that's
there.
Beautiful. You're celebrating.
That's not lonely.
That means you're celebrating life no matter what.
I would feel more sad putting a tree up just for me.
Yeah, I think so. Like you're gonna spend the night decorating it by yourself.
I mean, whatever. I can understand, Dan.
What are you gonna put video game cartridges on it?
I can understand, Dan. You as a married man not having a single decoration in the house, that is as weird as not petting a golden retriever.
I know. A handful of people send us cards. We kind of throw them up in the fridge. I don't know. It's. I'll tell you this. For everybody who gets stressed out about the holidays, for everybody who gets stressed out, try skipping it one time. Totally skip it. I swear to God, skip it sometime. But most people can. Most people have kids, family.
I get the stress of the holidays. Believe me, I get
understand?
that. Oh yeah, I get it.
It's a lot. We don't do any of it. So think about everything that stresses you out. We don't do any of it.
No, but that's not the decorations. Don't stress me out. That's not the stress. The stress comes from relationships.
Yeah, I understand. Well, just imagine if you can. I mean, it's hard to, but imagine if you had none of that. Like it didn't exist at all.
That means there was no fun.
It's okay. I know what you're saying. There's a certain amount of fun of just chilling out in your pajamas and just, doing whatever you want to do.
Yeah, clearly they're not Christmas pajamas.
What's that? Say again?
Clearly you are not wearing Christmas pajamas.
No, you're just whatever. We're just chilling out.
And what grown man wears pajamas unless it's on Christmas?
Yeah, I don't know. I wear sweatpants. I don't have pajamas. I'm happy for everybody else. Everybody else looks like they're busy and having fun. So that's cool. My older son went skiing. He didn't even invite me going to skiing. How about that? That's actually a little sad. He could have invited me to go ski. My younger son, we invited him over.
I don't mind that tradition, by the way, on Christmas, going skiing. I don't mind that at all.
My younger son, he's in Boulder by himself in the entire apartment complex. We said, why don't you just come home? He didn't want to come home.
Well, why would he come home? There's
no reason.
There's no reason. You guys aren't. There's nothing to do. Like, you're just coming home for like a regular dinner.
I told him we could maybe go play golf or play pickleball.
Like, do you even make do you have a dinner that you make or anything?
No.
No tradition.
Well, we just had,
like not a honey baked ham. Nothing.
No. Nothing.
Jeez.
Yeah. This
is beyond being a heathen.
You understand there's zero stress, right? Like, you get that. There's zero stress.
Okay.
Zero.
Cool. There's no rewards without stress.
Well, we've done all of it, man. I don't know. Like, at what point in your life?
There's nothing in life that is rewarding that doesn't require stress.
You can't think of a thing with Christmas and the holidays we haven't done as a family. You cannot think of a thing. We've traveled. We've had other family over. We've gone to the mountains. We've stayed at home.
Mm-hmm.
We've done all the stuff. I'm not going to blow it for any of the kids out there. We've literally done everything. Nothing. We've welcomed Santa Claus, as you should. Be a little hard now with our fireplace. Gas. I mean, you got to have a creative idea about breaking and entering. All right, it's time for this holiday tradition, and that's the Nuggets and the Broncos winning. Better win yesterday. Broncos over the Chiefs, or the 56 burger from the Joker in an overtime win against the Timberwolves?
I'll definitely take the Nuggets in that one. Broncos were supposed to win easily. I mean, easily. Nuggets are doing this without 3 starters. Joker's out there doing historical things like he always does, which I don't even know how to celebrate when he does historical things. It's like, okay, cool, he did it again. Congrats, bud. Like, cool, good for you, pal. That was fun. I wish I saw the majority of the Nuggets game. I did not. I was watching the Broncos. I was at a Christmas party, a real late Christmas party, and turned over to the game at 10:50 or something. And Nuggets are still rolling. It just got towards the end of the game, and it got fun. It was fun to watch. Anthony hit that 3-pointer when I thought the game was over. And you go to overtime, and Anthony Edwards crashes out. That, to me, was a much more fun game and a more impressive win.
Ah, okay, cool. I'm, respectfully going to go the other direction, only to say this. First of all, it's Kansas City, and as great as it was to beat Minnesota and as awesome as Jokic was, which is great and amazing, period.
Without 3 starters.
A remarkable game. The significance of that game and winning that game, while important, wasn't nearly the level it was for the Broncos yesterday, who had to win a game to keep everything going the way they want it to going. That was not a must-win game for the Nuggets, although it was really, really cool. I think people are sleeping a little bit about how big of a win that was for the Broncos because they didn't get any style points whatsoever.
I don't know if I can call it a big win when the line is 13.5 points. I don't think I'd call that a big win. It's an expectation.
You wanted style points. I guess.
I'll say this, even if you won by 13.5 points, or call it 14, so you actually beat it. Even if you won by 2 touchdowns, I still wouldn't call it a big win. It was an expectation. To me, big wins are a game that you didn't know where it was going to go. A big win, it was you're playing the Jacksonville Jaguars.
So,
you're playing the Packers. You actually beat the Packers. That's a big win.
So this was a professional win.
It was an expectation.
You just got it done. At the end of the day, nobody's going to write home about it. You just did what you were supposed to do.
Exactly.
It could have been a tragic loss.
And I would say you barely did what you were supposed to.
Even though the numbers, aside from the score, were leaning heavily in your direction.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Broncos offense did a lot of good things. And I'm not entirely down on their performance as a team offensively because you did dominate time of possession. You did have 4 drives that were 13, 14, 15 play long drives. That's really impressive, and it's really hard to do. It's so hard to string together drives like that in the NFL. We were able to do that 4 times. You clearly had a game plan that was effective.
Yeah.
So good job on the coaches, good execution by the players, but you did stall out. And
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before. And so that's all that's important.
I agree with that also. So, I mean, okay, we expected to come into Kansas City on Christmas Day and get a win. We got a win. At the end of the year, nobody's going to ask how they beat the Chiefs. They're going to ask what happened in the second round and the AFC Championship game.
I was fine with the win. I was fine with how it happened. It was disappointing, I suppose, on, here's what's funny. The Broncos aren't a takeaway team this year, Tyler. They're not. And it's too late to change it. They don't take the ball away, which is wild for the amount of pressure they put on quarterbacks. That is the shocking thing. And now that they were -1 in this game, Tyler, Dan, I don't know how to look this up, but how many teams in the NFL have ever had 13 wins and are -5 in giveaway takeaway for the season? For example, the Chiefs at -2 and they got 1, so they're -1. The Chiefs at -1.
Hey, Dan, look up
are 6-10.
Look up our turnover margin 2015. I mean, I think we were way worse.
You think you were worse giveaway takeaway?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd be very curious. I don't know the answer.
And I know that we got a lot of turnovers on defense that year, but we were terrible offensively giving the ball away.
Giving the cookies away, huh? It would seem to be antithetical to winning because it's such an advantage for the other
I agree.
team.
I mean, it's the single most important stat in all of football is the turnover margin. Stats are misleading. Turnover margin usually does not lie to you about who won the game.
All right, well, maybe we can do a little research and we'll see on that. And, it goes to the question that anti-Broncos people have out there, or worried Broncos fans, legitimate Broncos fans who are worried that this is all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, I do hate that conversation, by the way. Like, I see people fighting on Twitter all the time, because you've got a different opinion on the Broncos right now. You're not anti-Denver Broncos for being concerned about a reality.
No, that's true. I totally agree with you on that.
You guys were -4 in 2015.
Wow, how about that? What was the record in 2015?
And do you know how many turnovers we got on defense, Dan?
Let me look.
Sorry.
That's crazy. Right. What was your record in 2015?
God, I should know that.
Oh, you don't know it off? Yeah, I thought you would.
I don't.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I thought you would just know that one. It wasn't.
I think it was 12 wins, wasn't it?
It feels like it was 12-4.
12-4.
12-4. Yeah.
So, Tyler, you're asking about takeaways?
Yeah.
In 2015? All right, let me look.
12-4, you guys are -4.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You know why I'll never forget it?
That is so crazy.
I mean, there's a number of reasons why I'll never forget it, but Gary Kubiak literally brought in players from the Broncos back-to-back years because they were not good in the turnover margin that year either.
Oh, okay.
I think it was the second year, if I remember correctly.
All right.
They were not good in the turnover margin, and it was like, hey, this can be done. You can actually win a Super Bowl when you're not great in the turnover department.
That's pretty cool.
27, by the way. 27 takeaways in 2015.
Jeez. And we were -4.
Wow. Are you kidding me?
I know.
27? Oh, your defense was really good.
Yeah, no kidding.
But you gave it away 31 times?
I told you. It was
my God.
It was terrible.
That is bananas.
Didn't Peyton have like 17 interceptions?
Oh, my Lord. I did not know that. That's a crazy number, Tyler. Do you know, take a guess how many takeaways the Broncos have. You had 27, no fly zone. 27. Pass rush, Vaughn, DeMarcus.
Yeah, by the way, Peyton did have 17 interceptions.
Holy cow. That is terrible. Do you know how many takeaways the Broncos have this year? Just take a guess.
10.
12.
12.
How many interceptions has Bo Nix thrown? Take a guess.
8.
10.
10.
But you're telling me 17.
I'm pretty close.
No, you're really close. So 17 for Peyton, and he didn't even play the whole year.
Right.
He missed. How many games did Peyton miss? 5?
I think it was 4. Was it 5?
Well, there was.
It started in Chicago and it ended in week 7.
He did start.
Yeah,
but he played a half. He threw 2 interceptions in the Super Bowl. You gave it away in the Super Bowl. I mean, everybody remembers that.
But we created turnovers in the Super Bowl.
You did create turnovers. You got the ultimate. You got the sack, fumble, score, the ultimate.
Right.
Like, that's the most. And TJ Ward, if he's not slipping on the grass, would have had a scoop score as well. He slipped
Cam
down.
Newton decided to not dive on a fumble.
I know. All right, that actually gives me a little bit more pep in my step about this Broncos team. I didn't think about that. That's actually kind of encouraging. That is actually encouraging. But look how good your defense was taking the ball away.
Right.
Like, can you imagine?
What'd you say? We have 12 takeaways?
Yeah. Can you imagine? Well, let's end the comparisons between the no-fly zone and this Broncos defense then, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, let's calm down a little bit.
Oh, well, that conversation ended about a month ago.
Okay, I'm not even bringing it up because you just that's how you end that conversation, by the way. 12-27.
You know what? And it wasn't,
that is insane.
It wasn't just that we were getting turnovers. It was the timeliness of those turnovers. I mean, Von Miller gets a strip sack. Keep Talib gets a pick.
Yeah.
The timing of the turnovers were insane the whole season.
How are the Broncos doing it this year? It's amazing. All right, we got to take a quick break. What a remarkable season it's been. Let's football go. Dan Buds, Quinn Tanner next. Ha ha ha. That's my favorite part of the ha ha ha. After the cheesy joke. Get it? Okay, thank you, Mountain High Appliance. The hammer, the sledgehammer. Parker Gabriel will be joining us here in about 6 minutes. Tyler, he's back from Kansas City from the Denver Post, and we'll see what he's got to say about that game. So, Dan, let's football go, bro. What's up?
All right, I wanted to play this for you guys because this is it relates to kind of the bigger conversation we've been having on the station all day, and that is the way the Broncos are winning. It's not the sexiest way to win games. Can they do it in the playoffs? Here's Colin Cowherd from this morning on his thoughts on how the Broncos are winning games.
But all I hear is, well, I mean, it was that game was close. Yeah, that's the way it works. I mean, would you rather be Detroit? Jared Goff faced a backup and they lost. If you win in this league, Denver's now 13-3 and will play the Chargers next week. You know, division on the line. Sean Payton's going to have his 5th season, 13 or more wins. I know he drives people nuts. I know he puts his chin out there. That's funny. But a lot of people, most people, did not think Bo Nix was a first-round quarterback or R.J. Harvey was worth the pick. And here are the Denver Broncos, 13-3. You know, 13-3. I don't know. Works for me.
Okay, so I do have a question for you guys, but I did want to pass this along as well. My father, Randy T, sent this.
What's up, Randy?
Love you, Pops.
What's up, Randy?
I'm glad you do Christmas so Dan can experience something, Randy.
Yes, glad somebody has appreciate it. Randy T has a tree.
He does.
Yeah. Can't spell tree without Randy T.
Dan, real quick, before you talk about Randy, I have one more Christmas question for D-Mac.
Okay.
Do you guys give each other a gift?
Oh, my God.
Yes, we do gifts in my family.
Wait, now I feel like you're lying.
Because we don't give the gifts in a traditional way.
What does that mean?
My wife went up to Boulder last weekend, took my son out shopping and got him some stuff. We do things kind of like that.
I meant to each other.
To me and Kim?
Yeah.
Oh, God, no. We haven't. What? No. That's like preposterous.
Okay.
We never give it. For 30 years, we haven't given each other gifts.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
No.
Wow.
No, never.
Yeah, loveless.
38 years, still figuring it out one way or the other. I guess.
I got this thing figured out. Don't worry.
All right, Dan. What's the Randy T thing?
So he sent me this stat. So the Broncos have been pretty good in fourth quarters this year, right? Has Bo Nix been pretty good in fourth quarters this year? Would you say?
Yes,
sure.
Bo Nix is 25th in passer rating in fourth quarters this year. That is shocking. He's behind Tua, Michael Penix, Bryce Young, Jackson Dart, Jacoby Brissett in passer rating in the fourth quarter. So my main question here, guys, are the Broncos built to win in the playoffs? Yes or no?
Don't know.
Situationally,
That's the
yes.
big question.
Situationally, yes, they are built to win in the playoffs. And we all know what the situation is. The situation is getting home field advantage. So you get the number 1 seed. Situationally, they're built to win. I don't think they're built to win if you got to go on the road, if you got to play 3 games. That's asking a lot. But this model is sustainable. This model is winning games. This model's got 13 wins. You win 13 games, that's a team that's capable of winning a Super Bowl.
It's tough, man. It's a good question. I mean, it's the question. We'll find out. To me, not yet. To me, there's another step they need to take, but I'm enjoying the ride, and I'd be happy to be wrong. I think next year, I don't even know where they're holding the Super Bowl next year, but, to me, that's the big year. But I can't deny what you're saying. How many times do you ever get to be the number 1 seed?
Right.
Like, a lot of things got to go your way for that to happen. You don't want to blow that opportunity either. It's a great question. We'll see. I mean, that's why it's going to be really interesting around here for the next few weeks. It's going to be great. It's awesome. I love it. Next story, Dan. One more.
All right, real quick. This kind of relates to what we're talking about, but here's Sean Payton from last night. Does he get worried about giving teams like Kansas City chances late in games?
Well, I just think you become more run tolerant regardless of down and distance, and then what is it we like in the passing game with the too high shell. It doesn't mean you can't throw. You just have to understand what you're seeing.
Again, how concerning is it that the Broncos continue to give subpar teams chances to win late in games?
Yeah, it's concerning. Not impossible to overcome. They've overcome it about 13 times. But it's absolutely concerning when the Kansas City Chiefs, without Patrick Mahomes, have got an opportunity to win a game.
I don't think anybody else is going to take that approach against the Broncos.
What
though.
Approach?
Playing the style of game that the Chiefs decided to play against them.
Well, the Broncos are the ones that allowed them in the game, not the Chiefs. The Broncos allowed them in that game by not finishing off 13, 14 play drives.
All right. You know what? What are the Broncos in the red zone? They're pretty good, man. They're 11th in the red zone offensively this year.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it's pretty good. 62%. So, sucked though, yeah. 6-7.
I mean, there was no formula that the Chiefs had or utilized that put them in that game. It was just the Broncos' lack of killer instinct when they had an opportunity.
Well, let's find out what's what in the inside scoop from somebody who was there in Kansas City. It's the Hammer. Parker Gabriel. The Sledgehammer, back from KC. From the Denver Post. Parker, this is the guy from the Denver Post, by the way, Tyler, who does not get yelled at by Sean Payton.
Okay, so he really shouldn't be called the Hammer.
What was that like? The fog bowl. The fog lifted, I guess, before the game, but that looked pretty ominous before kickoff, Parker.
It was. I got there like a lot of the media corps. I traveled to Kansas City day of, and, Christmas Day and all that. And I didn't bring a coat because it was going to be 60 degrees and all that. And I was in an Uber on the way to the stadium. It just was like misting. And I was like, man, I'm going to have to walk like a mile across the lots here, and I'm going to end up, soaked. It actually wasn't bad at all. It sort of stopped misting. The fog lifted a little bit, and then we just got sort of a foggy football game.
What was the vibe in the locker room after the game? Because we are hearing from the fan base today a certain level of frustration and trepidation heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's interesting that you've maybe got hints of that here and there after certain wins this year, like when 10-7 against the Raiders, for example. That was a Thursday night game too, I guess. Not last night. I mean, obviously the Chiefs are shorthanded. They're playing Chris Oladokun at quarterback. They're out of it, all of that. But this is these guys. They know what the deal is. They know if they win their last two games, they have the number one seed. It's all that matters. How you play on Thursday night in Kansas City on a short week, and whatever. How you try to manage through that game's not the same way you're going to try to beat the Chargers in Week 18. Doesn't mean that some of the concerns aren't valid, but it was a happy locker room last night. It was a locker room that. It was like the team finally won at Arrowhead after 10 years. As much as you might want to say it, it's a half price or whatever because of where the Chiefs are at. I mean, sure, you can say that, but when a team hasn't won somewhere in 11 years, you'll take it any way you can get it.
The Broncos offense did something really impressive in stringing together 4 drives of 13, 14, 15 plays. That's crazy hard to do. So my question for you, after the game, do you feel yourself more frustrated with the offense or happy with the efficiency that they had?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, better than anybody. Like, the name of the game in the NFL is putting points on the board, and that means third down and red zone. And yesterday in particular, the Broncos were really good on third down and not very good in the red zone. So it's sort of a split decision to my mind. Like, it was a little bit like the Raiders game a couple weeks ago. Control the ball, don't make a big mistake, keep putting points on the board and figure that a sort of moribund offense on the other side's not going to be able to keep pace even if you're not putting 30 on the board. That just gets a little bit dicey when you turn the ball over or when you kick field goals on your first two at the end of those first two, long drives. And so it's a style of play that they've deployed a couple of times this year, and they've I guess you could maybe say gotten away with it. It's worked. They've won games, but it's a style of play that comes with very little margin for error. And they definitely flirted with that margin last night.
Another debate we've been having, would this team be better off to test themselves against the Chargers to make sure that game really means something and earn that number one spot? Or, hey, man, let's go Texans, let's go Jets, let's make this thing easy. Do you think this team, after being around them for years now, needs a little bit more sharpening before the playoffs or needs more rest more than anything?
Yeah, that's a great question, DMac. I think they could really use a game that really matters in Week 18. But I also don't begrudge them, or I guess I wasn't surprised last night in the locker room as I asked around about that. And guys, to a man, Sean Payton, Quinn Miners, Mike McGlinchey, anybody who asked said, don't care, go Texans. We'll kick the feet up and watch, and we'll be perfectly happy celebrating the division title, before they get back to practice next week. And that's fine. That's a very rational way to put it. I thought Bo Nix had an interesting point. He said, that game matters a lot anyways because they're going to be playing for the 1 seed. I think there's some truth to that. But obviously I think the clearest indication you get of where the team is truly at is if they're playing for all the marbles against the Chargers. And, frankly, trying to beat Jim Harbaugh for the first time since he's been in the AFC West.
Yeah, I agree, by the way. I think the best thing for this team is to stay in that grinding mindset all the way to the very end. Parker, is Nick Bonito in a rut?
That's a good question. Over the last 5 games, Jonah Ellis and DeAndre Tillman have more sacks combined than Bonito and Cooper. I don't think that means they're better than those guys. I think it's 5.5 to 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
Bonito's in a little bit of a rut, but I also I think he's playing better right now than he was down the stretch last year when he really wore out. And he said after the season his body sort of gave out on him down the stretch. Now, he's got the cast on his wrist. He's been playing with that since week 3, I guess. He hurt it week 2. He had the big bionic thing on his elbow, yesterday. He's clearly not at 100%, but, nobody is at this time of year. So, yeah, he's in a little bit of a rut, but I think the last couple weeks, even when he hasn't been getting sacks, he's done some good things in the run game, and he's shown some signs that, he's not too far off from opposing quarterbacks.
All right, a couple more for you. First of all, talk to us about the Broncos' attendance. I mean, judging on the post-game show on Amazon Prime, it looked pretty hearty and pretty significant. Was it that way, or did I just see the post-game sort of deal?
Yeah, no, it was. It wasn't overwhelming, but it definitely was. There was a lot of Broncos fans there. I mean, it wasn't quite like Vegas or something like that where you really expect it, but it seemed to me I don't know exactly how, people make these decisions, but it seemed to me like there was probably a pretty good last minute, swell. And that could be from Colorado. That could be more, your Omaha and Des Moines and all of that. Hey, tickets are cheap. Let's go down there and see them, beat up on a bad Chiefs team. But no, it was a good Broncos contingent. And Sean Payton even said on the go-ahead touchdown with 1:45 left, he couldn't see it, and he heard the crowd roar, and his first thought was, please tell me that's not an interception.
You know what? I actually thought that the fan turnout for the Chiefs was relatively impressive for a team that's out of the playoffs and playing on Christmas Day.
It hit me that way at the beginning of the game, too. Still sell out. Chiefs fans still seem to be excited about their team.
Yeah, there were a lot of empty seats at right at kickoff in the upper deck, but I actually thought you're in lower Earth orbit in the press box there. But as the game went along, it was a pretty lively crowd, all things.
Yeah, I saw the photos from some of you guys. Whoa, that is up there. My goodness.
Binoculars every play. You're watching the game through binoculars, whereas most games you're using the binoculars to maybe see something specific on a play. This is you just watch the whole game through them.
How was the whole Travis Kelce might be his last game, Taylor Swift sort of thing? What's that vibe like there?
Well, they had all the luminaries out because at 4:00 this morning when I was getting on the shuttle at the Kansas City Airport Marriott, Nick Kosmider and I were on the shuttle with Caitlin Clark this morning, which was pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool. All right.
I'm guessing she was there with Taylor last night.
Wait a second. Caitlin Clark has to be at the 4:00 in the morning shuttle?
I was a little surprised, honestly. She was there with her parents. doing what everyone does on the shuttle at 4:30 in the morning, just like trying not to be seen by anybody on the planet. So it was kind of cool. It was like, you don't get starstruck real often in this business, but I was like, dang, that's Caitlin Clark.
That's cool. Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, like, I think, I don't know. It just is, it's kind of, it was kind of weird. I mean, Travis Kelce got a huge ovation when he ran out during the starting lineups and all of that. And he certainly sounded like a guy after the game. I mean, he said he doesn't know, but it sort of felt like a goodbye, or at least he was soaking it up in case. And, normally in those situations, it ends up being the end. So he had an interesting, like, exchange with Jade Barron after the game that I think was on the TV as I was going down in the elevator or something like that. So yeah, it felt like the last one. And obviously, he's a Hall of Famer.
It must be for Taylor, or Taylor, who cares about Taylor? For Travis Kelce, rather, Tyler and Parker, is that even though the strategy they imposed did keep them close and give them a chance, from Travis Kelce's perspective, how do you think that felt? Like, this is what it's amounted to? Like, this might be my last game?
That's what he looked like during the game.
Do you blame him? We have to play like this to give ourselves a chance? I mean, this sucks.
I know. He made one really nice play. He found a little wiggle room against Pat Surtain, actually, on a third down, kind of going down towards scoring territory. I think it was on their touchdown drive. And I was like, all right, there he is. But, he's playing with Chris Oladokun, and, like, no, shade to that guy. But, like, you're so limited that, like, I don't know, if I were him, I probably would be thinking, like, man, I really don't want to go out like this.
Right.
But there's probably that other part of you that's like, man, I mean, who knows? Pat's probably not even going to play, like, week 1 next year. What's it going to look like? At some point, you're probably just like, I got other interesting things in my life, too.
All right, good stuff.
A lot of things to do with $1 billion.
Yeah, that's right. If you got $1 billion, you can do a lot.
Broncos schedule's what for the next couple days? Just off, right?
They're off. They'll be back to it, in the building Monday and then back to practice Wednesday.
All right, buddy. Well, enjoy your holiday, and thanks for joining us, Hammer. Don't hurt him. Thanks, Parker.
That's right. We'll see you guys.
That's Parker Gabriel from the Denver Post. All right, we'll wrap things up. And Nate and Andy today? Maybe? Both? One of them?
You think I read the schedule?
Yeah, it's PhD on 925. Well, it's that time of year. Tyler, at 6 o'clock tonight, right here on Altitude. FIU versus USTA in the Serve Pro First Responder Bowl.
Hell yes.
Hell yeah. It is bowl season.
Guys being dudes.
Where if you could scramble up 6 wins, we're going to put you in a stadium that is 3/4 empty. While anybody good on your team is just going to say, nah.
When's the next playoff game? Is it New Year's Eve?
I have no. I'm embarrassed to say that I have no idea. Dan, do you know off the top of your head?
Feels like, gosh, why is there so?
It should be tomorrow, right?
There should be something. I think I want to say it's New Year's Eve though.
You're probably right. I mean, what are we down to? The
it
quarterfinals.
Would kind of be weird timing to have it any time between now and New Year's Eve.
Let's see. When is it? We got Oregon against Texas Tech on New Year's Day. That's what you meant.
Or New Year's Day.
That's what you meant, though. Alabama, Indiana on New Year's Day. Keep scrolling, Dan.
Actually,
New Year's Day is.
Oh, there it is. New Year's Eve.
Who?
Miami, Ohio State.
There you go. One game. Yeah, that feels weird. You're right. Like there should be. Well, I don't know. It's
New Year's
football.
Day will be nice though.
New Year's Day is banging. And that's a Thursday. So a Thursday is going to be slamming. By the way, we got this nice pickup here, Dan. Some juicy controversy. Max Crosby has reportedly left the team's facility due to a disagreement over his playing status for the final 2 games. Crosby vehemently disagreed with the Raiders' decision to shut him down. Wow. Well, first of all, that's absolutely what the Raiders should do.
Well, good for Max Crosby. I mean, I don't know about the part about leaving the facility, if that's true. I mean, that's probably a little bit much, and probably goes to show that he doesn't have a whole lot of respect for Pete Carroll, quite frankly. I respect a dude that wants to play ball. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
I get paid a lot of money to do this. You know, you're telling me that I'm not supposed to do it. I get paid a lot of money.
I respect his vibe on that too. However, hey man, you're a big part of whatever future we want to have. Like it is a pretty big compliment that a team would be like, no, you mean so much to us.
Oh, well, he doesn't need a compliment. He knows who he is.
All right, I'm just saying, man, you've reached a pretty cool status. It's the right thing for the team to do.
It's really more than that. We think you're so good that you could accidentally win a game for us. Like that. That's what they're really saying.
Well, there's that too.
You could accidentally get a strip sack or 2, and we would win a football game.
Who are the Raiders? I don't even know who the Raiders are playing. Do we know who the Raiders?
Who cares?
Got to wrap up their season of misery.
Giants, Chiefs.
Holy cow!
That's why they sat him, because they're playing the Giants. They need to lose the game.
They need to lose the game.
He could accidentally win that game.
He could. In that game? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he could be a difference maker. Oh, man, that is the worst, man.
They're fighting for the first pick.
Yeah. Yeah, when your team is in this sort of conversation, trust me, we've been there as Broncos fans.
Hey, but Gino, we want you to play, buddy.
It sucks.
You go ahead and go on out there.
I'll tell you this is way more, what the conversations we're having today, talk about first world problems. And it's pretty awesome to be a Broncos fan one way or the other. Look at the conversations we're actually having.
The Broncos ever had the number 1 pick? No.
Never.
Them
and the Nuggets have never, and the Rockies.
You got a quick answer right there.
Rockies, Nuggets, and Broncos have never had the first overall pick in a draft.
Is that right?
Good fact. Avalanche have multiple times, obviously.
Nate's the number 1 pick, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Kale wasn't. Kale was like 4. Yeah. Who else was the Avs number 1 pick?
He got traded for Forsberg. Why am I blanking on his name?
Broncos had to have the number 2, though.
Oh, well, for sure. They had Von Miller.
Right.
Yeah. And then
Eric Lindros. That was with the Nordiques. But
wow. But I was going to say, wow.
He was the first overall pick.
Okay.
And then they traded him for Forsberg.
You're really going back to the Quebec thing, huh? So you're a believer that if you're going to the Quebec thing, you're a believer that they should put up Quebec banners at Ball Arena.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, you're going Eric Lindros was our number 1 pick.
Ooh, this is a good question on the text line.
What's that?
Said, does Max have incentive bonuses on the line?
Oh,
That's
really
that needs to get that needs to get put into the NFLPA into the next CBA.
Yes.
If a team chooses to sit you,
yes,
as a healthy scratch,
yes,
you should get paid those bonuses.
You should get credit for what your average stats are per game for the final for whatever games
Something
they
like
sit
that. Yeah,
right. Like if you average half a sack a game, you should get that if you're being sat for that reason. Oh, I bet that's a smart text right there.
I mean, I actually don't think that's what Max is really mad about. I mean, I'm sure it adds up to it, and that might be a part of the equation.
I'm sure it's piss, especially if it's something like a percentage of reps or, you know what I'm saying? Like something that's easy to get.
Yeah.
That's, not a sack, just something, just if he puts his uniform on.
He has a per game roster bonus.
Of what?
Up to $782,000 per game.
That's enough right there.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, you're telling me I'm missing out on $1.5 million?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they got to pay that. They got to pay that.
They got to pay that.
Yeah.
So
sure, you know what? And I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
Because
That's way too much.
You can't screw over a guy like Max Crosby like that.
No, that's ridiculous. What game has your most attention over the weekend?
I keep forgetting that there's actual NFL games on this weekend.
I know.
Like
a lot of important ones.
The weekend is over. Well, I am intrigued by the Texans Chargers, so that's obviously got significant impact on the Broncos. What else? Ravens Packers maybe. Phillip Rivers. That's what I'm always interested in.
What is there? Who are they playing?
Jags.
Does the game mean anything for the Colts? Or
the Colts are not technically eliminated yet.
Is that right?
They need. Don't ask me all the scenarios. They need help, and it's probably quite a bit of help. But Phillip Rivers did say after the game that they're not eliminated.
They're technically not eliminated, so there's still.
Phillip said after the game, "I've made the playoffs with the worst odds before."
Because if the Colts are eliminated, there's no point in playing Phillip Rivers, right?
No, you would play him.
No, you'd put somebody else in there, wouldn't
you?
You
would. You would do it as a gift to him. We brought you in. Here you go, bud. Play the last game of your life.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder Spring.
Boys.
Here. And Andy's coming in here shortly.
Happy Monday. Does it feel like Monday? It feels like Monday. Does it not feel like Monday?
It does.
There is one really intriguing matchup, though. Bears 49ers. That's a good one.
Bears? What's on the line?
Well, I mean, 49ers tried to get the 1 seed.
And is
they're both 11-4.
Is the North tied up with the Bears yet or not?
They're probably. I don't know I don't know what's on the line for the Bears, but I know the 49ers can still get the 1.
Yeah, that's a crazy division.
Sunday Night Football right there. That's what that'll be.
You guys interested
in game?
Patriots Jets because of the number 1 seed, or is that?
I'll check the score at the end of the game.
You don't care.
You know what I realized after the Broncos just kind of barely beat the Chiefs last night? I don't need the 1 seed. I don't care. Because you know who the Broncos...
you shut your face.
You know who the Broncos remind me of? They remind me of especially that first Giants team that beat the Patriots. Weren't the Giants like...
they're like 9-7.
They were like the 6th seed. They were the lowest seed.
It was something like that, yeah.
You know, you just got the really good defense.
Mm-hmm.
Bo's got some Eli in him.
Dude, I hate to say it like this. I don't think this team's good enough to win 3 games. So if you want to win a Super Bowl, you better hope you get that 1 seed.
What are your expectations, Spring?
For what? The Broncos winning the Super Bowl?
Sure.
I mean, that's a cherry on top. That's house money if you get there. It's year 2 of Bo Nix. Like, I understand the defense is really good.
All right, answer
and
this.
You don't want to waste it. I hear that argument, and I get it. You don't want to waste it.
DMac and I were fighting over this earlier.
Uh-huh.
You get the number 1 seed, okay? So you successfully accomplish that. You lose to the Bills in the second round. Your first game. Our first game, but the second round of the playoffs. Are you happy with the season?
So you get the bye.
You're
at home.
You play the Bills.
You play the Bills. You lose.
You lose.
What's the game look like?
I don't care. I mean, whatever you want. Is that a satisfactory end of the season or not? God, you shut up too. You're taking too long.
He's got to think about it.
I mean, if it's a close game, if it's competitive, Josh Allen's been doing this for, when was he drafted? 2017?
Yeah.
Bo Nix was drafted last year. I mean, I don't know how you can look at all of that and say this is some sort of disappointment. Were your expectations going? I know it changes. And that's what we always say. We move the goalposts. You know, you only have 3 losses at this time of the year. Now the expectation is Super Bowl. But let's be honest with ourselves. Coming into the season, it would have been somewhat far-fetched if they won
coming into the season,
the Super Bowl.
Things change, like you just said. I mean, who cares about that now?
But it is a second-year quarterback with young weapons. They can do it.
Boys, if you get a number 1 seed and you lose your first game, that would be the most disappointing Indian of all time.
Are they a true number 1 seed? Is in terms of, like, you look at the Chiefs teams that were dominant.
I don't care.
Are they on that level?
No,
there
they're
are
not.
teams that get 1 seeds in, you know, whatever the given year might be because of the way the rest of the field shakes out. That, you're the number 1 seed, but that doesn't mean that you are primed to win a Super Bowl.
But it means you just gave yourself the easiest freaking path available.
Sure.
And if anybody thinks that football is linear and you're just going to get the number 1 seed next year because you got it this year, you're out of your mind. Football doesn't get played like that.
What's up, Andy?
Hi.
Well, look, do you believe they're good enough? What do you believe?
I do believe if you get the number 1 seed, they can make it to the Super Bowl. I don't think they're good enough to win 3 games, especially if you got to go on the road.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I'm somewhere in between you two because again, I do think I don't think they're as good as the record. I'll just put it to you that way. I think you caught some teams that weren't quite what we thought. Again, it's kind of wild because they feasted on some bad defenses again, which is good. That's fine. Got to win the ones that are scheduled. But I do think there is still a growth process that if you win a playoff game, that's good. You haven't done that in a while. But I understand what you're saying. Number 1 seed, you're not going to have this defense next year. Someone's going to be too expensive or something's going to happen or someone's not going to get stay healthy the whole time.
Or the defense becomes what it's been in the last month.
Yeah, I mean, the defense may have been a little overrated on certain things.
That's fair. Like, how elite is
again,
this defense
by the
really?
way,
some bad offenses too.
We didn't realize today, we dug it up. Do you know Tyler's Super Bowl 2015 defense had 27 takeaways?
Yeah, because again,
this Broncos team has 12.
They don't have a defensive touchdown this year.
Vaughn talked about sacking. You go and sack the ball. Nick Bonino's got to learn that. Nate and I've talked about it a bunch. They don't turn people over. You asked how they're doing this. They've been doing this by bending but not breaking. You don't score touchdowns against them. Well, the last month, that hadn't been the case.
I think this defense at the end of the day is very good, but not elite.
Well,
it may be starting to look that way. Like Nick Bonito was always an undersized guy.
They've also played a lot of snaps until lately. Now you're extending drives a little bit, but this team's had a lot of snaps. There's a lot of tape out there. You still got to get better on 3rd downs, even though they've been doing whatever they've been doing. But look, man, I don't know.
You get some takeaways though. You blow teams out. You win it easier.
Yeah.
You're not winning every game by 4 points.
But again, you can't be giving them the ball at the 30 for whatever. They had turnover line. They had that long punt return.
Yes.
The complimentary football has not been very complimentary.
They're 13 wins and they're -5. Tyler's team won 12 games and they were -4. So this team is actually a smidge better while being a little worse.
Yeah, but I don't know. We'll just see how it goes. I don't know what to expect. I thought you guys had an interesting conversation with Parker Gabriel. If I'm only worried about getting a Super Bowl and taking advantage of this team, I hope next week's game means nothing. But as far as figuring out what you think you're going to be in the playoffs, I kind of hope it means everything.
It very rarely works out where it's just this easy, perfect road. You know, like the Texans go beat the Chargers. Oh, whoopee! We get to rest everybody. Oh, we have the 1 seed. Oh, it's the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers got hurt. Now it's Mason Rudolph coming to town. Whoopee! And then it's just this easy, laid out path. No, you got to go earn that sucker. Year in, year out, whoever wins the Super Bowl, you're beating some damn good teams along the way. Even first round bye or not, seeding or not, you have to go earn that thing. I think the AFC right now is so even. Like, I could flip a coin and it could be any of these teams. Like Jacksonville coming in here and beating Denver. Someone could go into Jacksonville and win. Someone could go into Buffalo and win, Denver and win, Houston and win. I have no idea what we're in for. This is going to be the most unpredictable AFC playoff picture.
That's fun, man. By the way,
I think so.
There's a little bit of Broncos news here. I'm just seeing it.
Yeah,
the Broncos added Sam Mustipher off the Chargers practice squad, put him on the 53 to back up Forsyth.
Well,
'Cause
when he
Wattenberg's
here,
out.
I think he was
He
here
was.
too.
Mustipher was
so,
here.
but it does feel like the old throw him in
It's
the
a little-
room.
Oh, and they cut Cody running back.
Yeah, they
cut him.
They brought
Cliff said
him
that
in
yesterday.
because he was once on the Jaguars
That's right.
practice
But
squad.
that
Did
game-
that work? Well, that didn't work.
Well, I'm not sure.
The
It's totally
secrets
for that
the
reason.
secrets of Liam Cohen. They
They
didn't
need
get
a
him.
backup guy, and he's been here before, so you know a little bit about the player.
I
But
don't
yeah,
think,
I'm
but
sure
you
they're
think
gonna.
they're signing Cody Schrader to the practice squad, or you think that's his time with Denver is see ya? See ya
No,
at the
he was
reunion.
there to give him Jags secrets, and it didn't work.
So
now they're going to try to get Chargers secrets from this guy. What do you think they do? Do they put him in a dark room
Well,
with like
Tyler's
one of
done
those?
it.
What is that a real thing, Tyler? The secrets?
Oh yeah, I've heard about it.
What's that?
The secrets of the other
When you
team.
sign a guy and then browbeat all the whatever you can out of him.
I mean, yeah, that's a thing. Like I did it when I got to the Seahawks. My first game was playing against the Broncos at Mile High, and they brought me in from the whole coaching staff, and I sang like a canary.
It would be funny though, Mark. I know what you're talking about. It would be funny if it was a dark room,
like those interrogation rooms
with a single light bulb that was swinging back and forth with shadows.
Exactly. And Sean Payton comes in with a cig in his mouth, and he threatens to burn it on the dude's forearm. You're gonna tell me everything.
So does that mean your Jacksonville guy was the Joker because none of that worked out at all? So
maybe.
Don't you feel like Jacksonville's probably the most complete team? Because I think it's interesting. I think Buffalo's defense is bad. I think one of two things is going to happen. If Trevor Lawrence continues to play the way that he did, then they are the most complete team in my mind, and they're just coming on at the right time. I also wonder if this is not, if we're looking at the Buffalo Bills story arc to match the Broncos' first Super Bowl year when they won, where they had all this kind of crap down the stretch, and the season wasn't as easy as 96, and everybody was counting them out because they got their butts whooped by the Niners and their butts whooped by the Steelers.
Right.
They came home and got, I wonder if Buffalo's just like, the playoffs show up, and now it's time, and now we can erase, because the Broncos went through this with Manning. You lived it too. You can't change the narrative of the year before until you get to the playoffs. You have to wait the entire season to make anything different.
Yeah.
Buffalo's been living that life for 2 years.
Yeah.
And now their two biggest, well, they haven't had any problems with Lamar, but the biggest demon out there, the biggest witch of it all, won't be involved in this thing.
No.
By the way, why did they have to show Patrick Mahomes after everything last night? That broadcast annoyed the hell out of me. Cortland drops that beautiful pass from
What's
Bo,
Patrick
and they
Mahomes
showed
doing?
Patrick Mahomes. I'm like, why are you showing Patrick Mahomes? What does he care? And on top of it, he's eating nachos half the time.
Would you rather see Taylor Swift than Patrick
Yes,
Mahomes?
frankly, yeah. Yes.
I it's an Amazon Prime broadcast.
Did you listen to it?
Yeah, I did.
We went sound down. I was at.
Oh, really?
We were at a Christmas get together. I was like, we don't need the sound up. I don't need to hear Al Michaels bored off his ass with this game.
He wasn't very enthusiastic for that RJ Harvey touchdown.
Did you see the video with Kirk Herbstreit, by the way, and Bo and his dog?
I
Bo doesn't like his dog.
Okay, I'm being dead serious with this. It's weird to me. Like that is
That Bo didn't like the dog?
No, not that he doesn't like the dog. He's afraid
Yeah, he's
of a
scared of
golden retriever. He's afraid of a real life stuffed animal. What human being is afraid of a golden retriever?
I mean, I guess he doesn't like him either. I mean, it's both things.
Okay,
If you're
both
scared
things
of him,
are
you don't
true.
like
Fine,
him. But
fine.
yeah.
But if he had,
it's more scared.
This
of
is
him.
actually very weird, unusual behavior to
Hey,
me.
look, it took me getting my first boxer to make peace with big dogs. I got ripped up by
Oh.
a Doberman as a kid. One that just
guess-
jumped over,
but guess what
walking home
Andy
from
did?
school.
He became an adult and he got over it.
Well, it took
Golden
it was funny
retrievers
'cause
are like the most harmless creatures on
Yeah,
the
but
face
I'm
of
saying,
the earth.
It's not. I'm not like I get it. I used to have mastiffs. Okay, if you're
Yeah,
scared of my
sure.
mastiffs, okay, I got it. That's fine.
Like
You got a
it's-
Doberman. You
But
got a
he's not
freaking
the only
German
one.
Shepherd.
Dude, you've got big dogs. Have you
It's-
not? I've got a couple friends that have come over where I finally realized, like, oh, you can't handle big dogs, can you? Like my boxing now, Toby is just pure.
Well,
he's
are your
80 pounds
are
hyper,
your big
but-
dogs in your lap, on your chest,
Oh,
in your face?
Toby,
I mean, are they
Toby
molesting
wants,
you when
Toby
they walk
wants
through your
to
door?
be attached to you the
So a
moment that you
complete
come in.
stranger walks in your door.
He does not care. He's your
He's-
best friend.
All right.
You can have anything in my house with Toby. The one that would try to fight you is my pug, of all things, and you're probably just going to kick him like a little, that'll be like a field goal attempt there. But yeah, Toby's the one that lets me know if you can handle big dogs or not when you come over.
What's the right way then to handle them? Just get into it, just start licking them and just absorb them? What's the right way to handle a big dog then?
Listen, I get it. Toby, the licks are very slobbery. If it ain't your dog, you're probably not going to enjoy it. He's very... There's a lot of saliva per lick, so I don't get upset if people aren't into it. Boxers are way too loving sometimes.
But Tyler's right, though. Bo's, it's not that he's just annoyed by it.
But I could tell by his body language, I could relate to a little bit. I was like, he's had something really bad happen to him.
He said that in the video.
That he is not comfortable with.
Right.
And I don't think he was there. He was like, I ain't talking. This ain't therapy.
No, it's a golden retriever. That's it. It's a stuffed animal.
And it wasn't even hyper. Now,
can I tell you something?
In the first video where it was getting up,
can I tell you something weird? So we brought this up earlier in the show. We got a shocking amount of people on the text line that were like, yeah, I hate dogs.
Nate doesn't really like them.
I did not know that.
No. That's actually not the weird part to me. Like, I get people that don't like dogs. That's fine. If animals aren't your thing, whatever.
Right.
It's a golden retriever.
Michael on the text line does say, I've been bit by one dog in my life as a delivery driver. It was a golden retriever.
I don't believe him. Michael's lying.
Wait, what's Nate's deal with dogs?
Come on, he's Nate.
Does he have a dog? I saw
you
put an Instagram photo up and there was a dog in the photo.
Well, Vic this morning says
he does. He'll house sit dogs, but if Nate has it his way, he doesn't want a dog around him.
Vic Lombardi has dogs and says he doesn't like dogs, but he has dogs.
Yeah,
his wife likes dogs. His kids like dogs. He tolerates the dog.
I've had a couple where it's like the personality ain't my favorite dog. I just tell you that. You know?
Well, I'm like that with the cats. I'm not really a cat guy.
I had one cool cat in my life. All the rest of them, I don't like cats.
So, Marty O, former producer?
Yeah, of course.
He has a Chihuahua, and I dog sat for them a couple times. That Chihuahua sucks so hard.
Yeah, well,
I hated that little
too
thing.
Yippy?
Yeah, I wanted to like snip at you. Very territorial. Like, get over yourself. I hated that little dog. I would have punted it like Baxter if I could have, but I couldn't.
You'd have just Anchorman that thing. Now this
but
is
you weren't. But hold on.
That's how I roll.
But I do like dogs overall.
But you weren't afraid of it. Like, Bo was
I don't think anybody likes getting bit by a dog.
Yeah,
and little ones will nip you.
If you have something happen to you in your
The little
past,
ones are frankly more spastic. Again, it's the little dog, big dog thing. That's a real deal.
I'm more like other people's dogs. Just annoying. They're just annoying. And, you think you're the center of the universe. It's kind of the dog attitude sometimes. But I'm not like Bo. I'm not afraid of it. If somebody had a dog like a golden retriever and, I'd pet it. Oh, good dog. You're a good boy. That's, I'd be
something must have happened in his past.
It's just funny that the guy, literally at one point last night, he's staring down.
Oh, he didn't want anything to do with it.
Chris Jones coming to kill him.
Yeah.
And he had less worries about that than that.
Peter the
retriever wanting to get a pet on the head. All right, so where are you at? Oh,
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled with where the Broncos are.
They're ahead of schedule, whether people like it.
I think
they are. The problem.
I think they're a year ahead of schedule.
I would agree. Easily.
I had the Broncos making the playoffs, 11 wins, and winning one game in the playoffs. I thought it was going to be on the road as a wild card team to like Pittsburgh or something like that. So to me, we're in great territory here because I think the Super Bowl year for the Broncos is actually next year. It should be with the salary cap, the money they have available, the level of experience. Look at the contracts they already have signed up. Like next year, they should be Super Bowl like favorites or one of the 2 or 3 teams that everybody's talking about. I think rightfully so. I did not expect them to be as good this year. But who at the beginning of the year, to your point, would ever envision? We thought that this was going to be the world's easiest game in the world. Short week, Christmas, Kansas City. Nobody would have expected that.
Well, it's the 4th-string quarterback, the practice squad guy going out there and doing some things that just kind of has me frustrated. But Cortland didn't have a good day yesterday. Let's just be honest about it. He dropped some passes that just Bo had a bad first half.
These short,
and the D just has been weird.
But Andy, these short weeks are just for the birds, man.
I know, and look,
By
I know
and
they're all
large,
hurt.
They suck.
Dude,
yeah, the Rams
and
and Seahawks had a good one, but that was like really the exception.
How about
to
that
the
Minnesota game, man? How weird was that game?
And the Lions have just completely.
You know what?
Jersey half the game.
My takeaway on that though, how bad are the Vikings? You're +5 giveaway takeaway, and the game's within a touchdown. It wasn't until that last one that they kind of ran away with it.
Well, but see, so here's the problem. Here's where I'll push back.
I mean, Detroit's terrible too. Don't get me wrong.
I'm on the boat with you of if they were to win a playoff game, it'd be fine as far as the overall development arc, but Detroit is a team, and I said this to Nate earlier, I think they screwed around in their window and get to one.
Well, Tyler
and
made
now
that
it's
point.
starting to look like maybe so.
But hold on. Their main play caller left.
I know.
And the
which is
Broncos,
a big deal.
The Broncos won't have that issue.
And
yeah, but
Jared
I do think
Goff
Davis Webb's important to the whole chemistry.
Jared Goff is a mid-level veteran. Bo is in his second year, still developing under a guy who is, to your point, DMac, still going to be coaching him and calling plays for him and guiding him.
Okay, but here's my concern.
So you're convinced Davis Webb is gone?
I think Davis Webb is as important in the Bo-Sean balance as Kubiak was in the Shanahan-Plummer balance.
Okay.
Do you remember when
Or you
Kubiak
could go as
left
Shanny was in the Dan Reeves
and when
Elway
it was
balance.
Heimerdinger, Plummer, and Shanny, that got a little interesting.
Do you think that Sam Ellinger could be the new Davis Webb?
I don't
That's
know.
a great
we all
question.
keep wondering what Sam Ellinger
Because
is
he
hanging
refuses
around
to
for.
leave.
Although you
That's
guys had the great interview with Parker where he did dig up that he's been making the vet minimum instead of the practice squad.
Oh,
salary,
you could go bring like
which
Brett
I do
Rippon.
think's a big
You just
deal.
go Brett Rippon, go retire.
Well, no, didn't he get
It's
waived and
over.
Minnesota picked him up?
He's just been bouncing around practice squads.
No, your Ellinger one is really
But Ellinger,
interesting.
I mean, why has he not left?
Well,
Davis
he was
Webb
guaranteed. He was guaranteed $1.17 million.
I feel like Webb was at a similar point in his career when he decided just to get into coaching.
He could have kept
job was there.
He could have easily been a practice squad backup guy for a few more years.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It is. That's a really interesting point right there. So Davis is just gone with VJ. You think?
I don't know.
It'd be a perfect.
I really don't. He's going to want to call plays. I can't. He's never
done it before.
I don't care. I'm sure
that's
he
why
wants
he
to.
wants to do it because
He
you got to
doesn't
put it
wanna
on.
be
You got to put it on your
quarterback coach
resume.
forever.
That's a pretty big jump from never doing it to calling it in the NFL, though, don't you think?
I'm sure he wants the shot. That's how you get the big job.
I think guys have done that. Maybe like a Clint Kubiak.
I guess you got to start somewhere, right?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, again, what is the point of the OC here? If nothing else.
Oh yeah, when Joe Lombardi speaks, I nothing is.
Yeah, and Joe's even joked about it. He's like, "Yeah, I don't really have
Sorry, I'm sure he's good for the room.
I'm not really in charge.
You know,
of
he's good for Sean, and Sean just wants to surround himself with other people that are good
With
for
his
Sean.
guys.
Yeah, his guys. That's it. The end.
Well, we'll see what happens, man. It's
be happy, be optimistic, be charged up, man.
Hey, if it makes you
swept
feel
the
any better,
Chiefs.
if it makes you feel any better. That's how I felt all of 2015. You just showed up and. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
Well,
could be a good day, could be a bad day.
I'm
We'll
excited.
see.
I'm excited we have this run, and I can't believe the Nuggets won last night.
Yeah, that was
the Avalanche. Are they ever going to lose? I mean, like, period.
Well, had both the Nuggets and Broncos lost, and there was a second there, I was going to tweet out. You realize since they put that dumb graphic up during the Jacksonville game, how great it was. We all had nothing but injuries and loss. By the way, Wattenberg, that's a little concerning too.
Well, he's just out for the year, I think. Or what
he
was
could
it?
come back Super Bowl.
Okay,
because it's 4 games.
Gotcha.
So if they do get the number 1 seed, he won't be able to come back.
Cool story. So Forsyth was the big enemy of the state, the GOAT last year.
Yeah.
Screwed up in Kansas City. They gave him a game ball afterwards.
I thought it was good. I mean, I didn't notice him, and that's what you want, right?
Well, and he had Chris
That's
Jones
how you know you
breathing
did a
over
good
him.
job.
So-
Another cool one, which I didn't even know you could do in football. It's funny to cover a sport and just learn new things. Did you know somebody else besides the quarterback or the person behind the center calls out the cadence? That happened. It was Quinn Miners who was the one, said hut, like that. It was the Harrisburg play. You can play some Sean talking about it, but it was Miners that was calling it out.
Was
Because
that the play where
saw
Chris Jones
move?
jumped?
Yes.
Yeah, that was
quite
so,
honestly, I don't think Miners moved quick enough. I
And
wish
so-
he moved
Yeah.
about a half step.
But still, I thought it was heady for Quinn to just go.
Nate Atkins drew an offsides, I guess, last year. The reward for it is new Jordans, which is kind of cool. Like, Sean Payton is going to get new Jordans for the entire offensive line as a reward for Quinn Miners.
Did he admit they were never going to snap it then?
Yes.
Okay.
They were never going to
Yes,
snap.
they were never going to
I was
snap
like,
it.
man, I was like, what are we doing? Is
The
Sean
whole
been in
call,
the eggnog?
the name of the call is Harrisburg. This is funny because I married a girl from Harrisburg because nobody ever moves from Harrisburg. Don't even ask me how Sean Payton comes to that conclusion. My wife left Harrisburg, thank God. But that's why it's like, you don't move. The Harrisburg calls nobody moves, period.
Okay.
And Quinn Miners is yelling out the signal.
So this is because nobody leaves Harrisburg?
That's what
So
Sean
nobody
said.
move.
But we all have to know that everybody loves Harrisburg and nobody wants
guess.
to leave
I don't know.
Harrisburg.
No. Well, look, I'm glad nobody knows because they might have figured out no one's moving.
How close is that to Amish country?
Oh, it's right there.
Okay, so maybe that's why.
Oh no. Well,
So
the
it could
Amish
just be wagon.
The Amish. You're right, though, Spring. The Amish very rarely
They're
move.
just there.
that's
They
true.
just do their thing.
Dude, you set the barn up. It's a commitment for life.
By the way, Was Amish Mafia like the shortest show ever? You remember that? It was
Amish
on the show.
Mafia?
Yeah,
Never even heard of
Amish
it.
Mafia story for like 2 years. And then I just don't think there was enough interesting going on. So that's it. That was the end of the show.
Can I ask one last dumb question before I get out of here?
Sure, we're going to go a couple more minutes now. Why not?
Do you guys watch Stranger Things?
Yes.
Because you got 3 new episodes yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, trust me. Here's my life now that Christmas is done. I've got 2 Mammoth games I'm trying to catch up on because we open at home tomorrow.
Oh, congratulations.
On ESPNU. Check that out.
Very cool, Andy.
I've got 3 Stranger Things episodes apparently I've got to watch tonight, so there's no spoilers. And then my family heads out of town, and I don't know what they think we're going to do when the stupid finale comes out on
New Year's
Eve. But they wanted to watch it last night. I'm like,
so you watch it together.
We do. And that's why I told them they want to watch some last night. And I was like, hell no, A, the Nuggets game's on, and B, I know someone's dying, and I don't need that on Christmas. I don't know who, but I think at least 2 of the main set is
you really don't like Dustin that much, do you?
No, whatever. Yeah,
I'm totally joking.
I
Spring, you're lost.
Yeah, I don't watch the show.
Okay, gotcha.
It actually is.
I've heard good things.
Yeah.
I don't watch.
They took too long to shoot it now. I mean, this is like, remember when they made the first Hannibal after Silence of the Lambs? And it was 20 years later?
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to buy Anthony Hopkins as this old dude, and this is before he became Hannibal? That ain't working.
That was one of those, like, I turned it on, and I'm like 5 minutes into it, like, no, too long.
Yeah.
Or it took too long.
Yeah.
To
I
get
can't
to.
do this now.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flava beans, whatever.
All right. Well, enjoy your weekend.
All right.
And then we'll all be back.
I mean, this is the pregame for the first responder bowl, the 2 of you. So
it's a big responsibility that we have today.
I want to hear about the defensive line for USTA, and
I believe they're the Road Runners,
Yeah.
USTA.
Well, now you're
Who are they playing?
now you're
Florida
just showing
International?
off.
Well, Andy and I are a couple of Road Runners ourselves, but not
Yeah.
of the USTA variety.
No.
Metro.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
FIU, I'll give you a nickel if you know their nickname.
Oh,
Florida,
that's a tough one.
Florida International University.
The Owls.
Panthers.
Nah, are
Who
they
is
the
it?
Panthers? Or Alberto said Panthers.
Panthers.
Are the Panthers? Sounds sure. Why not?
Stupid.
Hey, you got a pretty good shot. There's about 90 Panther teams. So
What's a Florida thing with Panthers?
they like their Panthers.
They-
Are there
they're-
Panthers in Florida?
Oh,
I thought they
yeah.
were just Gators.
No. Are you
There are
serious?
Panthers
Do you
in
realize
Florida?
Dallas has a
Oh,
connection
yeah.
to Panther?
Dallas has
They
Panthers?
call themselves Panther City. When we had a lacrosse team there, they called themselves Panther
No,
City.
but there's real Panthers.
because there's like Panthers. All right.
There's like in Florida. There's
Yeah, around the
Panthers.
Everglades or whatever?
Yes.
Okay, I trust you.
I don't know about. I know there's Cougars in
Well,
Dallas.
I feel like all you hear
Well,
about
there's
is the
Cougars
Crocs.
everywhere.
Well,
The
that's
Crocs.
true.
Yeah, there's Cougars down at Elway's.
Well, we're
but-
amping up to happy hour here.
All right.
All right, time to go to break. We'll come back. We're going to get this post-game recap for both the Broncos and Nuggets going next. Kreckman and Lindahl. Gosh, I don't like this seat. Anyway, I'm in the driver's seat today. Nate Kreckman's going to take some time off through the remainder of the holiday season. By the time Nate's back, we are going to be talking the Charger-Bronco wrap-up, and we will know what the fate of the Broncos will be. Because no matter what, this game Sunday is going to mean something of some importance. It may be for everything, the number one seed and the AFC West, depending on if the Chargers handle business against Houston on Sunday or not. Or it may just be simply for the number one seed. If the Chargers were to lose, Broncos claim the AFC West, that won't be a problem. But they're still going to need to win, assuming, I guess, New England doesn't lose. And then Jacksonville's in the mix too, right? So by all accounts, it's been a long time since the Broncos have had to play a game that means anything for both teams the last game of the year. Matter of fact, Nate and I are going to be celebrating our 7th anniversary coming up in June. And Mark, I don't think we've had a game like last year. It meant something to the Broncos, but then the Chiefs had everything wrapped up, so they didn't play anybody, right? I think we could be looking for the first time since 2015 where the Broncos, ironically enough, or maybe it's more coincidentally enough, played the then San Diego Chargers in the famous game where Brock Osweiler got replaced halfway through, and the Broncos went on to hold on to their number one seed over, history repeats itself, New England again, and then ultimately that home field advantage helped them carve a path out to go win the Super Bowl. But since then, 2016 didn't mean anything. That's why that was the famous game where in 2016, that was where Gary Kubiak, if you remember, because what's weird about that, in 2016, the Broncos got their butts kicked by the Chiefs on Christmas night because I was there on the field that game. And then the next week, they played the Raiders, and John Elway wanted a half for Paxton Lynch minimum, and Gary Kubiak, in what proved to be his final game as head coach, decided he played Trevor Siemian the whole time, and Paxton Lynch did not see the field, setting up the big battle between Paxton and Siemian the next year in camp, which ultimately was won by Siemian. So a lot of weird kind of ties into what's going on now, but one way or another,
it means
the Broncos
something, man. It means something.
Okay, what do you want it to mean? They were talking about that before. If all you want is a Super Bowl and that's all you care about,
well, don't get your hopes up. Okay?
Well, but if that's all you care about,
die on that.
Then you need both. You need all the teams. You need New England, Jacksonville, and the Chargers all to lose, and the Broncos got nothing.
I mean, if you want the
on
on-paper easiest path, and I suppose that gives you the best chance, but it doesn't give you the only chance.
Yeah, but come on, I think this defense needs the noise if they're going to go to the Super Bowl. I think.
So do you think that whoever gets the number one seed and that bye in the AFC is going to the Super Bowl?
I don't.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
I think for the Broncos formula to get to the Super Bowl, they need the home field advantage.
What makes the Broncos formula different than...
Because they need the noise on their defense's side. Now, I tell you that, and people can feel free to text in. Unfortunately, it didn't matter the way we hoped it would against Jacksonville. But you don't want to... Don't tell me you want to go face Jacksonville after what we saw. And quite honestly, I don't know if it would matter against the Bills.
You could go into Jacksonville and win. Look at how this season's gone. Look at the two Bills-Patriots matchups. Both road teams won. You
could, but I wouldn't like your chances as much as if you're at home, period.
Yeah, I mean, but let's be clear, though. If they get the one seed, they could still go out at any point.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I've seen it. I've been there for that. I was on the field when the Flacco fling happened against Baltimore. Okay? I was there in 2014 where it looked like they couldn't have been less interested in playing a game against the Colts as John Fox was leaving and Del Rio's leaving. I've watched this movie happen. There's a part of me, I will admit this, there is a part of me that does believe that somehow, some way, this team has to suffer before truly getting to the Super Bowl, because that's usually how it works.
It is.
Everybody, again, I know that they won it in 2015. I feel like everybody forgot that you had massive disappointments in 2012 and 2013 with largely the same crew before you finally got over to the hump to 2015.
Well, here's the weird thing about that, though, and you're right, because and I keep I've referenced it over the past few years, like the Joe Burrow Bengals that go to the Super Bowl. I think that was Joe's second full year, but they couldn't get it done. They looked plucky in the Super Bowl for a half second, then the Rams win that thing. Still pretty impressive to even get there. But the only two teams in the AFC that kind of check the box of we've been through the grind, we're in our prime, like we're battle tested for this time of year would be Buffalo and Baltimore. You could say Pittsburgh, but this is Rodgers' first year with that team.
Yeah, I don't, you know what? I've been waiting. Again, Baltimore was my Super Bowl pick beginning of the year. And every time I think they're going to rise up and beat Baltimore and this thing's going to happen, Lamar can't stay healthy. The team's weird. Pittsburgh, like TJ Watt's not playing now Sunday because of his lung thing.
I think he'll be back for the playoffs.
I'm not counting out Buffalo because I do think they're the team that suffered. I think they're the team that should celebrate that the Chiefs are out. But I don't love their defense. That's what's crazy about this, quite honestly.
It's wide open, man. It's wide.
It
is.
Could go. There's not a dominant team.
Good luck predicting every single winner in this AFC playoff field. Good luck to you.
What do you feel about the Patriots? Because, again, I do think the Patriots are like the Broncos. If they can get the home field advantage, you got a problem. Because it's never not windy at Foxborough.
Mm-hmm.
There's always some kind of win when you go out there.
Mm-hmm. Man, speaking of that, just the home field advantages that you can get this time of year in outdoor stadiums, and we're maybe just a few years away from the AFC West, all four of those things being domed. It's just a weird thought. It doesn't hit me right. Because I do like how Denver does have that outdoor home field advantage this time of year. New England has it, like you said. But as far as, these teams' prospects to advance, they're all like, one team might have one positive that another team has a negative in. And then it's a category right down the line. Like if you just want to go quarterback, Broncos to Patriots. I don't know. Drake May is a little more prototypical. Is having a little more overall success than Bo Nix. Bo is having his moments.
What happened with Travion Henderson, by the way? I know he went out
He's
last
hurt.
game. Is he done? Here's why I'd like Dre Make's chances over Bo. He's got the more consistent run game. And that
got Ramondre Stevenson as well. Yeah, RJ Harvey, man, what were his numbers last night? It wasn't good.
Fine. And again, I don't understand why. What I couldn't understand with Sean last night is why did he keep taking out Jaleel McLaughlin after long runs? McLaughlin would have a good run, and then automatically he'd go right back to Harvey. Now, look, Harvey had that nice route and separated from the coverage where I don't know if it was a linebacker or safety that was covering him, but he was in the back of the end zone. Did a great job of keeping his feet in.
It was a good job of him.
That was the catch that you needed.
Looking at, because Bo was directing him. Come back. RJ saw him, and they were on the same page.
So credit him for that. But, I mean, look, the Broncos, I guess one of the reasons why I've been a little bit down on this offense is they've lost their finisher, and the finisher was Dobbins. I mean, this team, every week that goes by, because when Bo gets the consistent run game, and the consistent run game for Sean to keep calling some of it, Bo's footwork is better when he's under center. It's funny how whether it's Trevor Lawrence or Bo Nix or Drake May or any of these guys, Caleb Williams, all these coaches have gone to getting him under center to get the footwork right. Why did Bo have a terrible first half yesterday? Because his feet were wanky and he kept trying to throw while he was on the run. And then in the second half, he threw 3 gorgeous passes with set feet. He's got to have set feet. He's just got to do it. And there's a couple times he gets out on the edge. It's like, Bo, just stop. Set your feet, then make the throw. Nobody was about to kill you. Nobody was 2 steps away from you. Set your base and throw it. Everything works out. When you don't, you're high and wide. And then, and look, Sutton, I don't know what was going on with Sutton yesterday. That had to be his worst game and what? And I know he made a couple catches, but he had that touchdown. I don't know how he dropped the touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Bo threw a gorgeous pass in between 3 people, and he just drops the touchdown. Like, again, these are the little things that can't happen, and they tend to happen less when you're not on the road. So,
of course not.
Now here's the good news. You're not going to have any 4-day weeks from here on out. I do think a 4-day week this late in the year, and I've had numerous guys tell me, especially the linemen, when you get to this point in the season, they're just trying to ice up and feel normal by Thursday to practice, much less actually go play a game that matters. And I think that factored in yesterday. But as good as it was to win, and I agree with Sean's post-game comments, right now you just take the wins. You're not worried about pretty points. But it's a little disappointing that a team that had to steal a quarterback off a practice squad was able to hang in a game with you.
Well, they should have crushed Kansas City. They should have crushed them. But was that Travis Kelce's last game at Arrowhead?
Maybe.
And
I don't know.
There is some juice there when a legend, say what you want about this guy. But if that's his last game, Chris Oladokin, I now know how to pronounce his name. Was he good? No.
He had one moment. But he had that wild rollout and that little sidearm throw. He's got a little
speed to him. Like he can move a little bit. He didn't make mistakes. Okay, so they don't make mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. You still got Chris Jones on defense, and a couple other, Karlaftis, Bolton. Some of your interior and linebacking players. Your secondary was hampered with no McDuffie and no Watson. But still, enough talent out there defensively. You're at home. It's Christmas night. You have a pedigree to you. It might be one of your future Hall of Famers' final games. They showed up. Like, they played a solid game. Denver should have played better. Like, they should have crushed those dudes. So I go into it thinking, you got to roll these guys. You got to roll these turkeys. You don't. It's okay. It's okay.
Here's where I'll push back on
that. The Chiefs made a living off of winning one-score games last year. The style points don't matter. We are in a parity NFL right now where all that matters is the dub. It really is all that matters. You don't have to crush these dudes anymore.
Okay.
You just got to get the win.
You've got a fourth-string quarterback out there that I'm pretty sure doesn't even know his teammates. And again, your defense, which is supposed to be one of the top two in the league, lets them move the ball. Like, now, again, it's not like they had a great game and one of their scoring drives. What was it? The long kick return that set up the scoring drive?
The touchdown drive is set up because of the Bo Nix interception.
There you go. But still, I just, this defense is not feasting. Like, again, and they don't look quite the same. Now, again, Greenlaw's out last night.
I don't think they're
you still don't have Brandon Jones.
I don't think they're blitzing as much over the past few weeks.
Well, because I don't know if they're not getting home, then are you going to be able to do it? And
you want to get home with 4 if you can. Obviously, makes life a lot easier.
I wonder if they're getting bit by these flags too. I mean, there was another flag last night where I was just like, "Come on."
Oh no, it was
the
a terribly.
PI
It was a terribly.
The ball's not even near the dude
way
that
over
you're
his head.
throwing the flag on.
The false start on Ben Powers.
Where was it? Because he kept twitching his thumb. Was that what they called?
I didn't even notice the thumb, even on the replay. And I see people pointing out he's moving his thumb, and then I ultimately do see it. But yeah, nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. There were a few others too. It was a terribly officiated game, and
it was. But that's still the Broncos. That should not have mattered with
I'm
what the Chiefs were down in personnel.
Look, and I was going to get to this. I was going to bring this thought up with DMac and Tyler. Because you mentioned them showing Mahomes on the broadcast, and they showed him multiple times last night. And there was a lot of Travis Kelce shots. Taylor Swift, was that Taylor's first game of the season? That might have been her first game of the season.
No, because there was one time where they had to put a curtain up, and everybody made a big deal about it. And
they put a curtain up?
She basically, that little tunnel she walks in. I saw a game where they basically put a curtain up for her to walk behind, so the paparazzi couldn't have their field day of the walk in. So whatever.
Okay. Look, Amazon Prime, it's like, it's hip, it's happening, it's trending. I don't subscribe, but I can see what they're going for. Like, I got these TV shows. Like, they had that one show that those young girls liked, The Summer I Turned Pretty. You ever watch that, Andy?
No, I had no idea that was a thing.
Okay.
I'm glad you said something to me.
They're hip, they're cool. It's Christmas night. There's there could be just regular families, like non-football fans watching this game with family who do like football. Well, they want to cater to that audience. So they're going to show, who do people know? Nobody knows Bo Nix. Nobody knows anybody on the Broncos if you're just like a casual person. But they know Patrick Mahomes, State Farm commercials, all that, Super Bowls, good friends with Taylor Swift's fiance, and that's the person they really care about, is Taylor Swift's fiance. So, that's what it was. Even though that team was eliminated from the playoffs, the star power was still, one was in the press in a suite in Patrick Mahomes. The other had 5 catches for 36 yards and has been largely ineffective and is rather washed. But guess what? It might have been his last game, and his mega superstar wife is in the building. And I even think maybe the officials are like, we got to keep the Chiefs in this game because Jeff Bezos thinks that people are tuning in for that.
Well, boy, looking at the numbers, did you realize the Chiefs only had 139 yards? How is this a one-score game?
Because both
they were
that
4
interception.
for 11 on third down. And I guess they had the long return. But when you look at the numbers, I'm kind of being hard on the defense because I guess they expected just a sack parade and the kid not to be able to move the ball at all.
Yeah, he was only sacked
he just
once.
Got there.
I can't believe Oladokin was only sacked once.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, they had 139 yards and were 4-11 on third down. I don't understand how they got 13 points. I can't even process this thing. I guess so.
An interception and a good special teams
and a good kick
play.
return game.
Yeah,
what, 2 field goals, or set up the touchdown? But dude,
no, they should have destroyed.
Should not have been a close
They should
game.
have destroyed Chris Oladokin.
This is unreal to look at these numbers. Oh well. All right, we're gonna come back. We got to get into the Nuggets game last night. What kind of feelings were you in watching the end of that Nuggets game? Hope people stayed up and watched it because that was a great thing. By the time the Broncos were over, the whole second half existed, and then overtime. I don't know who was the team we all thought we were going to hate. Who was the new rival supposed to be? Was it Houston? Boy, Minnesota reminds you why it's really nobody but Minnesota. They got a lot of punchable faces. We'll come back talk about it on Altitude Sports Radio. It is a Scott Friday, our own little deal. Hope you had a lovely holiday season. For me, the minute that the clock strikes midnight on Christmas, the Christmas music ends, and Mariah Carey floats back to Never Never Land. So there we go. It's all over. It's back to normal. Scott, though, did you guys do a Scott? Was I here last Friday night? I can't even remember. We were out on the road last Friday.
I can't remember. Your voice
Does it not feel like the last week has been about a month?
Yeah, when your voice was dead. I can't remember when you were here.
Oh, no,
when
we
you
were out at a
weren't
great
here.
bar last Friday.
Yeah, so there was Scott Friday. Yeah. And here it is again today.
Yeah, we were at the one in North Denver that DMac couldn't get right.
There you go.
No Den. Remember, that's where No Den came from.
Sure.
I believe that was Friday. I think that was last Friday. Anyway, all right, so we'll continue to talk Broncos. We've got Jeff Legwall coming up at 4:20. We'll get his perspective from Kansas City. Scotty flew with the Nuggets to Orlando today. I'm sure they weren't tired at all as they now head east. They're going to go on it's like a long 2-week road trip for the Nuggets, or a three-week road trip that's like one of their longest they've ever had. And then I know David Adelman has told the guys on the midday show that once they get past this road trip, you get a lot of home games, and I think things will chill out for the Nuggets then. So Scotty's going to join us at 5:20 to weigh in on his thoughts from this game. What was your reaction to last night?
That game ruled. That game was awesome. Did you enjoy it?
I had a lot of emotions, yeah.
Keep in mind, Andy.
I got a little frustrated towards the end because it just felt like they were going to choke it away, and they sure tried.
Oh, no, yeah. Like Minnesota scored maybe like the first 9 points of overtime.
Oh, yeah.
After Ant hit that
then
fadeaway three in the corner to force overtime. What a shot from Ant. That thing was a movie, dude. That the final, couple minutes of regulation and overtime had everything. It was a freaking movie. Yeah, I thought the Wolves were going to win. And part of it was, and keep in mind, part of the reason this game I thought it was so awesome, you're without 3 dudes.
Right.
I
kept reminding myself of that.
You're without Gordon, Brown, and now Cam Johnson. And when Minnesota got off to the hot start in overtime after Ant hit that crazy 3 to force it, I'm thinking like, oh, they look dead. They look tired. This is where you're exposed for missing those 3 dudes. But then lo and behold, Jokic hits a couple threes. Tim Hardaway hits a 3. Murray got going towards the end of overtime. It was Anthony Edwards gets ejected. It had everything, man. It was so good.
Yeah, I don't know. I was I felt good because again I switched it on at the half. Obviously heard them recap that the Nuggets had a big lead because I was listening to Kaz on the ride home from our outing, if you will, the old Christmas outing. And so I heard Kaz describing the action. Sounded like it was a little bit back and forth. Luckily, I missed the part where the Nuggets blew their lead, and I guess that second quarter bench minutes, the non-Jokic minutes, were terrible. And Minnesota had their 17-0 run, and they got their lead back. And then second half, the Nuggets kind of did their thing. But again, of all people, I was a little frustrated with Jamal at the end, even though he had a good game. Although not an efficient game, but he had a good game.
Well, he didn't shoot overall, well below 50%.
Well, yeah, what do you have,
like field.
35 points on 31 shots or something like that?
Yeah, he was 12 of 32 from the field, but he was 9 of 18 from 3.
Yeah,
that's the key. He was 50% from 3.
At the end, he had the bad foul on Ant from the 3-point line, and I did not remember where he got to go to the free throw line. Then he hit the 3 free throws, and I thought the ESPN analyst, and I never really caught her name, but I thought she did a good job of pointing out, hey, just let him have that shot. You're shooting over 2 people. We'll take our chances with that instead of fouling him. And then they go down and he dribbles out the clock and has a bad possession there. And then, of course, that shot you talked about happened. And, of course, we got to go to overtime and blah, blah, blah. But it was great. I don't know the last time. I mean, are there 2 more hated teams in Denver than the Chiefs and TWolves? That's got to be. That's probably for my money. I know Houston's eking its way into the conversation, and we all hate Oklahoma City because, well, watching Chet and SGA are highly annoying, frankly.
You got the Lakers.
Yeah, but the Lakers are going the way of the Raiders.
Well, they're struggling right now.
You've kind of been better than the Lakers for a while. Now, we'll see. Have we even had a Laker game yet?
I don't think we have.
I feel like we have not. Maybe I don't think they have.
I don't think they've played the Lakers yet.
And so maybe when that old yellow uniform hits the floor, my ire will be upped. But, dude, especially what was with Anthony Edwards constantly slapping Joker last night? What was his deal?
Well, there was the one where Jokic is going to the free throw line and Ant goes and
That's when he got tossed, right?
No, that was just before he got tossed. Then on an inbound, and
it was the inbound that I saw him slap the ball.
Ant just got a clear look at a dunk. He slams it home. Jokic is going to inbound, and while he's still holding the ball in the paint area out of bounds, Ant slaps the ball. Can't do that. Boom, donezo. Ant. Look, I understand why people might get annoyed with him, but personally, I really enjoy that fire he plays with. He is an MFer, and it's kind of old school. There's a little Jordan in it or something like that. I'll give him credit. He gets ejected, and there's like a couple Wolves fans wanting jerseys signed, and he comes back and signs the jerseys. Although when he is leaving the court, he points at all three officials, and he said something derogatory.
Oh yeah,
to
He'll
them.
Probably get fined for that. He let him. He got one last thought out.
It's entertaining. Dude's a baller. But obviously so is Jokic. I mean, Jokic, what a game! What a freaking game! 56, 16, and 15.
Thank God Russell Westbrook wasn't around to blow that one.
Yeah. Oh, that was brutal.
Hey, the 60-point triple-double was against the Wolves, right?
Do
you realize
he was
the first one to ever go 60, 15, and 15? He's the first player to have, it was 60 points, 15 assists, 15 rebounds. First player to ever do that.
Yeah.
Ever.
That sucks that I forget it was a 60-point triple-double, and what I remember is Westbrook missing the layup.
Well, trust me.
And then fouling a dude.
That 30 seconds, Jamal had a little touch of that. I was like, are we doing this again? Are we about to cost this dude another great night? But not to be.
And Jokic, 22 of 23 from the free throw line. That's what a number. 22 of 23. I needed every single one of them. The only one he missed was late in overtime, and it didn't really matter at that point. He had a couple clutch ones at the end of regulation, or that Ant shot would have been a game winner. Jokic hitting clutch threes late. Murray hit the clutch three off a little two-man game with Jokic. Murray, I know that he's, his field goal percentage overall wasn't great, but he's back. He's so back. And what was weird about, or maybe interesting about the Christmas Day slate, I think the most interesting thing was San Antonio going into Oklahoma City, and that wasn't even close, actually.
Man, they're a bit of a problem.
They're a huge problem. San Antonio's won 3 straight against Oklahoma City. After the great start that OKC got off to, 3 of their 4 losses are to San Antonio. They are a problem. Wemby is an alien. It's not fair. And you added De'Aaron Fox. Stephon Castle's a very good young player. They are legit. But as good as Wemby is, and the Thunder are the defending champs, and there's stars and good players there, but the best duo in the league is once again Jokic and Murray. They're playing off of each other so well right now, and it can match up with any team in the league, including OKC and San Antonio.
Yeah, it can, but you got to get your bench back. And you saw last night, you're playing too much of your bench is now in the starting rotation. And
I think we're at some point in this trip, you got to think Christian's back soon-ish.
Well, look, unfortunately with AG and this history with this hamstring stuff, he's got to take as long as he needs. But yeah, be cool if Christian could come back and pick up where Cam Johnson now is going to leave off for another month. All right, we're going to come back again. Leggy, come your way at 4:20. A little Scott Hastings at 5:20. It's a Scott Friday. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We'll be back with more here on Altitude Sports Radio. We roll on. It's a Scott Friday. Happy Boxing Day. How about that? You do Boxing Day? That's a Canadian thing. Not quite sure.
English thing?
Is it an English thing too? I
Something
thought it was
like
Canadian,
that.
but whatever. Hopefully you had a good holiday week. If you're still celebrating, I hope it's still good as well. Broncos get the win last night. So did the Nuggets. Great double dipperoo is the two teams that you hate. Ended up, although we got a lot of Avs fans saying they hate the Stars more than either of those teams, which is fine, but they didn't play the Stars yesterday. I don't know, seriously, if we were to put top of the Denver, is that it? Is it the Stars, T-Wolves, and Chiefs? Right?
Me personally,
do you have a different hockey team you don't like?
No, I might go Lakers. I know
Really?
I brought them up. Yeah, I don't know, man. Don't like the Lakers.
Not a Laker guy.
No.
I mean, I get it. See, to me, the team you hate most is the team that's taken something important from you, though. That's the team I tend to hate the most. Like, one of the reasons why I've dialed down my Raider hate for so long is the Raiders since 2002 or 3 or whatever it was haven't been anything. They really haven't even been competitive. They had a quick blip that Derek Carr year where everybody thought he was going to win MVP and then got his shoulder. I think that was 2016 or 2017. But other than that, I mean, they haven't stood in your way of anything. Now, part of the reason is because the Broncos for 10 years stunk and had nobody needed to get in their way. They were in their own way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but look at the Chiefs now. Look at them now.
But aren't you tired of them? Like, what other football team do you hate more than the Chiefs? Who could it be?
I don't. Sports hate for me doesn't hit the same like it used to. Everything's so like streamlined nowadays and national. Like I like watching Patrick Mahomes play football. I'll say this year, he hasn't played the way that he was when he was younger. Or he just makes some throws where you were like, geez, what an arm.
Oh, you can respect it. I get
really
that.
Didn't play like that this year.
You can respect it.
And Kelsey's older. I never enjoyed watching Travis Kelce play, though. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But Mahomes, when he would sling it, like I actually did, I was very entertained by like the peak Patrick Mahomes. It's very entertaining. I understand that, they beat the Broncos a lot. But also keep in mind, those Broncos teams weren't very good. So there was that, too. I don't know. It's like I like watching Steph Curry play,
See, someone just voted for New England. Man, I could care less about New England since Tom Brady left. Now, again, that could change in the context of what we're talking about if you have to go there for an AFC championship.
That's similar.
And you lose.
There's degrees of similarity to Avs Red Wings with Broncos Patriots.
Yeah, the people that made you hate them are gone.
It's a completely different era.
And you don't face them enough.
Yeah.
See, the Chiefs are always in our lives no matter what.
Yeah, the division stuff helps.
And I understand you're talking about the respect for Mahomes, but it's one of the reasons why I love Burrow is Burrow went in there and beat him in his own house.
Sure.
The
Because they were
way
so
you
good
feel
and
about
so dominant.
Mahomes is how I feel about a Joe Burrow.
Because they were so good that it was like, who can beat these guys?
And Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson couldn't.
No. No, I think Joe Burrow actually might. Is he the best quarterback in the NFL right now? I think Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in the NFL right now.
Listen, if Trevor Lawrence keeps his crap up, don't.
I need to excuse
him from the conversation.
I need to see a lot more.
Fair enough, but I'm just telling you, the guy was the number one pick for a reason.
Sure, and what he did in Denver was very impressive. But I needed to stretch over a little longer stretch of time.
No, I get that, but I'm just letting you know we all better be careful because if he does get it smoothed out, if he does get it consistent, look out. And again, the Jacksonville Jaguars have me. I don't love that. And again, they may turn into a pumpkin, but it doesn't. They are a complete team. Now, part of me wants to believe that A, you'd get a better flag, and B, that Trevor Lawrence would not be as just dialed in as he was that Sunday. Sure. I mean, there were 3 or 4 plays that just should not have been made that they made anyway. Okay, so that's one thing I guess you can hang your hat on.
Mm-hmm. And could somebody get them? Like,
oh yeah,
it's kind of the flavor. It's kind of the flavor of the past few weeks, right? One AFC team's hot, then they lose, and now the Jags are the team that they're the hottest. They have the best, most recent win being in Denver. but they could go down at some point, and then another team rises.
Could the Chargers be primed to take the Chiefs spot? If the Chargers come in and beat you and you've not beat them with Harbaugh, see, that again, it goes back to, I think, what creates some of this sports hate and some of these rivalries. You talked about Avs Red Wings. Well, guess what? They were always vying to be the team that represented the Western Conference in the Stanley Cup. Now they aren't even in the same conference anymore. But I'm telling you, if the Chargers are in your way, if the Chargers start costing you, like if the Chargers were to come in here and not only cost you the division, but home field advantage throughout, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're all going to start hating them a lot more.
Yeah, it's whoever's in your division or whoever you see the most, who you're playing the highest leverage games against.
Okay, I'm curious, 303-504-0925 for those out there, because I do contend technically you couldn't have had a better day. Now everybody keeps writing in with the Stars, and I get it. I hate the Stars, folks. we're not dismissing them. You haven't played the Stars but once this year, and that hate will be in full bloom once you face off again, but they didn't play them yesterday. For me, looking between Gobert and I like you said, do I respect Julius Randle? I do, but I don't like him. I'm tired. I wish Naz Reid was a Nugget, but he's not, so I hate Naz Reid. Tired of him just splashing threes and doing what he does. Was getting a little tired of who's their guy, Alexander? Who's their dude?
Nikhil Alexander-Walker. He's gone. He's somewhere else now.
No,
I think
was
it's
the other
Atlanta.
guy yesterday then?
Jaden McDaniels.
He's the one. He's like a bench guy that he's had like 3 good games against the Nuggets. What's going on?
Yeah, Bones Highlands out there. Man, Bones. Okay, Bones.
Bones was wild. That was an interesting experience last night.
Seems like he's playing well.
But yeah, then he had a couple dumb Bones moments too.
Yeah, I do have kind of a weird taste in my mouth with Bones because, you know, he wanted a bigger role than he deserved at the time. And he did admirable things in his, rookie year. But his ego was kind of getting off the charts.
It was
like, buddy, you need to chill.
He left the floor and they weren't happy with him about it. He got talked to and that was that.
Yeah.
So,
but he's a Tim Conley guy, and he's
he's back with Tim Conley.
He's back with Tim now. Good for him.
Just everything about that game just reignited my hate so much for the Wolves.
Yeah,
even though Houston's entering the conversation. When Steph Curry's going Steph Curry from the logo, I hate the Warriors.
When you're an elite team and you're facing other very good teams, you're going to start hating all of them. That's how it goes. So I just view it for what it is.
Okay, because we're getting some other people writing in. What makes you hate a team? I guess for me, it's mainly been the players. To your point, I hated Travis Kelce. Growing up as a kid, I hated Neil Smith until he was a Bronco, and even then it took me a minute to accept him. I hated Derek Thomas, hated Christian Okoye, used to hate the Boz. There's just players I could pick. Howie Long, Lester Hayes, guys like that, okay? But for a lot of people, I feel like maybe it's the fans that make them hate another team. Is there another team that you hate because of the fans alone?
Well, and see, that's the one thing I was going to bring up.
I think that might be is Nashville for me, the Predators. That stupid song they sing every time they score on you. And
that's what I was going to bring up with the Chargers is that
they have no fans.
They have no
I don't
fans.
know if I can hate them.
Yeah, like it really kind of is more of like a fan thing. Like you say something on social media and then a fan from the opposing team will be like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And now it's like this back and forth between the two fan bases themselves.
All of a sudden, I don't think many of us in Denver knew there were so many Jaguar fans until like a week ago. And they were popping off left
like, what,
and
this
right.
fan base is so soft? They're so soft?
Yeah.
And then you're saying that the other fan base is soft. Like both sides are saying that the other fan base is soft. That's what it is nowadays. But yeah, the Chargers have no fans. I do wonder with the Chiefs moving and it's not final. Like there's a story on Pro Football Talk today.
Yeah, you pointed that out that there's still an opening for the Kansas City, the Missouri side of Kansas City to hold their own.
Is it just me or would it be weird and actually bad for the sport, for the rivalries, all that, the atmosphere? If the Chiefs are playing in a dome stadium, like what is that?
It's the future of the NFL because they know offense sells and they want Super Bowls in perfect conditions.
You start to lose your identity though. And I just talked about how like everything's getting streamlined nowadays. Like then you're just another team playing in another dome stadium, and there's nothing
But you realize
special
the
about
Broncos
you
are
at
gonna
all.
be-
And they could get hit by this too.
Now, I think it'll be a retractable roof, but I don't think it'll be any different. Look, man, the NFL wants its offensive show. I don't think they long for the days of the snow. They don't mind a good late season, maybe Christmas weekend game with a little weather involved. But when it comes to playoffs and the Super Bowl, they don't want any part of it. They want it to be played in perfect conditions.
The Broncos, Packers, and Broncos, Jaguars game atmospheres were amazing. I thought last night at Arrowhead was a really good atmosphere. Shout out to them. I know everyone's like, hey, I hate. But like, they showed up. It was loud.
There were a lot of Bronco fans.
There were
though.
a lot of Bronco fans.
Plenty of
there.
Bronco fans showed on up in that building and made themselves at home.
There is something like I respect it. I respect Arrowhead. I respect the atmosphere. Yeah, are they spoiled right now because they've won so much and have the refs helped them in certain instances? Of course.
I think if you actually went to a game there, I'd be curious to see your reaction to this.
Are you talking about the...
No, I've actually been in that building, and there are fans I remember specifically that made me hate them. Trust me. All right, it is Kreckman
Isn't that how
and
it
Lindahl.
should be, though?
No.
You're going into enemy territory.
Nah, not really. Anyway, yeah, we're going to come back. We're going to talk about a guy that was in Arrowhead last night. His name's Jeff Legwold. He checks in with us next here on Kreckman and Lindahl on a Bud Light Football Friday. It's a beautiful Ska Friday. I guess there's a slight chance that we get a little bit of moisture finally this weekend. We'll see. We know we need it. Looked like they're going to get some moisture in Kansas City yesterday, as one Jeff Legwald knows. He joins us now here, as he does every week, Mondays and Fridays, on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And we do want to tell you that when Jeff does appear on the show, it's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Start with a career, or start with a job, leave with a career. All right, my friend. What was it like? What is your reaction to that game yesterday? You know what's funny, Jeff? I was telling Spring, I felt like the Chiefs hung around in that game, and I was like, man, the defense, not as many sacks as I expected, and this, that, the other. Then I go look at the box score, and it's like, holy cow, they didn't allow any yardage. How the heck was that a 20-13 game yesterday, Jeff? That was a weird game.
Well, as good as had fog, Andy, because it looked a lot like the London game for the Broncos when they're basically in a rock fight when they, against the Jets when they had negative passing yardage. And at one point yesterday, early in the fourth quarter, the Chiefs had negative passing yardage. But I think you did see a little bit of, how good coaches can manipulate the clock. And Andy Reid had obviously decided to just take the air out of everything. He knew what team he was sending out. He knew the challenges of it. And I'm watching them play defense, and a defense that normally blitzes and has all kinds of, different pressures and all of those things, did none of that. Almost every single time the Broncos passed the ball, the safeties for the Chiefs were basically sprinting backward, and went deeper than the deepest receiver every time, even if they didn't have anybody to cover. So they were not going to let the Broncos go the quick way on offense. And that's why you saw the game you did, just this grind it out thing where you're hoping for the best. And, we saw Fangio do that a little bit here with the Broncos when he felt offensively challenged, but it's been a long, long time since anybody's seen the Chiefs play the way they did yesterday. And they manipulated the clock, and it almost worked. And had the Broncos not played pretty amazing defense, I think 46 of the or 46 of the Chiefs' passing yards were on the last drive when they were just chucking it to try and get downfield. So it was an odd game, and it had an odd feel about it. It's been a long time since the Chiefs have been in that position, and you could just tell it was like, kind of this somber game. There wasn't much of an atmosphere, certainly nothing like Arrowhead usually is.
It was, like Andy said, a weird game. Offense struggles a little bit, but the defense has been catching some strays last couple games, allowing 34 to Jacksonville, and it's there's a lot of context to the 13 points that Kansas City scores. Chris Oladokin only throws for 66 yards, but he was only sacked once, Jeff. Only one sack on a practice squad quarterback who does not appear to be very good at all. I expected this dude to get hammered all night long. He was able to stay largely untouched. Do you think that that's Vance Joseph knowing that it's a weaker opponent and they don't have to show any of their more intricate blitz schemes, put anything on tape for anyone else to see, and just rely on your base defense, and that would be enough to get the win?
Well, Spring, it was more they didn't want to let him run. And,
okay.
When you're sort of, cluster rushing or cage rushing, as some defensive coordinators call it, you're just trying to keep the guy contained, and you're not really making the effort to turn the corner all the time. You don't want to give him any corners to go around. So a lot of it was they were just rushing him as if he was what he is, a running quarterback at this point. And that was really the only way he was going to hurt them. So they dialed it back, an awful lot of four-man rushes. They didn't even change the four players out very often like they normally do. They often rush four, but it's usually, a DB, a linebacker, and 2 defensive linemen. They sprinkle in different looks, and they didn't really do much of that. And I think they had just made the decision they were going to keep him hemmed in. And Reed was never going to throw the ball enough for them just to tee off. And that's why they tried to take the air out of the game, because they knew if they got down, by a significant amount, 2 or 3 scores, then the Broncos were just going to go after them. So they kept it from being that kind of game. And, like I say, if you have a good coaching staff, they can manipulate the clock sometimes. And that's what they did. It had an impact statistically, but I think if you're an NFL defense and you give up 130 yards to another NFL team, I think that's a pretty good day at the office, and you just get on the bus and go home.
Yeah, again, Jeff, when I looked at the stats, I was like, well, they had a better day than I thought. I think you put it the best. It just was a weird game, and so we got what we got. That thing's over with. How concerned are you about their injury situation? Obviously, now that you've got Wattenberg going on IR, he can't come back until the Super Bowl if you get the first seed, AFC Championship. If for some reason you don't, because as you told us when they did this a week ago with the other player with Brandon Jones, that they got to sit out the 4 games, right? So 4 games right now. I guess he misses yesterday, and then there'd be 2 more after that. I mean, the Greenlaw thing, how bad do you think the hammy's in? You had told us he wouldn't play. Certainly he didn't. How concerned are you about the overall injury outlook for this team?
I'd be stunned if Greenlaw's back anytime soon. That looked pretty significant to me. So, again, I wasn't at medical school the day they taught medicine, but I think the hamstring pull for Greenlaw was a pretty tough one, which, I think that one's going to take a bit. They got their fingers crossed, that they can get Wattenberg back if they go deep enough. I do not know the rule for the postseason, and I apologize for not knowing it. I don't think they punish you for earning a bye in the IR rules, but I got to check that. I'm fairly certain that the bye week in the postseason counts as a game in the IR rules, but I got to dig through the text and of the rule book and see if I can find it. But that's my recollection. If that's the case, then that makes a little more sense and why they would be hoping to get, even sort of Dobbins or Wattenberg back. I don't think Brandon Jones is coming back. Everybody's basically saying his season is over without saying it.
Leggy, let's talk about Bo Nix. He had the best game of his career against the Packers, start to finish. I thought the first half against Jacksonville was largely a carryover from that, but then some struggles in the second half. They're trailing, they're throwing more. That 4th and 2 interception on the attempted back shoulder was a bad read by Bo. Thought he got off to a slow start last night. Underthrows Mims and then throws an interception a couple passes later, although nice play by Nick Bolton. Did get it going as the game went on. What are you seeing from Bo going from a complete effort against the Packers, the best performance of his career, to some ups and downs now the last 2 games?
Well, Spring, he goes as his footwork goes. I mean, it was true in August and it's true now. It's just the stakes are a little higher now. So we everybody's paying attention. But I think yesterday his footwork was not as clean as it's been in recent games. And what did we see? We saw some accuracy issues with some open receivers in the rare times they had, some intermediate or deeper throws available. I thought he got hurried and he didn't set his feet and the ball drifted on him a bit. It's a 1-yard touchdown in the game book, as it were. But I thought the touchdown throw to Harvey was his best throw of the night. That was a nice toss in traffic, to get the score. But last night was another example of when his footwork isn't right, then his accuracy isn't going to be what it should. And sometimes he just doesn't get his footwork right in clean pockets or in open space, especially on some of the rollouts. I think he sees the open guy and wants to deliver the ball so quickly that he just doesn't take that half a second to square his feet and make the throw. And when he does that, he can play like he played against the Packers. When he doesn't, it's going to come and go. And I think in a postseason game, it's going to be really important for him to make sure his footwork is as good as possible every time, because, you know, it only takes one or two mistakes in a playoff game to turn things. So it really is going to be about his footwork and, you know, ultimately decision making, sure, but when he's delivering the ball and his feet are right, he's an accurate passer.
Jeff, what do you make of the Lions conundrum? You know, because again, here's what I think is interesting. Like, if the Broncos were to go out and win a game, a playoff game, really by just, I think, realistic expectations, we should all be happy. They've won more than they did last regular season. They won. They maybe will win a playoff game when they haven't won a playoff game since 2016, the 2015 season. All that. So that's good, proper growth, right? And yet I think about the Detroit Lions, where sometimes the window opens when you know it, and you better take advantage of it, because honestly, Jeff, I kind of feel like right now maybe the Lions have screwed around their window too much, and I don't know what's going on there now.
Well, and, you know, they're a great example of NFL life. You have 3 or 4 well-placed injuries and maybe one free agency departure you really hoped you could avoid, and suddenly you can backslide. Doesn't mean your window is closed or that you're, you know, it's not like you were really smart last year and you're dumb this year because you got 3 guys hurt. But I think sometimes all of us around who enjoy NFL football or cover it or watch it or whatever, we really underestimate how much injuries just affect how things look at the season's end. And Andy, you've heard me say it a million times. I don't think it's always the 2 best teams in the Super Bowl. It's the 2 best healthy teams that are in the Super Bowl. And I think it's going to end up being that way. Look at New England's injury report for this weekend. You know, what do you rule out today? 5 starters? You know, that impacts you. Doesn't mean your talent level of your roster is any worse, but it does mean it's a physical game, and it's very uncertain. You can't guarantee health, and it's always going to be that way, and it's always going to be the wild card. I also think they let their offensive line get away from them, and I know, you know, a lot of people consume football with fantasy football, but it does you no good to spend a lot of time with skill positions if you don't have the line to block for it. And how many more teams do we need to watch to prove it? The Lions, the Bengals. I mean, how much more skill, talent do you need to watch get wasted because you don't spend enough time at the line of scrimmage building your roster? And they let the line get away from them, and then 2 guys get hurt in the line, and you still have the same skill level at quarterback and on the outside and at running back, but guess what? They can't do very much no matter how talented they are.
Lecky, what do you make of this AFC playoff field right now? Is this the slimmest of margins between the top team and the bottom team in a conference playoff field that you've ever seen? Because I cannot handicap this thing. I could see this thing going any which direction. I can't remember ever seeing it being so tight between all of the teams in one conference.
Well, Spring, I think you're seeing what happens when the defenses have a year. And look at the AFC playoff field. You've got some really physical defensive teams, and that's how they play games, with thin margins. You know, and I think that's you know, it's going to be one of those playoff fields. I think where the, you know, there'll be some talk in the competition committee about, you know, whatever rule changes they can make to increase scoring again, because this is what happens when defense sort of takes over a playoff field. Now, you know, look, the offenses may go crazy here in the playoffs, but I always think things get dialed back and it gets, you know, sort of a muscle up game in the postseason. And that's how a lot of these teams are built. You know, Broncos defense, the Texans defense. I think the Jacksonville defense is big, especially up front, physical. I mean, you just see a lot of defensive presence in the AFC power brokers right now.
He is Jeff Legwold. We always love talking to him, and every time we get a chance to have him on, we appreciate having him on. He joins us on the Ramos Law. Wait, that's the injury report. So there we go. By the way, the injury report, did they get anything? We might as well just do that. Did Hufanga come out okay? He had that one run play towards the end where he was kind of holding his wrist as he got up. He's okay?
He went back in. So
is there anything fresh we'll have to watch other than that?
I don't think so, but you know how it goes. Sometimes
we didn't know about Rottenberg either.
DJ Jones felt like that popped up. You never know.
All right, man. Well, enjoy your weekend, Jeff. I hope you get to watch a little football now, huh? This is a little nice, isn't it? Nice little long weekend for you, I'm sure.
Well, yeah. The draft bunker will be open for a little while, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Wow, really? Gonna watch those college football playoff games and do a little early ranking or something?
I got to get some regular season. I got to get some regular season game video taken care of this weekend. So we're gonna. That's the goal. We'll see.
All right, Jeff. Well, you enjoy it, my friend.
All right.
See ya. Could just watch some football, but I know you won't. That's our guy, Jeff Legwold, as he runs out of here. Always working. And again, get ready to read his stuff on ESPN.com. Yeah, you know what? Weird game is the way to really kind of put that. It was a weird game. I don't know. I'm glad they won. I
wanted them. They should have blown those fools out. They should have. But
especially when you look at the numbers are ridiculous.
It's the quarter. That
the
quarterback
numbers do
they
not
played
reflect how I felt that game was going while watching it.
That quarterback they played is awful.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm not kidding when I say I don't even think he knows who his teammates are. I'm not even sure he knows it because at the end, some of his most famous teammates are hurt.
Can we actually? Oh, okay. Speaking of Chris Oladokun, hey Alberto, get this clip ready. Chris Oladokun talking after the game. I believe he was asked about Travis Kelce. Listen to Chris Oladokun talk post game after the Chiefs lose to the Broncos.
That's the story of his career. Hopefully it's not Trav's last year, but he'll make that decision in the offseason. And obviously everyone in Chiefs Kingdom would love to have him back. The game loves and needs Trav, so we'll see. He'll make that decision.
Okay, bro. Does he sound like Patrick Mahomes? Did you hear that?
Give it to me again. At least the first part.
One more time. Just play a little more.
Just play the cut again.
That's the story of his career. Hopefully it's not Trav's last year, but he'll make that decision in the offseason. And obviously everyone in Chiefs Kingdom would.
Yeah.
Right there. And
a little bit.
What is it? Whether it's Dylan Raiola emulating everything Mahomes does at the University of Nebraska, or now the practice squad dude from the Chiefs freaking talks like the guy. Guys.
That's maybe why they signed him.
Carve your own path.
They needed this similar voice inflection in the huddle so nobody jumped off sides. I don't know.
That struck me when I heard that last night. I was like, that dude sounds just like Mahomes.
Dude, I'd already...
Way worse of a quarterback.
I had already moved on to the Nuggets game. I didn't watch any of the Bronco post game because I couldn't wait to watch the Nuggets game. Although, you know what? I got to say, I did watch the Nuggets game with the trepidation because I wasn't quite sure I was going to go with 3 starters out. So I was very pleased with most of what I watched. And then over time, I wasn't quite as pleased as I would have liked to have been. So.
Until you ultimately were. Because that overtime ended up ruling.
How crazy is that? Nikola hits a 3. Because don't tell me you didn't think there for a moment.
Oh, I thought they were toast.
A couple of, when Hardaway's last 2 3-pointers, the first one overtime, last one regulation went off the front of the rim. I'm his legs are gone.
Spencer Jones might have chucked one up. That was no good.
I was like, nobody can hit a shot all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Then next thing you know, Nikola hits a 3 and everybody's feeling themselves again. And then all of a sudden, the TWolves couldn't figure out how to hit a shot.
Yeah.
How about that crazy turn of events on the replay, too, where they thought Rudy had got fouled and he's going to the line. And the next thing you know, nope. Nope. Rudy's fouled out of the game, and Nikola actually gets the free throws.
I can't believe they called that what it was on the floor. The fact
Yeah,
that we even
at no
needed
point did it
to
look like
go.
Rudy was the one getting fouled.
To replay was insane.
Yeah, but it did, and it worked out. So there you go. All right, we're going to come back. We'll get more into this Bronco game. I want to know, again, Bronco fans, what's your general reaction to what you saw last night? I am curious. And really, the Nuggets fans, too. If you're a Nuggets fan, I don't know how if you're anything but happy because you got to beat Minnesota for the third time this year. That's what's nuts about it.
Without three starters.
Yeah,
it's an excellent win. That was
it's the first time where I thought I really thought for the first time last night Minnesota would be too much. So there you go. 303-504-0925 is the text line. You can jump on Twitch. You can jump on YouTube. We will be back as it is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Please remember to enjoy responsibly. Do we need to, could we put together some random drinking game for random NFL action? Because
we could.
Just random things maybe we could do if you see it in these different games.
Maybe we could improvise one at 5:45.
Yeah, 5:45, give you a couple.
We got the high five at 5. We got Scott Hastings at 5:20. So maybe at 5:45 we'll do a general NFL weekend because it's not just NFL Sunday, and we are going to be keeping an eye on this. I mean, this Chargers-Texans game is huge for the Broncos, so you got to be watching that tomorrow. So it's not just an NFL Sunday; it's an NFL weekend.
Well, we could even maybe do some for the college playoff games too, if you want.
Well, those are next week.
I thought we had 2 more tomorrow.
Nope. New Year's Eve is our next one. Yeah, they really like to stretch this thing out.
No, you know what? I forgot. For some reason, I thought this was
the national championship game isn't until January 9th.
This is why I'm saying just stop all this. Just do a full playoff. The minute the conference championships are over, simply just start up playoff action. Just start it up and let's get going. And don't worry about classes. Don't worry about finals. These kids really aren't students anymore anyway. They're there making their money, and that's fine. That's the world they've been allowed to live in. So you don't need to worry about some of the traditional stuff we hid behind, like let them take their finals or let them go and give them a little break. No, just go for a full, month and a half of playoff games.
Dude, the national...
Because again, how long is it going to be since Indiana played? 3 weeks? Since Indiana played that championship? The Pac-10, what is it? The Big Ten championship.
Yeah.
And now they'll play a game. You think that bodes well for them? That's how you get these upsets of these bigger teams. I'm not saying it's going to happen in Indiana, but they haven't lived this life before. Ohio State's at least a little bit used to some of this.
That's a good point. All of a sudden, Alabama might have a little bit of an advantage.
They might. They've actually played a game.
The team that, many, including myself, thought shouldn't even be in. Now they get an Indiana team that, like you said, has never been in this position before and hasn't played in a month. Andy, the national championship game isn't until January 19th.
I know. That's why I'm saying let's just do it. Okay. But just keep playing playoff games. You probably could wrap it up quicker. So, there you go. We'll be back. More Broncos ahead on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate's out. Nate's out for the rest of the year. He's going to rest up, enjoy some time with his family here over the holidays. Christmas yesterday. Hope you all had a Merry Christmas. Hope you're having a happy Boxing Day. And then we got New Year's Eve, New Year's Day next week. And then the following week, Nate will be back along with Andy. I think this is Andy's last show of the year today. So if you love Andy Lindahl, stay locked in. Stay locked in because you're only going to get 1 hour and 10 minutes more of him until 2026. But fortunately, that's just about a week away. I am Mark Springer. I produce this show, and I'm in with Andy today. Broncos win last night, 20-13 over the Kansas City Chiefs. And Andy, I've been saying throughout the show that while it's not that I expected them to, but I thought they should have just crushed the Chiefs last night. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. That's what the AFC is this year. Sean Payton's right. We'll hear from him in about 10 minutes in the high five. Style points don't matter. Doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing. You just got to win the damn game. And they won the damn game last night.
Yeah, I think that's fine if you go on to win it all or you go on to do special things. But I also think it's fair for those that have some concerns about, because again, look, your offense has been your offense all year. This really, that's what it's been, right? I think a lot of times you expect more. We expected more when they had the short week against the Raiders and kind of got one of these. I think we expected a little bit more when they did this in Vegas against the Raiders, although that was a more consistent game. Probably closer to last night's game plan where they actually had those long drives that stayed together and were consistent. So to me, the offense is just what you've signed up for. Where I do get concerned sometimes is just how the lack of sacks, some of the things we're used to seeing out of this defense. Again, dominant numbers by the defense, though. So,
Okay, you say that this is okay if they go on to win the whole thing.
Yes, because this is what 2015 was.
But let's say they don't win the whole thing, which was really nobody's realistic expectation coming into the season. And I don't even care about the whole goalpost moving thing. This is a second-year quarterback and a young offense. So if they get eliminated before winning the Super Bowl, are we all not going to be very optimistic about the outlook of the Denver Broncos still? Like, you know how much off-season talk you're going to do. You're going to do a ton. You're going to do a metric ton of off-season talk on this show from 3 to 6 for the next several months, right? And is most of it not going to be colored in an optimistic lens?
I don't know yet because we got to see how the playoff game goes. How about this?
What if even if they got crushed? Even if they got crushed.
See, it's easy to say it now when it hasn't happened.
We'll be saying, well,
if you get another Buffalo playoff game at the end of this year, how are people going to feel?
Look, the day after the following week,
especially
it would be
if that happens at home.
But I think there should be an understanding that, again, second-year quarterback, I know he's an older second-year quarterback, but you can't change second year. You can't change that, okay? You could be 36 years old out of college at 34. It's still your second year in the NFL, all right? Troy Franklin's young. R.J. Harvey's young. Pat Bryant's young. The only veteran weapons they have are Sutton and Ingram was just kind of a pickup addition, you know?
Well, what would you grade the Ingram signing if the season ended today?
I'm going to go C+.
Feels like a C. I could even stretch it to a D. It just hasn't happened. But this has not been what we thought he was going to be.
I actually kind of expected this.
Why? Because in training camp, he was getting a lot of look. Remember, we had a lot of people telling us that Evan Ingram likely would be the second leading receiver on this team, and that is not the case.
He's been in the league for a while. You know, Giants, Jaguars. It feels just like watching him from afar that, you know, he was never my go-to fantasy tight end. I'll put it to you that way, right? I was never like, I got to get Evan Ingram. He was like a good streaming option, a good like, oh, I forgot to draft the tight end option. But it was never like, wow. And he's older now. And it's funny when we talked to Mia O'Brien, who covers the Jags last week before the Jags game, and she talked about how Curtis Strange, was that his name? Strange, their tight end, last name Strange. Like, he blocks and he can catch passes. So we weren't even putting Evan Engram on the field because dude couldn't block. That's why Adam Troutman has gotten, I think, more like a higher snap counts than Evan Engram in recent weeks because the dude is a more like he can actually block. He's more of a two-way tight end.
They knew that.
Well, you were hoping he could pop in the passing game, but guess what? He's getting older and he's had a lot of miles on those legs.
All right.
But yeah, the grade overall, you'd go like a C.
The C at best. C at best. It's not been what I thought they would finally get out of this thing, but it is what it is.
They need to bring in that. They don't have a joker. Sean, I'm telling you, Sean is BSing you when he is telling you that the Joker is merely a pass-catching tight end.
Well, I hope so, because that's not what any of us thought it was.
You're right.
It's his position. He's allowed to define it. If it's simply a pass-catching tight end.
He knew he didn't have it. So that's why he's not going to tell you, like, oh, no, we have the actual Joker, which is if it is a tight end, it's somebody who is doing everything like a Joker would. If it's a running back, look, RJ Harvey does he's solid, but RJ Harvey isn't jokering anybody. I don't watch RJ Harvey and I'm not like, that's the Joker.
Yeah, the ultimate Joker to me is a Christian McCaffrey, to be quite honest with you.
Something like
That's
that.
a guy that can do so many things for you.
Alvin Kamara was more of a Joker.
He was, but he's older and Sean apparently doesn't want him back. Yes, look, it should all be optimistic.
Doesn't it go to show that there are incomplete areas to a roster that is
well, that's
only...
why I'm saying they're going to need to upgrade the wide receiver room. Period.
I agree.
If this is what this is going to be, and I think I do think we're starting to probably see the most of what Bo can be, which at times when his feet are set is just fine, really good.
Mm-hmm.
But you need somebody has got to be like special, truly special.
Yeah.
And I don't think you have that guy on the offensive side of the ball right now.
No.
So hopefully they can find that. But I don't know. It's yeah, looking at the game, again, you look at the numbers of the game, I can't believe that was a one-score game. It's such a weird game. But who cares? They're going to be set up and ready to go for Sunday, a week from Sunday, I should say, when they play the Chargers. Likely it's going to be for not only the number one seed, but the AFC West. We'll get more of the football weekend, the news around the football weekend, which is about to happen, coming up in the High Five next.
High five.
We roll on a Ska Friday. Technically literally the last Ska Friday of this year. But next week's the first Ska Friday of next year. What do you think of that? How's that?
That's right. It's like, this is the time of year where you can be like, I'll see you next year.
Yeah, that guy. That's hot today guy, not the heat, the humidity guy. But that guy's going to show up starting what, Monday maybe?
Next week is next year.
Yep.
See you next year, pal.
See you next year, guy. All right, let's get to the high five because there's a lot of news happening, and I may have one more story I want to add. We'll see.
Okay. All right, let's do it. Time for the high five.
You have a new sponsor, Spring.
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's Papa Murphy's.
Seriously?
Did you not know that? Wow,
that
I didn't know it was breaking news in the high five.
Is that in my email?
You weren't aware of that? I thought you knew that. Yes. The high five is sponsored by Papa Murphy's. Wondering what's for dinner? Nope, that's here. Go to the right day. Here we go.
Who sent you that email?
Kevin.
When?
Celebrate $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's on Fridays only. Get a large thin crust cheese, sausage, or pepperoni pizza for only $5. Order online now at papamurphys.com. The yellow that I have surrounding my script, see that right there on my phone? That's not helping me read that. But I got through it.
I'll have to talk to Kevin about this. But
yeah,
yes.
Papa Murphy's, we welcome you with open arms. And hopefully they'll sling a few pizzas our way on a Friday.
Hey, that'd be cool. That'd be awesome. Okay, Broncos beat the Chiefs 20-13 last night. It was, one of those Broncos games on national television again as well. It's kind of, Broncos Raiders 10-7 was on Thursday Night Football. So, Sean,
don't tell me you weren't in some. You probably didn't have little kids around you. I was in so much hell when the score was 6-7. I can't even tell you. The amount of people that that thing just ignites rage in me. I don't even know why.
Because it's not that funny of a joke.
I don't even know what the joke
is.
I really thought when all the old people started doing it, they'd let it go. But no, not even that has worked. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So Sean Payton was asked after last night's game, the challenge. What are the challenges of keeping the nation was watching last night, the nation's attention during a game like that?
People watching, some patience to watch that game today, to play it like you did. Did it take?
Here's the thing. You ready? It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to be effective. I've said that before. And so that's all that's important.
He's right.
He's absolutely
that
right.
That was
you got
a win.
Your 13th win. You kept your positioning for the number 1 seed. You're right. You're all right. It's right. Still, it just left some. I wanted a butt kicking. Yeah, it's because I hate the Chiefs. I wanted a butt kicking. That was all. But it's fine. Look, you got the win, and everything's on the table for next Sunday. And then you got to go. You have to go and get that thing handled. And then I think everything's on the table if you're at home as the number 1 seed. I think it's probably a quick trip to the playoffs if you're not.
See, okay, you would like to. You would like to win the AFC West, and at the very least, you're getting a home playoff game. And you would like to get the number 1 overall seed because then you're not playing in the first week. Free ticket to round number 2. But part of the reason I'm okay with them, looking just okay and having an underwhelming win against a poor team last night, that's what Kansas City is right now. They're a poor team. Is that's what the AFC is right now. It's a lot of the
just
same.
Good.
And so you don't really need to blow anybody away. You don't really need to have any extra advantages. Don't get me wrong. You like them. I'm not kicking them out of bed, as we say on this show, all right? But you could go into this playoffs as a road team in round 1, and you could leave as the AFC champions. Because I said, one of the first things I said on this show today, and it really hit me last night, that this team reminds me of that first Giants team that beat Tom Brady and the Patriots. The Patriots team that went was that the one that went 19-0 or whatever it was?
Yep. No, they went 18-1.
18-1 at the end of it. Because, look, they had a good defense and a good pass rush, and Eli Manning was competent, and Plaxico Burress is competent, or who I think he was on that team. This reminds me of the same team. That Giants team was a wild card road team. This Broncos team has similar DNA. I want all the perks. I want the division, the bye, but if they don't get it, I'm still not counting this team out.
Yeah, I don't feel the same confidence if they have to go.
I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm confident about it.
But I'll tell you why. What has been elite about Denver all year long has been the defense. Do you feel like they're playing elite right now? And again, the numbers last night, that was an elite defensive performance when you look at total yards, passing yards, all that other kind of stuff. And yet somehow Kansas City was allowed to just hang around in the game. You know what it is? I want to see one of the rabid pass rush where, these guys, you're going to get 2 seconds to throw, where they get 2 or 3 great rushes in a row, where the quarterback just looks frazzled and harried and all that. I don't feel like that's happened for a couple of games. They got to Jordan Love finally at the end of the Packer game, but they never really got Trevor Lawrence. They got 5 sacks against Trevor Lawrence. Do you ever really feel like they made him harried or frantic during that game after like the first quarter maybe?
I think at least a couple of those were in the fourth quarter when Jacksonville was just kind of winding clock.
Right, exactly.
And Trevor wasn't going to make a stupid play and therefore was willing to eat a sack at that point. They were pressuring him. Trevor did a really good job of evading it or getting rid of the ball quickly.
Fair enough.
He did a very good job of that. You're right. And look,
but that's why you better get Jacksonville back at home, dude. Don't tell me you want to go to Duval.
I'm just saying this. I'm just as confident in this team. And it's not that I'm overly confident, because I think anyone can come out of this AFC. Let me put it like this. My feelings about this team are the exact same if they're the 1 seed or if they're the 4 or 5 seed. It doesn't change.
Well, why?
Because the AFC is so jumbled.
Okay, but you feel comfortable if they have to go to, let's pick all the places that they could have to go to. What if they had to go to Baltimore because they win it, or to Pittsburgh because they win it? Because if you were to lose to the Chargers and now you're the 5th seed or whatever, now you're going on the road to a division winner.
And
what if they have to go to Jacksonville?
It's absolutely a downside if you don't get the 1 seed, that you are on the road playing, expelling the energy, taking the physical hits. Maybe you acquire an injury that you otherwise wouldn't have, because these are all going to be physical games. These are going to be taxing, grinding games. So, yeah, you don't want to play an extra one of them. But also, man, we are trying to stay at the 4 seasons when we thought we were maybe staying at a Best Western.
Fair
you know
enough.
what I'm saying?
But, Mark, here's the thing. Again, there is something to moving the goalposts when you saw how special the defense was. Again, my concern is, did they peak? Have they leveled off? Are they starting to be? No, Brandon Jones is tough the rest of the year. Now Dre Greenlaw, Jeff Legwold's warning us the Dre Greenlaw thing could be a long time too. Dude, these are the things I worry about, because I believe it was the defense that was the truly elite, the truly top of its class.
Sure.
And now it just doesn't feel like it's in that same spot. And I'm hoping with these injuries, that doesn't prevent them from getting back there.
Next up, Alberto.
High five.
High five.
There we go.
There it is. Hey, more Broncos news. They have signed center Sam Mustipher off of the Chargers practice squad. Tell me all you know about Sam Mustipher.
I only know that he was a former Bronco and now he's a former Charger, and that he's going to spend a lot of time this week after they get back from their little Christmas break telling all the coaches, the defensive coaches, any of the keys on the offense that he can.
Yeah, and so Luke Wattenberg is out 4 games, last night being the first.
Yes.
I thought Alex Forsythe was good.
You said it best beginning of the show. You didn't notice it.
If you don't notice the center, that's a good thing. And that's kind of largely been Luke Wattenberg's career. If you don't notice the center, that means they're doing a good job. If they're not, fumbling the transition of the snap and et cetera. So yeah, I guess you do need an extra center right now, but off the Chargers practice squad. And I know, Andy, you're telling me he was once on the Broncos roster, but this is to get intel on the Chargers. That's gotta be, because they did the same thing a couple weeks ago with that running back who was on the Jaguars practice squad earlier this year.
Hey, it worked out for everybody. He got a check. They got to give him the 3rd degree. Now, I think Mustipher sticks around a lot longer, because remember, again, Mustipher was a former Bronco, so they have familiarity with him and what he can bring, and they do now need a backup center because of what happened with Wattenberg and Forsythe moving up. So, but yes, to your point, this is still a strategic move to make sure, because again, they know how big, at bare minimum, this game's for the number 1 seed for the Broncos. Even if the Chargers lose this Sunday, the Broncos need to win this game to secure the number 1 seed. So there's definitely a little bit of strategery at play.
Next up.
High five.
So last week, Max Crosby said that he does not give a bleep about the Raiders securing the first overall pick in the draft. The Raiders host the Giants. Both teams are 2-13. The loser of this game has the inside track on the first overall pick in the draft. Now, the Raiders had recently shut down tight end Brock Bowers for the rest of the season. And today, they told Max Crosby they're going to shut him down too, even though Max isn't hurt, or at least he doesn't feel like he's injured enough in any sort of the way to not be playing. So apparently Max Crosby vehemently disagreed and left the building.
Yep. And now I saw a tweet from Ian Rappaport where he ended it by saying, this now puts questions out there about Max Crosby's future in Vegas. Is he going to still want to be there? Boy, I'll tell you what, if he became available, Denver wouldn't mind getting a shot at that.
Let's see what his contract
Well,
looks
I think
like.
he just signed a big deal.
He
I bet you
did.
he's got a couple 3 years at minimum left on it, so we'll see.
So
yeah, everything's going weird in Vegas because they're playing for the draft pick as they should be. I can't say Vegas is doing the wrong thing. Clearly, you don't have enough quarterback options there. So you better pick up a few more. Now, the funny thing about it is, all I keep hearing is how bad this quarterback class is going to be. But we'll see. They apparently still want. But you know what? They said that about last year's class, and I feel like last year's class they've been fine. They haven't been great, but they've been whatever. You know, Cam Ward, I guess we'll see what goes on. Did you see where Cam Ward last week said he wants to be in on who the new coach is?
Okay. I mean, I guess when you invest the first overall.
What do you think about Jackson Dart? Jackson Dart's been okay.
Yeah,
right?
he's been okay. Shadur's been
up and down.
Tyler Shuck, I guess the Saints have gotten a few wins here, but they haven't played anybody from what I could tell.
No, they beat Tampa?
Man, what's happened to Tampa? They've just fallen off the freaking map. Yeah,
it's a long NFL season now, my friend, dude. It's a long time to keep your best game going.
Yeah, teams tank.
Yeah,
it's a real thing.
Out, largely because of the Bo Nix class.
Man,
how many of those guys turn things around pretty quickly?
What is this Giants-Raiders game going to look like? Because neither team wants to win, right?
Yeah, it could be really ugly. I don't know. Hey, you know what it's going to look like? If you heard of must-see TV, whatever the opposite of that is what that's going to be.
It's going to be every pass is an incomplete pass. I would just spike the ball.
Yeah,
every single play.
Kneel down.
Just spike it.
The
Kneel
whole
down.
time.
Yeah, kneel down the entire game.
Just Rochambeau at the beginning for whoever takes the loss, and that's that. So you can have the higher draft position.
All right, next up.
High five.
Andy, you asked me earlier in the show, what is Patriots running back Travion Henderson's injury status? So the Patriots are at the Jets on Sunday. They're big favorites, to nobody's surprise. Travion Henderson is questionable to play in this game. He has been out. He suffered a concussion in the win over the Ravens. So he's questionable to play.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I just wondered about it.
They don't need him. They don't need him.
No,
it's the
because
Jets.
they do have a good running back going.
And it's the Jets.
But still, what did we just think about the Chiefs? Again, that's a divisional game. And
True.
Divisional games can get weird late in the year. So I largely agree with you, but let's not completely. The Jets, having the Jets like IR'd everybody too. Like they IR Justin Fields earlier in the week. I mean, I don't know what the Jets are doing. But that thing feels like that's been nothing but a disaster. Did you think Aaron Glenn was going to have this kind of first year? I thought Aaron Glenn might be closer to what Ben Johnson's had in Chicago in New York.
I think it's easier for these offensive coaches, especially somebody like Ben Johnson. And, you know, you do inherit Caleb Williams, who was a first overall pick for a reason, and you can kind of scheme up the offense. And, you know, I do hesitate to hire defensive coaches nowadays. I really do, because getting the offense clicking is so much more important, and it takes so much more, I'll call it skill. Whereas you can piece together a serviceable defense, but you've got to get that offense clicking.
Yeah, I just think you got to get the right guy. I think the right guy knows how to handle both sides of the ball. Look, the guy in Seattle's a defensive dude.
That's true.
And they're going okay.
That's
Ben
true.
McDonald. So
that's true. I think Clint Kubiak,
Mike McDonald.
Clint Kubiak, their offensive coordinator. So it's very important to get a good OC in.
Well, yeah, they've got to have good chemistry
Yeah.
together. Like, that was VJ's problem. He never even really chose his OCs. He just dealt with what Elway gave him.
Sure.
So, all right, that is the high five, the 5 biggest stories of the day in the NFL, brought to you by Papa John's. Glad to have Papa John's aboard. Again, it's a $5 Friday, whether it's a cheese, sausage, pepperoni, $5 over at Papa Murphy's. Order online at papamurphys.com. So great to have them along. We are going to talk to Scott Hastings coming up, get a little more intel on what went down between the Nuggets and the T-Wolves. We also have a funny story. The Jets can't do anything right, including trying to reward fans. We'll get that before we get out of here. And who knows? Maybe we'll throw together a quick drinking game to help you enjoy your NFL action if you're sad that Christmas is over. It is Altitude Sports Radio on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Please remember to enjoy responsibly. It is a ska Friday, and nobody loves ska music more than Scott Hastings, and he's now in Orlando as we welcome you to Altitude Sports Radio. It's Mark Springer, Andy Lindahl. Nate Kreckman's off till the beginning of the year. He'll be back on that first Monday. I believe it's the 5th after the Broncos-Chargers game. But we welcome in a guy who feels like he's never really off, even when he is, and that is Scott Hastings, who, after last night, didn't get to call the game but got to go to Orlando today. Scotty, how is beautiful Orlando? First off, is it colder in Orlando than it was in Denver?
No, muggier and warmer than it was actually in Denver, but also dark. That's the screwy thing when you fly, 3.5 hour flight, and you leave at whatever time we left. By the time we get here, it's dark.
Yeah. So you lost half a day. All right. Good game yesterday.
That sucks.
It does suck, but he's used to it by now. They've had a lot of road trips. What'd you think of the game yesterday, Scotty?
Well, it depends on which one you want to talk about.
Let's talk Minnesota. We've talked plenty about the Broncos, Chiefs. We can get your opinion towards the end of that, but I'm curious what you thought about a Nuggets team down 3 starters getting a win against the TWolves.
Well, I think, honestly, guys, I think that's the one thing that a lot of people in national media and everything else kind of forget. And I know the announcer last night, Mark Kesher, I believe it was, mentioned a couple times. I think if you took, arguably your I don't know, 3rd, 4th, and 5th best player off a team, I don't know if you're even in that game, let alone 22-8 through 30 games. And I think they're at 16 or something like now games that Aaron Gordon has missed, and it's been a long time, and that I think Christian's probably missed at least 12, I think, and who knows how many now Cam Johnson will meet. I do think we'll see Christian Brown on this road trip. We're here for 2 weeks, so you'd hope he'd be back by the end of it. But I thought it was pretty amazing. You're playing a team that you went 0-4 against last year, and that followed a Game 7 debacle the year before. You and I've talked to Andy a bunch of times. I'm sure you guys talked on the show about this. Minnesota felt like you always had their number, and they came back, down 15 with 5 minutes to go and sent it to overtime, so you're a little worried. And then they start 9-0 in overtime, and then all of a sudden, hello, Nikola Jokic, and it pretty phenomenal. I thought that was a huge win. It was the 3rd game in 4 nights, 2 different time zones, and as David Adelman said 2 nights earlier or 3 nights earlier, now you get to get on a plane early in the morning and fly to Orlando, 2 different time zones away, and play a team that's kind of waiting for you. So I saw David on the plane. I said, "Hey, did you get any sleep?" And he goes, "It was a little hard, man. I was a little amped up after that one." So pretty exciting win. I think a good win for the Nuggets.
Yeah, that was a great win. That was an awesome game, fun game, great finish, great win. Yeah, like you said, Scotty, not many teams are winning down 3 quality starters against a very capable Minnesota team like Denver did last night. And I think, Scott, it's because Jokic had the game he had, a 56, 16, and 15 game. Murray going 9 of 18 from 3. You're shooting 50% from 3, chucking up 18 of them. That's a damn good clip, despite not shooting well from the field otherwise. But he was huge from 3. Scotty, are we back to Jokic and Murray just clearly being the best duo in the NBA right now?
You know what? That's a good question, Spring. And listen, I'm going to come from a biased slant, but I think it's hard to argue against it when you throw in, what they're both averaging this year, and you throw in the years of experience and doing it together. If they're not the best, they're the most comfortable with each other. How's that? I think they know where each one's yin and yang are, and they tend to play off of it well, and neither one of them are afraid of the moment, even when they're not. There's games we've seen even from Joker when he's not shooting well or the touch isn't quite there. there's not any panic and any, I better not shoot the ball and let me run away from it. And that's what I always respect about Murray. Even in games where he struggled, and was he 2 for 13 or something like that from the 2-point line, but he wasn't afraid to have the ball in his hands. And I'm telling you, that is something that a lot of players shy from. There's a lot of players who run from those moments, and those two guys don't. I'll say this. I don't think there's many teams in the league, as I said a while ago, that would play with their third, fourth, and fifth best players missing for a month almost and have the success they have. And I'm not sure that, if you had to lose anybody, the two guys you didn't lose, be happy you didn't lose them too. You know what? Because they've won a bunch of games. Between those two of them, I'm not sure they would have won without them.
Scotty, what would it take to maybe make the Valanciunas, Nikola Jokic pairing? Because we did some podcasts, and I got asked about it at a hardware store the other day. You and I are going to try to get our podcast going up and going in the new year because I finally got my voice back, so I'm finally ready to go. But you and I were very excited in the preseason about the pairing of Valanciunas and Jokic and what it could look like. I can't say it's always been what I hoped. Is that something you'd like to see get more time? What makes it kind of a tricky deal to put those two out there together?
It's a tricky deal because both of them are probably natural centers.
Right.
And that what becomes most tricky about it. Valanciunas is a very, very skilled big, but he's not as skilled as Joker. And neither one of them are quick enough a foot that if you were to get a very athletic like 4, can those guys stay in front of them well enough? They do give you some size. They give you some ability to set screens. They could give you some awkward switches if teams decide to do that. So I think the way it seems to be played out now. Listen, we're not even halfway through the season. We're 30 games in. You may see it here and there more, but I think it's more when the game calls for a physical or physicality lift, then you might see those two guys in. But I don't know foot speed wise if you can do that. You may see if you do, maybe you go your top, like you go zone, and your top 3 guys have to be absolutely stellar athletes, which most of them are. Or you put Joker, and they did this a little bit last night, put Joker at the very point of like a 1-2-2 zone defensively. Listen, offensively it'll work out. I ain't worried about it working out offensively, but it seems like now you can put anybody in there offensively, and they're going to figure a way to score points. But defensively is where you got to try to slow things down. So maybe you go like a 1-2-2 zone. You can put Joker at the very point of that 1-2-2 so that you're not vulnerable in both wings or the corner threes. And Denver currently right now gives up the highest percentage of corner threes than anybody else in the league, I was reading today. So that's why it's more of an athletic thing, I think, than anything else, where you don't see a lot of it.
Scotty, I thought that the two most impressive things across the NBA that I saw over the Christmas slate yesterday were the Nuggets getting that great win without 3 starters and just the drama and high-level play down the stretch from both teams of that game, and the Nuggets coming out with a win undermanned. The other thing was the Spurs going into Oklahoma City, winning their 8th straight game, their 3rd straight over the Thunder. And, Scotty, they didn't just beat the Thunder on their home court. They crushed them. How big of a problem are the Spurs?
I think they're very well coached by a young coach. I think, it helps when you can get the number 1 pick or a top 5 pick for 3 or 4 years in a row. You got to remember from 2 years in a row, they had the rookie of the year on the San Antonio Spurs. So it's not like they've been bad on those picks, right? It's one thing to say, oh, we got a bunch of first round picks. It's another thing to say, well, here's also what we got from them. So I like San Antonio. I think they're well coached. I do love what Shea, I don't know if you guys saw the post-game clip from Shea after the game. He said, listen, when a team beats you 3 in a row, Mark, like you just said, and they beat you like they did at home, you got to sit there and look at yourself and say they're better than us right now. We've got a long way to go. So, listen, I think it's just another team that's in the mix, that's going to be in the mix down the stretch. And when you got an athletic big that can dribble and shoot, see if you've heard this before, dribble and shoot, and then like Joker is a heck of a rim protector on the other end at 7'4" or whatever he is. I think they're going to be a handful for some people.
Hey, could you explain to me, because, I was telling Spring this, it was so nuts, and I know you saw it halfway through overtime last night. Nuggets can't throw anything in the ocean. I think that Tim Hardaway's legs are gone. He's hitting the front of the rim with his three-point shots. Then Joker, drills that three, and all of a sudden everybody's shots return, and everybody feels fine, and all of a sudden you erase a 9-point deficit in 2 seconds. What happens mentally? Have you ever been a part of it? What is it about, one guy hitting a shot that just everything's okay again?
It's, you know what it is? It's like the rent's due, and all of a sudden the check shows up at your door for $500 that you weren't expecting, and all of a sudden you go, oh, I might get this thing this month after all. You're probably, when you allow the other team to score 9 straight, you go 0 for 5, I think, in that stretch. You're on the verge of hanging your head, and I loved it on the flight out there. I don't know if you guys have seen the Elway documentary yet.
Yes.
I watched it on the way out there. And he was talking about that Cal game, that Stanford Cal game, and he said that game, reminded me it ain't ever over. And I thought it was, and especially for those of us who got to witness most of his career, John Elway's career, that's kind of how he played, right? You always felt like you had a chance if the ball would ever come back into their hands. And I think that's a mindset that not enough people have. I think it's easier to shut it down. As I said, that was the 3rd game in 4 nights. You're playing the latest game, in the association. Both Golden State and the Lakers, who, oh, by the way, is on the far West Coast, played earlier games than you. I think they were on the verge of saying maybe, we gave it a shot. Yeah, well, tough into the 4th quarter, and here they go. They're still rolling. And then Joker hits that 3, and it was right out of the timeout. I mean, it was 5 seconds out of the timeout. Big. The defender goes underneath, and he all cord, we used to say all panties. That thing was done with silk, went right through the net. And all of a sudden he got hope. You get it stopped down the other end. And listen, you got to get a little help. The next 2 or 3 shots that Minnesota, they're trying to put daggers down instead of playing good basketball. They take a couple long threes, miss them. Denver comes down and makes them. And then, I mean, it's a momentum thing. It's an emotional thing. And I think that 3 by Joker right out of the timeout said, boys, there's still 3 minutes left. It's only a 6-point game. Let's go.
All right, before we let you go, any thoughts on the Broncos? You want to share anything? Got to get anything off your chest before we say good evening to you?
The defense won the game. I thought they were absolutely phenomenal for 99.9% of the game. The pre-mid defense is just, again, usually prevents you from winning. You get softer, you play everything back, and everybody just dinks it down the field on you. I want to say the Chiefs had as many yards in that last drive as they had all game. But the offense, it was in a short week. Do the Chiefs have you figured out? I'm still not impressed with that. I'm still not a big fan of R.J. Harvey running through the middle. It seems like McLaughlin gets a couple good runs, and we're like, oh, wait a minute, we can't show up the rookie. Let's put R.J. back in. I love R.J. out of the backfield catching the ball, but I do not like him between the tackles.
All right, boss. Well, have a good night. We'll talk to you soon, and you and I guess maybe we'll try to get that first episode of the new year in next week. Wait.
And by the way, if you were going to rate those 2 games as far as entertainment watching level, 1 out of 10, what would you give the Bronco game?
Oh, that was a 5 at
4.
best.
I'd go 4.
And the Nuggets was a 9.
Yeah, that's about right. A 4.5, 9, I think.
By the way, better Christmas movie, Home Alone or the Christmas Story? Shouldn't Home Alone just be the 24-hour movie?
I'm a big Christmas Story fan.
Does it remind you of your childhood? Was that where yours were kind of locked? Or
a little bit. Somehow that guy reminds me of my grandfather.
Okay.
My grandfather didn't curse, but my grandfather fixed everything. You were going to get a plumber or a HVAC guy coming to the house. He was going to do it. So that reminds me of him. I think my grandfather probably was the one who told me how and taught me how to change the tire. And the old
Yeah.
I went to Six Flags over. It was in Kansas City. Six Flags over the Midwest or whatever it was called. And I went with my buddy, and I was probably a seventh grader. 6th or 7th grader, and we pulled up into the parking lot, and I was sound asleep. My buddy nudged me. I look up, and there's this beautiful, hot high school girl in a halter top walking right by the door, and I go, I didn't say, oh, fudge. I went, oh, shoot. And as soon as I said, oh, shoot, I felt a hand slap me from the back. we were in a station wagon, and all of a sudden a hand reached back from the back of the station wagon as my mom or my stepdad, one of the two, popped me across the ear and goes, watch your mouth. And, so that scene always gets me because I've been there.
All right, man. Have a good night. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Happy New Year's, boys.
Hey, C likes to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year all the time. These are the weeks where it actually works. He'll tell you that dead in April.
That's a good bit, though.
Yeah, but
That's
this week
a good
it does
bit.
actually work. So he is Scott Hastings. He'll be on the Nuggets broadcast as they get ready to take it. When's the Orlando game? Is that tomorrow?
Saturday.
Tomorrow?
Holy crap,
You're
dude.
doing the thing I'm doing. Nothing's right. This is
does
the
not
weirdest week
feel
of the
like
year.
Friday.
Yes. You realize a week ago Friday we were at that bar I was telling you about, and it feels like it was a month ago.
Tomorrow
the Lazy Dog
is
Tavern, the
Saturday.
Three Dog Tavern. The Three Dog Tavern. Anyway. All right, we're going to come back. We're going to wrap this up. Couple of interesting stories out there. By the way, this Max Crosby contract, me and Spring, we're not trying to I'm with you, Spring. We're trying to figure out what it is. Spot Track lists like a $5.5 million dead cap hit, but he signed an extension that when he signed it, immediately kicked in $61 million guaranteed at signing, $91 million guaranteed overall. So there's no way he's only a $5 million dead cap hit next year if they don't do anything with him.
No, I'm seeing a $35 million dead cap hit next year.
But even that seems a little light with what he just agreed to in an extension. This is like the
It's true.
Russell Wilson deal.
It's true.
You would be getting rid of him before the extension if they were to do something with him.
And then what's odd is that even so after next year, he has 3 more years. So 4 more years, 3 after next year with that dead cap hit I just mentioned. But there's no dead cap hit listed for the following 3 years.
And how is that possible? Because the extension included $61 million in signing and $95 million overall.
You know how some of these contracts are. Like quarterbacks are different. And Max Crosby,
But the guaranteed money is all that matters. That's what brings
True.
you the bad dead cap hit.
True.
So you can't have $65 million
does.
guaranteed unless they just broke it into 2 years, which again, that was the extension.
Regardless, it appears he's movable. He's very movable.
Well, we're learning through Russell Wilson and everybody else.
Everyone's movable. Yeah,
You kidding me?
if you
It's
can
just
move
what kind of
Russ.
dead cap hit are you willing to live with? So, all right, we're going to wrap this up on a Bud Light Football Friday next. Wrapping it up here on Kreckman and Lindahl, the holiday edition. Nate Kreckman's on holiday until the first Monday of January, which is going to be the 5th, right after the Bronco-Charger game. So we are going to be here to break down what it means for the Broncos and what the playoff path looks like for them. Now, we could get a little more clarity coming up after Sunday, because if the Chargers lose, then the Broncos win the division. And I believe if the Patriots and the Jacksonville Jaguars lose, I think that gets the Broncos the number 1 seed. So, not quite sure. I know
that checks out.
Yeah, because with the Broncos winning, I think it cut the number of teams for the number 1 seed in half, because there were 6 teams coming into this week of play, we'll say, that had a shot at the number 1 seed, but it required the Broncos to lose for them to catch up to the Broncos, which obviously didn't happen yesterday. So what we thought we'd do is a National Football League drinking game, because obviously we don't have a Bronco game to go off of. So as we take a look at things, tomorrow we've got a couple of games. We've got the Chargers and Texans. Boy, I kept thinking it was Sunday. I guess it's tomorrow. And then Baltimore-Green Bay is going to be interesting. Did you see Jordan Love out with a concussion and Lamar Jackson? I don't know if it got named official before the show, but as we walked in here, basically, I saw Ian Rappaport saying that, yeah, it's likely going to be Snoop Hunley against Malik Willis, the backup quarterbacks for 2 teams that very much need this win to secure their playoff lives at this point. How crazy.
Dude, I think the Ravens are out.
I agree,
I don't
but
see
I
how
think the
they get
Packers
in.
are on the way too.
Packers could be out?
Dude, they fell to the last seed after that loss to the Broncos, and then they lost to the Bears last week. Go look at the playoff picture. I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, you're right. No, they're in. Packers are in.
But aren't they the 7th seed?
Yeah, they're probably going to be the 7th seed, though.
So, again, you can't keep losing games. Now, Detroit losing helps them because Detroit was one of the teams trying to threaten them. But it's crazy, man. It's crazy. So, yeah, right now, what's nuts about it is the Rams were vying for the top position, and all because of the loss to Seattle, now all of a sudden they dropped to the 6th seed. And San Francisco's in, but they're the 5th seed because Seattle also leads that division. Boy, you're going to get 3 NFC West teams in there. Didn't Nate tell us before the season the NFC West played the NFC and AFC South, and that was why they were going to be one of the better divisions in football?
That certainly helps. Although the AFC South has been a little bit better. Jags, Colts,